Not just texts, there were also over 100 missed calls. Wow. Is my phone being hacked? Fatty was shocked. Liu-Wan and Faraz came over. It seems like the texts are from the Yaya platform official. Faraz pushed his glasses up, surprised. As Fatty was about to check the messages, a call came in. Hello, who's this? Fatty answered the call. Bro, so you finally charged your phone. Hello, I'm the manager of the Yaya platform official brokerage department. I'm looking for the handsome guy who played guitar and sang today. Do you know him? The voice on the other end sounded urgent. Fatty was taken aback, looking for Chu Zhe. He immediately called out to Chu Heng. Bro, someone from the Yaya platform is looking for you. Chu Heng was lying on the bed, chatting with Wang Bingbing. He waved his hand and said, I'm busy. Don't contact me. Oh, all right, I'll let them know. Fatty replied. Then he said to the person on the phone, Chu Zhe said he's busy. That's it for now. And he hung up the phone. On the other end of the call, a middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes listened incredulously to the dial tone. Manager Chen, what happened? Did you get in touch? A young man next to him asked hastily. Both departments had been working overtime for so long, feeling exhausted. He hung up. Manager Chen said helplessly. Then he made another call, but found that the other side was no longer reachable. Damn. Manager Chen. Oh. The next morning, Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing arrived at the dessert shop together. There were a few customers in the store. Business seemed normal. Boss, hello. Store manager Tsai Huan greeted them. She was personally recruited by Wang Bingbing, and she had a talent score of 80. Quite a good manager. Huan, how's the store been lately? Wang Bingbing, holding Chu Heng's hand, asked. Tsai Huan smiled helplessly and said, I can only say it's okay. Barely breaking even. It's all thanks to the strength of our products and word-of-mouth advertising. The situation isn't optimistic. Boss, we need to do some activities. Wang Bingbing nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, I know we need to do some activities, but I've been busy lately and haven't had time to handle it. Today, let's plan it out properly. Tsai Huan was delighted and said, as long as we do a good job with the activities, I believe we can build our brand. The three of them went to the conference room. Just as Wang Bingbing sat down, her phone rang, and she looked at it with a somewhat surprised expression. Chu Heng, seeing her reaction, smiled and asked, Darling, whose call is it? Wang Bingbing said in surprise, Heng, it's a call from my dad. The future father-in-law called. Chu Heng was somewhat surprised. Normally, her future father-in-law rarely called Bingbing, so there must be something important. Sweetheart, you should answer the call first. Chu Heng nodded. Wang Bingbing answered the phone. Hello, Dad. Bingbing. Where are you? Wang Xiangran's stern voice came through the phone. Dad, I'm at the dessert shop. Is there something wrong? Wang Bingbing asked. I see. Nothing much. Just tell Chu Heng that I'm free this weekend, and we can have dinner with his parents. Wang Xiangran said calmly. Ah, really? That's great. Dad, thank you. Wang Bingbing said excitedly. Why did it seem like her father suddenly changed his mind? She thought her father wouldn't agree to both sets of parents meeting, but she didn't expect him to be so decisive. On the other end of the phone, Wang Xiangran's expression remained calm, but he glanced at Wang Anfu beside him. The latter's eyes were sharp and somewhat intimidating. Ahem, Bingbing, since you two are together, it's only right for the parents to meet. It's only right, Wang Xiangran said reluctantly. If it weren't for Wang Anfu staring at him on the side, he wouldn't have said such insincere words, and he definitely didn't want to meet Chu Heng's parents. Okay. Dad, I'll tell Heng later. Love you. Wang Bingbing said happily. After chatting for a few more moments, father and daughter hung up the phone. Wang Xiangran put down the phone and dryly joked to Wang Anfu. Dad, you see, I called Bingbing myself. You can rest assured now, right? Wang Anfu nodded in satisfaction and instructed, Xiangran, well done. When the time comes, I'll go with the in-laws too. Haha, out. Yes, as long as you're happy. Wang Xiangran said helplessly. Wang Anfu got up and said, well, I have work to do, so I'll leave now. At this moment, Liu Ningxiang came out with a fruit plate. Dad, are you leaving? Have some fruit before you go. Liu Ningxiang asked. No. I'm not going to eat. I'm really busy with work lately. Wang Anfu declined. Wang Xiangran, feeling puzzled by his comment, didn't know what secretive things Wang Anfu was busy with lately. Was he still busy with the affairs of the fund company? Dad, what have you been busy with lately? Do you need any help? Wang Xiangran probed. Wang Anfu gave him a stern look and said, "Don't worry about my affairs, I won't tell you until it's done, so as not to disturb me." He was the kind of person who wouldn't celebrate or announce anything until it was accomplished. "Okay, I won't inquire any more." Wang Xiangran nodded repeatedly, not daring to ask further. "All right, I'm leaving. You don't have to save dinner for me tonight." Wang Anfu waved his hand and left with big strides. Once Wang Anfu's figure disappeared completely through the gate, Wang Xiangran breathed a sigh of relief. His father's pressure was really too much to handle. Liu Ningxiang set down the fruit plate and, seeing Wang Xiangran's expression, couldn't help but laugh. "Look at how scared you are. If you just followed your dad's wishes, wouldn't everything be fine? It's like you're picking a fight with yourself." Wang Xiangran grunted. "I'm not picking a fight with myself, I'm doing it for our daughter. By the way, Bingbing just mentioned she's at a dessert shop. Did she open her own store?" Liu Ningxiang looked at him in surprise. "Yes. Didn't you know?" "She didn't tell you. I heard it's called the HB Dessert Shop." Wang Xiangran. Did everyone else know except for him? It made him so angry. "Wife, did you know? Did Bingbing tell you?" Wang Xiangran quickly asked. Liu Ningxiang nodded. "Yes, she mentioned it to me. It's a business she started with Chu Heng, saying it's their joint venture." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiangran's face immediately turned cold. "I knew it, I just knew it. Not only did she send herself out, but she probably also invested a lot of money. If Chu Heng has the ability, why doesn't he start his own business?" Liu Ningxiang said, indifferently, "The kids are still young. Let them venture out together. Who's contributing money, it shouldn't matter." After pondering for a moment, Wang Xiangran said, "Do you know where Bingbing's shop is?" Liu Ningxiang shook her head. "She hasn't mentioned it to me, and I haven't been there yet." Go call Lao Cha over and let him investigate," Wang Xiangran said, in a deep voice. At this moment, inside the meeting room of HB Dessert Shop, Wang Bingbing excitedly told Chu Heng, "Heng, my dad agreed to meet Uncle and Aunt for dinner." Chu Heng was somewhat surprised. Why is he so willing? "Hey, I don't know, but since he agreed, that's all that matters, heh." Wang Bingbing smiled. Chu Heng nodded. "True. Then let's set a specific time and place for the meeting." "Yes, as long as we work together and achieve good results, my dad will definitely change his mind gradually," Wang Bingbing said, determined. Heng, let's work hard together." "Let's work hard," Chu Heng responded. Chu Heng then chaired the meeting, the main topic being marketing strategies to increase the shop's visibility. In this lifetime, Chu Heng had new ideas about online marketing and wanted to promote the brand through collaborations. This was the fastest way to enhance brand recognition and reputation. The next focus was on local offline advertising, online ad placements, and endorsements. The goal of marketing activities was to drive traffic to the store, increase brand awareness, credibility, and maintain a consistent brand identity. Currently, HB Dessert Shop positioned itself as an upscale brand, targeting urban white-collar workers. This demographic values quality and is willing to pay more for a better consumer experience. It was similar to Starbucks, where people didn't just go for coffee, but for the service, ambience, and social aspect the brand brings. HB Dessert Shop's main products were Hong Kong-style desserts, pastries, cakes, and other bakery items, which aligned with the brand's identity. During the meeting, Chu Heng discussed specific plans with the two of them, one of which was to collaborate with the popular brand ManhwaRecap. Wang Bingbing worried. Heng, ManhwaRecap is such a big brand. Will they agree to collaborate with us?" Chu Heng revealed a mysterious smile. "How will we know if we don't try? Leave this to me." "All right, let's be brave and try it," Wang Bingbing encouraged. Inside the Wang family villa, in the living room, Wang Xiangran and Liu Ningxiang were watching TV. At that moment, the butler Lao Cha hurriedly entered from outside. "Sir, I found out the location of the shop." Butler Lao Cha slightly bowed to Wang Xiangran. "Oh, where is it?" Wang Xiangran turned his head to ask. "It's at 16 Heojiang Road, at a commercial street corner." Butler Lao Cha replied. Wang Xiangran clapped his hands joyfully and said, "Very good. Well done. Go prepare the car. I'll go take a look later." "Yes." Lao Chen nodded and exited. Liu Ningxiang asked in surprise, "Son-in-law, What are you doing? Are you really going there? Of course. How can I not go see the store my daughter opened? I just want to see what Bingbing and Chuheng can achieve, Wan Xiangran said coldly, standing up. Liu Ningxian chuckled, shook her head. You really don't trust Bingbing and Chuheng's abilities like that? Wan Xiangran coldly said. How capable can Chuheng be at such a young age? Whether he has the ability or not, we'll know once we go. Liu Ningxian also got up. Alright, I'll go with you, so the scene won't be too awkward. Let me call Bingbing first. Wan Xiangran immediately stopped her. Don't tell Bingbing. This time, I'm going for a surprise attack. If you call her in advance, won't they have time to fool me? Let's go directly. Liu Ningxian helplessly smiled and said, You always have to come up with something new for me. With Bingbing's character, how could he fool you? Wan Xiangran snorted. Bingbing wouldn't, but Chuheng might. That kid is very clever. Since Liu Ningxian's birthday party, he had already seen it. Chuheng is not an ordinary person. Extremely clever, cunning. This is part of the image Chuheng has in his mind. Liu Ningxian shrugged and said, Alright, I'll leave it up to you. The two of them walked out together, and outside the door, they could already hear a Rolls-Royce Phantom, the driver waiting on the side. The driver opened the door, and the two of them got into the car one after the other. Where to, boss? The driver asked. To 18 Heojiang Road, Wan Xiangran said, in a deep voice. Got it. In the dessert shop, Wan Bingbing was outside, with an employee handling promotional materials, while Chuheng was in the shop preparing for a brand collaboration. Chuheng called Yan Wanrong directly. Boss, what can I do for you? Came Yan Wanrong's clear voice from the phone. I have something for you to take care of as soon as possible. Bingbing and I have opened a dessert shop together, and I plan to have Meng Xiao to collaborate with the dessert shop and deeply cooperate, using Meng Xiao's channels and marketing methods to promote the dessert shop comprehensively. Chuheng calmly stated. Yan Wanron on the other end of the phone was momentarily surprised. The boss and the boss lady really have artistic ambitions, opening a store just for fun. But well, whatever the boss says goes, since he is the boss. Suddenly she thought, this is also a kind of romantic thing for the boss. Alright, no problem, I can arrange it immediately. Once the collaboration plan is ready, we can start working on it tomorrow, Yang Wanron said with a smile. Okay, I'll send you the specific information in a moment. Once the collaboration plan is ready, you should send me a copy to review. Chuheng smiled. Yes, boss, Yang Wanron responded. After discussing some details, they hung up the phone. Chuheng sat in his chair for a moment in thought. With the boost from Meng Xiaodu, the dessert shop becoming popular is beyond doubt. The energy of Meng Xiaodu's milk tea is surely unimaginable. When offline and online marketing are combined, carrying out a long-lasting marketing campaign will be enough to make a splash in the city. Thinking of this, Chuheng was not worried at all about the development of the dessert shop. As long as the first wave of marketing is done well, relying on the product's strong core abilities would surely lead to perfect word-of-mouth propagation. After all the products in the dessert shop were carefully developed by him. With a new user repeat rate of 98% in these days, the products are completely flawless, and crushing similar products on the market is an easy feat. Just as Chuheng was thinking, his phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and saw that it was Teng Hui calling. He answered the call. Haha, Chu Xiaojage, where are you right now? Teng Hui's hearty laughter came from the phone. I'm busy working. What's up? Ten Lao. Chuheng laughed. Hey, nothing much. Just been thinking of treating you to a meal to thank you properly, to see if you have time to have a meal together, Teng Hui said with a smile. Chuheng shook his head and politely declined. I don't have time these days. I'm busy with the dessert shop. Dessert shop? Chu Xiaojage, you opened a dessert shop? Teng Hui asked in surprise. Yes, I opened it with Bingbing. We are planning some marketing activities recently, so I'm a bit busy, Chuheng said with a smile. On the other end of the phone, Teng Hui suddenly laughed. I see, well, that's perfect. I can contribute a bit of my efforts. Teng Hui's eyes sparkled. With talents like Chuheng being so rare, with such remarkable medical skills, and being the future son-in-law of the Wang family, it's natural to establish a good relationship. Moreover, the debt of gratitude must be repaid, so this little matter should be nothing. Is that so? Then I'll send you a proposal later. Chuheng smiled slightly. Okay, let's go with that. Then another date. We must have a good meal, Teng Hui said with a smile. All right. Chu Heng nodded. After hanging up the phone, Chu Heng sent the information separately. In a short while, Wang Bingbing and the employee came back together. Wang Bingbing bounced over to Chu Heng, saying, Heng, I've already arranged the promotional materials. 3 days. In 3 days, our promotional materials will be ready. Chu Heng rubbed her little head and praised. Baby, you've done really well. Getting praised, Wang Bingbing felt elated. Heng, let's rearrange the counter display. Different customers have different preferences. I think some desserts need to be rearranged. Wang Bingbing suggested. Okay. Chu Heng nodded. The two of them left the meeting room and redesigned the product placement in the shop. Suddenly, the electronic doorbell sound behind them rang out. Ting. Welcome. Oh. It seems there are customers. Wang Bingbing turned around. Just as she turned around, she saw the person who came in and was immediately stunned. Ah, Dad. Her voice echoed throughout the entire shop. Chu Heng turned around and saw Wang Xiangrong and Liu Ningxiang, feeling somewhat surprised himself. How come the future father-in-law and mother-in-law are here? Wang Xiangrong, with his hands behind his back, saw Wang Bingbing and his stern face softened with a hint of a smile. Ding, I came specifically to see you today, and to take a look at this shop you and Chu Heng opened. Hearing this, Wang Bingbing's heart immediately sank. Oh no. How did Dad find out? Dad, how did you come here? Wang Bingbing asked in surprise. Wang Xiangrong frowned and said, Daughter, do you still want to keep things from me? Ow. No. Dad, you're overthinking. Wang Bingbing chuckled. Wang Xiangrong shook his head and said, You are quite mischievous. Liu Ningxiang chimed in. Bingbing, your dad and I just came to take a look around, see how your store is doing, and if there's anything we can help with, feel free to ask. Wang Bingbing didn't want her parents meddling in her affairs. If she relied on her father's resources, wouldn't she be influenced by him in the future? So, she firmly said, Mom and Dad, the store is doing well now. There are no difficulties. You don't need to worry about it. Wang Xiangrong looked around the store and saw that the decoration was good, but there were few customers. Is this what you call doing well in business? It seems like there might be some trouble. Wang Xiangrong lightly chuckled and turned to Chu Heng. Chu Heng, tell me about the operating costs and profits of this store. Chu Heng, calm and composed, reply, Uncle, the monthly cost of this store is 100,000. Revenue is 110,000, with a net profit of 10,000. These figures were not bad for a new store that had not undergone marketing and promotions. However, Wang Xiangrong shook his head disdainfully. With this level of revenue and profit, I'm afraid it won't support for long. Wang Bingbing argued. Dad, our products are great. We can definitely succeed. Mom and Dad, you should try our products first before making conclusions. She didn't want her father to look down on her. She wanted to prove to her parents that she had grown up, and she could do business too. Wang Xiangrong calmly said, Daughter, after so many years in business, I can naturally see things clearly at a glance. For a moment, there was some tension between them. Liu Ningxiang quickly intervened. Hey, let's listen to Bingbing first. Taste these cakes and desserts. They look delicious. Wang Bingbing brought them to the dining area and served them to classic Hong Kong-style desserts, wife cake and pineapple bun. Both of these were well-known and popular products. The wife cake looked crispy and enticing, with the egg custard on top making it mouth-watering. It looks good. Really good. Liu Ningxiang exclaimed with delight. It was her first time seeing such exquisite desserts, and leaning in to smell them, she could detect a rich aroma. Wang Xiangrong, though maintaining a calm exterior, couldn't help but acknowledge the excellence of these two products in terms of appearance and fragrance. Uncle and Auntie, please try it. Chu Heng smiled. He had great confidence in the products he had developed. All right. Liu Ningxiang took a bite of the pineapple bun. Its texture was soft, sweet, and crispy on the outside. After a couple of chews, a refreshing, slightly sour sauce exploded in her mouth. What flavor is this? It's so intriguing. Liu Ningxiang exclaimed. It was a unique fruit sauce inside the pineapple bun. This fruit sauce seemed specially crafted and different from any she had tasted before. It was delicious. On the other hand, Wang Xiangrong also took a bite, with a look of surprise on his face. It was indeed delicious, but he couldn't praise too much, lest Chu Heng, this bowl, got too arrogant. Not bad, Liu Ningxian retorted. Not just not bad, it's really delicious. Whose idea were these products? Wang Bingbing proudly linked her arm with Chu Heng's. Of course, these were created by Hen Hen. All the desserts in this store were developed by Hen Hen alone. Hen Hen is amazing. Wang Bingbing was showing off her boyfriend like she was showcasing her favorite toy, bragging about her talented boyfriend. Chu Heng, Liu Ningxian and Wan Xiangran were momentarily stunned. They had never imagined that Chu Heng had such capabilities. Chu Heng smiled and said, "Yes, uncle, auntie, all these were my creations." Liu Ningxian praised, "Haha, well done, well done. I didn't expect Chu Heng to have such skills. Really go." Liu Ningxian was more and more satisfied with Chu Heng. Having a son-in-law like him wasn't bad at all. Handsome, good at handling things, and also skilled at making desserts. It was really a plus. But due to his preconceived bias, when Wan Xiangran heard that these things were developed by Chu Heng, his face hardened. The products are fine, but having good products alone is not enough. In this world, good things often remain unsold. Chu Heng, come with me. I'll have a few words with you. Saying that, Wan Xiangran got up from his seat. Dad, what do you want to do? Wang Bingbing furrowed her eyebrows, shielding Chu Heng. Seeing this, Wang Xiangran was both angry and amused. His daughter had grown up and was even protecting her own boyfriend. She was just like her mother back in the days. Chu Heng reassured her, "Sweetheart, it's okay, I'll talk with uncle. Please come. Uncle, we'll talk in the meeting room." Chu Heng gestured as he led the way to the meeting room, with Wan Xiangran striding ahead. Once in the meeting room, Wan Xiangran got straight to the point. "Chu Heng, what I said to you before stands. As long as you leave Bingbing, you can name your conditions. Secondly, if you can't manage this store well, come to me. Don't get it twisted, it's not because of you, but because of Bingbing." Chu Heng smiled slightly. "Uncle, I also said, don't use TV drama lines with me. I'm not buying it. And secondly, this store is the result of Bingbing and my hard work. We will do our best to make it successful, so you don't need to worry, uncle." Wan Xiangran sneered. "Chu Heng, do you think running a business is child's play? Even if your goods are good, without understanding marketing, they won't sell." This is advice from someone with experience. Chu Heng remained calm. "I know, but you don't need to worry about it, uncle. You looks like you're quite confident," Wan Xiangran said with a stern face. Chu Heng sighed and said jokingly, "I brushed my teeth, so no bad breath here." Wan Xiangran, this brat was deliberately trying to annoy him. "All right, you can't teach the young ones." Wan Xiangran slammed the table, then turned and left the meeting room. Chu Heng shrugged. His future father-in-law was angry again, but it didn't matter. He'd get used to it. Exiting the meeting room one after the other, they returned to the dining area. Wang Bingbing, seeing her father's annoyed expression, seemed like the conversation with Chu Heng hadn't gone well. On the other hand, Chu Heng remained composed. Wang Bingbing let out a sigh of relief. Heng, are you okay? Did my dad say anything to upset you?" Wang Bingbing walked directly to Chu Heng, ignoring Wan Xiangran completely. "Wan Xiangran, this girl wasn't a worn and considerate cotton coat. She was like a thin and cold-hearted cotton coat, leaking warmth everywhere." He felt a bit suspicious of Chu Heng. Chu Heng rubbed Wang Bingbing's head, smiled, and said, "It's fine, we had a pleasant chat." Wan Xiangran almost spat out old blood when he heard this. "Damn, you were the only one who enjoyed it. But why are you so angry? Did Chu Heng upset you?" Liu Ningxian asked with a hint of amusement. "HMPH. I couldn't care less about him. No need to get mad." Wan Xiangran, for the sake of his dignity, refused to admit. "Kids create a career. We should support them. Look, at least they're not losing money." Liu Ningxian smiled. Wan Xiangran snorted. "They have no business experience at all. Mark my words, they will go bankrupt sooner or later." In the afternoon, at the dessert shop, Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing arranged things in the shop and hired a few more people to prepare for the marketing activities starting tomorrow. After finishing the busy work, the sun was almost setting. Wang Bingbing turned off the computer and sighed with relief. Finally done. Just waiting for the activities to start tomorrow. Chu Heng nodded and said, "The first batch of promotional materials for tomorrow is ready. I also had Sai Huan go prepare extra stock, more than 5 times the usual amount." Wang Bingbing pumped her fist and said, "I must not let my dad look down on us. I want to show results." Chu Heng smiled and said, "Good. Confidence is key." Wang Bingbing turned and asked, Heng, will Meng Xiaodu really agree to our request?" Chu Heng smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll find out tomorrow." "You're really teasing me." Wang Bingbing stood up, hugged Chu Heng, and acted spoiled in his arms. Chu Heng held her, feeling a bit overwhelmed by her actions. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. Wang Bingbing blushed and quickly got up, afraid of being seen. Seeing her like this, Chu Heng couldn't help but find it amusing. "Come in," he said. The door opened, and Tsai Huan walked in. "Boss, there's someone outside looking for you." The owner of the dessert shop across the street. Tsai Huan had a strange expression on her face. "Oh, interesting. Why is the competitor coming over?" "Ding ding. Let's go see what's going on," Chu Heng said with a smile. De Gru exited the shop and saw a middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back at the door. The owner of the dessert shop across the street. The two had been competing for some time. The shop across the street had daily activities, offering discounts and promotions, which had already brought in customers. The middle-aged man glanced at Chu Heng and sneered. "You're the boss of HB, right?" "Yes." "What's the matter?" Chu Heng replied with no friendly expression, knowing that in competition, it's either you die or I die. He wanted to see what the man was up to. The middle-aged man looked Chu Heng up and down disdainfully. "Hey, just a young man. We are in the same business. Let's get to the point. I don't think this street needs to dessert shops. I suggest you sell your shop to me for 500,000. The middle-aged man said coldly. Chu Heng shook his head, smiled, and said, "You're dreaming. If that's all you wanted to say, then leave. I don't have time for your nonsense. You." The middle-aged man was furious. "You don't know what's good for you. Let's see who can outlast who." HMPH. With a snort, the middle-aged man turned and left. Wang Bingbing, annoyed, said, "I won't lose to that guy." Chu Heng laughed and said, "Forget it. It's not worth getting angry over." "Darling, are you hungry? Let me take you to eat." Wang's villa. After returning home, Wan Xiangrong called the butler Lao Che to the study. In the study, Wan Xiangrong tapped the table and said to the butler Lao Che, "From today on, I want you to closely monitor the news about Bingbing's shop." The butler Lao Che nodded and asked, "Sir, do you need me to help Miss?" Wan Xiangrong snorted. "Help her with what? No need. That girl has wings now. She can fly on her own." The butler Lao Che sighed inwardly, realizing that Wan Xiangrong was just venting. "All right, I'll arrange for someone to keep an eye on it." Wan Xiangrong leaned back in his chair, his face stern. "I want to see what tricks Chu Heng can come up with." The next morning, Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing returned to the HB dessert shop. The first batch of promotional materials had arrived, and the staff were busy posting activity posters. This marketing activity was the grand opening, the first event the shop had done, offering an 80% discount store-wide and other special promotions. After everything was set up, Wang Bingbing looked worriedly at the door, but no customers had arrived yet. Heng, could it be that the offline advertising didn't work?" Wang Bingbing asked anxiously. Chu Heng glanced at the time and smiled. "It's still early. Usually the business picks up around noon." Tsai Huan reassured her. "Don't worry, boss lady. It's still early." Wang Bingbing nodded, trying to stay calm, but she couldn't help but worrying about the effectiveness of their promotions. She silently prayed for things to go smoothly. This was her and Chu Heng's first venture together, and she hoped it would be successful. Suddenly, a luxury car approached and parked in front of the shop. Two women in professional attire stepped out of the car. Wang Bingbing recognized them from a distance. "Ah, it's Wanrong and Yangxi." The visitors were Yang Wanrong and Han Yangxi. Wanrong walked quickly towards them and congratulated Bingbing and Mr. Chu. "Congratulations, Bingbing and Mr. Chu, on the successful opening." "Wanrong, why are you here?" Wang Bingbing asked in surprise. Wanrong glanced at Chu Heng, chuckled, and said, "Mr. Chu had already discussed the brand collaboration with me. I'm here on behalf of Meng Xiaodu to cooperate with HB Desserts." With that, Wanrong pulled out a contract. Wang Bingbing was overjoyed. "Really? This is amazing. Thank you." Tsai Huan and the staff were shocked to hear that Wanrong represented Meng Xiaodu and came to collaborate with HB Desserts. Meng Xiaodu milk tea. Oh my goodness, what? I must be dreaming. The boss's influence is unbelievable. To be able to collaborate with Meng Xiaodu. Sai Huan looked at Chu Heng and suddenly felt that the young boss in front of her was full of mystery. Before long, Wanrong and Wang Bingding signed the brand collaboration agreement where Meng Xiaodu fully supported HB Desserts. After they left, Wang Bingbing personally escorted Wanrong and Yangxi out. Alright Bingbing, I'll have other departments coordinate with you, and we'll release an announcement through all media outlets, Wanrong said. I won't see you off. We'll go back first, Wanrong and Yangxi said as they left. In the car, Yangxi chuckled and said, the boss is quite interesting. Wanrong smiled and said, the company belongs to them both. Let them do as they please. Ha ha. The car started and drove away from the street. Excitedly, Wang Bingbing hugged Chu Heng and kissed him on the cheek. Heng, you're amazing. To be able to collaborate with Meng Xiaodu, we're going to soar. Chu Heng rubbed her head, smiled, and thought to himself, you're such a silly girl. The collaboration with Meng Xiaodu is the surprise gift I wanted to give you. When Meng Xiaodu becomes a national brand, you can open this gift. Sai Huan also praised. Boss, you even managed to persuade Meng Xiaodu. That's really impressive. Chu Heng clapped his hands and said, all right, let's get ready to welcome a massive influx of customers. At noon, a statement was released on the Meng Xiaodu members app and official website. Meng Xiaodu is now collaborating with HB Desserts. The announcement caused a stir, with forums buzzing with discussions. Many members were excited about the collaboration and decided to visit the shop. Financial media outlets began reporting on the unexpected collaboration, creating a citywide buzz. Many media, reporters, and customers headed to HB Desserts. Within an hour of the announcement, the dessert shop experienced a massive influx of customers, with nearly 1,000 people streaming in. The long queue extended onto the street. Across the street, from inside a luxury car, butler Lao Che lowered the window and was bewildered by the crowded shop. What on earth is going on? He exclaimed. Take me back. I need to report to the master immediately. Steward Lao Che hurriedly returned to Wang's villa and met Wang Xiangran in the study. Master, there is a new development at the dessert shop. Lao Che hurriedly said. Wang Xiangran put down his book and curiously asked, what happened? What's going on? Lao Che handed him the phone and said, starting this afternoon, for some reason, the dessert shop suddenly had a lot of customers. It looks like there are thousands of people. What? Wang Xiangran was stunned, quickly took the phone and looked at the video footage. Outside HB's dessert shop, there was a huge crowd with lines stretching out to the end of the street. Wang Xiangran was even more surprised and asked, what is going on? Lao Che replied, I overheard those people saying they came over from the Meng Xiaodu milk tea shop. I've already sent someone to investigate the reason. We should have an answer soon. Before he could finish speaking, a report file came in on his phone. Ah, master, the investigation report is here. Lao Che said quickly. Wang Xiangran immediately opened the report, which detailed the activities at HB's dessert shop and the collaboration with Meng Xiaodu. After reading it, Wang Xiangran was puzzled. What is this Meng Xiaodu all about? Even though he doesn't drink milk tea, he had heard of the brand, but never delved into it. However, from the content of the report, it was clear that Meng Xiaodu milk tea was the leading high-end milk tea brand in the country, with millions of members and a huge fan base, with significant influence. The fan base in Shenzhen alone exceeded 2 million. These were commercial members, not just ordinary customers. Their loyalty was unmatched, surpassing all competitors in scale. Wang Xiangran had been in business for many years and could tell that Meng Xiaodu was a brand with tremendous potential. But why would such a big brand suddenly choose to collaborate with a newly opened, unknown dessert shop? What benefit does Meng Xiaodu milk tea get from this? It was simply incomprehensible. Wang Xiangran racked his brain but couldn't figure out the reason. How is the situation at the store now? Wang Xiangran asked. Lao Che replied, I'll find out from the people on the scene. With that, he took the phone and made a video call. Soon, the call was connected. Through the video footage, Wang Xiangran saw a shocking scene. The crowd almost completely obscured HB's dessert shop. The line of people seemed endless. There were even many reporters taking photos and videos in the crowded scene. Such a bustling selling scene was truly rare. Wang Xiangran was amazed. The business is incredibly booming, he exclaimed. He had thought that Chu Heng's event would end in failure, but he never expected this result. This was beyond his expectations. Keep monitoring, investigate, and find out what's going on, Wang Xiangrong ordered. Yes, master, I'll do that right away. Lao Chen nodded and left. Wang Xiangrong looked puzzled and fell into deep thought. On the other side, inside the HB dessert shop, the customers were overflowing, and female employees were managing the order at the entrance. Due to the sudden influx of customers, the dessert shop had to limit the purchases. Chu Heng looked at the packed shop, the busy staff, and smiled with satisfaction. The influence of Meng Xiaoda was indeed remarkable. This scene is just beautiful. Wang Bingbing hugged Chu Heng's hand and said with a sweet smile. She never dreamed that the store would experience such a day, with a flood of customers. This was undoubtedly the most beautiful sight for those in the retail business. Boss, you are amazing. If it weren't for you settling the collaboration with Meng Xiaodu, this effect wouldn't have been possible, Sai Huan said happily. This is just the beginning. I believe it won't be long before we switch to corporate development and operations. Chu Heng smiled. Seeing Chu Heng so confident, Sai Huan also felt more confident. Yes, with boss and boss lady leading us, we will surely develop rapidly. Thanks to boss's foresight, we had to recruit extra staff on short notice, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to cope. Sai Huan said with sincerity. She was growing more and more admiring of Chu Heng. Just then, a female employee from the entrance ran over and said, "Boss, there's someone looking for you outside." Chu Heng was surprised. Who could be looking for him at this time? Okay, I'll go out and see. Chu Heng nodded and went out with Wang Bingbing. As Chu Heng stepped out, several middle-aged men approached him and greeted him warmly. "Hello, Boss Chu." Chu Heng looked at the flower baskets behind them in surprise and said, "What's this?" "Ha ha, Boss Chu. President Teng knew you were having an opening event today, so we came to congratulate you on his behalf." A middle-aged man laughed. "That's right, you're Teng's little brother, so you're our friend. Our company will order 2 million worth of desserts from you every month." Another man said, "Oh, we'll also place an order. We'll order 3 million worth for our employees' afternoon tea. I'll order 3.5 million. These people were vying to get close to Chu Heng, clearly wanting to establish a relationship. After listening, Chu Heng couldn't help but smile. It turned out to be President Teng's goodwill. President Teng was indeed prestigious. With just a few words, so many business tycoons came to pay their respects. "All right, gentlemen, if you're interested in cooperation, I welcome it at any time. Send me an email, and I'll have someone in charge of it." Chu Heng smiled. The men nodded in agreement, exchanged pleasantries, and then, very tactfully, left the flower basket gifts and departed. Their appearance had caught the attention of sharp-eyed reporters, who were all astonished. Wow! Even President Wang from the C Corporation came to celebrate, and the managing director Li of the Dafeng Transportation Group. My goodness, these are all business tycoons. They actually came to celebrate a dessert shop. Unbelievable. What's the background of this dessert shop? The reporters discussed fervently until the departing vehicles were out of sight. At the same time, Lao Che received the information and immediately returned to Wang's villa. In the study, Lao Che hurriedly walked in and said, "Master, I found out what happened." "Oh, what did you find out?" Wang Xiangrong asked, getting up from his chair. Just now, others reported that some directors of the Chamber of Commerce also came to the scene to congratulate in person. And all of this was at the behest of Mr. Teng Hui. Lao Che replied, "Ah, Mr. Teng." Wang Xiangrong was greatly surprised and shaken. He never expected that Mr. Teng would personally get involved. Mr. Teng indeed held Chu Heng in high regard, but looking at it this way, the sudden decision of Meng Xiaoda Milk Tea to collaborate with the dessert shop was probably arranged by Mr. Teng. Yes, that must be it. Master, do you need me to continue investigating? Steward Lao Che looked at Wang Xiangrong with a shocked expression and asked quietly. Wang Xiangrong waved his hand and sat down, saying, "No need. I know what's going on. Chu Heng has some tricks up his sleeve, actually using Tang Lao's connections. No wonder his marketing activities this time are so grand. HMPH. Turns out he's using other people's power." Steward Lao Chen nodded in agreement. It could indeed be because of Tang Lao ... He was clever this time, being able to make money by leveraging his influence. It's also a kind of method, Wang Xiangrong said calmly. He didn't reject using such methods because in business, sometimes relationships are important. Using connections reasonably is also considered a business practice. However, it still requires observation on how to manage after the marketing hype subsides. Lao Chet, please continue to keep an eye on things in your spare time, Wan Xiangran instructed, after pondering for a moment. Yes, master. Steward Lao Che responded. In the evening, inside HB Dessert Shop. After the last batch of desserts were sold out and the ingredients were used up, the shop closed early and customers began to leave one by one. After all the customers had left, a female employee closed the shop door, and Sai Huan began to tally up the day's sales. Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing sat nearby. After a while, Sai Huan ran over excitedly, exclaiming, "Boss, the sales figures for today are out. Today, we made 80,000 in sales. That's over 6 times our usual sales." Chu Heng nodded in approval, as the numbers were as expected. Wang Bingbing was extremely excited. "Wow, 80,000. Heng, we made a lot of money today." Chu Heng smiled. "This is just the beginning." Huan continued to recruit more staff. "For a shop this size, we need at least 25 people in the kitchen and service. Also, start preparing 10 times more ingredients starting tomorrow, and prepare a batch of finished products in advance, especially the popular pineapple buns and wife cakes. Our target sales for the single store is 300,000. Sai Huan responded happily. "Yes, boss, I understand. The potential of this shop has yet to be fully realized." Wang Bingbing suddenly asked, "Heng, should we consider opening another branch?" Chu Heng chuckled and pointed to her forehead. "Silly girl, the dessert business is different from others. There's no need for such a large branch." "Oh, then what should we do?" Wang Bingbing asked, puzzled. She wasn't particularly savvy in business, originally intending to give this shop to Chu Heng just as a starting venture. She hadn't thought about how to expand if the shop became popular. Chu Heng, feeling confident, said, "In the future, the stores can be smaller. Around 100 or 200 square meters will do, because the store no longer needs a large kitchen and won't have to make desserts from scratch. Just focus on sales. The production process can be handled by a large central kitchen." Sai Huan's eyes lit up at his words. "Ha, boss, I understand." Wang Bingbing, after some thought, also realized, and excitedly hugged Chu Heng. Heng, you're so smart. With a central kitchen producing finished 10 semi-finished products, the store can sell and process semi-finished products on site, significantly reducing costs. Chu Heng smiled. "We still need to go for a high-end route. Pricing shouldn't be too low. The emphasis is on service quality and setting. That's how we can differentiate ourselves from similar competitors." Huan, move quickly to finalize the location for the central kitchen, as well as the locations for the stores in each district, and the operational conditions. Once the plan is ready, we'll implement it within a month, forming a preliminary scale. Open 50 directly operated stores in Shenzhen. Sai Huan excitedly exclaimed. "Yes, boss. However, boss, I'm afraid I lack the experience." Sai Huan scratched her head awkwardly. She had never undertaken such a large-scale enterprise before. Chu Heng chuckled. "It's okay. I'll have folks from Bunny Tech guide you. They're experienced." "That's great. Thank you, boss," Sai Huan said happily. Watching Chu Heng guide Sai Huan's work earnestly by the side, Wang Bingbing couldn't help but feel that a man who worked seriously was the most handsome. Suddenly, she had a feeling. Heng is a business genius. In the future, Heng will definitely shine brightly. It would make her father never underestimate him again. Heng is the best. Wang Bingbing thought about working with Chu Heng to build a business in the future, feeling sweet inside. "What are you daydreaming about? Babe, let's go eat. I'm hungry." Chu Heng rubbed her head and said, "Heh, sure." Wang Bingbing smiled with closed eyes, leaning happily on Chu Heng's shoulder. Sai Huan, watching the two, couldn't help but reveal an ant-like smile. The boss and the boss's wife are truly a perfect match, sharing a sweet moment together. These past 2 days, Chu Heng had been handling the dessert shop's work until he could hand it over to Sai Huan. In the morning, as the time for both parents to meet was approaching, Chu Heng planned to prepare gifts in advance, as it was a formal occasion. However, yesterday, Wan Anfu notified him that today was the opening ceremony for the fun company, and he had to attend the ceremony first. Just as he finished grooming, he received a call from Wang Anfu. "Hey Chu, remember to come early. I'm waiting for you at the hotel. Okay. Won bro. I'll be there soon. Chu Heng smiled. Many people are looking forward to meeting you today, curious to meet this financial prodigy, praised Wang Anfu. Chu Heng shook his head with a smile. I'm not a big beauty. There's nothing special to see. Alright, I have to go now. After hanging up the phone, Chu Heng went straight to the Fuhai Hotel. Fuhai Hotel is a luxury first-class hotel, one of the top hotels in Shenzhen, and most of the people entering and leaving ride in luxury cars. DBA brands are common, and the cab Chu Heng took looked out of place among the luxury cars. Taxis couldn't enter the indoor parking lot and had to drop off passengers at the entrance to the outdoor parking lot. Just as Chu Heng got out of the car and was about to walk to the hotel entrance, a clear female voice sounded behind him. Hey, Chu Heng. What are you doing here too? Chu Heng turned around to see a group of people behind him, with a familiar figure in the middle, wearing a blue evening gown with a graceful figure. It was his old classmate Yan Mengli, and her best friend Wu Tong was beside her. Yan Mengli took a few steps forward, tittied her hair and smiled at Chu Heng. I almost thought I got the wrong person. Chu Heng, what a coincidence to meet you here. Yan Mengli's watery eyes were staring at Chu Heng, with a hint of soul-stirring charm. Since the last time Chu Heng showed a somewhat cold and distant attitude towards her, she had secretly felt down for a long time, and had not contacted him again. She had even fallen into self-doubt. Was it because she wasn't pretty enough? Was it because she wasn't gentle enough? Yan Mengli couldn't understand, but she wasn't going to give up. There wasn't a man in this world that Yan Mengli couldn't win over. She stared at Chu Heng, but Chu Heng remained calm, and said, I came here to handle some matters. At this moment, Wu Tong next to them sarcastically asked, Chu Heng, what are you here to do? Looking for a part-time job, applying for a waiter position. Yan Mengli quickly tugged her sleeve, signaling her to be more cautious with her words. However, Chu Heng showed no sign of anger. He simply smiled faintly. In his eyes, this person was just a clown, not worth his attention. Yan Mengli smiled and said, Chu Heng, we are going to attend the opening ceremony of a fun company today, which happens to be held at this hotel. It's on the way. Let's go together. Hearing this, Zhang Quan behind them became unhappy. He went through great lengths to ask his father for a few extra invitations, hoping to show off in front of Yan Mengli, and now this guy was stealing the spotlight. This couldn't stand. Absolutely not. Zhang Quan quickly interrupted, Mengli, it's not on our way with him. We will take the VIP channel later. Oh. Yan Mengli looked a bit disappointed. Zhang Quan adjusted his clothes, took a few steps forward, and proudly said, Chu Heng, we met last time, but we were in a hurry and didn't have time for proper introductions. Zhang Quan is still in school, but recently got a job as an intern analyst at Gojin Securities. Chu Heng casually responded. Zhang Quan was somewhat taken aback, feeling a bit displeased. How could this guy be so indifferent, not even providing the usual pleasantries? Besides, didn't he know about the reputation of Gojin Securities? At this moment, a young man in a suit beside him sneered and said, Brother, my older brother's father is a director at Gojin Securities. Tell me, Gojin Securities is one of the top 10 securities firms in Shenzhen. What does your family do? This group of people who could socialize together were mostly sons of executives from private enterprises, so their backgrounds were extraordinary. If you weren't in their social class, they simply couldn't be bothered. Chu Heng shrugged and replied, What I do is none of your concern. Is there something else, or can I go now? With that, Chu Heng didn't bother with them any longer and left directly. Hey. This guy. Look at this guy. He's really lacking manners. The young man in the suit was furious and couldn't speak clearly. Wu Tong chimed in. He really lacks manners and courtesy. It can't be helped. Some people just don't have good upbringing. The man in the suit shook his head and said, I'm not angry. What's the point in getting angry with a taxi driver? Zhang Quan proudly stated, All right, let's ignore him. He's not on the same level as us. Mengli, in the future, try to avoid interacting with these people. If you end up marrying me, then don't contact these random old schoolmates again. No need to belittle yourself. Yan Mengli spat, her face turning red. Who said anything about marrying you? Gross. In her eyes, Zhang Quan was just one of the good backup options. Discussing marriage was still a long way off. Ha. It's a possibility, Zhang Quan said excitedly. At this moment, His phone rang. He quickly picked it up. "Hello, Dad, haha. Little Quan. I just received news from the chairman that the stock god is coming today." Zhang Quan was overjoyed at the news. "Really? That's great. Recently, there has been a legend circulating within the circle about this incredible stock god, a master who personally shorted the Jukan Group Pan, made billions in profits. There are rumors that some big shots in the Shenzhen financial circle have personally seen his profit charts, operation charts, pinpoint timing with extreme precision, extremely high turnover rate, and a 100% success rate. Every transaction is profitable. This is extremely terrifying. You see, in the domestic stock market, achieving a success rate of 50% is already considered a genius. This is an unprecedented phenomenon in history. When the top figures in the Shenzhen financial circle learned that this person was preparing to establish a fund company, everyone in the circle tried their best to secure investment quotas. Gojin Securities is one of them. Gojin Securities is prepared to invest in this fund company through the Gojin Fund, but they have been unable to make progress as they couldn't establish contact. Zhang Quan also knew about these rumors, but did not expect the mysterious stock god to make an appearance today, making him even more excited. "Son, wait for me at the door. I'm ready. I'll join you shortly. Introduce you to some connections," Zhang Hongfa said with a loud voice, smiling. "Sure thing." Zhang Quan responded excitedly. This is the advantage of having a powerful family background. You can easily gain valuable connections. After the call ended, Wutan saw his joyful expression and curiously asked, "Zhang Sr., why are you so happy? Let me tell you a secret. There will be a big shot appearing at today's opening ceremony." "Ha ha, my idol, a stock god." Zhang Quan laughed. "Stock god? I don't understand." Wutan shook her head, as she knew nothing about the financial industry. "Well, you'll find out later. You guys are really lucky this time. You get to broaden your horizons," Zhang Quan said proudly. Yun Mengli covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "Thank you so much, Senior Zhang." Zhang Quan blushed at being addressed as senior. His expression softened as he looked at Yun Mengli. "As long as you're happy, Mengli." Yun Mengli instinctively avoided his gaze, pretending not to see. This tug-of-war made Zhang Quan feel restless. Wutan quickly interjected, "All right, let's go." Zhang Quan and his group arrived at the entrance to the VIP corridor beside the lobby. There were staff members specifically checking the invitation cards. Only those with an invitation were allowed to enter. Soon, Zhang Quan's father Zhang Hongfa arrived, a middle-aged man with a belly and slick back hair. "Ha ha, son, these are all friends and classmates, right?" Zhang Hongfa grinned as he glanced around. "Yes, Dad. This is Mengli, Wutan, my juniors. I brought them here to have some fun," Zhang Quan replied. Zhang Hongfa could tell from his son's expression who his target was. After taking a look at Yun Mengli, he smiled and said, "Son, you have good taste." Zhang Quan chuckled. "Uncle is just teasing." Yun Mengli pretended to blush. "All right, I have to go in now. You guys have fun," Zhang Hongfa said, patting Zhang Quan's shoulder. Zhang Hongfa then proceeded into the VIP corridor. "I'll go to the bathroom." Yun Mengli smiled and walked towards the restroom on the left. Just as she reached the restroom door, she saw Chu Heng coming out of the men's restroom with a cup of coffee in his hand. "Oh, Chu Heng." Yun Mengli hurriedly approached him, pleasantly surprised. Chu Heng also spotted Yun Mengli. "What's up?" Yun Mengli pouted and asked. "Chu Heng, are you mad at me?" "Zhang Quan and his group are like that. Don't take it to heart." Chu Heng smiled. "I don't care about their opinions. For him, they were just a bunch of kids. Because his family had some money, they acted arrogantly. If you're not mad, then are you mad at me?" Yun Mengli innocently widened her eyes, believing that no man could resist such a look. "Why would I be mad at you? Do you have any business? If not, I'll be on my way." Chu Heng shook his head. "Hey, wait." Yun Mengli grabbed his arm, then pretended to twist her ankle and fell into Chu Heng's arms. "Ouch. It hurts. It looks like I twisted my ankle." Yun Mengli frowned, looking at Chu Heng pitifully. Glancing down, one could tell she was faking it, about to pull her arm away. "What are you doing to Mengli?" Suddenly, a reprimanding voice came. Zhang Quan hurried over and pulled Yun Mengli into his arms. From his perspective just now, it seemed like Chu was holding Yun Mengli's hand, as if taking advantage, which made him angry. "Senior John." Yun Mengli looked puzzled, about to explain, But Zhang Quan didn't listen, angrily throwing a punch at Chu Heng's face, wanting to teach him a lesson and warn him to stay away from Yan Mengli. But before the punch could land, Chu Heng retaliated with a slap across Zhang Quan's face. The loud sound echoed, causing Zhang Quan to almost stumble, his cheek immediately turning red and swollen. "I just didn't want to deal with you. Don't be so arrogant," Chu Heng calmly said, rubbing his wrist. Zhang Quan touched his face, feeling a stinging pain. How dare you hit me? Just you wait." Zhang Quan was about to step forward, but Yan Mengli quickly held him back. "Senior John, stop, you've misunderstood. I just twisted my ankle earlier. It's not what you think," Yan Mengli quickly explained, afraid of further misunderstanding. Zhang Quan stopped, but his eyes glared coldly at Chu Heng. "But I remember this slap, kid." "You wait." Chu Heng shrugged, chuckled. "I'll be waiting." With that, Chu Heng ignored both of them and walked away. Zhang Quan turned to look in the direction Chu Heng left, his gaze fierce. "Senior John, are you okay?" Yan Mengli looked at his visibly swollen and red cheek, worriedly asking. Zhang Quan shook his head. "I'm fine," but talking made his throbbing cheek ache, reminding him that this Chu guy dared to lay a hand on him. "I must find an opportunity to settle this score. Mengli, next time, don't be with that guy. I've never liked him. I'll take care of him sooner or later." Chu Heng entered a side hall through another internal passage. Everyone in the side hall worked for the Henghua Fund Company. This company was founded by Chu Heng and Wang Anfu. Wang Anfu saw Chu Heng appear from afar, quickly walked over and greeted with a smile. "Ha ha, Chu. Why are you only arriving now?" Chu Heng smiled slightly. "Had something holding me up just now." "Hello, Mr. Chu." "Mr. Chu. Good morning, Mr. Chu." Other executives in the company greeted Chu Heng one after another, their eyes filled with admiration. The legendary stock god was right in front of them. Chu Heng greeted everyone with a nod and a smile, exuding an elegant demeanor. The more Wang Anfu looked at him, the more satisfied he felt, thinking that with Chu Heng around, the Wang family could definitely climb higher. Where could they find such an outstanding young man elsewhere? "Come, Chu, take a seat and rest for a bit. When the time comes, we'll start the ceremony," Wang Anfu announced loudly. "All right, I'll go find something to eat first. I came out early and haven't had breakfast yet." Chu Heng shrugged. On the other side, inside the venue, Zhang Quan was applying a warm compress to his face, looking extremely displeased. "Brother John, you really took a big loss this time. Don't worry, I'll contact someone to deal with him for you." "Damn him." A young man in a suit next to him cursed. "All right, let's talk about this later," Zhang Quan said coldly, feeling a surge of anger in his heart that he had no outlet for. Wu Tong chimed in. "Exactly. How could he lay hands on someone? Really lacking in manners. But I must remind you, Chu Hen's skills are quite extraordinary." Remembering the fight in front of Guanwei building last time, those scenes were still vivid in her mind. "Hey, so what if he's extraordinary? Can his bones be harder than steel?" Disdainful, the young man in the suit said. Yan Mengli slapped her forehead, not expecting a misunderstanding to escalate like this. Now that the two had a grudge, she felt uneasy being in the middle. After entering the venue, they found many people inside, all dressed elegantly. The grand hall was beautifully decorated, with tables set up around, offering a variety of food, wine, and desserts, and the staff moving around serving guests. This was Wu Tong's first time at such an event. Looking at everything in front of her, she couldn't help but gape. My goodness, is this what an upper-class social gathering looks like? Everyone is wearing branded clothing, so glamorous. After taking a few more glances, Wu Tong couldn't help being a bit intoxicated. It was as if she had transformed into a socialite, chatting with those socialites. It felt wonderful to blend into such a society. No wonder so many girls aspire to marry into high society. Yan Mengli also looked on with some envy. This was the life of wealthy people. Despite having a good family background, Zhang Quan always felt a considerable distance from the true wealthy families. Real wealthy families probably had assets worth tens of billions. This was one of the reasons why Yan Mengli kept him as a backup plan. If all else failed, Zhang Quan was still a viable choice. As the group found a seat and sat down, Wu Tong suddenly pointed to a distance in surprise. "Look, who is that? Isn't that Chu Heng? How did he get in here?" People followed her gaze and, indeed, saw Chu Heng eating at a table with plenty of food on his plate. "Damn, how did this kid get in without an invitation?" Zhang Quan walked behind Chu Heng briskly and scolded, "You punk, you're quite ballsy to sneak in here to eat and drink." Chu Heng turned around, seeing Zhang Quan and his group, shook his head. "Real bad luck." "Damn, what are you saying? Who's having bad luck? I see you're the one unlucky here," Zhang Quan shouted. By this time, the young man in the suit had brought two security guards over and pointed at Chu Heng. "It's him. This kid definitely didn't have an invite. He sneaked in to eat and drink." Yun Mengli quickly interjected, "That's not right. Chu Heng might have an invitation to get in. You never know." The two guards looked at Chu Heng, who was dressed casually, not looking formal at all and appearing quite out of place. Everyone here was adorned in designer brands from head to toe. "Sir, please show us your invitation," a young security guard approached and asked. The commotion drew the attention of surrounding guests, and many came over to watch. "Kun man, have a look. This guy sneaked in to eat and drink," Zhang Quan loudly proclaimed. The discussion among the young men and women around intensified. "Can it be? Is such a thing really happening? It's so embarrassing. TSK, who is this person? How shameful, so pitiful." Zhang Quan's excitement grew. "Chu Heng, you're going to bring shame upon yourself in public. Haha. Let me at least collect some interest first. Sir, please show your invitation, or else we'll have to ask you to leave," the young security guard sternly demanded. Chu Heng shrugged and smiled. "I don't have an invitation. How could he have an invitation to his company's opening ceremony?" As he spoke, the scene grew even more agitated, with people pointing and murmuring about Chu Heng. Yun Mengli was taken aback, thinking Chu Heng didn't strike her as that kind of person. Zhang Quan exclaimed, "Listen, he just admitted it himself. He doesn't have an invitation. This kid is just here for a free meal. Drag him out quickly." The young security officer brandished an extendable baton saying, "Sir, now please exit the premises." Zhang Quan looked smugly at Chu Heng, sneering, "Chu, get lost. This is not a place for you to stay. If you want to eat, go to the food stalls." "Ha." The two next to him mocked along. "Exactly. No self-awareness." Suddenly, a venue supervisor rushed over, pushing through the crowd, and asked, "What's going on? What happened?" "Supervisor, he doesn't have an invitation," the young security guard reported. The venue supervisor glanced at Chu Heng, then was instantly shocked. "Chu, Mr. Chu, are you all right?" "Mr. Chu." Everyone was puzzled. Zhang Quan was dumbfounded. "What? Chu Heng is addressed as Mr. Chu now. Damn. Mr. Chu is the founder of ManhwaRecap Fund. What invite letter?" The venue supervisor scolded the young security guard harshly. The security guard was perplexed. The scene fell into an uproar. Zhang Quan was even more bewildered. "What? The founder of ManhwaRecap Fund wasn't the stock god? Is he the stock god?" At that moment, a deep voice rang out. "What's happening with so many people crowded here?" The crowd automatically parted, and Wang Anfu led a group of industry big shots over. "Mr. Wan is here." The crowd buzzed with discussion. Wang Anfu had a significant reputation in the industry, an esteemed figure among the older generation of business. "What's going on with Chu, my friend?" Wang Anfu stood next to Chu Heng, looking surprised. As soon as he addressed Chu Heng as "my friend," the scene burst into commotion. My goodness, could this young man be the legendary stock god? Even Wan is so polite to him, and he's the founder of ManhwaRecap. He must be. Wow, such a young stock god. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhang Quan's mind was like a thunderstorm. His head was buzzing. What? He's the stock god. Zhang Quan was completely dumbfounded. He never expected Chu Heng to be the legendary stock god. This is so unexpected. He stood frozen in place, his expression dazed. Even Wu Tong and Yun Mengli were stunned. Yun Mengli snapped out of her daze and her eyes lit up. So, Chu Heng is indeed an extraordinary figure. He is a hidden powerhouse, a big shot. At that moment, the event supervisor quickly explained the situation to Wang Anfu and hastily said, "Mr. Wang, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The new security guard doesn't know any better and ended up bumping into Mr. Chu. I apologize on behalf of our team to you and Mr. Chu." Wang Anfu snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with their explanation, but he did not want to dwell on it and instead turned to Zhang Quan. "What is your name?" Zhang Quan came back to his senses, his expression grim, and weakly reply, "Mr. Wang, my name is Zhang Quan." Suddenly, a well-built middle-aged man pushed his way in. It was none other than Zhang Quan's father, Zhang Hanfa. "Oh no. It turned out that his own son had caused trouble. He had to offend someone. Why did it have to be Mr. Chu? Zhang Hongfu was suddenly filled with rage. He quickly delivered a slap to his son. Smack. The slap was heavy and the sound was very loud. You ungrateful child. You keep causing trouble. Zhang Hongfu was trembling with anger, pointing at his son's nose and scolding loudly. The latter, having been slapped, wore a bewildered expression on his face, but dared not speak up. Zhang Hongfu then turned back to Chu Heng apologetically. Mr. Chu, I'm really sorry. My son has offended you just now. Wang Anfu recognized Zhang Hongfu, but it didn't matter much to him. You're a director at Gojin Securities, right? Yes. Mr. Wang. Zhang Hongfu nodded repeatedly. Chu Heng glanced at the father and son duo, and calmly said, I remember now, there are applications from your company among the reserve list. Zhang Hongfu was taken aback by his words and quickly responded, Yes. Mr. Chu, Gojin Securities is very sincere in cooperating with you. Chu Heng's lips curled into a faint smile. No need, your reserve spots are gone. Please leave. Zhang Hongfu was thunderstruck by his words, standing frozen in place. Many people nearby were gloating. TSK, daring to offend Mr. Chu. Such audacity. This is getting interesting. His reserve spots are gone. Now it might be our turn. Mr. Jian's son is really filial. Such a filial son. Showcasing his filial piety. Zhang Hongfu became anxious and pleaded, Mr. Chu, please give us another chance. This time, he was really laying down military orders. If he didn't fulfill the task, he would face severe punishment upon returning. Moreover, it would greatly affect the company's connections within the industry in the future. These intangible losses were the greatest. He angrily grabbed Zhang Quan, pulled him in front of Chu Heng, and reprimanded, ungrateful child. Quickly apologized to Mr. Chu. Quick. Zhang Quan's face was swollen on both sides, and he was in a state of confusion. Hearing his father, he could only reluctantly apologize to Chu Heng. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. It was my fault just now. Now he felt like a clown in front of all these people. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Chu Heng smiled lightly and said, All right. Stop the show here. Leave. The word leave was sharp, piercing Zhang Quan's ears like a needle. The event supervisor signaled to the two security guards. The guards approached them and said, Gentlemen, please leave. Zhang Hongfu's face turned purple with anger and he looked very displeased. Feeling embarrassed, he decided that his face had been thoroughly lost and didn't want to continue disgracing himself here, so he just grabbed Zhang Quan and left. Chu Heng also turned and walked away, and the crowd dispersed, leaving a group of financial tycoons surrounding Chu Heng. Mr. Chu, our joint fund wants to invest 1 billion. Can you consider it? Mr. Chu, let's find time to talk about things later. Hey. Mr. Chu, we are part of the aerospace fund. Please consider working with us. We are very sincere. Wu Tong and Yun Menli watched as Chu Heng, surrounded by financial figures, left like the center of the universe. At that moment, Chu Heng's figure in the eyes of the two women suddenly grew taller. My goodness, I never imagined that Chu Heng's status is so high. He is actually a hidden wealthy man. Yun Mengli shook her head and said, In this circle, it seems that having money alone is not enough. Did you not see? Even Zhang Quan's father had to plead with Chu Heng for something just now, and many of those people are big shots in the financial world. They all seem to have business matters to discuss with Chu Heng. Chu Heng is really not simple, Wu Tong said somewhat shamefully. We really underestimated him. Chu Heng is like a big golden turtle. Let's go. Menli. Yun Mengli smiled faintly and said, Go? Where to? I'm not leaving, but Zhang Sr., he's already left. Should we continue staying here? Wu Tong asked in surprise. Yun Mengli took out her phone, immediately blocking Zhang Quan, and said, We are not related to Zhang Sr. now. I want to stay here and see what happens. Wu Tong was surprised by Yun Menli's decisive action to remove Zhang Quan from her contacts. Considering he was one of her important backup options, it seemed she had made up her mind to pursue Chu Heng. Xiaolei, it seems that approaching Chu Heng isn't going to be easy. Are you really considering Chu Heng? Wu Tong asked softly. Yun Mengli flicked her wavy curls and said seriously, Of course, in my eyes, Chu Heng is simply the perfect partner. He's good-looking, strong physique, young, wealthy, influential, and his future is limitless. Such a target is every girl's dream lover. No matter how difficult it is, I believe I can win him over by any means necessary. On the other side, outside the hotel, a Rolls-Royce pulled up. Smack! Zhang Hongfa delivered another slap to Zhang Quan's face, trembling with anger. Look at you. More failures than successes. Why did you offend Chu Heng? Out of all people, why him? How am I supposed to move in the financial circle in Shenzhen in the future? Do you know how much power Chu Heng holds now? How much influence he has? He is now the darling of the entire financial circle in Shenzhen. Everyone wants to be associated with him. To follow him is to follow the god of wealth. You offended him. Doesn't that mean offending others, god of wealth? Idiot! Zhang Hongfa scolded. Zhang Quan looked aggrieved, thinking to himself, I didn't know. Right now, he deeply regretted his actions. So, Dad, what should we do now? Zhang Quan lowered his head, afraid to meet his father's eyes. Zhang Hongfa gave him a punch on the head, scolding. What can we do? We must try to appease Chu Heng's anger as much as possible. We must find a way to repair our relationship with Chu Heng at all costs. Inside the hotel, the opening ceremony proceeded as planned, with hundreds of guests present. After Wan Anfu delivered his speech on stage, a song and dance performance was arranged. Following that was a closed-door meeting. There were only over 20 people present, the final selection comprising financial companies with investment shares. The individuals seated were all prominent figures in the financial industry. At that moment, they were eagerly watching Chu Heng. Wang Anfu was the first to speak, saying, Next, please let you speak to us about future plans. The crowd erupted in applause. Everyone was waiting to hear what Chu Heng had to say. Chu Heng glanced at the crowd and smiled. I have already positioned the first batch of raised funds in the US stock market. This time, we will focus on stock incremental growth. Within a month, I will triple the initial 10 billion profit, then diversify the investments and introduce the second 10 billion funding for further diversification. Once diversification is complete, we will consider fully opening up to private equity. However, my fundraising focus is not domestic, but international. Wall Street. They are like a pack of wolves, but when there are enough benefits, even a pack of wolves will fight among themselves and devour each other. What I want to do is use Wall Street's money to earn money from Wall Street. The crowd was excited to hear Chu Heng's words. Great. Previously, they were the ones coming to our markets to drain us. Now it's our turn. Exactly. It's time to teach them a lesson. Wall Street institutions are like a pack of wolves. We'll take them down. Everyone present understood the implications. It was an opportunity to make a fortune. Following Chu Heng would lead to profits. Wang Anfu applauded and said, Good. Chu, go ahead and do as you wish. I will definitely support you. To Wall Street, leave no one standing. Ha ha ha. The closed-door meeting lasted for over an hour, and the performance ended as well, marking the conclusion of the opening ceremony. In the hall, Yun Mengli's gaze swept around, but she couldn't find Chu Heng's figure anywhere. Where did Chu Heng go? Wu Tong looked towards the distant corridor and suddenly saw a group of people coming out from inside, with Chu Heng in the lead. Mengli. Look, over there. Yun Mengli followed her direction. Chu Heng was walking out from a corridor, surrounded by people who were treating him with utmost respect. As the group emerged, they immediately caught the attention of the surrounding guests. Chu Heng walked towards the exit amidst the onlookers. Yun Mengli and Wu Tong hurriedly followed. Wang Anfu, in the crowd, wanted to detain Chu Heng to have a meal together, but Chu Heng politely declined. I have some matters to attend to. Grandpa Bing Bing, you know what day it is tomorrow? Chu Heng reminded him. Wang Anfu slapped his forehead, realizing that tomorrow was the day their parents were supposed to meet. Ha ha. I got so excited I almost forgot about that. You go ahead and take care of your business. I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Wang Anfu laughed heartily. Mr. Chu, let us escort you out. A middle-aged man in a suit warmly offered. Yes. Let us see you off. Others chimed in. No need. I appreciate the offer. Chu Heng smiled and bid farewell to the crowd before leaving. As soon as he exited the hall, Yun Mengli quickly ran up from behind. Chu Heng, wait a moment. Yun Mengli called out frantically. Chu Heng halted and turned to her and saw Yun Mengli and Wu Tong panting as they caught up. What's the matter? Chu Heng asked nonchalantly. Yun Mengli took a deep breath and with an extremely charming tone said, Chu Heng, I'm truly sorry for what happened before. I didn't expect Zhang Quan to be that kind of person. Chu Heng smiled. I didn't care about who he was. Such characters were not worth his attention. Yun Mengli played with her hair and said, as long as you're not mad at me, we'll be leaving soon too. Can you take us back together? Implying she wanted Chu Hen to accompany them part of the way. It's out of the way, and not convenient. Chu Heng replied directly, oh. Yun Mengli was taken aback, not expecting Chu Heng to reject her so straightforwardly. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. I have things to take care of. Chu Heng smiled and turned to leave. He didn't care about Yun Mengli's feelings at all. Yun Mengli and Wu Tong were both left dumbfounded. They never expected Chu Heng to simply walk away and not give them a chance. How annoying. Yun Mengli stomped her foot in frustration. Wu Tong chuckled. I told you, Mengli, Chu Hen isn't easy to get. Yun Mengli gritted her teeth. I won't give up. After leaving the hotel, Chu Heng bought some gifts to prepare for the next day, then went to the Yun Haichia private club. Introduced by Wang Anfu, Yun Haichia was an extremely high-end private club with beautiful scenery and surroundings. Renting a yard for a day cost 100,000 yuan. For an average person, that amount was a year's living expenses. But for Chu Hen, with a wealth of billions, it was just a drop in the bucket. With so much money and nowhere to spend it, managing his fortune had become a headache. After finishing his tasks, Chu Heng returned home, where Wang Bingbing and Ho Zuking were making dumplings. When Wang Bingbing saw Chu Heng return, she was very happy and exclaimed, Heng Hen is back. Look at the dumplings I made for you. Chu Heng walked over to take a look and confirmed that they were indeed misshapen, just like Bingbing's style. Ahem, not bad. Wang Bingbing pouted, it's just slightly ugly. Ha ha, keep up the good work. Chu Heng ruffled her hair. Suddenly, Mother Ho Zuking asked, son, when we meet Bingbing's parents tomorrow, what gift should we prepare? Chu Heng smiled. Mom, I've already prepared everything. Ho Zuking was pleasantly surprised. That's very responsible of you, son. At that moment, Father Chu Zhang stepped out of the room with two suits in hand and asked, wife, which suit should I wear tomorrow? Both suits were a bit old, but Chu Zhang, being thrifty, couldn't bear to throw them away. These two, aren't they a bit outdated? Shouldn't we buy something new? Ho Zuking suggested. Chu Zhang frowned and said, new suits are quite expensive. Decent ones now cost a few thousand at least. Our son is going to marry Bingbing in the future, so let's save some money and prepare a betrothal gift for him. Chu Heng slapped his forehead and advised, Dad, no need for that. I discussed with Bingbing, and in the future, if we get married, there's no need for a betrothal gift. Young people today have new views on love and marriage. Chu Zhang glared at Chu Heng. How can there be no betrothal gift? It's inappropriate, and it would be a laughingstock if word got out. Chu Heng shook his head with a smile, realizing that the older generation's mindset wouldn't change all of a sudden. He quickly changed the subject. Dad, I've arranged for someone to come and tailor a suit for you. It'll be ready tonight. Tailored at your place. Isn't that very expensive? Chu Zhang was skeptical. It's not expensive, and the custom tailoring service is go. They measure and tailor clothes based on your body size, making them comfortable to wear. Chu Heng said with a smile. Really not expensive? It won't cost several thousand, right? Chu Zhang continued to ask. Chu Heng reassured. Dad, don't worry about that too much. Just get yourself a couple of new outfits. Money is meant to be spent. Chu Zhang replied with a stern face. What about saving some money for your wedding? If you work your whole life and still can't save much, but 10,000 should be affordable. When you get married, Dad will buy you a car. You're getting married. Not having a car is unacceptable. Chu Heng chuckled. The older generation was always like this, never considering themselves, always for their children. Ordinary people need to buy a house, a car, provide a dowry for a wedding. These three things alone cost at least 100,000. Young people who have just started working don't have much money, and most of it still comes from their parents. As parents, they feel it's only natural for their children to rely on them. But Chu Heng didn't lack money now, and the Wang family, being a rich family, certainly didn't lack money. If his father knew the financial situation of the Bing family, he would probably be shocked, right? Dad, let's not worry about these things for now. We can discuss it later. Just focus on having a good time with Bingbing's parents tomorrow and getting to know them. Chu Heng shook his head and said with a smile. Beside him, Wang Bingbing also advised. Yes, uncle, I discussed with Heng Heng that we don't need dowries, houses, or cars. We can earn them ourselves. Please rest assured. Ho Zuking put down her work and said with a smile, listen, the kids are so ambitious. Don't worry too much. Chujong finally stopped and said, all right, but son, make sure to tell the tailor not to use too expensive materials for the suits. Just average quality is enough. We don't need to waste that money. All right, Dad. Whatever you say. Chu Heng smiled. After having a meal of dumplings together, Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing returned to their room. In the dining room, only Chujong and Ho Zuking were left. Hey, wife, do you think Bingbing's parents are easy to talk to? Chujong looked a bit worried. Actually, he was a bit nervous. It was about his son's lifelong event, so it better go smoothly without any hitches. Ho Zuking smiled and comforted. Bingbing is such a smart and obedient child. Her parents must be reasonable people. Don't worry too much. How can I not worry? Do you know, today at the supermarket in the community, I was chatting with the owner. Do you know how much a square in our Hanjin community costs? Chujong looked serious. How much is it per square meter? Ho Zuking was a bit curious. Located in the central area of Kainhai, and with a nice environment, she guessed the housing prices were not cheap, but hadn't inquired about them. It's 110,000 per square meter. 110,000. Chujong lowered his voice, shocked. What? 110,000 per square meter? Ho Zuking gasped, also shocked by the housing price. Chujong continued, just this house alone would be over 10 million, right? And Bingbing said this isn't rented, it's the house her parents gave her. Bingbing's family must be very wealthy, right? They must have tens of millions in assets. Hearing this, Ho Zuking gasped again. She knew the Wang Bingbing family was well off, but she didn't expect it to be this good. Tens of millions in assets would make them wealthy in Shenzhen. In that case, Bingbing's family is indeed quite wealthy. Chujong nodded earnestly. Yes, with assets in the tens of millions, they are among the few affluent families in Shenzhen. They are much wealthier than our family. Anyway, think about it. If our son marries Bingbing, and if there is no dowry, no decent car, how would her family view our son? Wouldn't it be like living off your wife? Hence, although our son says he won't prepare a dowry, he probably just wants it to look good on the surface. But a car is a must. At least a B-class car worth 100,000. Ho Zuking thought for a moment and nodded, finding his reasoning valid. You're right. When you talk to our son later, let's offer to pay for the car so that he can buy one. We shouldn't be embarrassed in front of the future in-laws. Chujong solemnly said, the car must be at least 100,000. We can buy a BBA, which is more prestigious. Also, tomorrow we have to meet Bingbing's parents. This first meeting is very important. The success of the children's relationship depends on how this meeting goes. To be honest, I'm a bit nervous about it, Chujong said, clearly showing his concern. Ho Zuking comforted him. Relax, as the saying goes, everything will be all right when the time comes. As the two were talking, the doorbell rang suddenly. It should be the tailors coming to take measurements. Please go open the door. Ho Zuking got up and said. Chujong went to open the door, and there were two young men in smart suits with white gloves outside. Hello, we are the tailors from Shichao Tailored Suits. Is Mr. Chujong home? The leader of the two bowed and asked. Oh, to make suits, right? Please come in. Chujong replied, ushering the two men in. After they introduced themselves, they immediately started taking measurements of Chujong's entire body. Curious, Chujong asked, how much does it cost to make this suit? The price varies with different materials and specifications, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. Which price range would you like to know about? One of the tailors, measuring his back, answered seriously. My goodness, is it really that expensive? Chujong was astonished. After about 10 minutes of measurement, the two men finished sizing him up and were preparing to leave with their equipment. Chujong took out his wallet and asked, it's late now. You guys have worked hard. How much do I owe for these custom-made suits? I'll pay. One of the tailors was surprised and said respectfully, Sir, Mr. Chu has already paid us in advance. Oh, already paid. How much was it? He curiously asked again. For your two suits, it totals 300,000. The tailor smiled. What? What? Chujong was dumbfounded. Beside him, Ho Zuking was also shocked. This number stirred up a storm in their hearts. They looked at the tailor with eyes full of astonishment. The tailor had to repeat, Sir, it's 300,000. Gasp. Chujong gasped. 300,000. It's enough to cover the living expenses of an ordinary family for 2 years. When did their son become so wealthy? After the two tailors bid farewell and left, Chujong and Hozuking were still in a state of disbelief. These two suits are too expensive. But where did our son get so much money? Chujong still found it hard to believe. Hozuking suddenly had a flash of insight and whispered, "Husband, what if it's money given by Bingbing?" Chujong slapped his forehead, smiled bitterly. "If that's the case, then it seems our son is enjoying his privileges." "Ah, forget it. This is also our son's good fortune. Nowadays, not many people can even live off someone else," Hozuking said helplessly, trying to make herself feel better. After all, no matter what parents are like, they all hope for their children to succeed, preferably by earning a living through their own abilities. Chujong said seriously, "That won't work. Men still need to earn money to support their families. You can't live off others forever, can you? If that's the case, how can we get respect from our future in-laws?" Suddenly he thought of something and said to Hozuking, "Wife, turn around and ask Ice, their family, details about their background. If it really is a family of multimillionaires, then we'll be under pressure." "All right, tomorrow I'll go and find out more," Hozuking nodded. Late at night, in the room, Chueng was lying on the bed playing with his tablet, looking at the Hengyuan group report. Wang Bingbing finished washing up and came out wearing a pink nightgown. Heng, do you think my dad will have a good talk with Uncle and Annie tomorrow?" Wang Bingbing was worried about how the conversation would go. Chueng closed the screen, put down the tablet, and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, your grandpa, dad and little brother will be there. I believe your dad won't make things difficult for me." Wang Bingbing climbed onto the bed, wrapped her arms around Chueng's waist, and snuggled up to him like a koala bear. Looking up, she asked, Heng, what did my dad tell you last time? Judging by his temper, he probably set some conditions, right?" Chueng rubbed her head affectionately. "Don't worry, he didn't say much. Just asked me not to bully you. I spoil you too much." Wang Bingbing blushed, her face full of happiness. "Heh, that's good." Chueng smiled, not wanting her to know yet. If she found out that her future father-in-law offered $1 billion condition, she would probably have a falling out with him. Now, the last major obstacle between him and Bingbing is the father-in-law. But $1 billion fortune, for Chueng, was more than enough in a year. Wang Bingbing nestled in Chueng's arms, feeling full of happiness and security. "Being with Heng is really great. This is the happiest thing in my life." She smiled sweetly, her eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and she fell asleep. After making sure she was asleep, Chueng gently put her on the bed and kissed her forehead. "Baby, rest assured, you'll be the happiest woman in the world." Wang Bingbing's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if she was responding to him. The next morning, Chueng got up early, washed up, and saw that his parents were already awake. His father, Chujong, was trying on a new suit. Indeed, clothes make the man, and when Chujong put on this suit, he felt spirited and elegant. "Dad, this suit looks really nice on you," Chueng complimented. Chujong adjusted the button on his neck, saying, "This suit costs 150,000 yuan. Can it be bad?" Chueng chuckled, not expecting his father to know the price, but it seemed like he also accepted it. Hozuking turned and asked, "Son, where are we meeting today?" "We're going to a private club. I've already made arrangements. We can leave later and have brunch there," Chueng replied. When Chujong heard the words private club, he couldn't help but ask, "Isn't it expensive?" "It's okay, not very expensive," Chueng smiled. 100,000 yuan a day was indeed not very expensive. Not expensive is go. A couple thousand yuan is enough. Don't make it too expensive. I've seen many hotels where you can have brunch for over 2,000 yuan. Chujong nodded. "Well, it's almost the same, just a bit more expensive." Chueng quickly changed the subject. "Mom, I'm going to wake Bingbing up, and we'll leave together." "All right, go ahead." Hozuking smiled. Chueng turned and headed back to the room. Soon, after Wang Bingbing finished washing up, she came out. "Good morning, and Uncle," Wang Bingbing politely greeted. Seeing that Chueng didn't come out, Hozuking pulled Wang Bingbing to a corner of the living room and looked mysterious. "Ding, you spent a lot yesterday. Don't spend so much money in the future," Hozuking said seriously. "Huh?" Wang Bingbing scratched her head, looking confused. Thinking she was pretending not to know, Hozuking laughed. "All right, we all know. I don't blame you either. By the way, I want to ask you something. You should be prepared when you meet your parents. Wang Bingbing nodded in surprise, saying, Aunt, go ahead and ask. Your family still has a grandpa. What does your grandpa do? This was a way to indirectly inquire about the financial status of Wang Bingbing's family. Well, I'm not sure what my grandpa has been up to recently, but he retired quite early, probably going around having fun. Wang Bingbing answered, retired already. I see. Ho Zuking nodded, realizing that her grandpa was retired and their family situation wasn't that special. What about your grandpa? He must have retired too, right? Ho Zuking continued to ask. Yes. And my grandpa has also retired. Wang Bingbing smiled and replied. Which unit did he retire from? Ho Zuking asked. Wang Bingbing thought carefully and said, I think it's from the military. She wasn't very sure, but she remembered that his rank was high. She just forgot what rank he retired at. Anyway, in her childhood, she remembered seeing people with stars on their shoulders visiting him from time to time. Realizing this, Ho Zuking said, I see, so he retired as a non-commissioned officer in the military, right? Yes, that should be it. Looks like your family isn't that wealthy after all, Ho Zuking said with relief. It's probably just tens of millions, quite well off in Shenzhen. She felt relieved and asked, Bingbing, what kind of business does your family do? Wang Bingbing thought about it, as the Wang family was involved in many industries. Well, it's a bit mixed. We seem to sell everything. Wang Bingbing answered truthfully. Ho Zuking was astonished. Bingbing, does your family own a department store? Yes, we do. There's one in Shenzhen, I think. Wang Bingbing answered truthfully. She remembered that there was indeed a super large department store developed and managed by the Wang family, also one of the landmarks in Shenzhen, although she had never been there. Ho Zuking was shocked. My goodness, to open a department store in a prime location in Shenzhen. They must be rich. More than 10 million family wealth, maybe hundreds of millions. Ho Zuking quickly held her hand and asked seriously, Bingbing, tell me, is your family worth tens of millions? Wang Bingbing was stunned. Tens of millions? Ahem, auntie, our family might be a bit more than tens of millions. What? More? Ho Zuking was greatly surprised. She knew that Wang Bingbing's family was wealthy, but she hadn't expected them to be this wealthy. Possibly worth tens of millions. Her son really was lucky. However, if the Bingbing family was so well off, it might be difficult for the two of them to marry, right? What if the elders in the Wang family disapproved of Chuhan? For a moment, Ho Zuking couldn't help but feel a little worried. When Wang Bingbing saw the expression on Ho Zuking's face, she quickly said, Auntie, hang on, I don't care about each other's family background. We truly like each other. Ho Zuking relaxed her expression and smiled, saying, Yes, as long as you two are together, that's all that matters. Heh, Auntie, I'm a little hungry. I'll go eat something first. Wang Bingbing got up and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Ho Zuking quickly called Chujan over and told him about the information she had just obtained indirectly. Chujan also had a surprised look on his face after listening. Worth tens of millions. Chujan exclaimed. No wonder Bingbing is so extravagant just like that. This could be a problem now, with the girl's family being so wealthy. It might be hard to get along during the meeting. Chujan also started to worry. Ho Zuking smiled bitterly and said, There's nothing we can do now, let's take it step by step. Last time when our son went to the Wang family, there wasn't any issue. This time should also go smoothly, right? She sounded a bit uncertain as she said this. After the family was ready, they took a taxi to the meeting place. On the other side, inside a Bentley car, Wang Xiangrong was dressed formally in a suit, while Liu Ningxiang looked elegant in a kipao. She was fixing her makeup in the car and humming a tune, clearly in a good mood. On the other hand, Wang Xiangrong didn't look too happy. He turned to Liu Ningxiang and asked, Why are you so happy today? It's not something to celebrate. Liu Ningxiang replied with a smile. Why not? It's a good thing to meet Xu Heng's parents. The families can get closer. And we can also discuss the children's matters. Wang Xiangrong grunted in dissatisfaction, saying, What's there to discuss? They haven't even met each other yet. Liu Ningxiang stopped her actions and looked at his displeased face, then chuckled. Don't be so upset. It's not like we're discussing marriage or anything. Look at how anxious you are. Wang Xiangrong coldly said, I won't talk if they want to talk. Oh. By the way, isn't Bingbing's grandpa coming today? Liu Ningxian shook her head and replied, Dad has been pretty busy lately. I haven't heard him mention it. Wang Xiangran's expression showed a hint of relief and he said, It's good if he doesn't come. We don't need to bother him. If no one reminds him, he might forget. Liu Ningxian continued to do her makeup, saying, We can't say for sure. At 9 in the morning, a business car entered the ManhwaRecap club. On both sides of a road were green willows and pavilions. Under the morning sun, water vapor rose, creating a fairyland-like atmosphere. This was a typical Suzhou-style garden landscape, quite rare in the deep city of the province. Chuzhang and Hozuking looked around at the scenery. Chuzhang praised, The scenery in this park is really nice. It's so big and spacious. Yes, such a beautiful park should be quite famous. How come we hadn't heard of this place before? Hozuking asked in confusion. As the car reached halfway up the hill, they could overlook a part of the garden landscape, which was extremely beautiful. Suddenly, Chuzhang noticed something strange and asked in confusion, Hey, son, this park. Why does it seem like there are no tourists? Chuzhang smiled and replied, Dad, that's because this isn't a park. This is the ManhwaRecap club. What? This, such a big place, is a private club. Chuzhang widened his eyes and was momentarily stunned. Chuzhang was a bit confused. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 10 acres of land. Is there really such a large private club in the world? Poverty does limit appearances. This is so big. Hozuking was also amazed. Just as they were shocked, the car stopped in front of a Chinese-style building. This is ManhwaRecap Biwan. As they got off the car, two beautiful women in cheongsams greeted them. Mr. Chu, your book Biwan is ready. Please. One of the beautiful women with her hair coiled spoke to Chu Heng. Chu Heng nodded, then followed the two hosts to the Biwan lobby. The lobby was antique, with furniture made of redwood and many porcelain and jade ornaments. Chuzhang looked around at the surroundings. It was his first time in such a place. He couldn't help but exclaim, Booking this place must cost quite a bit, right? Dad, it's not much, it's not expensive, just relax. Chu Heng smiled. After everyone sat down, rows of waiters came with tea and desserts. Wang Bingbing took a handful of melon seeds, knocked their shells for Chu Heng, then showed him the peeled seeds. Ah, Heng, open up, I'll feed you. Chu Heng also cooperated by opening his mouth, enjoying her feeding. Seeing the two of them so sweet, Hozuking also felt at ease. Love between two people. Money should not be a barrier. Ding ding. When will your parents arrive? Chuzhang asked. Wang Bingbing looked at the time and said, It should be soon. Just as she finished speaking, the sound of a car engine outside, followed by footsteps. Wang Bingbing stood up and saw her parents coming in. Mom, Dad. Wang Bingbing ran over joyfully, shouting, Ding ding. You're here so soon. Are all the guests here? Liu Ningxian walked into the hall and also saw Chu Heng's parents, nodding amiably. Yes. Wang Bingbing nodded, then introduced them to each other with Chu Heng. Chuzhang saw Wang Xiangran and sensed a hint of coldness in his gaze. Oh no. It feels like things won't be so smooth. On the other hand, Liu Ningxian warmly welcomed both of them. Let's all sit down and chat. No need to stand. It's weird. Haha. Everyone sat down. Dishes were served one after another, and both sides chatted while eating. However, there was a slightly strange atmosphere at the dining table. This strange atmosphere stemmed from Wang Xiangran. Wang Bingbing pulled on Chu Heng's clothes and said, My dad has a serious face again. She was worried that the negotiation wouldn't go well. Chu Heng patted her hand, comforting her. It's okay. At that moment, the conversation turned to Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing. Hozuking slyly said to Liu Ningxian, These two kids are doing well. It would be great if they could get married in a year or two. Liu Ningxian looked at Wang Bingbing and smiled. As long as the daughter finds it suitable, young people nowadays have their own opinions. Let them decide for themselves. Thanks, Mom, Wang Bingbing said happily. Hozuking and Chuzhang exchanged a glance, showing a hint of joy on their faces. Seeing that Bingbing's mother didn't seem to object, and even voice some agreement, things seemed to be going smoothly. Bingbing's mother agreed. Suddenly, Wang Xiangran said coldly, There's no rush for this matter. Both of them haven't graduated yet. Whether it's suitable or not needs to be tested over time. This statement poured cold water over the somewhat cheerful atmosphere. Chuzhang dryly laughed and broke the awkwardness. Haha, let's talk about it later. Indeed, we can't rush it. He took a few bites of food and used the opportunity of taking gifts to pull Ho Zuking outside. Once outside, in the courtyard, Chujong looked troubled. Wife, it seems like Bingbing's father has some opinions. Ho Zuking sighed. Not just some opinions, but quite strong ones. She could tell that Wan Xiangran was strongly against it. It's going to be difficult now. I guess Bingbing's grandfather and grandmother will also oppose it, Chujong said helplessly. Ho Zuking shook her head. Maybe our son told us good news last time just to make us feel at ease. Chujong furrowed his brows, sighed, shook his head, and fell silent. They went to get the gifts from the car, all prepared by Chu Heng, given in their names. Liu Nangxiang's gift was a pressure stick made of 1,000-year-old argarwood, beautifully carved with birds and beasts. Very antique and beautiful, she loved it. The gift for Wan Xiangran was a jade thumb ring, which also seemed quite valuable. Thank you. Chu Heng really put in some effort. Liu Nangxiang smiled gratefully. She knew these gifts were probably chosen by Chu Heng. It seemed Chu Heng really knew his preferences. Chu Heng smiled. And, it's just a small gift. Although these gifts were valuable, it was a drop in the bucket for Chu Heng considering his current wealth. Plus, it was a way to further gain favor with his future in-laws, so these gifts were necessary. Chujong saw Liu Nangxiang's delight and felt relieved. But when he looked at Wan Xiangran, who still remained aloof, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. What should he do? At that moment, a hearty laugh came from outside. Ha ha, Chu old buddy, I'm not late, am I? Chujong was taken aback. Huh, who's calling me? Chu old buddy. I don't have such a close acquaintance in Shenzhen. Ho Zuking looked at him in confusion and asked softly, Honey, did your friend come? Grandpa's here. Wang Bingbing happily ran out to welcome him. Chujong was even more dumbfounded. Grandpa Bingbing? Then he really didn't know him at all. He glanced at Wan Xiangran, only to see a helpless expression on his face. At that moment, Wang Anfu walked in with big steps. Chu old buddy. Wang Anfu extended his hand towards Chujong. Chujong, looking bewildered, thought Wang Anfu was calling out to him, and quickly extended his hand. But before he could fully extend it, Wang Anfu reached Chu Heng's hand from behind. Chu old buddy, sorry for the traffic on the road. Hope I'm not late? Ha ha. Wang Anfu warmly shook Chu Heng's hand. Chujong, Ho Zuking. Oh my god, what's going on? How dare Grandpa Bingbing be so affectionate towards his son like this? And calling him buddy. This is just beyond belief. Totally outrageous. Both of them were completely dumbfounded. Bro, I'm not late. Just getting started. Let me introduce, this is my dad. My mom. Chu Heng smiled, then introduced them to Wang Anfu. Wang Anfu then realized and slapped his forehead, quickly turned around and shook hands with the two. You must be Chu old buddy's parents. Today is a good day. Magpies were chattering in the morning. Turns out there's a happy event. Were you just discussing Bingbing and Buddy's marriage? Wang Anfu asked eagerly. Marriage business. Chujong was dumbfounded. Wan Xiangran, Dad, are you here specifically to spoil my game? Ho Zuking tugged at the corner of her mouth. Grandpa Bingbing, this is to direct. But it's clear that he is very supportive. This is a good thing. Grandpa Bingbing, we haven't delved into this deeply yet, but this is definitely something we can discuss. Ho Zuking followed the trend and smiled. Wang Anfu nodded solemnly, saying, Yes, we must discuss this. It's rare that all of you are here. Let's sit down together and discuss it properly. Anyway, in my opinion, the sooner the better. Why not get married during the Lunar New Year? PFF. Wan Xiangran suddenly sprayed out his tea. Cough, cough. Dad, go ahead. Don't rush to talk. First have something to eat. Wan Xiangran hurriedly got up and pulled him down. Chujong and Ho Zuking were pleasantly surprised by this. It seems that Grandpa Bingbing's support is extraordinary. Now there are two people in Bingbing's family supporting them. Wang Anfu had just been pulled to his seat. At this moment, there was another voice at the door. Brother Chu, today I brought some good wine. Let's all taste it. Everyone turned to look and saw Grandpa Bingbing's father, Liu Qiejun, striding in with 2 bottles of old wine. Grandpa, Wang Bingbing exclaimed in surprise. Wan Xiangran slapped his forehead, feeling extremely frustrated. Why is even the father-in-law here to join in the fun? Wang Bingbing went up to greet him, then introduced his clothes to Liu Qiejun. When Liu Qiejun heard that they were Chu Heng's parents, he warmly shook hands with them. Ha ha, to be able to raise a great talent like Brother Chu must be extraordinary. Today, let's have a good time. We definitely won't leave until we're drunk, Liu Qiejin warmly said to Chuzhang. Chuzhang was speechless on the spot. How did it become brother now? Son, what have you done? How did you turn Grandpa Bingbing and Grandpa into brothers? Liu Qiejin pulled Chuzhang to sit down, poured him a glass of wine, then raised his glass, saying, 3 cups in the morning, 3 cups in the evening. We won't leave until we're drunk. Cheers. Chuzhang absent-mindedly clinked glasses. After downing a glass, he felt warm all over. After Liu Qiejin finished his drink, he looked at Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing, smiling. In-laws, when do you think the 2 kids would be suitable for a wedding? PFF. Wang Xiangran once again sprayed out his tea. Father-in-law, how come you start calling them in-laws just like that? Why is everyone so eager? What's going on? How come no one is treating me seriously? Wang Xiangran tried to say something to Liu Qiejin, but he ignored him and turned to Chuzhang enthusiastically, saying, in-laws, brother Chu and Bingbing are so compatible, have good feelings, why not celebrate some happy event this year? And maybe I can hold my great-grandson next year, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Bingbing blushed and said, Grandpa, everything will fall into place naturally. Chuzhang was very happy. He didn't expect both elders from the Wang family to support them. That's great. I'm fine with it. The sooner the marriage, the better. I feel relieved, but ultimately it depends on the wishes of the 2 children. Chuzhang chuckled. Unexpectedly, the topic of Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing's marriage came up through the conversation. Everyone at the table discussed the topic with great enthusiasm. Only Wang Xiangran sat there with a black face, sipping his tea alone. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Both sets of parents had already planned where the children would go to school, what classes they would take, and even what university they would attend. I think, in the future, my great-grandson should start his own business. So, I'll prepare some startup funds for him, regardless of gender. Let's say, 1 billion to start with. Wang Anfu gestured generously. We don't need to rush this. I think it's better to join the army first. There's a saying, regretting being a soldier for 2 years, regret not being one for a lifetime. Liu Qiejin argued. I don't oppose joining the army, but perhaps starting a business is better. Wang Anfu insisted. Liu Qiejin became stubborn. Join the army is better. What's good about starting a business? Starting a business is better. Join the army is better. The 2 old men unexpectedly started to arguing. The others were left dumbfounded. Wang Xiangran, how did it escalate to this point? He quickly intervened. Dad, old man, can we stop for now? Get out of the way. Both old men almost shouted at him in unison. Wang Xiangran, oh, why am I the one getting hurt all the time? At that moment, Chu Heng spoke up with a smile. Brothers, how about? I have a few more kids. Liu Qiejin and Wang Anfu turned to look at Chu Heng simultaneously and said, good idea. Wang Bingbing blushed by the sigh and quietly pinched Chu Heng, embarrassed. Heng, are you treating me like a sow? Chu Heng put his arm around her waist and whispered, aren't you willing? HMPH. I am. Wang Bingbing responded immediately in a low voice. She dreamed of raising children with Chu Heng, having a happy and complete family. Those days would be so good. Regardless, at least they would have 2, preferably twins. Ha, Brother Chu, you guys should discuss it more. When do you want to hold the wedding? Make sure it's lively. Wang Anfu said happily, full of anticipation. Chu Heng nodded. Okay. In fact, he had long thought about organizing a grand wedding for Wang Bingbing. Yes, a grand wedding. It would be the most sensational wedding ever. Wang Xiangran couldn't bear to let everyone continue the discussion, otherwise the wedding day would soon be decided. Wait a minute. This matter needs to be carefully considered. We mustn't rush it. Bingbing hasn't even graduated yet. Wang Xiangran hurriedly said. Liu Qiejin stared at him and asked, even without graduating, they can still get married, as long as they're of age. What? Are you opposed to it? Wang Anfu also stared at him coldly. Do you have any objections? Under the intense and sharp gaze of these 2 old men, Wang Xiangran suddenly started sweating. Cough. I think my wife might have some opinions, right, dear? Wang Xiangran turned to Liu Ningxian for help. Liu Ningxian said, in surprise, I have no objections. Wang Xiangran, wife, what are you saying? I'm your husband. Liu Ningxian realized at this moment Tan gave him an apologetic look. The look in her eyes was like, Sorry, I can't help you either. Wang Xiangran was almost in tears, as now he couldn't even argue back. Dad, old man, shall we reconsider this? Wang Xiangran forced a smile. Reconsider what? A talented young man like Brother Chu. I'm afraid there's no second one like him. Liu Qijin said seriously. Yes, Brother Chu has a good personality, strong capabilities, and high moral character. Bingbing marrying him is just right. Wang Anfu nodded in agreement. Chu Zhan and Ho Zuking were beaming with joy at the sight of the two elders' unwavering support. Their trip was indeed worthwhile. Ho Zuking secretly gave Chu Heng a thumbs up. Son, you're really something. Wang Xiangran was unwilling to give in and insisted, saying, Dad, Grandpa, this is Bingbing's lifelong major event. As Bingbing's father, I also need to consider it carefully. He said this with gritted teeth towards the end, showing his final stubbornness. Wang Anfu knocked on the table and sternly said to Wang Xiangran, You can consider it, but it's best to keep your opinions to yourself. Do you think I don't see through your little thoughts? Wang Xiangran was glared at by his father, immediately forced a bitter smile, and dared not speak again. Speaking of stubbornness, Wang Anfu and Liu Qijin were top-notch, and Wang Bingbing seemed to inherit the stubbornness of the two elders. Liu Ningxian tactfully suggested to Ho Zuking, Hey, we've all eaten enough. Let's go for a walk to aid digestion. Sure. Then let our in-laws do us the favor. Ho Zuking smiled, now directly calling them in-laws. The group then dispersed and took a walk together in the garden. Liu Qijin deliberately lagged behind, walking beside Chu Heng. Chu buddy, last time, after we finished the barbecue and I mentioned something to you ... Chu Heng remembered, to guide in the army. Last time, after finishing the barbecue, Liu Qijin specifically mentioned inviting him to guide the soldiers in the army, and at that time he had agreed. Yes, I've been in touch with some old friends recently. Everything is arranged, and I can enter the army in a couple of days. With your combat skills, you will surely be capable, Liu Qijin earnestly said. Last time, Liu Qijin witnessed Chu Heng's skills firsthand, stunning the whole crowd. Chu Heng smiled and casually replied, No problem, brother, you can rest assured. With the skills of a special forces operator and physical strength several times that of an average person, Chu Heng was relatively confident. Ha, that's great. I'll make arrangements with my old friends right away. Liu Qijin was delighted. Being able to have Chu Heng guide the soldiers in the army was a wonderful thing. The army often invites experts with special skills like martial arts champions, boxing champions, and elite mountaineers to serve as coaches or mentors to enhance the overall capabilities of the soldiers. This time, Liu Qijin wanted Chu Heng to be a special instructor to guide the soldiers in close combat. Nearby, Wang Bingbing excitedly said, Grandfather, Heng is going into the army. Can I also join? I can assist Heng. She had never been in the army before and was curious about the life inside. And most importantly, as Chu Heng was going, she naturally wanted to go along. Being the granddaughter of the family, she naturally had the privilege, and Liu Qijin waved his hand and said, Sure, no problem. Yes, that's great. Wang Bingbing cheered with excitement. Walking ahead were Liu Ningxian and Ho Zuking. The two women were conversing and laughing, seeming to get along very well. Does Heng cook normally? Liu Ningxian suddenly asked. Because Bingbing didn't know how to cook, it would be difficult if there was no one to cook in the future, as it would lose a lot of fun. Little Heng's cooking is excellent, even better than what the chefs in hotels make. Liu Ningxian generously praised. Really? I'd like to taste his skills sometime, Liu Ningxian said with a smile. No problem. We'll have him show off his skills sometime. Ho Zuking nodded. At this moment, Wang Xiangran behind them grumbled, I'm sure I won't have an appetite. Unexpectedly, Wang Anfu immediately retorted with a stern look. Then shut up. No one told you to eat. Wang Xiangran, oh. Dad, how can you be so harsh on me? I'm your son. After a stroll and an hour of tea drinking, the group eventually bid farewell in a harmonious atmosphere. On the way back home in the car, Ho Zuking was in a very good mood. Overall, today went quite smoothly. Chu Zhan also breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that this meeting was mostly settled, with no major issues ahead. Son, how come you and Bingbing's grandfathers are acting like brothers? This surprised him very much, as he was worried about continuing the conversation with Wang Xiangran had it not been for the appearance of the two elders. Chu Heng shook his head and smiled. It's a long story. Oh, whatever. I see the two grandpas are very satisfied with their son, so that's fine. Ho Zuking waved her hand. If Chu Heng could marry with peace of mind, then this trip was worthwhile. 2 days later in the morning, at the end of the alley, a black sedan with a red plate approached from afar and parked in front of Liu Tijin's mansion. Two people got out of the car, one of them a middle-aged man in military uniform with a 1-star and 2-leaf insignia at his shoulder. Although the middle-aged man's hair was somewhat gray, he looked vigorous, with a square face and dark skin, giving off a sense of presence. "General, what does Mr. Liu want to see you about?" asked the adjutant Zhao Kexing in a low voice. Sule chuckled and said, "He says he wants to find a talent to instruct his knife special forces." "That's a good thing. Mr. Liu has always been good at judging people." Zhao Kexing nodded. "Let's go and see." Sule smiled, then walked out and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened, and Liu Qiejin appeared. "Hey, Lei, come in." Liu Qiejin welcomed him. "Lei." Sule tugged at the corner of his mouth, being called Lei by Mr. Liu and his batch of old leaders. But this feeling was so familiar, it felt warm. "Hello, General. Sule reports to you." Sule made a formal salute. Liu Qiejin punched him on the chest, laughing. "Okay, none of that here. I'm retired now. Come in. If you don't come in, I'll close the door." "Don't, Mr. Liu." Sule laughed foolishly and quickly walked in. The adjutant chuckled softly at the side. Only here could you see Su General in a slightly embarrassed state. The three men walked into the old mansion and sat at the tea table under the grape arbor in the courtyard. After sitting down, Sule looked around and shook his head with a smile. "Mr. Liu, why are you still living here? This yard is a bit run down." It was an old house that had seen some years, with moss growing on all sides of the walls. Liu Qiejin laughed, gave them tea, and said, "I grew up here, so I'm used to it. I wouldn't feel comfortable in any other environment. It's comfortable living here. A friendly place. No place like your own home. You're still nostalgic like that." Sule sighed. Liu Qiejin smiled, poured them tea again, and said, "We're getting old. Let's not talk about that. Lei, aren't you looking for someone to instruct the close combat techniques for your special forces squad? I happen to have a perfect candidate." This made Sule startled because he knew Mr. Liu never spoke so highly unless he was very confident. This piqued his curiosity, and he asked, "Mr. Liu, whom do you want to recommend?" "Hey, my buddy Chu." Liu Qiejin smiled. "Chu, buddy?" Sule was even more stunned, never having heard of the old leader having a brother named Chu. But considering their seniority, could it be an older generation martial arts master? "Wait a moment, I'll bring you the information." Wang Xiangran flew back into the house. Soon, he returned with a file in his hand. He handed the file to Sule for him to read it himself. Sule's face was full of anticipation as he opened the file. But when he saw Chu Heng's information in the document, he was dumbfounded on the spot. He was bewildered. This young man, a 20-year-old young man. Sule looked at the data in astonishment, then raised his head to look at Liu Qiejin. It was clear that Liu Tijin's expression was not joking. "Liu Lao, are you serious about this? To let a young person who is only 20 years old be the combat coach of the Special Forces, to instruct Special Forces combat and training?" Sule incredulously asked. "Yes, it's me, Chu Laodi. Don't be fooled by his young age. He's very skilled," Liu Qiejin affirmed. Sule was speechless, pointing to Chu Heng's personal file and said, "But he is still just a university student, and a computer science student." He couldn't believe that Liu Qiejin would recommend such a person. Beside him, Vice Admiral Zhao Kexing tilted his head, glanced at the file, and was also dumbfounded. In the file, there was Chu Heng's 1-inch photo, looking a bit immature, and under the column for current education, it stated that he was a first-year student at Shenchi University, majoring in computer science, and was 20 years old. A 20-year-old first-year student as the combat coach of the Special Forces. How is that possible? What's wrong with being a computer science major? As long as he's capable, it's fine. Why? Lazy? Do you doubt my judgment? Or do you think my brain is messed up? Liu Qiejin said with a stern face. Sule saw that he was about to get angry and quickly appeased him, saying, No, senior leader. I don't doubt your judgment, but this is really quite incredible." He thought that Liu Qiejin wanted to support the younger generation by having them train in the military. But this was too outlandish. In the military, They idolize strength, admire individual prowess. If he didn't have the skills, how could he gain the respect of that elite group? Liu Qiejin patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, the person I recommended is reliable. I haven't lost my mind. Would I recommend someone unreliable to you? I can tell you, this is an opportunity I fought for. Don't waste it. With my little brother Chu guiding them, the combat skills of the dagger team will surely reach a higher level." Liu Qiejin was full of confidence in Chu Heng's abilities. Seeing him speak so seriously and confidently, Sule couldn't help but have some doubts. After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, since you recommended him, we can give it a try. But, senior leader, I need to say something upfront. If Chu Heng lacks the skills and abilities, he might have to leave within a couple of days. You can't blame me then." Liu Qiejin laughed. No problem, no problem." Sule shook his head and said, "You know that the soldiers of the dagger team are selected from different units. They are not just sharp blades, but also tough individuals. Without real skills, how can they be impressed?" Liu Qiejin squinted and said, "Trust me, Chulati can handle it." Since Liu Qiejin had gone this far, Sule didn't want to say anything more. "Okay, I'll go and find him myself later and arrange for him to enter the unit." Liu Qiejin raised his hand. "Don't rush, there's one more person." With that, Liu Qiejin placed another file in front of him. Sule was dumbfounded when he saw the file. Isn't this your granddaughter Bingbing? Are you serious about this? You really surprised me by including Wang Bingbing." He couldn't believe that Liu Qiejin had also recommended Wang Bingbing. "Easy. Bingbing has always wanted to see what it's like in the army since she was little. This time, she's going in as Chulati's assistant to get some experience." Liu Qiejin smiled. "Assistant?" Sule was stunned. Liu Lao's precious granddaughter, someone's assistant. What kind of treatment is this young man receiving? It's true that honorary coaches and instructors can bring assistants, helpers, apprentices to assist their work. But usually, there would be a deeper relationship between the two. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Sule seemed to have realized something and asked in confusion, "Liu Lao, what's the relationship between Bingbing and Chu Heng?" Liu Qiejin didn't hide it and confessed, "Bingbing's partner, my future grandson-in-law." "Sule, senior leader, what are you doing? Even if you want to give the younger generation some experience, this isn't the way. I can arrange for him to start as a new recruit, as long as he performs well and has the ability. Promotion is not a problem." Sule sighed. He thought that Liu Qiejin wanted to toughen up his future grandson-in-law, but appointing him as a combat coach in the special forces, how could that work? Liu Qiejin said sternly, "What nonsense is this? This is an opportunity that I've fought for and it's quite rare. If it wasn't for me and my connections, and the fact that I am Bingbing's grandfather, Chulati might not have agreed to come." Sule was shocked by this revelation. Could it be true that this young man had such great abilities? After pondering for a moment, Sule nodded and said, "All right, I'll follow your lead and give it a try. Whether he has the ability will be clear once he enters the unit." "Ha ha, trust me. You'll thank me." Liu Qiejin laughed loudly. Sule silently sighed. "I hope so, huh? What are you mumbling about?" Liu Qiejin raised his eyebrows. Sule quickly put on a smile and said, "Nothing, nothing. Liu Lao, have some tea. Have some tea." The two of them chatted about military life and other matters, and after around 2 hours, Sule took his leave. After leaving Liu Qiejin's house, Sule just sat in the car and tossed the file onto the seat. He sighed. Does this young man really have such great abilities? Can he really do it? He had deep doubts about it. Vice Admiral Zhao Kexing beside him also shook his head and said, "General, I think it's very risky, but whether he has the skills, we will know once he enters the unit." Sule nodded, saying, "That's true, but we should investigate and understand in advance. Kexing, bring his detailed profile for me to look at." "Yes, General, I will do it when I get back." The car started and left the alley. Just as they exited the alley, Sule suddenly remembered something and said to Zhao Kexing, after inviting him, "Bring him to me first. I want to meet him." He also wanted to see how someone who had received such high praise from Liu Qiejin was like. Could there really be a martial arts genius in this world? They would find out when they meet. The next day, on the outskirts of Shenzhen, two military jeeps were speeding along. Inside the car, Wang Bingbing curiously looked around, then glanced at the two soldiers sitting opposite her in military uniforms. "Hen hen, You would look very handsome if you were to wear this outfit," Wang Bingbing exclaimed with admiration. Chu Heng smiled and ruffled her head, saying, "Sure, I will wear it if there is a chance." Camouflage military uniform, how many men dreamed of that? "Hey, soldier brothers sitting in front, where are we going now?" Wang Bingbing pretended to have a deep voice and asked loudly. "By orders, you cannot go directly to the military camp for the mission instruction. You need to first see General Su," one of the soldiers said expressionlessly. "General Su? Is it Uncle Su by any chance?" Wang Bingbing tilted her head, scratching her head. She had met some friends of Liu Qiejun, one of whom had the surname Su, but she wasn't sure if it was the same person. On the other side, Sule sat in his office, tapping his desk with a single finger, seemingly contemplating something. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Coming." The door opened, and a young man with a dark complexion walked in. The young man briskly walked up to Sule and saluted, saying, "General, Su Haoren reporting." "Ha ha. Haoren, come in. Have a seat." Sule stood up and smiled. The man with a dark complexion was the king of the Tiger Hunting Special Forces, ranking first in the Special Forces pentathlon at the last military district competition. Su Haoren sat straight on the sofa. "General, what mission do you have for me?" Sule chuckled and sat next to him, saying, "Nothing special, I just called you here to have a competition with someone." Who? Su Haoren raised an eyebrow, asking, "Is there anyone in this military district daring to challenge me?" "Ha ha. Don't worry too much, just a young man. I called you here just to test his skills," Sule said casually. "Understood. Then." Su Haoren agreed without hesitation. If it's about testing skills, he hasn't feared anyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won first place in close combat in the special pentathlon. Sule's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "All right, we'll see that later. Let's see if the person recommended by Liu Qiejun has any skills. If he can last 3 rounds in Su Haoren's hands, he would be considered successful." Su Haoren suddenly asked, "General, the person you want me to test, is he from which military district special forces?" Sule shook his head and smiled. "He is not a special forces soldier, but a combat instructor we invited, mainly to train the Dagger Special Forces." "A civilian? Could it be the winner of the golden belt in a boxing competition? Or the champion of some martial arts competition?" Su Haoren asked in succession. "To become a combat instructor for special forces, that person is definitely extraordinary. If not from the military, then surely a top figure in some field outside." Facing such a person, Su Haoren was filled with a bit of fighting spirit. But the next moment, he received an answer that left him extremely surprised. "None of those. He is just a student, and moreover, a freshman in college." Sule shook his head with a bitter smile. Anyone hearing this would probably be stunned. Sure enough, Su Haoren was stunned. He exclaimed, "What? A college student, and just a freshman?" "Yes." Sule nodded. Su Haoren's dark face looked even darker. He pulled the corner of his mouth, feeling a bit speechless. "What kind of joke is this? General, are you kidding me?" Su Haoren looked at Sule with a bewildered expression in his eyes, filled with incomprehension. Sule smiled wryly and said, "Don't look at me like that. I was clueless before too. But this young man was recommended by General Liu." Su Haoren was even more surprised at the mention of General Liu. The only person surnamed Liu who could command such respect from Sule was the retired big shot. How did this young man, even with General Liu's recommendation, have such a background? But no matter what, the other party was just a college student. Let me compete against a college student? What a joke. I could easily defeat him with one hand. No, I don't even need my hands to win. General, how should we go about this competition? What do you suggest? Su Haoren asked seriously. In order not to let down the person recommended by General Liu, they should go easy. No need. Just test his skills. If he does well, then he has the qualifications to become an instructor for the combat team. If not, then we'll have to see what happens and deal with it. Sule said earnestly, "I'll report back to General Liu later." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Su Haoren shrugged. As the two were talking, someone knocked on the door. Reporting to the general, "The special invited coach has arrived." Someone outside the door announced. Sule stood up with a smile and said, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." "Coming." Su Haoren also stood up, curious to see how capable this college student really was. The door opened, and first, a long-haired head appeared, with a beautifully exquisite face. Oval face, delicate willow eyebrows, eyes shining with a clever aura. When Su Haran saw this face, his eyes widened. What a beautiful girl. Heh. It's really you, Uncle Su. Wang Bingbing ran in with a charming smile, happily exclaiming. Su Haran was immediately dumbfounded. What? This girl called General Su uncle? What's going on here? Sule laughed upon seeing Wang Bingbing. Little Wan, it's been a while. I thought you'd forgotten about your uncle. Wang Bingbing sweetly replied, of course not. I have a good memory. As they were talking, another person entered through the door. Su Haran and Sule's eyes subconsciously looked over. They saw a young man in casual blue attire, tall and handsome, walking in. This young man had extremely fair and flawless skin, even better than a woman's. After his arrival, he casually surveyed the room, his face displaying a calm smile. At first glance, Su Haran felt that he was very charismatic, a kind of magical charm that could attract others unknowingly, just like a black hole. This was the college student he was going to compete against. He seemed calm and composed. Could he actually be skillful? Sule also noticed Chu Heng, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Having been on the battlefield for so long, his instinct told him that this young man standing in front of him might not be so simple. Being able to stand here so confidently in front of him indicated a different mentality than others, showing great courage. Uncle Su, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Chu Heng. Wang Bingbing ran back to Chu Heng's side, holding his hand as she introduced him. Slap. Su Haran's heart shattered on the ground. Damn. This beauty already has a boyfriend. And he turns out to be this young man in front of me. No chance. No chance. Sule looked at Chu Heng with a calm expression and said, Chu Heng, indeed, you seem to have an air of talent about you. Though whether you are a talent or a waste, we'll find out after a spar with Su Haran. This is a test of your abilities. Su Haran stepped forward and approached Chu Heng, his face showing a bit of playfulness. Young man, where would you like to practice? The location is up to you. Su Haran raised his chin, giving him a glance. Although this young man seemed robust and tall, mainly, his skin was too fair. He didn't seem like someone who practiced combat techniques. Anyone who practices martial arts knows that training is done year-round regardless of the weather, and during harsh conditions like wind and sun would make it impossible for someone to have such flawless skin. How could this young man, with such fair skin, instruct the combat team? Su Haran shook his head inwardly, feeling that Chu Heng had no chance against him. Chu Heng grinned. Let's stay here then. Are you sure? Su Haran gave him a side glance, puffing up his chest, exuding a fierce aura. His eyes like those of a wolf, cold and sharp. From his stature, Su Haran was taller by half a head, and his limbs were muscular, making him appear a size larger than Chu Heng. Facing Su Haran's threatening aura, Chu Heng seemed indifferent and said, I'm sure. Then let's begin. I'll give you one hand. If you can get close to me, you win. Su Haran retracted his right hand, smiling. Chu Heng chuckled and said, forget it. Let's practice here. Well, can you win by getting closer to me? As Su Haran showed his aggressive stance, Chu Heng's calmness and swift movements surprised him. Let me help you with your code. Heng, don't forget, I'm your assistant now. Wang Bingbing playfully offered. Sure, please help me with my code, Assistant Wang. Chu Heng replied, taking off his outerwear. Heh. No problem, Coach Shu. Wang Bingbing sweetly said. As they showed affection for each other, Su Haran was left eating dog food, feeling a bit sour. How could this young man have such a beautiful girlfriend and bring her here? Oh well, I feel jealous. Sule coughed and said, Bingbing, I didn't realize you had such a good temper before. Having a boyfriend has really changed you. Wang Bingbing blushed and denied, I haven't changed at all. Sule shook his head and said, you, give them some space. Your grandfather strongly recommended him to me. Don't let me down. Wang Bingbing stuck out her tongue and went to the side obediently. The spacious office now became the arena for Su Haran and Chu Heng. Su Haran extended his left hand proudly and said, please, Mr. Chu, since you are a guest from afar, I'll let you make the first move. He was absolutely confident he could defeat Chu Heng in one move, so he didn't mind letting Chu Heng make 2 moves to test his skills. Chu Heng smiled lightly. Is that so? Then I won't be polite. With that, Chu Heng took 2 steps forward and advanced towards Su Haran. His movements were direct and without disguise, and the distance between the two was only a fist's length. Chu Heng's right fist struck towards Su Haran's face, fast and direct. The punch was simply quick. Dang. The lightning-fast punch landed solidly on Su Heron's left eye, turning it into a panda eye in an instant. Shocked and angry at being hit, Su Heron was about to retaliate when he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. "You've lost," a cold voice sounded behind him. Su Heron's body froze. When he looked down, he saw a red water-based pen on his neck. The pen tip had left a red line on his skin. Su Heron was shocked. If that sharp dagger had been there, he would have lost his head already. What just happened? How did someone suddenly appear behind me? How did I not notice or react? It must have been a sneak attack after he was punched, catching him off guard. Yes, that must be it. Sule was also astonished. He was just a bystander, but even he didn't catch Chu Heng's movements clearly. It seemed that Su Heron had left an opening on his right side, giving Chu Heng an opportunity to strike from the right side when Su Heron was off guard. And then Chu Heng swiftly moved to his throat. The whole plan was clear. With seamless movements, unexpectedly, he really had some tricks up his sleeve. Yay! Heng won. Wang Bingbing cheered happily. She was delighted at Chu Heng's performance. He was really handsome just now. No wonder he's my boyfriend. She then turned to Sule and asked, "Uncle Su, is this considered passing the test?" Sule smiled and was about to speak when Su Heron interjected, "General, I refuse to accept this. Please give me another chance. I was indeed careless and underestimated you earlier. I won't let you succeed in the next round." Su Heron still felt a bit unwilling to accept his loss due to his carelessness. Sule thought for a moment and decided to give Su Heron another chance. It seemed that Chu Heng had taken advantage of the situation, so another round would show how capable he truly was. Su Heron turned to Chu Heng and said solemnly, "Coach Chu, I underestimated you earlier, and I apologize for that. Please forgive me. Now, let's have a proper match." Chu Heng chuckled and said, "Okay." The two men stepped back 3 paces. Su Heron prepared himself, his wolf eyes fixed on Chu Heng. Suddenly, he launched an attack, aiming a punch at Chu Heng's face. It was without any warning. However, Chu Heng vanished from the spot. His punch missed, and Su Heron found Chu Heng's figure had disappeared. At the next moment, Su Heron felt a sharp pain at his head, feeling like his brain was going to explode. When he turned around, he saw the pen tip on Chu Heng's hand pointing at his eyeball. Su Heron was amazed at how easily Chu Heng evaded his attacks. He decided to make another attempt, intending to lock Chu Heng down by pushing him away with his left hand. But once again, Chu Heng vanished from his sight. In the next moment, Su Heron felt his head ache as if struck with a mallet. When he turned, he saw Chu Heng's pen tip against his eye. Hiss! Su Heron's whole body suddenly stiffened, and he dared not move a muscle, because the tip of the pen was less than a centimeter away from his eyes. If he hadn't immediately controlled himself, he would have bumped into the pen tip. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead as he awkwardly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although he didn't know how Chu Heng did it, he realized that he had just died twice in an instant, and it was a deadly blow each time. So fast, accurate, and ruthless were his moves, unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was truly terrifying. I lost. Su Heron struggled to utter these words. As the king of soldiers, losing this time to a younger man than himself was somewhat bittersweet. The waves behind the Yangtze River pushed the ones before them. However, this new wave was too strong, directly crashing the old wave on the beach. It was no wonder he was a person recommended by Liu Law. Chu Heng gave a slight smile, withdrew the pen tip in front of him, and casually stored it in his pocket. Heng is really amazing. When Wang Bingbing saw that Chu Heng won, she excitedly shouted and went over to hug him. Sule next to them was still in a daze. This time, he finally saw Chu Heng's movements clearly. But after seeing clearly, all that was left for him was amazement. When Su Heron suddenly launched an attack, Chu Heng seemed to have predicted his fist's trajectory, dodged to the side, and then, with lightning speed, stabbed towards Su Heron's neck. The stabbing motion was so fast that to Sule, it appeared as just a blur. After Su Heron's first strike missed, he tried to grab Chu Heng. Sule then saw Chu Heng sidestepping, turning around, appearing behind Su Heron, and then swiftly landing a blow to his head. Right as Su Heron turned around, the pen tip was right before his eyes. This combat awareness, this strength, this physique, were simply exceptional. To cleanly defeat Su Heron with such pure power, his skills were beyond doubt. It completely contradicted Su Heron's expectations. Liu Law was right. His insight was spot on. Sule looked at Chu Heng, his eyes brightened, and he laughed loudly, saying, "Chu Heng, good lad, impressive." Chu Heng held Wang Bingbing's hand, smiled at Su Lei, and said, "General, you're too kind." Su Lei shook his head and said, "Not kind at all. Do you know who you just defeated? You were ranked first in the Special Forces Decathlon competition." After hearing this, Su Haoran blushed but didn't dare claim to be first in front of Chu Heng again, saying hurriedly, "Just lucky, just lucky." Chu Heng looked at Su Haoran, nodded, and said, "It could indeed have been luck." Su Haoran, "Brother, do you think everyone else is as abnormal as you? Others are normal people, it's just you who's not normal." He could only refute in silence in his heart, not daring to say a word on his face. After their recent exchanges, Su Haoran had lost all confidence facing Chu Heng. The gap in their skills was vast. Su Lei then said, "From now on, Chu Heng, you will be the combat trainer for the bayonet unit. I hope under your guidance, the bayonet unit's combat skills can improve further. Please." Su Lei looked at Chu Heng earnestly. Chu Heng smiled slightly, nodded in agreement. Su Lei breathed a sigh of relief and gratefully said, "Thank you. I trust you'll do well." Judging from Chu Heng's defeating Su Haoran, teaching a Special Forces soldier was undoubtedly not a problem. They had truly found the right person this time. At that moment, Su Haoran suddenly stood at attention and exclaimed, "General, I also want to join the bayonet unit. Do you also want to join the dagger unit? What do you want to do there?" Su Lei asked puzzledly. Su Haoran remained composed and earnestly replied, "General, I want to continue learning from Chu Heng for a while longer. I also want to become stronger." With these words, Su Haoran looked towards Chu Heng with a determined expression. All along the way, he had been chasing and surpassing one target after another. Now, Chu Heng would be his new target to chase. The fastest way to do so is to learn from him. Su Lei couldn't help but feel pleased, saying, "Good. Since you have this intention, then I'll approve your request. This time, Chu Heng will provide you 2 weeks of guidance. You will assist him. This will also help Chu Heng quickly familiarize himself with life in the unit." Su Haoran was overjoyed upon hearing this. He thanked the general and promised to learn a lot from Chu Heng. Su Lei patted his shoulder, saying, "In the unit, make sure to learn a lot from Chu Heng. As the old saying goes, there won't be a better opportunity than this one." "Yes, General, I understand." Su Lei returned to his desk, picked up a document, and handed it to Chu Heng, saying, "Chu Heng, this is a dossier specially prepared for you about the dagger unit. Take a look at it later." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "The dagger unit is a brave and talented Special Forces unit, composed of geniuses from various branches. However, it also has another nickname, the Skull Unit. Chu Heng, you should be careful." Chu Heng accepted the dossier and smiled, saying, "No problem. General Su, rest assured." Su Lei gave one last piece of advice. Earning their recognition and respect is not an easy task. It may require some means. Chu Heng nodded in understanding. "Well, it's getting late. I won't keep you any longer. You should head to the dagger unit soon. I will give them instructions later." Su Lei smiled. "Yes." Su Haoran saluted and then led Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing out. In the corridor, Wang Bingbing asked Su Haoran curiously, "Why is the dagger unit nicknamed the Skull Unit?" Su Haoran grinned. "It's because there are too many talented individuals. Besides following military orders, no one dares to show off. Before, they had a few instructors assigned to the dagger unit, but they didn't stay long before requesting a transfer. It's not that they caused trouble, as such behavior is not tolerated in the unit, but they often found themselves outmatched by the soldiers, which made the instructors quite embarrassed. I heard sometimes they even had to compete and fight against the instructors. So, without some skills, it's hard to control them." Wang Bingbing then realized, "I see." She looked at Chu Heng somewhat uncertainly and asked, Heng, what should we do?" Chu Heng smiled. "Don't worry. When the time comes, we'll handle it." Wang Bingbing pouted. "It's okay. Let's just treat it as a trip for fun." That was all she could reassure herself, thinking she could always quit and leave if things got tough. As the sun was setting, the call for an emergency assembly sounded within the dagger unit camp. In less than 45 seconds, 500 soldiers of the dagger unit were assembled. The battalion commander Yi Feiyang walked to the front of the formation and shouted, "Today, our unit will welcome the 7th coach since its establishment. I hope everyone will warmly welcome him and present the expected spirit to give a good impression. Also, Stop creating chaotic trouble. Don't drive the coach away with your nonsense. If anyone else messes up, the first punishment will be to run 200 laps. Understood. The whole team shouted in unison. Understood. Yi Fei-yang was still not entirely at ease, so he reiterated, if someone creates trouble again, I'll personally punish him with 200 laps. Understood. All soldiers confirmed. Understood. After the mobilization, Yi Fei-yang then dispersed the troops. Once everyone had left, Yi Fei-yang went to the camp gate to welcome the new coach. At the gate, the deputy officer Fu Hua was already waiting. Captain, since we arrived at this place, the higher-ups have sent 7 coaches to us. What's going on? Fu Hua shook his head with a smile. Yi Fei-yang glared at him, saying, What? You think it's an honor? And you have the nerve to smile. How many times have I been scolded by the higher-ups? Can you understand that? Fu Hua restrained his smile and hurriedly said, Captain, don't be angry. It's because there are some troublemakers in the unit, and they've been more restrained recently. Thinking about it, this time should be fine. The coach shouldn't need to request a transfer this time. Yi Fei-yang tapped him on the head and said, This time they were specially invited. Only staying for 2 weeks. They probably won't request a transfer, but let's not make it so difficult for them that they can't stay for 2 weeks. If that happens, you can take over as captain, and I'll request a transfer myself. Fu Hua realized he was getting irritated and quickly pacified him. Please, captain, right now. Only you can handle them. Once you leave, who else can manage them? Yi Fei-yang shrugged off his hand and muttered, Love whoever you want, just not me. Fu Hua, understanding he was venting, also advised, Oh, captain, don't be angry, you'll see. This time it'll be stable, and if anyone causes trouble, I'll personally deal with them. Besides, they have really been more restrained recently, you can rest assured. Yi Fei-yang snorted, It's best to be like that. No more surprises. Fu Hua smiled awkwardly, then suddenly changed the subject. Captain, did you read the dossier of the coach sent by the higher-ups today? Why do I feel a bit puzzled about it? Yi Fei-yang had indeed read the basic information and nodded in agreement. Certainly. The coach sent by the higher-ups this time. Why is he a college student? It's really quite surprising. Previously, the coaches or instructors sent were all gun or explosives experts, so seeing a college student as a coach was something he had not encountered before. And it was even more surprising that the specialty was the most difficult, combat tactics. Was this new coach really that capable? At that moment, a soldier ran over, shouting, Captain, your phone. The soldier handed him the phone. Yi Fei-yang answered the phone. I'm the battalion commander of the dagger unit, Yi Fei-yang. Old leader. Yi Fei-yang stood at attention and listened carefully to the voice on the other end of the line. After a while, the call ended, leaving Yi Fei-yang looking somewhat strange. Deputy Officer Fu Hua curiously asked, Captain, what happened? Is there something wrong? That was a call from my old leader, Yi Fei-yang said with a slight smile. It was said that someone will be staying with us for a while. Who is it? Fu Hua inquired. It's Su Haoren. Yi Fei-yang chuckled. What? Su Haoren? The top soldier in the competition. Wasn't he on Huya? How come he's here with us? Fu Hua was surprised. Su Haoren was the current military champion, achieving the top spot in special 10 items, a feat that few could achieve, let alone break records. Such individuals were dubbed military kings within the armed forces, signifying their recognized strength. Wherever such a person went, they would be respected. However, how did such a formidable military king end up coming to the dagger unit suddenly? This was unexpected for Fu Hua. What's even more surprising is that Su Haoren came as an assistant to our coach Chu Han, and his identity is Chu Han's assistant. Yi Fei-yang rubbed his chin, pondering. What? The military king Su Haoren is an assistant to this coach. His assistant isn't a girl, so this coach has 2 assistants, and one of them is even a military king. My goodness, some of the bystanders were surprised upon hearing that Su Haoren was an assistant to Chu Han. Yi Fei-yang squinted as he observed Chu Han. This young coach was indeed quite handsome. However, there was no imposing presence about him that could intimidate anyone. Can such a young coach really be competent? Or is Su Haoren simply here to support him? Everything was still uncertain. Yi Fei-yang took the initiative to step forward, extended his hand, and said with a smile, Welcome, Coach Shu, to the dagger unit. Thank you for receiving me, Captain Yi. Chu Heng smiled slightly and shook his hand. Yi Feiyang secretly increased the pressure of his handshake, but Chu Heng remained composed and reciprocated with a firm grip. Yi Feiyang's expression changed. He drew in a sharp breath, looking extremely surprised at Chu Heng. This young man was not ordinary. Yi Feiyang looked deeply at Chu Heng and smiled, saying, "Coach Chu, I'll rely on you for the next 2 weeks. It's my duty," Chu Heng replied calmly. "After the long journey, you all should rest and settle in first, and we'll start officially tomorrow." Yi Feiyang glanced at the 3 of them and then turned to his deputy, saying, "Old Fu, take them to the resting place." Fu Yuhua nodded and said, "Yes, Captain, please follow me, everyone." Wang Bingbing took Chu Heng's hand and followed Fu Yuhua. Su Haoran fell behind, about to leave but was stopped by Ye Feiyan. "Haoran, I have something to ask you." Ye Feiyan whispered in his ear. What is it? Please tell me, Captain," Su Haoran asked in confusion. "What's the background of this Chu Heng? He's probably not just an ordinary university student, right?" Ye Feiyan continued to ask. Su Haoran scratched his head and said, "To be honest, I don't know much about Mr. Chu's background." Why not? Then why did General Su appoint you as an assistant?" Ye Feiyan asked, puzzled. Su Haoran smiled mysteriously and said, "Although I don't know Mr. Chu's background, I do know about his partner. It's extraordinary." "Oh. What background?" Ye Feiyan curiously asked. Su Haoran lowered his voice and said, "Ms. Wang Bingbing, she is General Liu's granddaughter." "In that case, Mr. Chu is technically General Liu's grandson-in-law. They are family." Ye Feiyan was shocked to hear this revelation, not expecting their significant connections. He was well aware of who General Liu was, a highly respected figure among soldiers and a former leader of General Su. The fact that Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing had such connections helped dispel some of his doubts. Since they were General Liu's granddaughter and grandson-in-law, having them come to guide made sense. Yet, what surprised him was that while Chu Heng appeared harmless on the surface, a brief test of strength revealed he was no ordinary person. If he could pass General Liu's and General Zu's scrutiny, then he was far from ordinary. "I see, Haoran. Thank you for clearing that up." Ye Feiyan patted his shoulder. "It's nothing, I'll take my leave. See you tomorrow." The two said their goodbyes. After watching Su Haoran walk away a bit, Ye Feiyan quickly signaled a guard. "Pass on my message. If anyone causes trouble in these 2 weeks, I will deal with them first. Also, the coach this time has a significant background. Don't blame me for not warning you in advance. If you touch bad luck, be prepared for the consequences. Spread the word as I said." The guard was taken aback and asked, "Captain, are you serious about this?" "Yes. Get going quickly." Ye Feiyan waved him off. Soon, the news spread within the Dagger Force. Inside the barracks of the 1st Platoon, more than 10 soldiers were cutting apples with fruit knives, discussing the new coach. "John, what's the background of the new coach?" The captain seemed a bit nervous, repeatedly reminding us. A young man with a thin face asked in confusion. Zhang Mingshu, a square-faced young man and a sharpshooter of the 1st Platoon, known for his exceptional skills in the Dagger Force, responded, "I don't know either, but let's just listen to the captain and follow the new coach's guidance honestly. If the new coach is skilled, then it's fine, but if they are like the ones before, who were just seeking fame and reputation, it's annoying," another soldier said, shaking his head. The thin-faced young man bent down and whispered, Yeah, Khan, I saw the new coach this afternoon. His appearance is so. He looks fair-skinned. His skin is even deader than my girlfriend's. He seems a bit delicate, easy to bully." He added, "Doesn't he look weak and feeble?" interrupted someone at this point. "Yes, he looks weak and feeble," nodded the slim-faced youth. "No way. Can someone like that really be the coach of our Special Forces unit?" Someone next to them asked incredulously. The Special Forces unit, also known as the Dagger Force, was an elite military unit where any person picked randomly from there could take on 10 opponents easily. Moreover, they possessed various specialized skills such as high-altitude parachuting, close-range quick firing, and more. As an elite force, shouldn't they be receiving instructions from an experienced coach? What were the superiors thinking? Many people exchanged looks, showing their confusion. Zhang Mingshu smiled and said, "All right, stop speculating. Won't you see the real deal soon? Regardless, just follow orders." At night, Wang Bingbing and Chu Heng stayed in separate suites. The two sat by the window, where they could see a crescent moon hanging on the treetops. Wow, The countryside is so different. The moon looks so picturesque. As the moon rises above the treetops, the silver light falls all around. Wang Bingbing couldn't help but sigh at the sight. Having spent so long in the city, staying in the countryside for a while sounds nice, right? Fresh air, beautiful night scenes, and the rare sense of freedom. Chu Heng nodded in agreement. Wang Bingbing rested her head on Chu Heng's shoulder and sweetly said, "Heng Hen, if we earn enough money, let's open a homestay in a beautiful countryside village. I want to spend time in the countryside with you every year, enjoying a slow-paced life and tranquility." "That sounds wonderful." Chu Heng smiled and said, "We can open a large homestay, live in one building, and rent out the other. As long as you want to, I can make it happen for you." Wang Bingbing raised her head in surprise. "Really? Can you? However, our business has just begun, and I only have a few million pocket money left." Chu Heng rubbed her head. "It's not much, but don't worry. One day will come true." He quietly added in his mind, "I will fulfill your wishes very soon." Suddenly, Wang Bingbing asked, "Heng Hen, you're going to guide the special forces tomorrow. Do you have a plan?" Chu Heng smiled. "Of course, all plans are ready, including training schedules. You'll find out tomorrow." According to the extraordinary abilities of the special forces and the S-rank special forces training method provided by the system, Chu Heng developed a new training method. This method could significantly enhance the soldiers' capabilities in a short period. If this method worked, it could be extended to the entire army, making him famous throughout the nation. "Heng Hen, you're amazing." Wang Bingbing kissed Chu Heng on the cheek. Being with Heng Hen made her feel secure. The feeling was comfortable, as if Heng Hen could anticipate everything and always surprise her. Chu Heng looked at the field outside, quiet in the darkness. However, he believed tomorrow would be lively. The next day at 6 a.m., in the winter when it was still dark, the cold wind blowing, a trumpet sounded as the soldiers of the Dagger Force began their synchronized training on the field. For ordinary people, leaving the warm bed in such cold weather was very painful, but it was routine for these iron-blooded soldiers. They were prepared for war, and compared to the brutal reality of war, nothing else seemed difficult. Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing didn't have to participate in the training. They watched from the sidelines. Watching hundreds of soldiers running in perfect formation for the first time amazed Wang Bingbing. It was worth the trip. "Heng Hen, their movements are so precise. How do they do it?" Wang Bingbing curiously asked. "Practice makes perfect," Chu Heng replied casually. "Marching was just a basic skill." At that moment, a soldier ran over and said, "Coach Chu, please come with me for some procedures." "Sure." Chu Heng nodded and turned to Wang Bingbing. "Sweetheart, wait here for me. I'll go take care of something." Chu Heng smiled. "Okay." Wang Bingbing obediently nodded. After Chu Heng left, Wang Bingbing stood alone and watched. As dawn broke, the soldier's focus turned to her standing alone at the field's edge. The first light of day illuminated her beautiful face, creating a radiant glow. Her exquisite and ethereal beauty captivated all the soldiers' attention. "Wow, she's so beautiful. Oh my, who is this beautiful lady? Such grace and beauty. A truly stunning lady. My goodness, is she the epitome of my dream goddess? Don't dream, she's my future girlfriend." They snorted in disdain. Shameless. There was some commotion within the training queue. Suddenly, some soldiers were caught up staring at her, forgetting about the rhythm, leading to a chaotic formation and a moment of chaos. "Are you feeling itchy today?" shouted a platoon leader. A mistake during basic training would usually lead to anger. The soldiers quickly regrouped and assembled in the center of the field. Fu Hua ran over and said to the soldiers, "Wait a moment, let me introduce you to the new coach." Attention! All soldiers stood at attention. Most soldiers, however, couldn't help but glance in Wang Bingbing's direction. Then, they saw a young man walking towards her. Wang Bingbing's cold demeanor instantly melted away. She smiled sweetly, holding the arm of the young man affectionately. It was obvious they were a couple. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of countless hearts breaking could almost be heard at the scene. The goddess seemingly had a significant other. Many people displayed frustrated expressions. It seemed like their chances were gone. But what kind of man could capture the heart of such a goddess? All eyes turned unanimously towards Chu Heng. Under the gaze of everyone, Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing approached the unit, followed by the stern-faced youth Su Haoran. Fu Hua introduced, "Let me introduce you all. This is our Dagger Force's new coach, Chu Heng, Coach Shu." A warm welcome from everyone. The audience was left in confusion. Was this fair-skinned young man in front of them the new coach? Oh my. This young and fair-skinned man didn't seem like an expert in combat skills. There was a murmur amongst the soldiers. Inside the platoon, Kanzira couldn't take his eyes off him and said to the slim-faced youth next to him, "Monkey, you're right. He really does look quite clean and delicate. However, if a person like this can handle us, I would be surprised." Kanzira chuckled. He wouldn't become the center of attention, but he knew someone would, unable to resist. "All right, everyone, quiet down. In the next 2 weeks, Coach Shu will be guiding you in combat training. Everyone needs to be proactive and cooperative." Fu Yuhua shouted, "Yes." The soldiers echo. "Now, let's hear from Coach Shu." Applause. Fu Yuhua stepped aside. After a round of applause, Chu Heng moved to the front of the unit. He glanced at the soldiers in front of him, all energetic and sharp, with a fierce, hawk-like gaze. Truly a special forces unit. As he assessed the soldiers, they sized him up too. Many shook their heads. Kanzira quietly joked, "It's over. He probably won't last more than 2 weeks as coach." Facing the special forces, Chu Heng remained calm and said, "You guys talk less. My purpose here is clear. It's to help you reach the true level of a warlord in the limited 2 weeks we have. Though I'm a combat coach, I've also been granted other training authorizations. I want you all to achieve a 90 or above in the special 10-item all-powerful rating within 2 weeks. To achieve this goal, I've devised a training method tailored for you. Every day, I will closely supervise and adhere strictly to the training schedule." The special forces were bewildered. What? A 90 or above in the special 10-item all-powerful category? Has the new Coach Shu gone mad? Does he know how difficult it is to excel in all 10 sections? Even among the best in the entire district, there were no more than 100 with 90 or above in all shooting categories. Even if they were geniuses in one aspect, reaching 90 or above in 1 or 2 areas was already impressive. To achieve a 90 or above in all 10 areas, only a few warlords could do it. Su Haoren was also surprised. Chu Heng's ambition and determination shocked him. As the top-ranking contestant in the special 10-item competition, he secured the first place based on the accumulated scores from 6 categories. Achieving an all-rounded perfect score was extremely difficult. The scene erupted in murmurs. The soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, their faces expressing shock and disbelief. They believed that what Chu Heng proposed was impossible. Anticipating their reaction, Chu Heng smiled and said, "Just complete your daily tasks and follow orders." At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd, "Coach Shu, I find this goal unlikely, unless you can demonstrate a level of strength that convinces us." "Coach Shu, may I ask you a question?" The soldiers turned in unison towards a towering and muscular young man with dark skin, like a dark and sturdy tower. Oh my! The gorilla couldn't contain his fury. With his explosive temper, him holding back would be a surprise. Ooh, this is going to be fun. Hope Coach Shu doesn't embarrass himself too much later. At the scene, some of the warriors started to stir, looking towards the gorilla and Chu Heng. Many of them showed expressions of anticipation and excitement on their faces. The gorilla's real name is Zhou Daxing, who entered the bayonet unit by winning the new recruits boxing championship 2 years ago. He is also a well-known troublemaker in the bayonet unit. His temper can be described as straightforward, or more bluntly, volatile. Even after the captain specifically tried to smooth him out for half a year, his temperament did not change a bit. Although Zhou Daxing has a hot temper, he is still a good person with exceptional skills, especially in boxing and close combat, where he excels every year. In terms of close combat, he is also among the top 10 in the bayonet unit. How about it, Coach Shu? Can I seek some instruction from you? Zhou Daxing stared straight at Chu Heng and said, in a booming voice. Fu Yuhua slapped his forehead in frustration. The captain had repeatedly instructed just yesterday, and now, within 24 hours, these troublemakers are at it again. Zhou Daxing, fall in. Fu Yuhua quickly shouted. Zhou Daxing took a big step forward to the front of the lineup. Zhou Daxing reporting. Fu Yuhua reprimanded. Coach, you just arrived, and you want to spar with him. What are you trying to do? This is outrageous. Since you are so eager, start by running 50 laps. Zhou Daxing was taken aback, feeling a bit defiant. However, as soldiers in the unit, obedience to orders is their duty, so he did not argue and shouted, yes. Hold on. Just as he was about to start, Chu Heng called him. All the warriors present turned their gaze towards Chu Heng. Chu Heng stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and smiling. Since he wishes to learn from me, I will give him a chance. With these words, all the hundreds of warriors present showed surprise. They did not expect Chu Heng to actually agree. If he wins, that's one thing. But if he loses, he might lose face and might not be able to lead in the bayonet unit again. Moreover, anyone could see that he and Zhou Daxing were in completely different leagues physically. Zhou Daxing was sturdy and muscular, resembling Western soldiers, whereas Chu Heng looked somewhat refined, even with a scholarly demeanor, not at all how someone who practices combat skills all year round should appear. Just by standing next to each other, anyone with eyes could tell who had the upper hand. Fu Yuhua became anxious. If Chu Heng loses, the next day might spell trouble for him, and facing repercussions, what could he do? He hurriedly said, "Coach Shu, please, you came to teach them, no need to lower yourself to their level. Let him run extra laps." Chu Heng raised his hand to interrupt him and said, "Enough, now that I've agreed, there's no turning back, no need for more words." Fu Yuhua hesitated a bit, swallowing back his words. In the end, he shook his head in resignation. Su Haoran, with an odd expression on his face, smiled and said, "Don't worry, Commander Fu, Coach Shu might not necessarily lose. He faced Chu Heng yesterday and saw firsthand how extraordinary his skills are. Chu Heng's reaction speed and physical condition, they are nothing short of extraordinary, like a ghost. And when he strikes, it's always lethal, not giving the opponent a second chance. This is the kind of combat skill the bayonet unit needs to learn. On the battlefield, there are only comrades and enemies. Facing enemies, one must strike to kill." When he heard Zhou Daxing asking Chu Heng to spar, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Zhou Daxing is really too young. He needs a lesson from Coach Shu. Fu Yuhua did not understand where Su Haoran's confidence in Chu Heng came from and said with a wry smile, "Haoran, are you so sure that Coach Shu will win?" He had little confidence himself. "Hehe, Commander Fu, you'll see in a while," Su Haoran said mysteriously. On the other side, a circle of hundreds of warriors had already surrounded the area. Zhou Daxing and Chu Heng stood facing each other in the center of the circle, assessing each other. "Coach Shu, you are the coach. I won't hold back later, and will do my best. I hope you understand that." Zhou Daxing stared at Chu Heng intently and said seriously, "Against an opponent, giving your all is the greatest form of respect." Chu Heng smiled. "Bring it on." Zhou Daxing immediately moved his body, flexing his fingers, making a creaky sound. "Coach Shu, forgive me then." Zhou Daxing assumed a boxing stance, his eyes fixed completely on Chu Heng, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Hundreds of soldiers suddenly fell silent, holding their breath and focusing intently on the two men, the atmosphere becoming tense all of a sudden. "Con Jie, John Jie, how long do you think Coach Shu can hold out against Daxing?" a thin-faced young man asked in a low voice. Con Zidao pondered for a moment. 5 seconds. Zhang Mingshu suddenly realized something and furrowed his brow. "Why do I feel that ... It's not Coach Shu who can't last for 5 seconds, but Daxing." Con Zidao and the thin-faced young man were both shocked, looking at Zhang Mingshu in disbelief. "Ha ha. Lao Zhang, you're really good at joking." Con Zidao chuckled, thinking he was making a joke. In the midst of their discussion, inside the arena, Zhou Daxing had already started circling around Chu Heng, searching for the perfect opportunity. But Chu Heng remained steadfast in his original position, motionless, calm, not displaying any defensive posture at all. It felt like he was completely ignoring the threat of his attack. Zhou Daxing furrowed his brow and decided to break the stalemate, attempting to launch an attack first. He suddenly circled to Chu Heng's left side, swiftly advanced a few steps, and threw a right hook, fist aiming directly at Chu Heng's chin. This was a person's vulnerable spot, where a hit could knock them unconscious, a common attack technique in boxing. Swish! The speed of this punch was extremely fast, creating a gust of wind with its punch. But the next moment, this punch missed. The punch was dodged as Chu Heng sidestepped, leaving it empty. Shock and surprise filled Zhou Daxing's eyes in an instant. He never expected Chu Heng's reaction to be so quick, almost as if he had predicted his punch route. Nevertheless, he quickly swung his right fist, elbow sweeping towards Chu Heng. Smack! Suddenly, a hand firmly grabbed his incoming arm, rendering it unable to move. Swoosh! The sound of something slicing through the military uniform rang out. Joe Daxing struggled to break free, but was stopped at the sight of a red pen pressing against his neck. The series of actions between the two occurred in an instant. At the moment Joe Daxing stopped his hand, the scene caused an uproar in the audience. Everyone was shocked to see a red mark left on Joe Daxing's neck by the pen. Stupefy. The speed. The precision. It was simply unbelievable. Winning in the moment of the confrontation. A single move to end a life. Winning so decisively and cleanly. Kang Zidao was dumbfounded. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. It wasn't Coach Shu who couldn't last 5 seconds. It was Joe Daxing who couldn't even last 3 seconds. Coach Shu was truly mysterious. Fu Hua was now gaping in disbelief, looking at Chu Han. With just a few movements, Chu Heng's skill left people unable to react. In an instant, Joe Daxing was defeated. Next to him, Su Haoran smirked softly. Captain Fu, was I right? Coach Shu's skills are beyond words. Even I wouldn't last 3 seconds against him. Fu Hua was astounded at the revelation. What? Haoran, you sparred with Coach Shu. Su Haoran scratched his head awkwardly and replied, why do you think I came to spar with Coach Shu? Isn't it to learn something from him? Fu Hua was stunned, realizing that Su Haoran had been beaten by Coach Shu. Su Haoran was known as the king of soldiers. This truly surprised him. In the arena, Chu Heng had a red pen pressed against Joe Daxing's neck, asking smugly, how about it? Surrender. Joe Daxing, filled with frustration, refused to accept defeat and thought he had just been careless. Stepping back to steps, he spoke seriously. Coach Shu, I do not accept, let's try again. Chu Heng couldn't help but smile at Daxing's tenacity. But perhaps it was time to teach him a lesson. You don't accept? Huh. Then we'll fight, until you do. Chu Heng suddenly gave him a headbutt. Ouch. Joe Daxing cried out in pain, then threw a punch back. He charged at Chu Heng's chest with a forward punch. Chu Heng met it with his own punch. The sight of this left the soldiers dumbfounded. They were actually trading blows. Dang. Their fists collided with great force. Joe Daxing yelped in pain as his entire right arm went numb instantly. However, Chu Heng remained unscathed, his fist seemingly made of iron. Everyone watching was in disbelief. Whoa, Coach Shu is amazing, exclaimed someone in the crowd. To dare challenge Joe Daxing to a fistfight and come out on top. This strength, this constitution, was truly extraordinary. Chu Heng rubbed his fist, chuckling, still not convinced. Joe Daxing, faced with Chu Heng's unfriendly grin, immediately felt chills down his spine and horror. The next moment, a headbutt landed on his forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Joe Daxing's face contorted, holding his head. But the endless barrage of punches and kicks kept coming at him. No matter how he retaliated, Chu Heng met him head-on, testing his strength directly. This brutal beating continued for 3 minutes. The onlookers could hardly bear to watch, some even feeling sympathy for Joe Daxing. Poor kid, he was really pitiful. Under the devilish torment of Chu Heng, Joe Daxing finally conceded completely. He lay on the ground, unable to get up, hands cradling his head. When he eventually raised his head, his face was bruised and swollen, bumps forming all over his forehead, looking extremely pathetic. The soldiers couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. Ha ha, whoa. Daxing, you really stood out. Absolutely remarkable. Ha ha, that's hilarious. Poor Daxing, he's really in bad shape. Coach Shu is impressive. Joe Daxing, hearing the soldiers teasing, wished he could just dig a hole and hide in it. But then he thought, why were they laughing at him? If it were someone else, they would probably fare worse than him. He struggled to get up, calling out, what are you laughing at? If you're so brave, why don't you challenge Brother Chu? The laughter died down as all the soldiers turned their eyes towards Chu Heng, some even showing a hint of admiration. In a military unit full of true men, they only respected strength, and Coach Shu was undoubtedly that strong individual, the hidden powerhouse. Joe Daxing wiped away his nosebleed, made his way back to the crowd. Kang Zidao, noticing his bruises and blooded face, couldn't help but ask, Daxing, shouldn't you go to the infirmary for a checkup? Joe Daxing waved it off. No need. I'm fine. Joe Daxing wiped away his nosebleed. He looked terrible, but the injuries were superficial, not causing any harm to his muscles and bones. Just then, Yi Feiyang rushed over upon hearing the commotion, shouting, what are you guys doing? What did you do to Coach Shu? He was genuinely concerned that Chu Heng might have been harmed during the spar with his comrades. What if someone got injured? Zhou Daxing's fighting style was rough and unrefined, especially since he was used to boxing. Any hit from him could lead to injury. If Chu Heng not only lost, causing a dent in his reputation, but also got injured, how would he explain to General Su? Captain is here. The soldiers quickly made way. Yi Feiyang passed through the crowd and arrived at the open space, only to see Chu Heng standing unscathed while Zhou Daxing, on the other side, appeared battered and bruised, with bumps all over. This. Yi Feiyang was left speechless. The scene seemed to suggest that Chu Heng had given Daxing quite the lesson. Hiss. Could it be that Chu Heng won against Zhou Daxing? Yi Feiyang couldn't believe it. Fu Yuhua came over and whispered to him. Yi Feiyang's expression grew even more shocked as he looked at Chu Heng. At that moment, Chu Heng appeared as a miracle in his eyes. Even though he himself wasn't confident in winning against Zhou Daxing, Chu Heng had triumphed so easily and remained unharmed. Incredible. It was truly astonishing. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yi Feiyang hurried over to Chu Heng, saying, Coach Shu, I'm really sorry about that. That guy is a brute. You're okay, right? Not hurt. Chu Heng waved it off. It's nothing. We were just sparring as usual. Yi Feiyang, so you sparred with Zhou Daxing only. Ahem. As long as you two were sparring, that's fine. Yi Feiyang wiped his forehead and walked out of the crowd. Chu Heng turned to the crowd, commanding with a sharp tone, Everyone, line up. Under his sudden fierce gaze, all soldiers stood upright. In Chu Heng's intense gaze, even Su Haoran felt a shiver down his spine and couldn't help but stand at attention. He had a feeling that the good days for the Bayonet Brigade were over. Afterward, at the outdoor training ground, it started pouring rain early in the morning, with pits and potholes all over the training ground. Everyone here, let's do another round. Whoever falls behind, everyone will be punished. Su Haoran shouted at the crowd on the training ground. Everyone raised their logs and continued to run on the training ground in the pouring rain. After several days of intense training, the soldiers were on the verge of mental breakdown. However, despite this, not a single person complained of fatigue. Everyone held their breath, gritting their teeth and persevering. Su Haoran nodded in satisfaction and went back to the shelter. Inside the shelter, Wang Bingbing was making tea for Chu Heng, and the two of them were watching the special training of the crowd while drinking tea. Coach Shu, according to your training methods, they have completed the first cycle today. Su Haoran reported. The first cycle is quite tough. Let them rest a bit before starting rifle training. Chu Heng smiled. Yes. Su Haoran readily agreed. After observing the school, he had mastered this training method. The core of this training method is perception and speed. Training can comprehensively enhance the perception and reaction speed of all soldiers. For instance, dark target training, using throwing knives to hit memorized targets in a dark environment. There is also 3 mace swinging training, swiftly swinging the maces to let the trainees practice dodging inside and improve overall coordination. The swinging frequency of the maces is random and irregular. There are more than 10 similar training items, and the current team's lob training is to train teamwork and core body strength. Su Haoran initially had doubts about these novel training methods, but after several days, he saw significant progress in the soldiers. Especially in terms of reaction speed, the close quarters combat had shown initial results. If they persist through 2 cycles, they might truly achieve Coach Shu's goal. All 10 items were rated excellent. Coach Shu was indeed amazing for devising such a training method. Su Haoran's respect for Chu Heng grew even stronger. After tens of minutes, the training for the soldiers ended, and Su Haoran ordered everyone to rest. Excited to hear the command to rest, everyone shouted and ran into the shelter. Khan Zida entered the shelter and immediately collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, not caring about being soaked and covered in mud. Feels great. Even better than Devil's Week. He felt like his body was falling apart. It's truly exhausting, but it's really effective. Zhang Mingshu bounced in place. I feel like my reaction speed has surpassed before. Perhaps only you can endure it. Khan Zida chuckled bitterly. This was the most rigorous and challenging training he had ever experienced, several times more intense than Devil's Week special training. Most people probably wouldn't be able to endure it. He sat up and looked in the direction of Chu Heng, seeing Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing leisurely drinking tea, almost spitting out blood. Coach Shu. So leisurely. Many people also saw this and couldn't help but show envy towards Chu Heng. Having such a beautiful woman serving beside him, drinking tea, it was like living the life of an immortal. John J. Besides close quarters combat, do you think Coach Chu knows how to handle a gun? Kang Zida suddenly asked. I guess. Probably not. He's a special coach invited from society, and they don't usually train with guns outside, so it's normal not to handle guns. Zhang Mingshu surmised. Hehe. How about we let Coach Chu try it later? He seems too leisurely today. Kang Zida suddenly whispered. What are you planning? Zhang Mingshu asked. Kang Zida murmured a few words in his ear. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Zhang Mingshu asked. Hey. Don't you want to get some rest? Don't worry. Hehe. Kang Zida chuckled lowly. The soldiers rested for an hour before Su Haoran and Chu Heng approached. Su Haoran shouted to everyone, rest time is over. Next, everyone head to the shooting range for shooting training. Kang Zida suddenly stood up and shouted, report. Coach Chu, I found that many of us aren't good at shooting training. I'd like the coach to demonstrate for us. Let us also learn from the coach's marksmanship. Kang Zida spoke up, sparking excitement among many. Yes, Coach Chu, we haven't seen your marksmanship yet. Exactly, Coach Chu. Please give us a demonstration. Upon hearing this, Su Haoran knew these people had some ulterior motives, wanting to witness Chu Heng make a mistake. He was about to intervene, but Chu Heng raised his hand and said, demonstration is fine, but there should be some conditions. Kang Zida was delighted to continue. If Coach Chu can score above 90 in 3 shooting areas, anything will do. However, if the coach fails to reach it, how about you give us a day off? Chu Heng squinted at him and smiled. That's also possible, but if I score above 90, how about doubling your training load? The crowd showed surprise at his words. This was a great opportunity for a break. Many people cheered. Overjoyed, Kang Zida said, deal, no problem. Coach Chu, you have to keep your promise. Chu Heng smiled. Zhang Mingshu, on the side, looked at Chu Heng's strange smiling face and felt slightly uneasy. There was a sense of being tricked. Everyone moved to the shooting range, where there are 3 shooting ranges. The 3 types of shooting include long-range sniping, medium-range shooting, and short-range pistol shooting. They require the use of a sniper rifle, Type 95 rifle, and pistol, respectively. According to the requirements of special operations, these 3 types of firearms are necessary skills for soldiers to practice. Within the Special 10, these 3 are included, and they are also the most difficult to score. Other tasks may require physical fitness and endurance, which can be achieved through intense training. However, shooting also requires a certain level of personal talent. Strong visual acuity, mastery of shooting scenes, understanding of wind direction and speed all require utmost control to achieve excellence. Kang Zida looked at the pouring rain outside and whispered to Zhang Mingshu, ha. Looking at the weather, things are stable. Zhang Mingshu nodded and said, if we have to shoot under these conditions, I'm afraid I won't be able to score above 90 anymore. To score high in shooting, the scene demands are high. Ideally, clear weather, good visibility, ample light, and no strong winds are the best conditions. In the best environment, shooting accuracy can be significantly improved, but the current situation is among the worst. Heavy rain obstructing vision, rain and strong winds that can easily affect bullet trajectories. Achieving a combined score of 90 in such adverse conditions is extremely difficult, even for the top marksmen in the team. Hundreds of soldiers lined up into rows, making way for Chu Heng. Su Haoran hurriedly whispered to Chu Heng, Coach Chu, how about we wait for the rain to ease up a bit before starting? This rain is too heavy at the moment. How about waiting a little longer? He also didn't have much confidence in Chu Heng's shooting skills. Unlike hand-to-hand combat, shooting not only requires strong shooting skills, but is also heavily influenced by the environment. Even a sharpshooter might struggle under these conditions. Chu Heng, however, waved his hand and said, it's okay, let's do it now. Su Haoran was surprised, about to say something, but Chu Heng had already walked up on his own. Heng, good luck, encouraged Wang Bingbing from behind. She believed Heng could do it, but her heart was also tense. Chu Heng went to the shooting position, and a soldier handed him a sniper rifle, a Type 95 rifle, and a pistol. 3 firearms were to be shot in succession. Coach Chu, please. Chu Heng nodded, took the sniper rifle in his hands, and a strange feeling surged through him. It was as if the rifle had become a part of his body. The capabilities of elite special forces soldiers are indeed extraordinary. This is how it feels to hold a gun. Comfortable. Just as Chu Heng was about to set up the sniper rifle, someone suddenly approached. Coach Shu, let me practice with you. Chu Heng turned to see Zhang Mingshu, the team's sharpshooter. Zhang Mingshu also held a gun and looked at Chu Heng seriously. Sure, Chu Heng replied calmly. With his consent, Zhang Mingshu put on a smile and said seriously, Coach Shu, I also want to challenge this high-difficulty environment. No matter the outcome, please don't mind. He indeed wanted to hone his shooting skills in such adverse conditions, but he also wanted to see if Chu Heng, in the field of shooting, had some extraordinary skills hiding beneath the surface. In his heart, he felt Chu Heng was not an ordinary person. Chu Heng seemed enveloped in layers of mist to him. He wanted to see for himself if, beneath the mist, Chu Heng possessed certain abilities still hidden. The two of them prepared on adjacent shooting positions. Other soldiers couldn't help but gather around, their faces filled with anticipation. One was the new coach, the other the team's sharpshooter, who could achieve a higher shooting score in such adverse conditions. Except for Wang Bingbing, no one probably believed Chu Heng could score above 90. All eyes were on the two men. Chu Heng skillfully began checking the firearms, disassembling them, changing magazines, each movement flowing smoothly, as if he were an experienced player who had been handling guns for decades. Those watching couldn't help but look surprised at his proficiency. Brother Khan, it looks like Coach Shu also knows how to handle guns. Did he have something up his sleeve? The slender-faced youth inquired. Amazed, Kang Zida shook his head and confidently said, Don't worry, who in this world is so talented? In close combat, I believe Coach Shu is undoubtedly extremely talented, but in shooting, Mingshu is the true genius. Rest assured, let's wait for a day off tomorrow and relax. The slender-faced youth chuckled upon hearing this. Indeed, who could be so talented? It seems I was overthinking it. Chu Heng and Zhang Mingshu finished checking the guns. Ready. A soldier shouted, Begin. With that command, both of them aimed simultaneously. 10 bullets, shooting at targets 1 kilometer away. Zhang Mingshu looked through the scope and saw a curtain of rain outside. The target was behind the rain curtain, making it hard to see clearly. The heavy rain and high winds could cause bullet trajectories to stray slightly. Although hitting the target wasn't a problem, hitting the 10-point target was uncertain. He couldn't immediately pull the trigger and had to continue adjusting patiently. Suddenly, dang, the sound of a gun being fired next to him. Chu Heng was the first to shoot. The scene was immediately in an uproar. No one expected Chu Heng to shoot first. Had he already aimed and was confident about hitting the target? Or was it a random shot? Before everyone could react, Chu Heng continued to pull the trigger in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets flew out without pause. Wow. What's wrong with Coach Shu? Is he using a sniper rifle like a machine gun? Could he actually hit the target with this shooting method? Wow. What if all the shots missed the target? That would be hilarious. People at the scene discussed in amazement and disbelief. Kang Zidao was a little dumbfounded. What kind of shooting technique was this? After each shot from a sniper rifle, there would be a slight displacement. Therefore, each sniper shot would require readjustment to hit the target again. Why was he shooting in quick succession? Was Coach Shu really asking us to take a day off tomorrow? Just as everyone was confused, Chu Heng had already finished shooting the sniper rifle, Type 95 rifle, and pistol, each with 10 rounds of bullets. The whole shooting process didn't exceed 30 seconds. On the other hand, Zhang Mingshu hadn't even fired a single shot yet. Zhang Mingshu turned his head in astonishment to look at the relaxed Chu Heng. Dig brother, are you kidding me? So fast? 3 guns, 30 bullets, just like that. Chu Heng glanced at him and smiled, saying, Why aren't you shooting? Isn't it simple? Zhang Mingshu, cough, I'll start shooting now. Zhang Mingshu began shooting, taking his time to aim and adjust after each shot. Not long after, he finished firing 10 shots. 2 soldiers at the shooting range were calculating the shooting scores. Su Haoran picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, How many points did Zhang Mingshu hit? Reporting. Zhang Mingshu hit 10 shots with 10 points each in long-range sniping, 5 shots with 9 points each, and 2 shots with 8 points. A total of 91 points. Medium-range shooting, 85 points. Short-range shooting 90 points. Overall score, 88 points. DeVos on the walkie-talkie reported the score. causing great surprise at the scene. Wow, Brother John is amazing. Truly the sharpshooter of our team. Zhang Mingshu also breathed a sigh of relief, a bit disappointed that he didn't score above 90, but considering the adverse conditions, getting 88 points was already good enough. The focus then turned to Coach Xu. Everyone looked at Chu Han. He remained calm as ever. Su Haoran was a bit worried but still picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, "Please report Coach Xu's shooting score." "Out, this. The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie stuttered. "What's wrong?" Su Haoran asked. "Report. Coach Xu ... hit all 10 shots with 10 points each in long-range sniping. 100 points. A cry of astonishment came over the walkie-talkie. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. "What? How is that possible?" Before everyone could react, the report continued. Medium-range shooting. 10 shots with 10 points each. 100 points. Short-range shooting. 10 shots with 10 points each. 100 points. Overall score. 100 points. A cold gasp echoed through the venue. All the soldiers were stunned by the consecutive perfect 100-point scores. "Pa-da." Su Haoran dropped the walkie-talkie from his hand, which was particularly harsh in the quiet scene. He stared dumbfounded at Chu Han, as if the young man in front of him was not human, but a demon. Tudan demonic. To score a full 10 rings in such atrocious weather conditions. Is this something that humans can achieve? It's unbelievable. Report. The scores have all been verified, confirmed to be correct. A voice came from the walkie-talkie. He quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and coughed twice, saying, "All right, return to the team immediately." Then he turned around, reporting to Chu Han, "Coach Xu, your final verification score is confirmed to be correct. Full marks." My shooting felt okay today." Chu Han smiled. The soldiers. "Damn. This is considered just okay shooting. Can't he shoot even better when he's in good form? Coach Xu is way too awesome." At this moment, everyone's eyes on Chu Han were filled with reverence. Even Zhang Mingshu beside him respectfully bowed to Chu Han and said seriously, "Coach Xu's marksmanship is divine. I'm no match. I still have much to learn from you." Having lost to Chu Han in the proud shooting discipline, he surrendered. Kang Zidao also stepped forward, bowing, "Coach Xu, we respect you. We are completely convinced." Hundreds of soldiers shouted, "Coach Xu is awesome." Chu Han smiled slightly, looking at Kang Zidao. "The conditions we agreed on just now should take effect. Starting tomorrow, training intensity will double." Everyone's face changed upon hearing this, but can one back out after making a statement? Kang Zidao grit his teeth and nodded. "All right. We'll follow your lead." Su Haoran grinned, knowing that the days ahead would be even more terrifying. "There's something to enjoy for all of you. Dare challenge Coach Xu's authority. You're asking for trouble. Ha ha. However, it's all because Coach Xu is too amazing. Never thought he had such a trick up his sleeve." Su Haoran increasingly found Chu Han mysterious and unfathomable, like a bottomless black hole. Following him for learning is definitely right. 2 weeks flew by. In the main camp, Sule was working in the office. At this moment, a deputy knocked on the door and entered. "General, Liu Lao is here." Sule immediately got up to welcome Liu Qiejin at the door. "Ah, senior leader is here. Please have a seat." Sule warmly greeted. Liu Qiejin didn't stand on ceremony, sitting down on the sofa as soon as he entered, asking, "Lizi, today seems to be the end of Chu Heng's guidance in the army, right?" "Ha ha, are you here for this matter?" "Yes, it is today. I receive daily briefings from that side. Everything is normal. Training proceeding as usual every day. I actually plan to go see it today." Sule sat down and poured some tea for Liu Qiejin. "Oh, that's good. I also plan to go, not just to see my granddaughter getting tanned." Liu Qiejin chuckled. Sule laughed and said, "That's fine, but you probably also want to know how well your grandson-in-law is doing inside, right?" Being old acquaintances, they could guess each other's intentions in their conversation. Liu Qiejin didn't hide it either, nodding. "Correct. I want to go see. Then let's go together later." Sule made a decision. Although he also hoped Chu Han could bring about some changes, with Chu Han's limited time for training guidance, only 2 weeks, even if there were some results, they shouldn't be too high. No need to hold too much hope. "Deputy, prepare the vehicles. We're going to see Coach Xu." Sule called out to the deputy outside the door. In a short time, the 2 vehicles arrived at the camp where the troops were stationed. Yifeng and Deputy Fu Yuhua came to greet. The vehicle stopped in front of them, and both men saluted. General, Senior Liu, Sule and Liu Chaijin got out of the car together, and Sule immediately asked Yifeng, Feng, where is Coach Shu and your troops? Report. They are doing the final assessment of the special 10 items on the training ground. Yifeng responded with a smile. Oh, how coincidental that we arrived just in time. Ha ha. Let's go, show us. Sule laughed out loud. Yes, General, Yifeng replied. The group headed to the training ground together. On the way, Sule casually asked, Feng, has Coach Shu's guidance and training gone smoothly over the past 2 weeks? This question wasn't really about whether it went smoothly, but about the effectiveness of the training. He didn't ask directly due to Liu Tijin's presence. Yifeng understood the implication and with an odd expression, said, Report, this might not be just smooth. You'll understand when you see it for yourself later. Oh, are there any special features? Sule had doubts in his mind. Yifeng chuckled. If you talk about special features, it's the training methods of Coach Shu that are indeed quite special. It's a bit complicated to explain. You can see it with your own eyes. Sule's curiosity was piqued instantly, and with interest he said, All right, let's go take a look first. I want to see what's so special about Coach Shu's training methods. The group arrived at the training ground together. They saw hundreds of people divided into different groups undergoing 10 assessments. There were also dozens of soldiers doing strange evasion drills nearby, with 3 balls hitting the soldiers from different directions, forcing them to evade within a limited area. Sule was astonished. This kind of training seemed similar to what foreign boxes used for evasion training, but they only used 1 ball. Here, they had 3. And they even put up a circle to limit the range. But it was evident that the difficulty was greater. Sule marveled. This training method is quite strange. Yifeng nodded, and said with a smile, Yes, this is one of the training methods designed by Coach Shu. Let's go over and take a closer look to understand the wonders of it. Ha ha. Coach Shu really has some imaginative ideas. Sule laughed. He felt that although this training was more difficult than that of boxes, it shouldn't be difficult for the physical conditions of special forces. Will this kind of training really be effective? The group moved forward, and Liu Chaijin looked around, then suddenly asked, Hey, where is my buddy Chu? Yifeng unconsciously asked. Oh, Liu Lao. Which buddy Chu? Chu Heng. Liu Chaijin laughed. How? Yifeng and Fu Hua were instantly stunned. What? Isn't Coach Shu Liu Lao's grandson-in-law? How did he become a buddy now? Although Yifeng was puzzled, he quickly replied, Coach Shu is currently busy with assessment training elsewhere with assistant Wang Bingbing. Liu Chaijin nodded and said, Okay, we'll find him later. Yifeng nodded, then shouted to the distance, Haoran, General Sule and Liu Lao are here. Yifeng's voice made many people stop their activities and salute Sule and Liu Chaijin. Sule saw Haoran for the first time and almost didn't recognize him because Haoran had shaved his head. Haoran, what's the deal with your head? Sule asked in astonishment. Did something happen to Haoran that made him shave his head? Haoran awkwardly scratched his bald head and said, I just accidentally lost in a competition, and then it turned out like this. Sule asked in surprise, You're the king of all troops. Why are you competing here? In close combat, shooting, and… Well, General, please don't mention that I'm the king of all troops here. Haoran's face was full of embarrassment. How? There are others stronger than you in these 2 areas. Ha ha. It seems like there are hidden talents here at your place. Sule turned to Yifeng. Yifeng looked somewhat strange, and whispered, To be honest, I didn't know before. I only discovered in the past 2 weeks that damn, I have so many geniuses here. What? Geniuses? Sule was dumbfounded. How could ordinary soldiers become geniuses in just 2 weeks? Yifeng's eyes flashed with admiration. Yes, this is all thanks to Coach Shu. Under Coach Shu's new training methods, after 2 weeks of enhanced training, the overall strength of our team… has significantly improved. A tall bodyguard next to Sule shook his head and said, It's impossible with just this kind of training method. Even if there are other more advanced training methods, it's probably still difficult to achieve, right? Sule nodded and turned to the bodyguard, saying, Hailong is right, I don't believe it either. For special forces, this level of difficulty shouldn't be too hard. Yifeng chuckled, then said, General Su, why don't you let him give it a try and see for yourself? All right, let him try it. Wu Hailong stepped forward confidently. He was a guard trained in defense, and he used to be a special forces soldier as well. He felt that evading 3 balls should be no problem. Okay, let me try, Wu Hailong said, clapping his chest confidently. Sule and Liu Chaijin also approached, wanting to see the unique features of this training device. Start the timer, the soldier beside them ordered. As he pressed the stopwatch, he also pulled down the rope he was holding in his left hand. With the pulling of the rope, the 3 sandbag balls started to swing. At first, the swinging was regular and on the same plane, and Wu Hailong easily dodged the 3 ball impacts. He laughed, haha. Isn't this easy? It's just 1 extra ball compared to boxer's evasion training. But before he could revel in his success, the soldier next to him lowered 2 of the balls, placing all 3 balls at different heights. The 3 balls were then directed at Wu Hailong from different directions and angles, and the soldier on the side accelerated the rope pulling, increasing the speed of the swinging balls. At this point, the 3 balls were swinging at different directions, angles, horizontal levels, and were headed towards him at an extremely high speed. Bang! Bang! Dang! Wu Hailong couldn't react in time and was hit in the head, chest, and thigh by the 3 sandbags. 12 seconds. Not qualify, the soldier next to him said, expressionlessly. What? Not qualify? Wu Hailong's face turned red on the spot. He never expected that he couldn't last even 12 seconds. Just moments ago, he was boasting, and now he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Sule and the others were dumbfounded to see this. Others didn't know Wu Hailong's abilities, but Sule was well aware that he was definitely on the level of a king of troops. Yet he only lasted 12 seconds. The change in the ball swinging patterns had, indeed, increased the difficulty several times over. It was nothing like the uniform swinging observed earlier. Moved by curiosity, Wu Hailong asked, how long can Coach Shu, who invented this training method, last? There was a moment of silence, and then someone said, Coach Shu, he's a monster. He lasted over an hour, and he walked out on his own in the end. What? Over an hour? Wu Hailong was shocked. Just concentrating for a minute at that speed was already his limit. Coach Shu could last over an hour. Unbelievable. Sule was also shaken by this revelation. Chu Heng's abilities were truly unfathomable. Just as everyone was amazed, a soldier ran over and reported to Yi Feiyang, Captain, over half of the assessment has been completed. There are currently 300 people participating, and 289 have scored 90 points or above. Yi Feiyang was pleasantly surprised. Oh my god, 289 with excellent grades of 90 points or above. The data was beyond his expectations. Sule was dumbfounded to hear this. When did it become so common to have excellent grades of 90 points or above? What's going on here? Yi Feiyang, what's going on? Are you really conducting the 10 assessments? Sule asked incredulously. Don't try to cheat your way through and lower the assessment standards. Yi Feiyang hurriedly explained. General, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to cheat. Our assessments are all conducted according to unified standards. But how is it possible that so many people have achieved excellent grades of 90 points? Sule exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible. Yi Feiyang took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and said, perhaps only Coach Shu knows the answer to this. Before the special training, our team had the latest records, showing that only 9 people achieved an excellent grade of 90 points. Sule's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that Chu Heng still knows magic? In just 2 weeks of training, so many excellent grades. Let's go. Take me to see Chu Heng. Yi Feiyang immediately saluted. Yes. The group passed through the training ground and arrived at a shooting range, where the final assessment of the 10 assessments was taking place. The soldiers were all focused on the shooting range and didn't notice Sule and the others' arrival. 8 shots in the 10 ring, 1 shot in the 9 ring, 1 shot in the 8 ring. Total score of 97 points. Yan Erhu's comprehensive shooting score is 92 points. Excellent. Applause erupted enthusiastically on the scene. Ha ha. Erhu. Good job. Congratulations on Erhu becoming the 301st sharpshooter in our team. Ha ha. Erhu did great. Erhu heard his score and excitedly jumped up from the ground. Ha ha. I passed. I never thought Erhu would also have an excellent day. At that moment, a soldier shouted nearby. Li Feng's comprehensive score is 94 points. Excellent. A plain-faced young man chuckled. Hehe, Erhu. Don't celebrate too soon. I scored 2 points higher than you. Erhu's expression instantly fell. Sule and his group listened to the successive assessment results with shocked expressions. How could everyone be scoring 10 rings and 9 rings? Have they all become sharpshooters? General, Coach Shu is over there. Yefei Yan pointed to Chu Heng inside the assessment area, who was eating an apple. Wang Bingbing continued to peel the apple for Chu Heng, looking happy. Their demeanor was too leisurely. Sule laughed and said, Let's go. Let's go find him. He should reveal it to us. The group approached Chu Heng, and the soldiers nearby saluted one after another. General Su, hello. Chu Heng noticed the commotion, turned his head, saw Sule coming, and also noticed Liu Chaijin and stood up to greet them. Ha ha, Chu old friend. Well done. Liu Chaijin was very excited as he patted Chu Heng's shoulder with a very pleased expression. Why did you come, Liu Lauch? Chu Heng asked with a smile. Oh, today is the last day you're supervising. Of course, I had to come and see. Sure enough, you didn't disappoint. You even gave me a big surprise. Ha ha. Liu Chaijin laughed happily. Hey hey. Grandpa. Hello. Wang Bingbing, holding Chu Heng's hand, greeted sweetly. Liu Chaijin chuckled. Bingbing, are you used to it here? Of course, I'm used to it. This place has really opened my eyes. Wang Bingbing replied with a smile. Sule approached Chu Heng amiably and asked, Chu Heng, it's time for you to reveal it to us, right? How did you do it? How can so many people in this team achieve excellent grades of 90 points in just 2 weeks of special training? For other physical assessments, it's fine. But how did you train in shooting? Sule's series of questions poured out like beads falling out of a bamboo tube. Chu Heng smiled faintly and said, This is a set of training methods I've newly developed. As for shooting training, it's simple to say it's simple and difficult to say it's difficult. With that, Chu Heng took out a 1 yuan coin, casually picked up a Type 95 rifle from a soldier beside him, held the rifle in a combat posture, and placed the coin vertically on the gun with his left hand. It seemed simple, but any slight body movement would make the coin fall. Everyone watched Chu Heng's every move, feeling that he was training in such a relaxed manner that it didn't seem difficult at all. However, everyone present had handled guns before and knew how difficult it was to maintain stability and balance. Sule and Liu Chaijin couldn't help but gasp in amazement. So stable, too stable. Guard Wu Hailong was dumbfounded. It was impossible for him to hold it like that without letting the coin fall. It was almost impossible, but in the next moment, he was almost stunned to drop his jaw when he saw Chu Heng started to pace forward, squatting down halfway with each step, turning the muzzle each time he stood up. Wow, this guy is a freak, Wu Hailong exclaimed, cursing out of shock. Sule was stunned. To maintain such a stance and prevent the coin from falling was extremely difficult. How could he do it? Liu Chaijin, who led soldiers for decades, had never seen such a training method. No wonder the shooting skills of these people have improved so rapidly. If everyone could hold a gun so steadily, it would greatly increase their accuracy. But how could they achieve such stability? It would require special body control training. It needed strong muscle control ability. Coach Shu is amazing. The soldiers now enthusiastically applauded, looking at Chu Heng with awe in their eyes. With a faint smile, Chu Heng gently raised his gun, causing the coin to rise and then land steadily on the muzzle. He took the coin down and said, It's just that simple. Sule, Wu Hailong, simple. Are you kidding? This is simple for you. But for those who haven't undergone systematic training, this is hellishly difficult. No wonder. It's no wonder that Yefei Yang's team's shooting skills have progressed so much. Sule immediately realized that without special physical training, directly practicing like this would be extremely difficult to achieve. This may be the miraculous effect of Chu Heng's developed training methods. If this set of training methods were popularized throughout the army, it would definitely greatly enhance our military's combat effectiveness. Sule grabbed Chu Heng's shoulder excitedly. Chu Heng, let me see this training method. This amazing training method is so useful for us. Chu Heng took out a completed training manual from Wang Bingbing's backpack and handed it to him. After flipping through it quickly, Sule became more and more astonished, and in the end, his mouth couldn't close. Chu Heng, you are simply a genius. Incredible. Liu Lao, you have a grandson-in-law who's a genius. Sule exclaimed repeatedly, because the training methods outlined in the manual were unheard of to him, but after reading it, he understood its effects on body control ability. For example, the random 3-ball method, in the manual could greatly improve individual perception and dodging abilities, but it was also a form of muscle control training throughout the body. The manual also included methods like underwater dribbling and plum blossom stake, all novel and magical techniques. To develop such ingenious training methods, the person must be a genius. No, a freak. Liu Chaijin heard Sulei's high praise for Chu Heng and his heart was even more delighted. How could the grandson-in-law I chose be lacking? Ha ha. No doubt about it. Chu Heng is my granddaughter's husband, and no one can object. Sulei closed the manual, looked up at Chu Heng, and his eyes shone with admiration. With this training method, Chu Heng, I must commend you. Please come forward. Yi Feiyang was surprised to have General Su personally request his presence. What a great accomplishment, what great honor. He looked at Chu Heng with great envy. Only a genius like Coach Shu could receive such recognition. Sulei then said to Yi Feiyang, Yi Feiyang, give me a detailed report as soon as you return. Yes, General. Yi Feiyang nodded heavily in response. Sulei took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and said to Chu Heng with a smile, Chu Heng, today is your last day of guidance. After it's over, I will personally treat you to a meal. I must not return until I'm drunk. Chu Heng straightforwardly replied, well, thank you, General Su. You've worked hard these 2 weeks, and you've given us such a big surprise. This meal must be on me. Ha ha. Sulei laughed heartily. Night fell. Chu Heng and Sulei's group prepared to return to their main base. The two of them got into the car, and before they even left the camp, they saw soldiers standing on both sides of the gate to bid farewell. Send off Coach Shu. Yi Feiyang shouted as he looked at the car. Coach Shu, Coach Shu, Coach Shu. All the soldiers saluted Chu Heng as they watched the car drive away. Inside the car, Chu Heng also solemnly saluted everyone. It was a rare experience to meet this group of true men. The vehicle slowly drove away. Kang Zidao watched Chu Heng's car with slightly red eyes, filled with reluctance. Although they had only spent 2 weeks together, his admiration for Chu Heng was indescribable. In his heart, Chu Heng was the best coach. Lao Khan, your eyes are red. Zhang Mingshu smiled. Aren't yours as well? I can't bear to part with Coach Shu. Kang Zidao smiled as well. Zhang Mingshu wiped away a tear and said, yes, we can't bear to part with him. I hope we can meet Coach Shu again in the future. Kang Zidao nodded. Life is long. We will definitely meet again. The two of them raised their heads and watched the military vehicle drive away from the camp, disappearing around the corner. Upon arriving at the main base at night, Wang Bingbing had to report back to the school first, so Liu Chaijin had someone escort her back to school, leaving Chu Heng behind to drink. Sulei invited Chu Heng to have a meal at the guest house next to the camp. This time, there were more than 20 people at the meal, all high-ranking officials from the base. Chu Heng became the focus of the meal, with everyone toasting and celebrating him. If it weren't for Chu Heng's exceptional constitution, an ordinary person would have already fallen after the first round of toasts. Sulei and the others had good drinking capacity, continuously drinking glass after glass of strong liquor. But Chu Heng's capacity was 100 times better than theirs, and in the end, he single-handedly drank more than 20 people that Sulei had brought to the ground. The meal lasted from the afternoon until 1 o'clock in the morning, with Sulei finally waving his hand repeatedly and passing out on the table. Liu Chaijin had originally wanted to help Chu Heng with the drinking, but he also didn't expect it to end in this way. When Mu Hailong brought a team of guards to pick them up, he was stunned. Except for Chu Heng and Liu Chaijin, who were still clear-headed, everyone else had drunk quite a bit. He had never seen such a scene before and couldn't help but admire Chu Heng even more in his heart. Ow. Liu Lao, should I arrange a car for you to go back? Wu Hailong respectfully asked Liu Chaijin. Liu Chaijin waved his hand. No need. I'll go with my old buddy Chu. I have a car outside. All right. Coach Shu. Liu Lao, have a safe trip. Wu Hailong saluted. Chu Heng nodded and left the base with Liu Chaijin. The driver was waiting outside the camp, and the two of them got into the car. Inside the car, Liu Chaijin patted his thigh and exclaimed, "Youth is great. Chu, your drinking capacity is amazing. You even made lazy drink under the table." Ha ha. Chu Heng scratched his head and smiled. My drinking capacity is just average. Liu Chaijin burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha. I'm in a good mood today, Chu. I'll take you to relax." Chu Heng was taken aback. To relax? Could it be? It shouldn't be. Ow. Liu Lao. Where are we going to relax? Liu Qiejin smiled mysteriously. You'll know when we get there. Chu Heng wondered. Could it be those relaxing places? The car drove into the city and headed straight to Huaihai Road. This area in the city was a gathering place for well-known entertainment venues, with bathhouses, massage parlors, and KTVs lined up one after another. Before long, the car stopped in front of a bathhouse called Wainan Waves. The two of them got out of the car, and Chu Heng looked up at the magnificent golden gates and the red neon sign. Chu Heng, could this be it? Are we really going to relax here? Ahem. Liu Lao, is this really appropriate? Chu Heng chuckled. Liu Qiejin patted Chu Heng's shoulder and laughed. Look at how scared you are. This is a bathhouse owned by an old friend of mine. He's from the north and can't stand not taking a bath when he's in the south, so he opened this bathhouse. You've worked hard these past 2 weeks. Please take a bath and relax. Ha ha. Rest assured, it's legit. Chu Heng suddenly realized. It turns out he had misunderstood. Heh. Okay, a bath sounds good to relieve fatigue. Liu Qiejin made a phone call and then said to Chu Heng, Chu, wait for me here. I'll go to the restroom, and then my old friend will come out to meet us. Okay. Chu Heng nodded. Liu Qiejin went to the nearby bathroom, and Chu Heng waited in place. At that moment, on the other side of the road, a group of young people walked out of a Phoenix club. Zhe, tonight was really fun. That girl. Chetch, such fair and tender skin. Yeah. Mine wasn't bad either. Very cooperative. Heh. Hey. Not bad. Zhe is really living the high life, with beauties on both sides. The group of young people gathered around Zia Gaoyi, laughing and joking. Zia Gaoyi's face was covered in lipstick prints, a rosy complexion, and an air of contentment. Heh. We'll come play again another day. When the time comes, I'll also arrange 2 girls for each of you. The others all agreed. No problem. Zhe is mighty. After saying goodbye to Zia Gaoyi and his friends, the cold night wind sobered him up a bit. He was about to get in the car when he suddenly saw a familiar figure across the street. As he approached for a closer look, his eyes widened. Wasn't that Chu Heng? But wait, why would he be here? Could he be cheating behind Bingbing's back? Zia Gaoyi's eyes flickered with a scheme. Zia Gaoyi's face revealed an excited expression. Daring to sneak out and eat behind Bingbing's back, I caught you red-handed. He took out his phone from his pocket and immediately started recording a video. This is the evidence. Heh. Chu Heng, you're done for. You're finished. With this solid evidence, let's see how you try to argue your way out of this. Zia Gaoyi secretly took several dozen photos of Chu Heng, directly capturing several minutes of video before stopping. Done. Chu Heng, get ready to be scolded by Uncle Wang. Once Bingbing sees your true colors, I'll gladly take over. Heh. Zia Gaoyi's heart was bursting with joy. Riding in the car, he told the driver, let's go back home. On the other side, Chu Heng waited for a few minutes, and Liu Qiejin returned looking relaxed. At this moment, an elderly man in Tang Dynasty clothing walked out from the entrance of the bathhouse. Ha. Brother Qiejin. Long time no see. Ha. Brother Lang. Hello. Liu Qiejin greeted him warmly. The 2 old friends met and embraced each other excitedly. Brother Lang, it's been a while, but you're still as strong as ever. I'm envious. Liu Qiejin praised. Chu Heng observed the elderly man in Tang Dynasty clothing. Although his hair was white, he looked robust with thick eyebrows and large eyes, walking with vigor and showing no signs of aging. Hi. Not like before. Fun Lang shook his head and smiled. Who is this? Fun Lang quickly noticed Chu Heng behind Liu Qiejin. Because Chu Heng exuded an indescribable charm. Such a young and handsome guy. Fun Lang secretly admired him. Liu Qiejin introduced enthusiastically. Come on. Lang, let me introduce you. Chu Heng, my grandson-in-law. Fun Lang, speaking in Mandarin. Why does it sound a bit confusing when combined together? How can he be both a brother and a grandson-in-law? But seeing how highly Liu Qiejin valued him, he must be the grandson-in-law after all. So, he is one of us. Ha. Since he's brother Tijin's brother, he's my brother too. I'm Fun Lang, from the Fun family in the northeast. Fun Lang introduced himself first. Chu Heng was not familiar with the Fun family from the northeast, but since he was Liu Tijin's brother, it was appropriate to address him as such. Since the relations were already muddled, everyone could address each other in whatever way they saw fit. Hello, Brother Feng. Chu Heng returned the greeting with a bow. Ha ha. It's rare for you to visit today. Let's not stand at the gate chatting in the cold wind. I'll treat you to the most comfortable bath. Fun Lang waved his hand generously. The three of them entered the luxurious bathhouse together, which was dazzlingly decorated like a palace. It was Chu Heng's first time in such a place, and every corner exuded luxury and a wealthy atmosphere. Seeing Chu Heng looking around at the decorations, Liu Qiejun joked, "Chu, doesn't it feel excessively lavish here? This is the aesthetic taste of the Lang family. It never changes." Fun Lang scratched his head, chuckled, "Qiejun, my brother, I love this style." Chu Heng found it a bit strange. Fun Lang, who was wearing Tang Dynasty clothing, did not seem like someone who flaunted his wealth with gold and silver. Instead, he seemed low-key. So why did he like this extravagant decor? Odd. Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on it, as personal preferences differ, and there was nothing noteworthy about it. Led by a beautiful manager, they arrived at a private bath for Fun Lang alone, not open to the public. Inside, steam rose, enveloping the air. They changed into bath pants and walked to the edge of the bath, seeing a huge bath made of Han white jade, indicating a high level of luxury. The water in the bath is specially transported spring water from Daming Mountain and naturally heated spring water from Tianqi Mountain, flown in by plane every day. There are also secret herbal medicines brought from the Fun family that have the effect of invigorating the meridians. Fun Lang proudly explained. Chu Heng sniffed the air and, indeed, smelled the herbs. Upon closer inspection, he felt the herbal formula was somewhat peculiar. "Come on, Qiejun, Chu, try this medicinal bath." Fun Lang was the first to step in. Chu Heng noticed a blue mark on his back and suddenly understood something. "Wait a moment, Brother Fun." Chu Heng halted him just as Fun Lang was about to enter the bath. Fun Lang paused, returning his foot to the ground, looking back in confusion. "What's wrong, Chu?" Chu Heng smiled faintly. "Brother Fun, it's better not to take this medicinal bath. If used too often, it could be life-threatening." With those words, Fun Lang was taken aback. His face turned pale. How did you know?" Fun Lang's face was filled with an expression of disbelief. How did this young man in front of him know even the old ailments on his body that Iron Army Big Brother didn't know about? This was his biggest secret. Besides the Fun family relatives, no one else knew. "How did you know? How did you find out?" Chu Heng calmly replied. "Chan blood are superficially abundant, appearing spiritually vibrant, but actually internally deficient, with excessive yin deficiency, resulting in dark purples on the back. This is the condition of Chan blood stagnation in the chest. From this, it seems that your old ailment is a severe yin deficiency. And also, this medicinal bath formula, you must have specially asked someone to prepare it for you. It's a formula for promoting blood circulation and removing stasis. You want to alleviate your old ailments with the medicinal bath." Chu Heng's words were like thunderbolts exploding in his heart. Because Chu Heng hit the nail on the head with everything. My goodness, could it be that this young man in front of him also understands advanced traditional Chinese medicine? And he could determine the old ailments with just a visual inspection. His medical skills were likely not simple at all. Fun Lang looked stunned, quickly turned back and approached Chu Heng, grabbing Chu Heng's hand, asking, Chu, did you understand my condition? Do you really understand it? Do you practice Chinese medicine?" Chu Heng smiled, saying, "A little, just a little." Fun Lang could tell he was being modest. To be able to discern his old ailments at a glance was surely not just a little knowledge, he must have a certain level of expertise. He sighed and said, "Chu, you're being humble. To be honest with you, I do have old ailments in my body. But it's inconvenient to explain the details, but my old ailments have been tormenting me for over 30 years. Every time it flares up, I feel icy cold all over, as if in an ice cave, with my body feeling like it's being pierced by millions of ice needles. Later, during one flare-up, while I was soaking in a bath, only soaking in hot spring water could alleviate the pain of the flare-up, so I have to take a bath every 3 days, and recently, I indeed asked someone to find a secret recipe for promoting blood circulation and removing stasis, hoping to cure my old ailments, but so far, I haven't seen any effect." Chu Heng shook his head, with a serious expression. "It's a good thing you haven't bathed in the medicinal bath too many times, or else, when the illness flares up, it could be beyond saving." Fun Lang gasped in shock at his words. He asked, "Why is that?" Could this ancient formula for promoting blood circulation and removing stasis be harmful to me? He really didn't understand how a beneficial ancient remedy could have such serious consequences. It just didn't make sense. Chu Heng chuckled and continued. The ancient formula you are talking about is the golden and silver meridian circulating formula, right? Ah, how did you know? Fun Lang was greatly surprised. Except for a few members of the Fun family, he had not told anyone about it. Moreover, this golden and silver meridian circulating formula is a lost ancient formula that he had coincidentally obtained from a group of tomb raiders. No one else in the world should know about it. How did he find out? It was truly astonishing. The crowd watched as Fun Lang solemnly bowed to a young man, and they couldn't help but be moved by the scene. It seemed that Fun Lang had been suffering a lot from illness in recent years. Chu Heng smiled and said, Fun brother, please rest assured, I can definitely cure your old ailments. Whatever conditions Chu brother needs, just say the word. My Fun family has some wealth, and I will do my best. Fun Lang waved his hand. No need to prepare anything, just need to prepare a room, and a set of silver needles for acupuncture, Chu Heng said calmly. Good. Go get a set of needles for Chu brother. Immediately, Fun Lang instructed a middle-aged man. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man bowed and left, then quickly ran off to handle the matter. After about half an hour, in Fun Lang's resting room, Chu Heng had a set of silver needles in hand. From the looks of it, they were old needles. The silver needles have arrived. I will leave it to Chu brother. Fun Lang sat cross-legged on the bed, saying solemnly. Chu Heng smiled, pinching out 3 silver needles in his hand. It might hurt a bit now, Fun brother, you must bear with it. No problem. I've endured bullets, I can endure this pain too. Fun Lang laughed. Under the gaze of everyone, Chu Heng walked behind Fun Lang and directly inserted 3 silver needles. 3 needles in one hand. Liu Chaijin exclaimed in shock, his face showing amazement. Fun Lang and his 2 men were also taken aback. The technique of using 3 needles in one hand, simultaneously hitting 3 acupoints, multiplying the effect, was something only a very skilled traditional Chinese medicine master could do. It required extremely precise wrist and finger control, usually taking years of practice to master. It was rare for TCM masters to be proficient in this needling technique. Unexpectedly, Chu Heng could display such a skillful technique, and he was so young. His medical skills were incredibly advanced. Chu brother is amazing. Fun Lang exclaimed in admiration. But just as he finished speaking, a sharp pain suddenly emanated from his abdomen. This sharp pain pierced through his internal organs, as if a sharp knife was stirring inside his 6 bowels. Ah! In that instant, Fun Lang couldn't help but cry out in pain, his face changing suddenly, sweat pouring down his body. Quiu! It really hurts. Fun Lang took a deep breath, smiling bitterly. He had thought that the pain couldn't be worse than a bullet-piercing bone. But he didn't expect the intensity of this pain to surpass a gunshot wound. Sir, are you okay? The middle-aged man asked anxiously, wanting to step forward. Fun Lang gritted his teeth, raising his hand to stop him. Step back. I can bear it. Chu Heng smiled. Fun brother, endure a bit more. Swish. Chu Heng this time held for silver needles in his hand, waving it, and for silver needles pierced into Fun Lang's body. Quiu! Fun Lang exclaimed. Ouch! Fun Lang felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if all his muscles were being pierced by needles. It was truly painful. Damn! For needles! Liu Chaijin couldn't help but swear. This was the only time he had seen someone use the technique of 4 needles at once. Chu brother was truly impressive. The others also had faces of shock. Could this young man's medical skills have surpassed many TCM masters? Being so young and possessing such medical skills, it was truly unbelievable. Chu Heng stopped his hand, calmly saying, 3, 2, 1. After counting down 3, Fun Lang suddenly felt a rush of heat throughout his body. Poof! He spat out a large amount of black blood. The black blood stained the bed sheets. Then, the bruises on Fun Lang's back disappeared at a visible speed. Soon, the bruises completely vanished. Sir, the bruises on your back disappear. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Mr. Fun felt a moment of dizziness in his head. Then he felt refreshed and comfortable throughout his body. There was an indescribable sense of relief. The stifling feeling in his chest disappeared. Ah, I'm cured. I'm cured. Ha ha. I'm cured. Fun Lang shouted excitedly, feeling the tremendous transformation happening in his body. Chu Heng removed the silver needles, smiling. The toxin is expelled. Now while the stubborn ailment has been eliminated, your body has been severely weakened by years of torture, with severe damage to your vitality and yin deficiency still present. However, with further treatment using herbal medicine, it can be completely healed. With Feng Brothers' constitution, 7 days are enough to fully recover. At these words, everyone present was astonished. To be able to cure a long-standing ailment with just acupuncture and moxibustion, who else in the world could do this? Probably no one else could be found. Liu Qiejun raised his thumbs up, exclaiming, "Chu brother, your medical skills are truly amazing." Feng Lang turned around, bowing deeply to Chu Heng, expressing his immense gratitude. "Thank you so much, Chu brother, for saving my life. I will never forget this kindness." Chu Heng lifted him up, smiling lightly. "Feng brother, you are being too polite. It was just a small effort. I'll write you a prescription later. You can follow it to get the herbs, but be sure not to make any mistakes in picking the herbs. Such matters are better handled personally." Feng Lang heard the implication in Chu Heng's words, smiled bitterly, and said, "Yes, yes. This time I will go pick the herbs myself. It is my fortune to have met Chu brother today. I will definitely come with a generous gift to express my gratitude in the future." Feng Lang said seriously. Liu Qiejun laughed heartily. "Haha, Chu brother is my grandson-in-law. From now on we are all family. No need to be so polite. I came here to take a bath. Let's quickly have a bath. Sleep comfortably. Then, all right. Qiejun brother, Chu brother, let's go," Feng Lang said with a smile. The bath was filled with fresh water. Chu Heng took a hot bath, then went to sleep comfortably. The next day, after confessing to Liu Qiejun, Chu Heng returned to school and arranged to have breakfast with Wang Bingbing in the school cafeteria. The cafeteria was bustling in the morning, with many early rising students coming to fill their stomachs. Chu Heng arrived at the cafeteria entrance first, suddenly hearing footsteps approaching from behind, tiptoeing closer. Hearing the footsteps, Chu Heng knew who it was without turning back. Suddenly, a pair of jade hands covered Chu Heng's eyes, and a teasing female voice said, "Guess who I am?" Chu Heng smiled. "You, a cute little silly pig. Oh, you're the silly pig." Tilda Wang Bingbing released her hands, bouncing in front of Chu Heng. Wang Bingbing had her hair tied in a ponytail today, wearing a beige jacket, with a purple scarf around her neck, looking pure and lovely. Wherever she appeared, she would attract the attention of passers-by. Wang, the school flower, was so beautiful. Many male students cast envious glances at Chu Heng. "Ding ding ding, Heng Hen, I've already bought breakfast for you. So milk, fried dough sticks, and buns." Wang Bingbing smiled sweetly, lifting the bag from the ground. "Perfect timing. I'm a little thirsty. I'll have some soy milk first." Chu Heng took the breakfast, just taking out the soy milk. "Wait, the soy milk is a bit hot. Let me cool it down for you." Tilda Wang Bingbing took the soy milk, opened the lid, and blew on it lightly. Onlookers were dumbfounded. "Wang, the school flower, isn't she the aloof school flower anymore? I feel so sour." This sudden display of affectionate dog food caught us off guard. "Okay, it shouldn't be too hot now." Wang Bingbing handed the soy milk to Chu Heng. Chu Heng rubbed her head and then took the cup with a smile, saying, "Sweetheart, you're so considerate. Head, drink it while it's hot," Wang Bingbing said sweetly, her watery eyes forming crescents. She felt happy to be able to do something small for Chu Heng. Chu Heng took a big sip and licked his lips. The soy milk in the cafeteria today seems a bit thick." "It's quite delicious," Wang Bingbing agreed. "I also like my soy milk a bit thicker." As she spoke, she opened her own cup of soy milk and took a sip, unknowingly having 2 drops of soy milk slide from the corner of her mouth. Chu Heng glanced at her, feeling a bit heated in his heart. "Sweetheart, do you like even thicker soy milk?" Chu Heng asked with a mischievous smile. Wang Bingbing, with innocent eyes, nodded. Of course, the thicker, the better. But as soon as she said that, she saw Chu Heng's slightly wicked smile and instantly had some images flash through her mind. "Oh, you villain!" Wang Bingbing blushed, glaring at Chu Heng. "What? How am I a villain? I don't even know." Chu Heng pretended to look innocent. "HMPH, I'm ignoring you." Wang Bingbing blushed, her heart pounding. Chu Heng chuckled. "You still want to ignore me? That's quite delusional." With those words, Chu Heng effortlessly lifted her onto his shoulder and took her away in full view of everyone. Elsewhere, in the executive office of the Finland Bathhouse, Feng Lang stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the gloomy winter sky. His expression mirrored the dark weather. Suddenly, the office door opened, and Ziliu and another man brought in a man covered in blood, setting him in front of Fun Lang. "Master," he confessed, Ziliu said, and then threw the man to the ground. The man had been beaten to the point of being unrecognizable, numerous knife wounds on his body. Barely breathing, Fun Lang regained his focus, staring down coldly at the man on the ground. "Fun Shan, you've been with me for over a decade. How have I treated you all these years?" Fun Shan, lying on the ground, trembled all over and dared not look at him. "Master, I was wrong. I was wrong," he pleaded. Fun Lang's expression grew even darker. He kicked him away with a swift motion. "Forgive you, you heartless scum. You're after my life, and you expect my mercy." Fun Shan was kicked away but crawled back, grabbing Fun Lang's pet leg, begging, "Master, I was wrong." Eyes filled with murderous intent, Fun Lang interrogated, "When did you start siding with those people?" 3 years ago." Fun Shan shivered. Din Firan answered truthfully. "So you've been plotting for 3 years. 3 whole years. Planning to take my life without me knowing." Fun Lang coldly sneered. Fun Shan hung his head, too terrified to speak further. Fun Lang stood with his hands crossed, indifferent. "You are part of the Fun family. Do you know the consequences of betraying the Fun family?" At his words, Fun Shan lifted his head in terror, exclaiming, "No, no, master, please, take him away. I do not wish to see him again." Fun Lang's face darkened. Fun Shan collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud. "Yes," Ziliu acknowledged and dragged him away alone. After they left, the Vos asked, "Master, how do we handle the situation at home?" "There must be a mole." Fun Lang snorted. "If there were no mole, we wouldn't need to resort to this. The Fun family needs a cleanup. Otherwise, those brats won't know who's in charge." The atmosphere grew colder, and the Vos agreed. Fun Lang looked into the distance. "If it weren't for Chu, my life might have ended here. Hopefully, those people will meet their wishes. But, as long as I'm alive, they should pay a price. Quickly gather their whereabouts and eliminate them once found." Nodding, the Vos responded, "Yes, sir, I'll take care of it. Oh, and fetch some good items from the vault, prepare some gifts, and find time to visit the Wang family to express our gratitude to Chu." Fun Lang smiled slightly. "It's a good opportunity to thank him. Mr. Chu is extraordinary in his medical skills and methods. It's truly fortunate to have him as a friend." He sighed. "Yes, if not for Mr. Chu, I might be dead by now. If he didn't save me, your family should tell everyone to show respect to Mr. Chu from now on." "Yes." The Vos complied. At the Wang family villa, Wang Xiangran was in the living room enjoying tea, and Liu Ningxiang brought a fruit platter over. "Come on, the father of the child, have some fruits." Wang Xiangran waved his hand, sighing, "I can't focus on eating fruit right now. Ice has been away for days. I have no idea where she's gone. Well, my dad says she's been busy with Chu Heng lately, so it's not easy to reach her." Liu Ningxiang reassured. "But with your father looking after her, you shouldn't worry. She let us know she's safe as soon as she comes back." Wang Xiangran looked helpless. "What on earth did my father send them to do without informing me? Not having any contact with her for so long, can I not worry?" Suddenly, Liu Ningxiang's phone rang. She answered and smiled. "It's Ice's call." "Really?" Wang Xiangran's face lit up. Liu Ningxiang picked up the call. "Ice, where have you been all this time?" "Heh. Mom, don't worry. I'm back at school now. I was helping Grandpa with something these days, so I couldn't say." Came Wang Bingbing's sweet voice from the other end. Liu Ningxiang knew Liu Tijin's identity was unique and kept her inquiries to herself. She said, "All right, I won't ask, but we've missed you. Mom really misses you after all this time not seeing you. Let's have dinner when you come back." "Okay. Maybe in a few days. I need to prepare for the end-of-term exams." Wang Bingbing replied, "Sure. Just come back, that's enough." Liu Ningxiang smiled. After chatting for a while, they hung up. Liu Ningxiang turned to Wang Xiangran, feeling relieved now. Wang Xiangran finally smiled. As long as she's safe. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zi Gaoyi calling. "Hello, Gaoyi. What's going on?" Wang Xiangran asked warmly. "Uncle Wang, I've been thinking about something all night and feel I must inform you." Zi Gaoyi's voice sounded serious from the other end. "Oh. What's so serious?" Wang Xiangran asked in confusion. Zi Gaoyi continued, It's about Chu Heng's affair outside. What? What did you say? Upon hearing this, Wan Xiangran's anger surged, furrowing his brow tightly. Uncle Wan, I'm saying Chu Heng is cheating on Bingbing behind her back. It's really despicable. Zigaoyi pretended to be indignant as he spoke. Wan Xiangran took a deep breath, suppressing his anger for the moment, and asked, Really? Did you see it with your own eyes? Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes, and I even took photos and videos. Uncle Wan, I will come over to your place and explain everything in detail. Zigaoyi immediately responded, Okay, come over right away. Wan Xiangran replied coldly. After hanging up the phone, Wan Xiangran couldn't hide the anger on his face, his brow furrowed. Liu Ningxian, who was nearby, puzzledly asked, Who called just now? What happened? It was Gui, he said. Chu Heng was caught cheating on Bingbing. And he even has evidence, Wan Xiangran said coldly. What? No way. Chu Heng doesn't seem like that kind of person. Liu Ningxian shook her head in disbelief. In her eyes, Chu Heng was sensible and doted on Bingbing, so she found it hard to believe these accusations. People are not always what they seem. Some people hide things very well and put on a good facade. Don't be too trusting, especially of Chu Heng. Wan Xiangran said angrily. Liu Ningxian still insisted on her belief, saying, Is there some misunderstanding? Wan Xiangran slammed the table and said, If Gui, a child so kind, doesn't have any certainty or evidence, would he speak like this? Would he falsely accuse someone? Last time I saw him going into a shady establishment, but out of consideration for Bingbing and our family's reputation, I kept it to myself without substantial evidence. Now, with Gui having evidence, let's see how he will explain himself then. Liu Ningxian shook her head and said, I think it's better for you to handle this calmly. What if it's really a misunderstanding? When Gui arrives, I will know when I see the evidence. Wan Xiangran sneered. He then turned to Liu Ningxian and said, with a bitter smile, Mother of the child, why are you defending Chu Heng so much? After all, Chu Heng is still my son-in-law. Liu Ningxian smiled and said, I trust my daughter's judgment, and I believe Chu Heng is not that kind of person. Wan Xiangran, T_T. What's going on? Even my wife and I are not on the same side. Heaven. What a disaster. Why am I in such a predicament? No. Even if I'm alone, for the sake of my daughter's future happiness, I will fight alone to the end. Wan Xiangran took a sip of tea, acting as if it were strong alcohol, looking poignant. Child's father, what's wrong with you? Liu Ningxian asked in surprise. Wan Xiangran raised his hand, smiled bitterly, and said, Don't ask me, just let me be alone in silence. On the other side, Zigaoyi was in a villa embracing a glamorous beauty, with 2 young men and 4 young women in the living room, having a great time early in the morning. Who did you just call? A blonde youth asked casually. Zigaoyi smirked, feeling pleased, and replied, My future father-in-law. He now had the leverage on Chu Heng, a sure hit. Once Bingbing breaks up with Chu Heng, she will face various pressures from the Wan family, and her fate will be miserable. As for himself, he can smoothly take over and become Bingbing's new boyfriend. Marrying Bingbing, inheriting the family business, and reaching the peak of life. Thinking of this, Zigaoyi couldn't help but laugh. The future is always bright. Father-in-law, have you already won over the daughter of the Wan family? The blonde youth asked enthusiastically. Not yet, but it's probably soon, Zigaoyi said confidently. The glamorous beauty in his arms pushed his chest and seductively said, Dead ghost, you're hugging me and still thinking about other women so annoy. Zigaoyi felt hot inside, and couldn't help touching her up and down, saying, Don't worry, my dear, even after I marry Bingbing, I won't forget you. She's big, you're small. Annoying, I want to be big, the glamorous beauty coquettishly said, pressing into Zigaoyi's arms. Okay, we can all be big, I'll enjoy the best of both worlds. Zigaoyi laughed heartily. The blonde youth chimed in. We're waiting for you to succeed. We'll definitely celebrate, big time when that day comes, Zigaoyi happily said. Good. Glancing at the time, it was getting late. He had to go to the Wan family. He stood up and said, Brothers, I have a very important matter to attend to. I have to go to the Wan family. We'll see if it's a success today. You guys just wait for my triumphant news. At noon, on the basketball court of Shenzhen University. The spectators outside the court were packed to the point of being overwhelmed. Amid the gasps of the crowd, Chu Heng leapt high into the air, performed a powerful dunk, and sent the basketball into the hoop. Wow! A slam dunk! Amazing! The onlookers were all taken aback by this move. Chu, you're awesome! The crowd cheered. The opposing team looked defeated. The sound of the whistle marked the end of the game. The score was fixed at 20-100. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chu Heng walked off the court, and Wang Bingbing, who was by his side, cheered and ran up to him joyfully. Disregarding the sweat on Chu Heng, she gave him a big hug. Wow, Wang Bingbing, you're so bold. I'm so envious. The male students gazed at her with admiration. Chu, you're so handsome. Here, take this towel and water. Wang Bingbing handed him a towel and a bottle of water. You're such a darling, Chu Heng replied with a smile upon receiving them. The intimate interaction between the two made Lin Xiaowei, who was standing nearby, feel a pang of jealousy. Ahem, Bingbing, you guys can get affectionate in the room later. Can we grab a bite now? I'm starving. Lin Xiaowei chuckled, rubbing her stomach. Right, you can fill up on love, but we can't. Lu Meng covered her mouth as she laughed. Wang Bingbing stuck out her tongue. Okay, I'll treat for lunch. Upon hearing this, Liu Dashwan and his two buddies exclaimed, yes, if the lady is treating, we have to have something good to eat. Chu Heng laughed. All right, today you guys can battle it out in the card game. Let's go to the restaurant. The group packed up their belongings and set off together. The weather was a bit chilly. Lu Man said to Wang Bingbing, Shenzhen is so cold this year. This cold weather is so boring. Bingbing, how did you use to spend winter? Wang Bingbing thought for a moment and replied, nothing special. I used to go deep-sea diving in the Sea province, skiing in the northeast, watching the red flowers bloom in the western province, soaking in hot springs in the Qing province. Basically just playing everywhere. Lu Man, Liu Din, Lin Xiaowei. Damn, this is nothing special. Then what is special? Are you going to Mars? Silver sighed. Well, it seems that we don't understand the world of rich ladies. Lu Man forced a smile. The happiness of the rich is hard to imagine. Lin Xiaowei added, besides soaking in hot springs, I can't afford anything else. Liu Din chimed in. Lin Xiaowei's eyes lit up at the idea. She grabbed Wang Bingbing's hand. Bingbing, let's find time to go soak in hot springs. There's nothing more comfortable than soaking in hot springs in winter. Wang Bingbing was also delighted. Okay, I haven't had a chance to soak in hot springs yet this winter. She turned to Chu Heng and asked, Hen, would you like to come soak in the hot springs with us when we're free? Chu Heng rubbed her head affectionately. Sure, I met a guy yesterday who runs a hot spring bath. The place has a nice environment. I went there last night and it was so comfortable. Great. I want to go. Wang Bingbing excitedly jumped up and down. We want to go too. Lin Xiaowei and the others looked at Chu Heng expectantly. All right, let's all go. Chu Heng smiled. Old Chu, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Liu Dashwan put his arm around Chu Heng's neck, equally eager. The chubby guy hugged Chu Heng's other arm, saying, Brother Chu, you're like a brother to me. Ha. All right, let's all go. I know what you're thinking. Chu Heng saw through the chubby guy's intentions. Lu Man said she was going. He must have wanted to go too. These two were getting closer and closer. Hey. Chu really gets me. The chubby guy raised his eyebrows, feeling very suave. The others all looked at him with disdain. On the other side, Zigali arrived at the Wang residence and met Wang Xiangran in the tea room. Uncle Wang, that Chu Heng is really despicable. He's fooling around with Bingbing behind her back. It's shameful, Zigali said, indignantly. After speaking, he sneakily glanced at Wang Xiangran and saw the anger on the latter's face, secretly pleased. Just as he expected, Uncle Wang would definitely be furious upon hearing this news. Let me see the photos you took. Wang Xiangran suppressed his anger and said coldly. Sure. Uncle Wang, here you go. Zigali took out a stack of photos from his bag and placed them in front of Wang Xiangran. Wang Xiangran opened the photos, took a look, and then picked one of the photos to examine carefully. The photo was clear, showing Chu Heng standing in front of a store named Stormy Bathhouse, looking like he was about to enter, waiting for someone. This is outrageous. Wang Xiangran angrily threw the photos on the floor. Zigali was secretly delighted. Ha. Let the anger burn. Let the fury rise. The angrier the future father-in-law gets, the worse Chu Heng's fate will be. He quickly picked up the photos, took out his phone, and planned to pour fuel on the fire. Uncle Wang, take a look at this video. I think I'm not lying. Not accusing him wrongly. Wang Xiangran took the phone and saw Chu Heng lingering outside the entrance in the video, not just passing by but actually intending to go in. This infuriates me. Wang Xiangran put down the phone, his face even more furious. Yeah. Look, this place is called Stormy Bathhouse. Just hearing the name sounds seedy. Definitely not a decent place. I can't even. End of the day, let's go. Zigaoyi felt like he was revealing too much and quickly tried to cover up. Uncle Wang. I don't know. These are all things my former classmates said. You know, I've been focusing on my studies all these years. I have no interest in these places. Really? No interest at all. How can a normal person go to those places? Disgusting. Zigaoyi sighed with relief, wiping his forehead, secretly releasing a breath. Wang Xiangran nodded contentedly, saying, if Chu Heng had half of your character, I wouldn't be worried about Bingbing. Zigaoyi felt relieved and continued to incite. Odd. Chu Heng is just a hypocrite, using his looks and smooth talk to win Bingbing over. I think when Bingbing is with him, it's like ... a flowering cow dung. Wang Xiangran wholeheartedly agreed. Exactly. So, Bingbing must not marry Chu Heng. Zigaoyi's heart surged with joy. Haha. This is getting interesting. Let the anger ignite. What are you planning to do about this, Uncle Wang? If you want Chu Heng to explain himself, I'll send someone to bring him here immediately. My men are quite capable. Zigaoyi boasted. At this moment, he wished Wang Xiangran would speak up, put Chu Heng on the spot, and then reveal everything to Wang Bingbing. Once Wang Bingbing saw Chu Heng's true colors, she would definitely break up with him in anger. Then, Chu Heng would be like putty in his hands, to be manipulated as he pleased. Wang Xiangran raised his hand as if to make a decision, but hesitated halfway. No. Bringing Chu Heng back like that won't work. Wang Xiangran shook his head, calming down. Zigaoyi felt puzzled. Uncle Wang, what are you worried about? A person like him should disappear in front of Bingbing as soon as possible. We can't let Bingbing be hurt too deeply. Wang Xiangran picked up a photo and said calmly, this evidence isn't direct enough. If Chu Heng insists he was just passing by and didn't go in, it won't shake Bingbing's faith in him at all. This evidence isn't direct enough. Zigaoyi exclaimed. So, Uncle Wang, what should we do? If we see it and know it, won't we be able to do anything about it? Let him continue to hurt Bingbing. He felt a bit anxious, not expecting Wang Xiangran to hold back in the end. It was a bit unexpected. After pondering for a moment, Wang Xiangran said, you have to understand. Bingbing listens to everything Chu Heng says now, and if he tries to twist things, we'll be on the defensive. I'm not indifferent. Now that I know about this, I will find a way to unmask Chu Heng and let Bingbing see him clearly. Only then can Bingbing change her mind. Zigaoyi hurriedly asked, Uncle Wang, do you have any ideas? Wang Xiangran's face darkened. Have your people keep an eye on Chu Heng. If he likes going to those places, maybe he'll go again. When that happens, we'll catch him red-handed, in front of solid evidence. Even if he tries to deny and explain, it won't help at all. Zigaoyi listened attentively, surprised that Wang Xiangran wanted to catch him in the act. But it seemed feasible. As long as Chu Heng went back to cheat, he would definitely slip up. All right, I'll follow your lead, Uncle Wang. 3 days later, in the morning, Henghua Fund Company. Chu Heng was in the office operating on M stocks for long positions. It was still the waiting period, but once all the funds were positioned, it would be the day for action. Wang Anfu knocked on the door and entered, seeing Chu Heng busy. He smiled and asked, Brother, what are you busy with so early in the morning? Shall I have someone bring you a cup of coffee? No need, almost done. Chu Heng smiled, his hands typing rapidly on the keyboard. Wang Anfu pulled up a chair and sat beside him, curiously asking, Chu, when are we going to take the initiative again? Short 1 or 2 M stock companies. Chu Heng's eyes gleamed as he said, Soon, I've already found the targets. This time if we make a move, it will be a big one. In fact, Chu Heng had already set up a target pool, including companies listed in the Nasdaq and S&P 300. The higher the corporate risk, the higher the target ranked. Most of the M stocks were tech companies with high valuations, nothing but trouble. Wang Anfu felt excited at these words. He knew that if Chu Heng said this, he had already planned everything. Exciting. All right, we'll wait for it. Wan Anfu said with a smile. Chu Heng stopped his hands, stretched lazily, and said, done. Ha ha. Since work is done, Chu, how about we go for lunch later? Wang Anfu invited. Wan. It's really a coincidence. I have plans to go to the hot springs with Bingbing and a group of classmates today. I'm busy today. Chu Heng politely declined. Wang Anfu's face lit up and said, that's great. I'll join you. It's been a while since I had a soak. It's most comfortable in winter. Bring Bingbing's grandfather along. He also likes soaking in the hot springs. Ha ha. Chu Heng couldn't help but think the more, the merrier. However, it didn't matter. It would be livelier with more people, especially if they were Bingbing's relatives, her grandfather and uncle. All right, I'll send you the address. You go first, and I'll go pick Bingbing and the others. Chu Heng smiled. Okay. Then I'll go pick up my father-in-law and go together. Wan Xiangrong nodded. Chu Heng looked at the time on the computer, stood up and said, it's getting late. I have to go pick up Bingbing and the others. ... Meanwhile, in the Yida shopping mall, Wang Bingbing and her 3 roommates were shopping, planning to buy their favorite bathrobes. The 4 of them walked to the door of a Chanel luxury store and saw various styles of bathrobes through the display window. Wow, these bathrobes are so beautiful. Let's go in and check them out. Lu Man was excited, her eyes shining. These look expensive. Chanel, it must be really pricey, right? Liu Din hesitated. Lindsay smiled and said, okay, let's just browse. We might not be able to afford it, but Bingbing, the wealthy one, can afford it. Let's just help Bingbing pick one. Oh, sure. Liu Din smiled. The 4 of them entered the store. Welcome, would you like to see the bathrobes? A sales assistant asked respectfully. Wang Bingbing nodded and said, yes, let's see what styles you have. All right, please follow me. The sales assistant led the 4 to the display area. These are our brand's collaborative designs. Please take a look. The rows of bathrobes dazzled everyone. Wow, this one looks great. This one looks even better. This one is so warm. Lu Men excitedly picked, but when she saw the prices, each one had a hefty price tag. Wow, so expensive. Lindsay covered her mouth and smiled. All right, let's let Bingbing choose. Wang Bingbing picked a purple robe with butterfly patterns and turned to ask the 3, how about this one? Lindsay examined it for a moment and suddenly smiled. Bingbing, this one. Is it too conservative? Let me help you pick one. With that, Lindsay went to get a semi-transparent black robe, which, when worn, was both revealing and intriguing, making her look sexy and enchanting. Seeing this robe, Wang Bingbing's cheeks turned red instantly. This one is too revealing. Lindsay smirked and said, haha, wear it for Chu Hen to see. Isn't it perfect? This suits me well. It's this one. Wang Bingbing immediately saw herself in the robe in front of Chu Heng. Her face flushed, her heart racing. Can she really wear this? But there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Heng, would he like it? Just thinking about it makes her blush. All right, it's this one. Lindsay patted her shoulder, while the other two stifled their laughter. Lu Man whispered, Bingbing, if you wear this robe, you'll definitely drive Chu Hen crazy. He won't be able to resist you anymore. Stop it. What are you saying? Wang Bingbing blushed like an apple. But then she turned to the sales assistant and asked in a low voice, how much is this? I'll buy it. At noon, Chu Heng arranged for 2 business cars to pick everyone up and take them to the Finland bathhouse. When Liu Dashuang and the others entered the lobby, they were astonished to see many people inside, and the grandiose lobby left them in awe. Oh my goodness, this bathhouse looks so luxurious, just like a palace. Liu Dashuang exclaimed. Yes, and it seems to be doing good business. So many people here, Fatty remarked, seeing tens of people just in the lobby. These well-dressed people looked rich and affluent. It must be a high-end bathhouse. When they reached the front desk, they saw the 4-tiered pricing, with the lowest tier starting at 18,888 yuan. The highest tier of private customization was 180,000 yuan. Oh my goodness, are the tubs filled with gold in there? So expensive? Looks like we'll have to wait in line. Fatty was surprised. If they had to buy the lowest tier, there were still dozens of people in line ahead of them. Chu Heng smiled and said, no need to wait in line. I've already arranged with Brother Wang earlier. We'll go to a private pool later. Fun said he would make arrangements for us. You guys go store your stuff first. Liu Dashuan gave a thumbs up. Old Chu, You're awesome. You know the owner of such a big bathhouse. Chu Heng smiled faintly. Before coming here, he called Fun Lan to inform him. Although Fun Lan was out, he said he'd rush back as soon as possible and have the general manager personally take care of them. At this moment, an elegantly dressed middle-aged man rushed over to Chu Heng, respectfully bowing and said, Mr. Chu, I'm sorry for the oversight in receiving you. I am the general manager of the bathhouse, Fun Yuan, also a member of the Fun family. Mr. Chu, the master ordered that as long as you come, you must be served wholeheartedly. Fun Yuan wiped a cold sweat and looked at the young man before him. He didn't know the relationship between the young man and the master, which made the master hold him in such high regard. It's okay. No need for such hospitality. Please take us to get the locker key later. Chu Heng smiled. Yes. Fun Yuan respectfully said. Then let the staff take Liu Wang and the others to store their belongings. Chu Heng intended to wait for Bingbing's grandfather and uncle in the lobby. He was sitting in the VIP guest lounge, sipping tea when two sturdy men walked out from the restroom not far away. Damn, I don't know what I ate. It gave me an upset stomach. If that affects the mission, I'll be in for it. A crew-cut man complained. Pro. Loke, who's that? Isn't that Chu Han? The buzz-cut man next to him whispered in surprise. The crew-cut man looked over, delighted. Oh my god, it really is him. Zishao was right. This kid must be here to sneak a meal. Keep an eye on him, but don't let him notice. The two men sat nearby, pretending to read a magazine. At that moment, the general manager Fun Yuan hurried over to Chu Heng, bowed respectfully, and said, Mr. Chu, here's our bathhouse's supreme VIP card. With your presence, you'll receive the highest treatment. And the master said, all your expenses are free. Fun Yuan handed over a black card with both hands. Chu Heng responded with a nod and casually accepted it, appreciating Fun Lang's goodwill. If you have any other needs, you can contact me directly. The master said to do everything to meet all your needs. Fun Yuan respectfully said, it's fine. You go ahead and take care of your business. Don't mind me. Don't delay your work. Chu Heng smiled. All right. Fun Yuan bowed again and went out. Nearby, the two crew-cut men overheard the conversation. The buzz-cut man muttered, damn, this Chu guy even has a supreme VIP card. Seems like he's a regular here. This place doesn't look straightforward, so that Chu guy must be a frequent customer. Bro, hurry and report this to Zishao. At this moment, Zigaoyi is in the Wang family's home, having tea with Wan Xiangrong. Uncle Wan, try this tea leaves. It's authentic Westlake Longing that I specially had a friend bring back from out of town for you. I heard that this tea has 3 charms, the charm of aroma, the charm of fragrance, and the charm of taste. I'm not sure if it's true or not, so please taste it. Zigaoyi took out a small box of tea leaves and handed it to Wan Xiangrong. Wan Xiangrong chuckled and said, I didn't expect that you knew so much about tea. Gaoyi, young people nowadays don't know much about tea. Zigaoyi modestly replied, oh, no, Uncle Wan, you're exaggerating. I just occasionally like to study a bit, read some books, but I can't say I understand a single word about tea. In his heart, he thought, last night's last-minute cramming actually worked. Ha ha. Gaoyi, you're too humble. Wan Xiangrong said with contentment as they chatted. Suddenly, Zigaoyi's phone rang. He picked it up and his eyes lit up, quickly answering the call. Hello, Shanlo. What's going on? Is there a situation? Yes, Gao Shao, that guy surnamed Chu is indeed a scum. He showed up at the Fonglang Club again, and I heard people there say he's some kind of supreme VIP. Definitely a long-time customer. Shauna's simple voice came from the phone. Really? He showed up again? That's great. Keep an eye on him. Zigaoyi's mood lifted. He didn't expect Chu Heng to show up at the Fonglang Club again. He must be going for an affair. As a man, he understood one thing very clearly. Grass is always greener on the other side. Cheating is very thrilling. Chu Heng must be like that too. All right, Gao Shao, no problem. Big brother and I are both keeping an eye on him. Shangno replied. Zigaoyi nodded and said, great, Shangno. Let big brother know, take care of this matter well, and there will be benefits for you. Hehe, working for brother Z makes us happy. Shangno chuckled. Zigaoyi hung up the phone, his expression turning somewhat indignant. Wan Xiangrong curiously asked, what's wrong, Gaoyi? Do you have some business? It's outrageous. Chu Heng is truly despicable. He dared to go to the Fonglang Club again. Last time you had me arrange for people to keep an eye on him, And just now they called to say Chu Heng appeared at the Fanlang Club, and I heard he's some kind of supreme VIP, clearly a long-time client. Zigaoyi pretended to be angry. As he spoke, he subtly watched Wan Xiangran's reaction. Indeed, after hearing this, Wan Xiangran's face darkened, showing his built-in fury. "This is absurd." Wan Xiangran slammed the table and angrily exclaimed, "My daughter always defends him, and yet he turns out to be scum. It's truly despicable." Wan Xiangran's chest heaved with anger. Zigaoyi hurriedly tried to console him. "Uncle Wan, young people nowadays are quite good at disguising themselves. It's normal if you didn't see it at first. Don't be too angry." But, sighed, "I can't help but feel heartbroken thinking that Bingbing fell for such a scoundrel." Just mentioning his daughter Bingbing would definitely add fuel to the fire, because Bingbing is Wan Xiangran's beloved daughter. Knowing she's been wronged will definitely enrage him. Slap. Wan Xiangran slammed the table in anger again, causing the tea table to shake. It's clear that his anger is intense. "He dares to wrong my daughter. He'll see how I deal with him," Wan Xiangran said grimly. Zigaoyi continued to stoke the fire. "Uncle Wan, it's not too late to minimize the damage now. Don't let Bingbing be too deeply involved. Didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted to catch Chu Heng in the act? Now is a perfect opportunity." Wan Xiangran thought for a moment, nodded and said, "You're right. Without catching Chu Heng red-handed, Bingbing won't believe it. That girl has a stubborn temper, like her grandfather and me. She won't change her mind without concrete evidence presented to her." Wan Xiangran sighed deeply, suddenly thinking that when his daughter finds out the truth about Chu Heng being a scoundrel, she will surely be very pained and heartbroken, right? But short-term pain is better than prolonged suffering. What needs to happen will happen. By then, revealing the truth about Chu Heng the scoundrel will not only restore the family's honor, but also re-establish his own position in the family. Grandpa and the old man might just regret misjudging him. Seeing Wan Xiangran's changing expressions, Zigaoyi was afraid he might change his mind. So he quickly urged, "Uncle Wan, we need to catch Chu Heng in the act now. Don't wait for him to leave, or we'll miss a great opportunity. It's time for a decisive blow. Can't afford any mistakes. Corner Chu Heng, and smoothly take over the situation. Let's go. We're going to catch Chu Heng in the act now." Wan Xiangran stood up decisively. "All right." Zigaoyi was ecstatic. "It's finally happening. Chu Heng, you're done for." As Wan Xiangran strode out, Zigaoyi closely followed him. Just as they reached the door, Wan Xiangran suddenly turned around and asked, "Can your people be trusted?" Zigaoyi patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. Shanda and Shana are skilled. They come from a reliable background. The two brothers can definitely be trusted." "All right. Once we catch Chu Heng red-handed, seize him immediately," Wan Xiangran said, in a deep voice. Zigaoyi's face lit up with joy and he said, "No problem. Uncle Wan, you can trust me to handle it." "Good. With your confidence, I can rest assured," replied Wan Xiangran. Let's go over there now." Wan Xiangran nodded and quickened his pace. Zigaoyi chuckled to himself and caught up, opening the car door for Wan Xiangran once they reached it. After the two got into the car, it darted off towards the Finland bathhouse. At the VIP rest area of the Finland bathhouse, Chu Heng was drinking tea, waiting for Wang Anfu and Liu Qiejun to arrive. "Ha ha, Chu old brother, sorry to keep you waiting." Wang Anfu laughed loudly. Beside him, Liu Qiejun jested. "When the in-law said they wanted to come here, I knew it was your recommendation. But speaking of which, this place is really nice, soaking in the bath feels amazing." Chu Heng smiled and said, "It won't be long, old buddies. Please come, let's go together." Okay. The three of them left the rest area together. Not far away, Shanda and Shana, who were responsible for tailing, watched as the three people left. Shana whispered, "Hey, big brother, why did this guy surnamed Chu invite two old men?" Shanda nodded thoughtfully and said, "Could it be he has some special interests? Young people nowadays sure know how to have fun." Shana remarked. Shanda instructed, "Continue following, keep an eye on them." Shanda and Shana followed from afar, observing as Chu Heng and the two old men entered an elevator. They checked and found that the elevator stopped at the 6th floor. The 5th floor was the VIP members' bath, and the 6th floor was an exclusive bath not open to the public. Damn. No wonder this Chu kid is some VIP, he can go to the 6th floor. What should we do now? Shauna asked confusedly. What should we do? Of course, we continue following. Shauna scolded him. So, we just go up like this. Shauna scratched his head and asked naively. Shauna gave him a knock on the head and scolded. Are you stupid? Do we climb up from the outside? Come on. Quickly go up. Don't lose track. Shauna and Shauna immediately took another elevator, heading straight to the 6th floor. When they arrived on the 6th floor, the elevator doors opened, revealing a service staff waiting there. Hello. Please show me the red wristband. The young service staff said with a smile. Red wristband? What about a yellow one? Shauna showed his yellow wristband to the staff. The service staff explained. I'm sorry. This floor is for exclusive bath use. Only specially invited guests with red wristbands can enter. Your floor is on the 3rd floor. Please proceed there. Thank you. The service staff blocked Shauna and Shauna from the way. Shauna turned his head in dismay and asked softly, Big brother, what do we do now? Shauna gave him a signal with his eyes. Shauna seemed to understand his meaning, nodded, and then punched the service staff. Dang. The punch was strong, knocking the service staff down instantly. Shauna was stunned. What the hell are you doing? Shauna scratched his head, sheepishly saying, Well, big brother, you told me to act, didn't you? Crap. Shauna scolded and immediately gave him a big knock on the head. I just told you to back off. Back off. Get it? Shauna cried out in pain, while covering his head, and said plaintively, I didn't know you meant that way. I thought you meant to fight. Shauna slapped his own forehead. Having such a dumb brother was truly a disaster. Why fight at all? This is someone else's place. Are you dumb? Shauna glared at him disappointedly. Shauna weakly asked, So, what do we do now? Do we leave now? Shauna glanced at the service staff who had collapsed on the ground and said, With things like this, how can we just leave? Drag him downstairs, tie him up, and then change our clothes. Ow. All right. Listen to big brother. Shauna scratched his head. Shauna and Shauna together carried away the young service staff, carrying him into a workroom, peeling off his clothes and finding a set inside. The two of them, tall in stature, turned the work uniform into a tight-fitting outfit, looking very strange. Geez, this is way too tight. Shauna tugged at his clothes, afraid that a little force might burst the seams. Shauna glared at him and rebuked, Stop complaining. It's good enough to have something to wear. If we don't disguise ourselves a bit, it won't be good to continue watching. Let's go. Keep an eye on that guy named Chu. On the other side, Chu Hen, along with Wang Anfu and Liu Qiejun, arrived at a separate bathing pool, changing into bathrobes and comfortably soaking in the bath. It's so relaxing. Wang Anfu soaked in the pool, the warm water enveloping his body, relaxing him completely. Chu Heng smiled and said, This place was also recommended by Brother Liu. The environment here is indeed nice. Suddenly, Chu Heng's phone rang. It was a call from Wang Bingbing. Hey Bingbing, I am bathing with your grandfather and grandfather-in-law. Chu Heng laughed. Wang Bingbing's voice came from the phone. Heng Hen, would you like to join me for a bath? Her voice was filled with a shy tone. Chu Heng's heart warmed at the suggestion. Sure, I'll come right over. I'll be waiting for you Tilda haha. I've prepared a little surprise for you, Wang Bingbing said with a low chuckle. Chu Heng asked in surprise, What surprise? Oh, you'll know when you get here. Wang Bingbing blushed. Okay, I'll be right there. Chu Heng promptly hung up the phone. Wang Anfu teased, This girl Bingbing, why is she so clingy? Ha ha. Liu Qiejun chuckled. If their relationship is good, it's best to prepare for marriage sooner. Wang Anfu laughed. Ha ha. It's worth considering. Let them figure it out by themselves. Chu Heng agreed. All right, I will discuss it with Bingbing. You two enjoy your soak. I'll leave first. Saying that, Chu Heng walked out of the bathing pool, opened the door, and went straight to a separate bathing pool room. This was Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing's bathing room. After Chu Heng entered, there were two suspicious figures outside observing. Big brother, Chu is right ahead. Shall we eavesdrop at the door? Shauna asked in confusion. What's there to eavesdrop on? He's definitely engaging in something inside. This kid really knows how to play. Shauna snorted. Just as they were talking, suddenly three girls came from another hallway and knocked on Chu Hen's room door. Oh my god, there are three of them. Chu sure has a great body. Shauna envied a bit. Geez, what a scumbag, calling three girls at once. Shauna scolded. Wait, Chu and those two old guys happen to be three as well, Could it be that they are? Oh my god, they're playing so openly. Shanda suddenly realized. Scumbag, such a scumbag. Shanda joined in the scolding. Shanda lowered his voice. Quick, report the situation to Zi Xiaohui. Alright, I'll do it now. Shanda nodded. Saying that, Shanda walked to a corner and started making a phone call. On the other side, Zi Gaoyi and Wan Xiangrang's car had already arrived at the entrance of the Finland Bathing Club. The two men got out of the car. Uncle Wan, this is it. Chu Heng must still be inside. Zi Gaoyi pointed in the direction of the store. Wan Xiangrang glanced at the facade, which was grand and luxurious in decoration, clearly not very conventional. If Chu Heng was up to anything shady in here, he must catch him. Alright, let's go in, Wan Xiangrang said, in a subdued tone. Just as they arrived at the door, Zi Gaoyi received a phone call from Shana. Hey, Shai, major discovery. That guy named Chu called 3 chicks. Shana said with great certainty. What? 3 of them? Oh my god. Zi Gaoyi was stunned, not expecting Chu Heng to be so capable. And I found out that Chu also has other friends, 2 more people, 3 men and 3 women. They might. Shana didn't finish, but anyone could guess what it meant. Zi Gaoyi exclaimed, oh my god, Chu Heng is really too much of a scumbag. This is great. If Chu Heng really plays like this, it would be even better. Bingbing will definitely give up on him. Okay, you keep watching them. I'm already here. What floor are you on? We're on the 6th floor watching. Shana responded. Very good. We'll be there soon, Zi Gaoyi said with joy. After hanging up the phone, Zi Gaoyi's expression changed to one of anger, and he said to Wan Xiangrang, Uncle Wan, I can't believe it. That boy Chu Heng called 3 beautiful women, and he also has 2 cronies. I can't even say it. Chu Heng is really a scumbag. Wan Xiangrang's face turned darker, and he forcefully suppressed his anger, sternly saying, where are they? Capture him immediately. They are on the 6th floor. Uncle Wan, I'll take you up, Zi Gaoyi quickly said, feeling ecstatic inside. Ha ha, Chu Heng, oh Chu Heng, you're done for, you're doomed. In the bathing room, Lin Xiaowei specially invited 3 people to visit the room. Wow, this is too beautiful. Lin Xiaowei sat on a crystal chair in the middle of the room, looking around in amazement. This is the best 2-person bathing room in the entire clubhouse, designed as a suite. On the left is a bathing pool the size of a master bedroom, over 20 square meters, and on the right is a fully equipped, luxuriously decorated suite, as if there was a swimming pool in the room. It is luxurious enough to be able to swim in the room. TSK, the happiness of rich people is really unimaginable, Lin Man exclaimed. Liu Din shook her head and laughed. Definitely more than that. And just now I heard the attendants saying that this floor is an exclusive floor, not open to the public. Even if you have money, you can't stay here. Today, we are enjoying Chu Heng's blessings, so let's have a good time. Chu Heng smiled. You guys haven't gone to bathe yet. What's there to see in the room? Wang Bingbing stuck out her tongue and said, looking at the room is just a side trip. We specially came to bring you something. Ding ding, you almost forgot about this important thing. Lin Xiaowei handed a bag to Wang Bingbing. Wang Bingbing then realized, oh, I almost forgot. Wang Bingbing blushed as she accepted the bag. What is it? Chu Heng curiously asked. Lin Man giggled. You'll find out soon enough. We won't be a third wheel. We've delivered the items to you. Bye. Let's go bathe, the 3 said, as they opened the door and left. At the end of the corridor outside the door, Shanda and Shana happened to see Lin Xiaowei and the others coming out of the room. Huh, how come back so soon? Shana asked in surprise. Maybe that kid Chu Heng is just that fast. Hey. Or maybe they're waiting for a water show, Shanda asserted. Shana nodded. Big brother is right. Let's keep an eye on them. Z will be here soon, Shana said excitedly. They were about to catch and punish Z right away. Inside the room, Chu Heng looked surprisingly at the bag in Wang Bingbing's hand and asked, Bingbing, is this the little surprise you prepared for me? Yes, I'll show you in a bit. Wait for me here. Blushing, Wang Bingbing ran into the bathroom to change. Soon, the bathroom door opened. A graceful figure appeared in front of Chu Heng. When Chu Heng saw this scene, he almost spurted out a nosebleed. Wang Bingbing was wearing a semi-transparent black silk bathrobe, exuding a seductive aroma. At that moment, Wang Bingbing looked like a combination of an angel and a demon. She was too beautiful. Chuang was stunned by her beauty and remained silent for a moment. How do I look? Heng heng. Is this outfit beautiful? Wang Bingbing blushed, asked shyly, turning around. The outfit is beautiful, but you're even more beautiful. Chuang complimented. Blushing, Wang Bingbing whispered, shall we go bathe now? At that moment, her heart was pounding. It was too embarrassing to be facing Heng Heng in this outfit. All right. Chuang smiled, about to lead her to the bathing robe, when suddenly his phone rang. It was Liu Chiejin calling, saying he had something to give him. Chuang acknowledged and said to Wang Bingbing, sweetheart, why grandfather needs me. I'll go see him. Clean up and wait for me. Oh, you're so annoying. Go quickly. Blushing, Wang Bingbing said. Chuang chuckled, turned, and left. Once outside, Chuang headed directly to Liu Tijin's bath direction. Shan Da and Shana, reacting quickly, followed, and witnessed Chuang arriving at a new bath entrance and entering. How did he run off again? Shana muttered. Don't worry, just keep an eye on him, Shan Da advised sternly. At that moment, two service ladies in cheongsams entered with trays of fruits. Wow, two more beauties. That kid's surname Chu really knows how to play, Shana admired. Suddenly, Shana's phone rang. Zigali and Wan Xiangrong were here. They were already on the 6th floor. The Shang brothers immediately went to meet them and saw the two of them at the entrance. It was Zigali and Wan Xiangrong. Xiao Xiao. That kid's surname Chu is in the second area's bath, and he just called to beautiful women. Probably bath attendants, Shan Da speculated. Hearing this, Wang Xiangrong's face darkened even more, and he angrily said, never mind the rest, first catch Shu Han. Zigali was thrilled and said, good. Let's go now. Shan Da, Shana, get ready. Use the python bag to catch him, Zigali ordered. Got it. Shan Da responded. The two found a python bag in the storage room and ambushed on either side of the room. Even though the lighting was dim, they believed only Chu Heng was inside. As soon as he came out, they would grab him, teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Zigali and Wan Xiangrong waited on the side. Ka-tot, the door opened, steam billowed out, and a man's figure appeared at the doorway. Without hesitation, Shan Da and Shana swiftly caught him by the head. Ha ha. Got him, Shana exclaimed, inviting praise from Zigali. Excitedly, Zigali shouted, hit him hard. Beat Shu Heng to death. Seeing that Wan Xiangrong didn't react negatively or object, it was taken as tacit approval. Perfect, Zigali was elated. The Shang brothers immediately unleashed a fierce barrage of punches and kicks on the person inside the python bag. Tanda and Panda too were both moving their feet like raindrops as they approached the person inside the snakeskin bag. The person inside the bat wanted to struggle and resist, but Panda too quickly grabbed him, firmly covering his mouth with both hands to prevent him from making too much noise. Scum, I'll beat you to death, you scum. Panda continued to punch and kick. The person inside the snakeskin bag groaned in pain. Zigali exclaimed excitedly, Uncle Wang, we caught Chu Han. Let's go. Let's go deal with him. How dare he mess around outside behind Bingbing's back? What a scumbag. Isn't this hurting Bingbing's heart? How despicable. He continued to fan the flames. Wang Xiangrong's heart was already burning with anger. He walked up to the person in the bag with a stern face. Chu Heng, my daughter likes you so much, and yet you dare to do this behind her back in such a shady place. You've hurt Bingbing, so I'll make you taste goodness. Keep hitting him, Wang Xiangrong coldly ordered. All right. Tanda grinned widely and continued to beat him up. Zigali took the opportunity to kick a few times as well, feeling extremely satisfied in his heart. Ha ha, Chu Heng, didn't expect this day would come for you two. So satisfying. I'll kick you to death. After a few kicks, he felt even more content. Chu Heng was finished from today onwards. After kicking him, he even remembered to take out his phone to record a video, wanting to keep it as evidence to show Wang Bingbing in the future. Let Wang Bingbing completely give up on Chu Han. The person in the bag was tightly restrained by Panda too and had been beaten by Panda for almost 2 minutes. His struggling had weakened. Wang Xiangrong praised Zigali with satisfaction. Your two men have great strength. Zigali, pleased with the praise, said, Uncle Wang, these two brothers are top-notch fighters with excellent skills. After kicking him, Panda grinned and asked, Sir, how should we handle this guy with the surname Chu now? Wang Xiangrong snorted coldly. Remove the bag. I want him to admit in person on the spot that he's a scumbag. Okay. Tanda nodded. then said to his brother Panda 2, "Second, let him go and take off the snake skin bag." "Okay." Panda 2 obediently instructed. As soon as he loosened the man's mouth in the snake skin bag, they heard a few painful groans coming from inside. Why doesn't this voice sound like Chu Heng's? Wan Xiangran suddenly froze and asked in surprise. In his astonishment, he also felt the sound of this suffering voice was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, the door opened again, and a person walked out from inside. When this person appeared in front of the four men, they were all dumbfounded. "Zigaoyi, Wan Xiangran, Chu Heng," Zigaoyi exclaimed in confusion. Chu Heng. Wan Xiangran was also stunned at the sight of Chu Heng. The two of them were completely dumbfounded. "Hey, Uncle Wan, what are you doing here? Uncle Wan, are you guys here to take a bath too?" Chu Heng was somewhat surprised to see Wan Xiangran suddenly appearing at the door. "It's really you!" Wan Xiangran exclaimed in astonishment, taking a step back involuntarily. The person in front of him was indeed Chu Heng. Then, who is the person in the bag right now? Crap! Did we beat the wrong person? Crap! Closing parenthesis. Suddenly, a bad feeling arose in Wan Xiangran's heart. He quickly went forward to personally uncover the snake skin bag, revealing a face that was bruised and swollen, but still exuding a bit of dignity in front of him. As soon as he saw this face, a chill ran from his feet to his head. His whole body shivered in fear. "Oh no!" Wan Xiangran exclaimed in shock, completely dumbfounded. The person in the bag, with a bruised and swollen face from the beating, was none other than Liu Qiejun. Crap! 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 How could I have let someone beat up my father-in-law? Wan Xiangran. QOQ. It's over. Barbecue is over. I've caused a big mess. Chapter 290. Wan Xiangran. Old man, I was wrong. Wan Xiangran never expected that Liu Qiejun would appear here. The bigger issue is, he even let himself get beaten up. This is beyond ridiculous. Wan Xiangran now wishes he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. When Zigaoyi saw that the person who was just beaten up was Liu Qiejun, he was struck dumb on the spot, completely bewildered. Damn it, this is a mistake. They beat the wrong person. They actually beat Bing Bing's grandfather, Liu Qiejun. John. He looked dazedly at the Shan brothers. What the hell were these two brothers doing? Shan Da and Shana were equally puzzled, not knowing why they beat the wrong person. This is getting a bit embarrassing. Cough. Big brother, it seems like we beat the wrong person. Shana whispered. Shan Da glared at him and scolded. Damn it, my eyes are not blind. This is a mess. Completely botched. Wan Xiangran's head was in a state of crisis, not knowing how to face his father-in-law. Hey, John, who just beat me? I'll tear you apart. Liu Qiejun, who had come to his senses, got up from the ground and cursed angrily. Everyone present couldn't help but shudder at his words. Wan Xiangran quickly helped him up and stabilized him. Cough. Father-in-law, there might be a misunderstanding here, Wan Xiangran said guiltily. When Liu Qiejun heard his voice, he squinted his eyes and in the dim light, he finally recognized who was in front of him. It was Wan Xiangran. John, you were the one who had me beaten just now. Liu Qiejun. Wan Xiangran. Father-in-law, I'm sorry. It was a misunderstanding. Really. I was actually trying to catch Chu Heng in the act, but I never expected these two idiots to catch you instead. Wan Xiangran hurriedly explained. But Liu Qiejun didn't listen to his explanation at all, and gave him a big slap right away. Dang. This hit made Wan Xiangran see stars, and the world spun before his eyes. I'll make you regret it. Liu Qiejun was extremely angry, slapping Wan Xiangran on the head again, making a loud sound. Observers could see that the force was too harsh. Chu Heng shook his head repeatedly. What a scene. He pitied his future father-in-law. However, in Liu Qiejun's anger, Chu Heng had no intention of intervening, allowing him to vent first. On the other hand, Zigaoyi and the Shan brothers, sensing the situation turning bad, wanted to sneak away, but were blocked by Chu Heng. Where do you three fools think you're going? Chu Heng smiled as he stared at them. Shan Da and Shana, big and fierce, glared viciously at Chu Heng. Shan Da. John, get out of my way. Saying this, Shan Da lunged towards Chu Heng's face to throw a punch, but before his fist reached, Chu Heng's leg had already arrived first. His kick landed on Shan Da's abdomen with great force. Dang. The kick was so powerful that it sent Shan Da flying like a sandbag. He smashed into the wall, then heavily onto the ground, looking pained and unable to get up. The other two were dumbfounded. They never expected Sean Da to be overpowered by Chu Heng with just one move. Chu Heng's skills were unbelievable. Zi Gaoyi, now realizing the situation, turned pale with fear, but it was too late. Chu Heng gave Zi Gaoyi and Sean a strong kick. The immense force left both of them curled up on the ground like cooked shrimp, unable to move. In an instant, Chu Heng subdued the three of them. Wan Xiangrong, witnessing this, was also stunned. Chu Heng's skills were unexpectedly excellent. Before he could recover from his astonishment, another blow from Liu Chaijin landed on his head. Dang! Ouch! That hurts! Wan Xiangrong held his head, shouting in pain. Liu Chaijin snorted, still screaming in pain. I'm the one in pain. I'll beat you to death. With that, Liu Chaijin started beating Wan Xiangrong, raining punches and kicks on him like a storm. Wan Xiangrong cried out in pain. If Liu Chaijin had a belt with him, he would definitely make him taste the belt fried meat flavor. Wan Xiangrong, oh, father-in-law, I was wrong. Please stop. I know I was wrong. Wan Xiangrong couldn't bear it anymore. He repeatedly begged for mercy, trying to calm down the anger of his father-in-law, Liu Chaijin. Liu Chaijin then hit him on the head and demanded, "Tell me, why are you here? Are you planning to secretly plot against me?" Seeing the fierce and stern gaze of Liu Chaijin, Wan Xiangrong felt guilty and dared not make eye contact. He quickly said in a low voice, "Father-in-law, no, it's not true. It's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. I thought they caught Chu Heng. That's why that's why I reacted so recklessly." Liu Chaijin raised an eyebrow and asked, "So you plan to betray me, Chu's brother, huh?" Wan Xiangrong bravely asserted, "Zi Gaoyi said Chu Heng was fooling around in this shady club, cheating and playing around behind Bingbing's back, so that's why I came here in anger, but I didn't expect you to be here too." After saying that, Wan Xiangrong turned and glared at Chu Heng. "Chu Heng, what are you doing here? You can be low yourself. Why do you have to involve Bingbing's grandfather?" "Nonsense. You are incriminating Bingbing's grandfather. Do you realize that?" Chu Heng just scratched his head and said, "What are you talking about? We actually came here to take a bath. Ask Wan Jie if you don't believe me." Chu Heng pointed towards the door. When Wan Xiangrong turned to look, he saw someone coming out of the room, and it was Wan Anfu. "Oh my god, Dad! What are you doing here too?" Wan Xiangrong was dumbfounded. Wan Anfu said sternly, "Of course, we came to the bathhouse to take a bath. What did you think we were here for? Making a fuss? What's going on? And why are you here?" Wan Xiangrong was speechless. He never expected even his father to be here. Could it be that Chu Heng was really just here to take a bath? What about those three girls? Was Chu Heng setting him up? Wan Xiangrong was at a loss. He couldn't find a suitable excuse. Chu Heng smiled and spoke for him. "It seems like Uncle Wang is here to arrest me, thinking I'm fooling around here." Wan Anfu frowned. "What? And you think I'm also fooling around here? That's preposterous. No. No. Absolutely not. Dad, I believe you, but I don't believe Chu Heng. I received a tip that he just called three beautiful women into his room." Wan Xiangrong gritted his teeth. He ran over and kicked Zi Gaoyi and Sean Da. "They can testify." Sean Da, in pain, but still professional, nodded. Yeah, I did see three beautiful women entering his room with my own eyes." And Zi Gaoyi naturally echoed, "Yes, that's right. There really were three beautiful women. Chu Heng bringing them in couldn't be for anything good." Wan Xiangrong ran to Liu Chaijin and sternly accused Chu Heng. "Bingbing's grandfather, you have to help me with this, right? No matter what, Chu Heng shouldn't be bringing other girls to take a bath." While Wan Xiangrong was speaking, he suddenly saw Chu Heng's calm smile, as if he was expecting everything. Before Wan Xiangrong could process what was happening, Liu Chaijin hit him on the head again. Dang! The solid blow gave Wan Xiangrong an instant bump on his forehead. Ouch! Wan Xiangrong, oh. Father-in-law, why are you hitting me? Rubbing his head, Wan Xiangrong asked in confusion. Liu Chaijin snorted. "I hit you because you're stupid. Those three girls are Chu's classmates and Bingbing's roommates." Upon hearing this, Wan Xiangrong was dumbfounded. At that moment, on the other side of the corridor, Wan Bingbing and her three roommates came over. Hearing the commotion, Wan Bingbing came out to see what was happening. To her surprise, she saw her father Wan Xiangrong there too. Wan Bingbing asked in astonishment, "Dad, what are you doing here?" Seeing Wang Bingbing, Wan Xiangran was perplexed. What was going on? Bingbing was also here. Could it be that Chu Heng was really just here to take a bath? Daughter, how come you're here too? He asked in bewilderment. I came here with Heng Hen to take a bath, and so did my roommates. But how come you're here if you don't like baths? Wang Bingbing asked in confusion. She looked around and saw Liu Chaijin with swollen face. Shocked. Ah, Grandpa, what happened to your face? Who beat you like this? Liu Chaijin glanced at Wang Xiangran and said softly, I'm afraid you have to ask your father about that. Wang Xiangran shuddered all over in fear. The old man was definitely not appeased yet. Wang Bingbing glared at her father. Dad, what's going on? Why did you have someone beat up Grandpa? And had Zi Gaoyu do it? Wang Xiangran was completely caught off guard by Wang Bingbing's consecutive questions. If he were to say it was because of suspicions about Chu Heng, his daughter would definitely explode on the spot. Failing to think of a response, he suddenly noticed Zi Gaoyu cowering on the ground. Damn it, Zi Gaoyu was the one who got him into this mess. Wang Xiangran didn't hold back. It's all Zi Gaoyu's fault. He gave me false information. He said Chu Heng was cheating out here. And that's why all this happened. It all started with him. Wang Xiangran threw all the blame on Zi Gaoyu. Moreover, he was thoroughly disappointed in Zi Gaoyu. If it weren't for Zi Gaoyu, would he have been stupid enough to attack his father-in-law? Damn it, Zi Gaoyu, jeez, Uncle Wan, you're really passing the buck completely. Zi Gaoyu, it's you again. You really make me angry. Wang Bingbing saw Zi Gaoyu lying on the ground and angrily scolded with hands on hips. Zi Gaoyu's face showed a hint of embarrassment and said, Ahem, it's a misunderstanding. Bingbing, it's all a misunderstanding. HMPH. Wang Bingbing coldly snorted, turned her head away, refusing to listen to his explanation. I thought Chu Heng came to this shady place to cheat, behind your back. I was also doing it for your own good. Zi Gaoyu defended himself. Who said this place is shady? Suddenly a cold voice came from the other end of the corridor. Everyone turned around to see Fun Lang leading a group of people approaching quickly. Ha ha, Brother Lang is back. Liu Chaijin laughed. Fun Lang felt very self-reproachful when he saw Liu Chaijin's face. Brother Chaijin, I'm really sorry. I'm late. I'm sorry you had to suffer. The two had a deep relationship, and now Liu Chaijin was in trouble on his turf, which made Fun Lang feel very guilty. Ah, it's nothing, just minor injuries. Liu Chaijin waved his hand. Fun Lang said seriously, Brother Chaijin, no matter what, I will help you get back what you lost. With that, Fun Lang turned to look at Chu Heng and apologized. Chu, my apologies. It's my poor safety management that caused this situation. Brother, I apologize to you. Chu Heng smiled. It's just a small matter. In his view, Zi Gaoyu was just a small fry who couldn't cause much trouble. Chu, rest assured. From now on, you're the safest here. Fun Lang reassured him. Watching the conversation between the two, Wang Xiangran was amazed. The owner of this spa center seemed familiar to him. Just by looking at his face, he didn't seem like an ordinary spa owner. He didn't have the vibe of a nouveau rich. And to be so familiar with his father-in-law Liu Chaijin definitely meant that his background was not simple. Wang Xiangran found Fun Lang somewhat familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen him. Seeing Fun Lang and Chu Heng calling each other brothers, the situation was even more shocking to him. What kind of charm did Chu Heng possess to make such a person bend over backward for him? It was unbelievable. Fun Lang turned and stared at Zi Gaoyu. Did you just say this is a shady place? Your people. Was it you? Zi Gaoyu felt overwhelmed by Fun Lang's gaze, but as a member of the Zi family, he couldn't back down. Surrendering would only make him looked down upon. Yes. It was me. I'm Zi Gaoyu from the Zi family. You're the owner of this shop. It was all a misunderstanding earlier. Please consider the face of the Zi family and let it go like this. Zi Gaoyu lacked confidence, his speech faltering, clearly feeling guilty. Fun Lang stared at him with intimidating eyes. What Zi family nonsense is that? Don't bring up the Zi family to me. I'm from the Fun family in the Northeast and we don't deal with this. Offending my brother Chu means offending the entire Fun family and being our enemy. With that, Fun Lang kicked Zi Gaoyu in the abdomen. The force was so strong that Zi Gaoyu was sent flying and crashed into the wall. Wang Xiangran heard the words Northeast Fun family and a lightning bolt struck his mind. He remembered. Northeast Fun family. The old man in front of him was actually the head of the Fun family. The what shocked Wan Xiangran even more was the head of the Fun family speaking of offending Chu Heng meant offending the Fun family. What was the relationship between Chu Heng and Fun Lang that warranted such protection? It was simply incomprehensible. Fun Lang's attitude showed that he highly valued his relationship with Chu Heng, even to the point of deep respect. It was truly unfathomable. Wan Xiangran couldn't wrap his head around it. He turned to look at the composed Chu Heng. At that moment, he felt that Chu Heng was different. He had a mysterious aura. Fun Lang grabbed Zigaoyi's hair and lifted his head. The intense pain distorted Zigaoyi's face, which turned pale. Today, you caused trouble here, hit my brother Chejin, and disrespected my brother Chu. If I let you leave unscathed, I'd lose face. Fun Lang's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Zigaoyi was shocked and said, "No, it's not all my fault. Uncle Wan, save me. Please save me. Uncle Wan." Wan Xiangran coldly snorted, feeling the lump on his head. "It's all because of this fool that I ended up like this." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. If Zigaoyi hadn't sent that false message, could he have found this place on his own? He was even reprimanded by his father-in-law on the spot. Nevertheless, the relationship between the Z family and himself was good. Zigaoyi might have acted out of concern for Bingbing. After all, after a moment of contemplation, Wan Xiangran pleaded with Liu Chejin, "Father-in-law, Zigaoyi didn't mean any harm. Please spare him this time." Liu Chejin, with a stern face, said, "He was trying to pick on my brother Chu. Don't ask me for mercy. Ask brother Chu." "What?" Wan Xiangran, asked Chu Heng for mercy? Are you crazy? T.S. Happy New Year, everyone. Lao Ju here wishes everyone a happy and prosperous year, with everything going smoothly. May everyone have a perfect life like Chu Heng. Asterisk asterisk tilde tilde. Wan Xiangran was completely dumbfounded on the spot. Being asked to go plead with Chu Heng for mercy was even more difficult for him than being slapped in the face. Under Liu Tejin's scrutinizing gaze, Wan Xiangran couldn't help but shiver, thinking that he also had to plead for this favor for the Z family. Otherwise Zigaoyi would go back missing an arm and a leg. He couldn't face the Z family either. With these thoughts in mind, Wan Xiangran braced himself and said to Chu Heng, Chu Heng, Zigaoyi also made a mistake unintentionally. Could you forgive him this once?" As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if all his strength had been drained out of him, and he felt his face burning with embarrassment. "Damn it, I feel so wronged." Wan Xiangran really felt like crying without tears. He never expected that one date he would have to plead with Chu Heng. Uncomfortable, Chu Heng smiled and didn't take Zigaoyi seriously at all. Since the future father-in-law had spoken, he still had to give him some face. Hey, all right, let him disappear from my sight forever," Chu Heng said lightly. Wan Xiangran breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. At least Zigaoyi's body parts were safe. Fun Lang laughed out loud. "Ha ha, all right, we'll go with the boss's decision." Then he stared at Zigaoyi and added, "If I find out you're up to no good again, I'll destroy you." He then instructed the men behind him, "Take them away, educate them properly, and make sure they know to never appear in front of our boss Chu again." The subordinates responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Zigaoyi and the Shang brothers were then dragged away. As for the harsh education they would receive later, Chu Heng didn't care at all. Liu Chejin grabbed Wan Xiangran by the ear and said, "You two, go back and wait obediently for me. I'll deal with you when I get back." After hearing this, Wan Xiangran could only slink away. Fun Lang laughed. "All right, let's hope this doesn't affect everyone's mood for a bath too much. Brother Chejin, let me take you to apply some medicine." Fun Lang took Liu Chejin to apply medicine, and the others dispersed as well. Wang Bingbing and Chu Heng returned to their private bathing room to take a bath. The two of them sat side by side, with Wang Bingbing looking somewhat preoccupied. After a while, she finally spoke up. "Heng, do you think my dad will be mad at you?" Chu Heng rubbed her head and smiled. "So that's what's been bothering you? Silly girl. Why would I be mad at your dad? I haven't thought twice about this little matter. Only you can make me feel at ease," Wang Bingbing said, visibly moved, and hugged Chu Heng tightly. Heng, thank you." Wang Bingbing buried her head in Chu Heng's chest and whispered softly. She knew that her father, Wan Xiangran, had never been fond of Chu Heng, and this incident was due to his lack of trust in Chu Heng's character. There seemed to be some unresolved issues between the two that she couldn't understand. Heng, why does your dad always target you?" Chu Heng hugged her gently and said calmly, because I took away the precious treasure he had nurtured for over 20 years. Wouldn't he be angry? Wouldn't he target me? I know your dad sees you as a precious pearl, his darling. Marrying you is equivalent to taking away his treasure and breaking his heart. It's common for fathers to be strict with their sons-in-law. Chu Heng was well aware of Wang Xiangran's attitude, and if he were in his father's shoes, he would probably act similarly. Therefore, Chu Heng was understanding, believing that Wang Xiangran would eventually have a change of heart. After hearing this speech, Wang Bingbing's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude, and she said, emotionally, "Heng Hen, you are truly amazing." With that, she hugged Chu Heng even tighter. Chu Heng suddenly felt a surge of emotion and lifted her up in a princess carry. "Ah, Heng Heng, what are you doing?" Wang Bingbing blushed and asked shyly. "What else don't you know, you little fairy?" Chu Heng laughed mischievously. After that, there were splashes of water, and the waves surged. 3 hours later, in the room, by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, on the sofa, the two of them were covered in a thin blanket, leaning against each other, watching the night view outside the window. Even though it was quiet here, the higher elevation of the street allowed a view of the nearby Shen City's second bridge adorned with neon lights. Wang Bingbing, with her rosy cheeks, lazily stretched and said, "Heng Hen, the night view is so beautiful indeed. Shen City is a bustling metropolis, and the night view has a unique charm, truly beautiful." Chu Heng nodded. "With such a beautiful night view, it would be even better if we could see fireworks." Wang Bingbing looked hopeful. Chu Heng thought for a moment and said, "Maybe we will." Wang Bingbing giggled and said, "How could that be possible?" Chu Heng just smiled and casually sent a message to Yan Wanrong. "I want to see a fireworks display at Shen City Second Bridge, costing 5 million. Start now. I want to see it in an hour." Soon, there was a reply to the message. Okay, no problem. I'll send someone to buy them now." Yang Wanrong received the message, didn't waste any time, put on her coat, and went out, arranging for the employees of the Hengyuan Group to buy fireworks collectively in various places around Shen City. She also made a call to Han Yongxi. "Hey Yongxi, the boss has a mission, wants to see a 5 million fireworks display. Right now. Immediately. Do you have any way to make it happen?" Yang Wanron asked urgently. Why does the boss suddenly want to see a fireworks display?" Han Yongxi asked in surprise. I don't know why. Just follow his orders. After all, he's our boss, right?" Yang Wanron shook her head and laughed. Han Yongxi thought for a moment and said, "My dad has a friend who specializes in fireworks. I'll contact him to get the goods out. Shouldn't be a problem, but 5 million worth of fireworks is no small amount. It'll take some time." "Haha. That's great. As long as we can make it happen," Yang Wanrong said cheerfully. Han Yongxi contacted the fireworks factory, while Yang Wanrong had over 1,000 employees of the Hengyuan Group gather fireworks from all over Shen City, gradually congregating around the second bridge. With her deep connections, Yang Wanrong quickly obtained the necessary permits. The crowd assembled at the designated fireworks setting near the second bridge, with fireworks being delivered one after another. Yang Wanrong breathed a sigh of relief and messaged Chu Heng, "Boss, the fireworks are in position. Shall we start now?" At this moment, Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing, in their bathrobes, were sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window eating steak and drinking red wine. Enjoying delicious food, while admiring the bustling city night view, they felt content. Chu Heng received the message on his phone, glanced at it, and smiled. Yang Wanron's ability to act was indeed impressive. With that in mind, he replied to Yang Wanron's message. "All right, let's start." After sending the message, Chu Heng looked at Wang Bingbing with a mysterious smile and said, "Darling, didn't you say you wanted to see a fireworks display?" Wang Bingbing was taken aback for a moment, put down her wine glass, and said, Yes, but there might not be anyone setting off fireworks today. We'll have to do it ourselves another day." Wang Bingbing stuck out her tongue in a playful manner and shrugged helplessly. Chu Heng smiled and said, "Who said there's no one setting off fireworks? Look outside." Wang Bingbing looked at Chu Heng in confusion, not sure what he was up to. Eyes full of doubt, she turned to look outside, in the direction of the second bridge. Everything seemed normal outside, with neon lights shining, but there was no sign of fireworks. Thinking that Chu Heng was playing a prank on her, she gave him a playful glare and said coquettishly, "Nonsense, you're teasing me again, aren't you?" Before she could finish her sentence, a sound of fireworks explosion rang out, followed by dazzling fireworks blooming above the second bridge, dazzling and spectacular. Wang Bingbing's eyes widened in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief as she watched the scene unfold. Chu Heng reached out, holding her hand, and said affectionately, "Darling, as long as you want to watch, I'll make sure to make it happen. I don't spoil you, who does?" Wang Bingbing said in amazement, looking at Chu Heng in disbelief. She never expected that these fireworks were prepared by Heng Heng for her. Tears of emotion welled up in her eyes in an instant. "T.S. Lao Ju wishes you all a happy new year." Chu Heng looked at Wang Bingbing with tears in her eyes, reached out to wipe them away for her, and said with a smile, "Silly girl, why are you crying?" Wang Bingbing then hugged Chu Heng and buried her head in his chest. "It's all your fault, making me so moved." Chu Heng rubbed her head and asked softly, "Do you like it?" Wang Bingbing softly replied. The two of them embraced each other like this, quietly admiring the night view and fireworks. On the other side, by the second bridge, Han Yongxi arrived, bringing 5 cars filled with high-end fireworks worth tens of thousands. Over 100 staff members quickly began setting up the area, attracting numerous onlookers. "My goodness, so many fireworks. Is today a holiday?" "I don't know. I don't think today is a holiday, right? I heard a rich person booked the place and wanted to have fireworks tonight." "Wow, that's so wealthy." The people around discussed and speculated. Yang Wanran saw Han Yongxi bringing new fireworks and said with a smile, "Xiao, you did well. Hehe, it's the boss's task, of course, I have to complete it." Han Yongxi smiled. "Next, let's look at your fireworks." "Let's start," Yang Wanran said. With her command, the staff began lighting the fireworks. Swish, doom. Large fireworks bloomed in the night sky, illuminating it. Countless people looked up at the fireworks, amazed by their scale. Even the New Year's fireworks display is not as grand as this. It's so spectacular. Yang Wanran and Han Yongxi looked up at the dazzling fireworks, fascinated. TSK, our boss is really romantic. His girlfriend must be very happy. Han Yongxi envied. Anyone probably wouldn't refuse such romance. But with this extravagance, not everyone can pull it off. Yang Wanran sighed. The boss has money and is willful. Han Yongxi chuckled. Currently, ManhwaRecap Group is the biggest dark horse in the Shenzhen commercial circle, with its 2 brands raking in money daily and becoming the largest online celebrity brand. Moreover, the cute bunny milk tea has expanded nationwide and is seeing a significant increase in revenue, monopolizing the high-end milk tea market worth hundreds of billions. With the recent establishment of ManhwaRecap Investments, venturing into various industries and delivering remarkable results, it won't be long before ManhwaRecap Group becomes a giant corporation with a market value of tens of billions. Han Yongxi also thought, with the boss making so much money, spending a few million is just a drop in the bucket. The next morning, Chu Heng and his group gathered in the lobby. After a comfortable bath, everyone had a radiant glow. Taking a bath was so refreshing. Not only baths, but also food, lobsters, seafood, you name it. Most importantly, it was all free. So awesome. The chubby person couldn't stop talking, feeling deeply moved. Liu Dashwan chuckled. It's because the boss is showing face to old Chu. If it were someone else, would they get this treatment? Old Chu is awesome. Liu Dashwan hooked his arm around Chu Heng's shoulder and winked. Old Chu, was the bath comfortable last night? Chu Heng stretched lazily and laughed. Of course, it was comfortable. Wang Bingbing blushed quietly at Chu Heng's remark. At this moment, Lin Xiaowei suddenly asked, "After the bath, where should we go to have fun?" "How about karaoke?" Liu Dashwan suggested. "Let's play games," the chubby person shouted. A system upgrade prompt sounded in Chu Heng's mind. Ding. "Host, please note that the Perfect Life check-in system has randomly released a check-in mission." Ding. "Random check-in mission. Host must go to Netfish Internet Cafe to check in within 48 hours. Great. Another system mission. Chu Heng was thrilled. It's rare to have a check-in mission by the system, and he had to make the most of it. Chu Heng immediately said, "All right, let's go to the Internet Cafe then. I see a Netfish Internet Cafe nearby. Let's go there and play some games together." Chu Heng smiled. "Yes, let's go." The chubby person was excited. "My broadsword is itching for action." Farais pushed his glasses and said, "My greatsword is eager for battle." Wang Bingbing also raised her hand and agreed. Sounds good. It's been a while since I played games with Han. This time, I'll be the support, Wang Bingbing said. Everyone agreed to go to the internet cafe. After bidding farewell to Liu Qiejin and the two elderly, Wang Anfu, Chu Heng led the people from the two dormitories straight to the internet cafe. Netfish Internet Cafe was a high-end establishment, and as soon as Chu Heng entered, he sensed a different vibe. There was no smell of tobacco in the air, which already set it apart from most internet cafes. As soon as he entered, Chu Heng heard the system sound in his mind. Ding! The system has detected the host's arrival at the check-in mission location. Will you check in? Check in. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully checked in. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained the Divine Tier Game Talent skill. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained plus 10 charm points. Ding! Congratulations, the host has acquired a 1,000 square meter rural manor. Chu Heng heard the system upgrade sound and was greatly delighted. Not only did he gain a talent skill this time, but he also obtained a countryside manor. This time the system was so generous. Haha. Chu Heng immediately checked his personal attributes. Host: Chu Heng, physical fitness, 102 points, normal person 10. The higher the physical fitness, the better the body condition. Charm: 80 points, normal person 10 points. The higher the charm value, the stronger the personal charm. Possessing skills: God level game talent, God level design talent, God level medical skills, golden eyes, God level hacking skills, God level dance skills, God level musical talent, God level cooking skills, God level climbing skills. Cash: 4.59 million and 200 yuan. Seeing the full list of God level skills, Chu Heng smiled. One can never have too many skills, a few more won't hurt. Heng, let's start gaming. Wang Bingbing's voice brought him back. Sure, book a whole route, 10 machines. Chu Heng smiled. Guided by the waiter, they made their payment and sat down with 8 people. Fatty exclaimed excitedly, Chu bro, let's match up. Chu Heng nodded. Great. Suddenly Liu Wang asked the waiter, buddy, do you have any rewards here? The waiter, a young man, smiled and replied, yes, you can earn a reward with each game, and the rewards can be accumulated for big prizes. For example, with 20 wins in a day, you can win our grand prize, a mini electric car. Pointing to the other end of the cyber cave where a mini electric car was parked, Liu Wang eyed the car hungrily, intrigued yet aware of the challenge. What's the point of trying with 20 wins? Even professional players can't do it. With a shake of his head, Liu understood the difficulty involved. The young waiter chuckled. It's normal. After all, this car has been parked here for a year, and no one has been able to drive it away yet. The owner probably just wanted a gimmick. Even the cybercave staff were making fun of it. Chu Heng shrugged, smiling, no worries, who knows? Maybe it'll be our turn to drive it away. The young waiter nodded nonchalantly, but inside he thought, can he really just drive it away like that? How ridiculous! With a shake of his head, the young waiter walked away, and Chu Heng, Wang Bingbing, and 3 other friends began their journey. Heng, people say we never win at cybercave matches. We shouldn't do too badly, right? Wang Bingbing asked, covering her mouth as she laughed. Don't worry, with me here, we can't lose, Chu Heng replied calmly. They opened the gaming software and set off. After a while, the young waiter lay bored on the counter, snacking away. A girl at the front desk asked, Zi Shui, are more people gaming again? Are you betting on them? Zi Shui yawned lazily. This time, I bet 10 bags, not more than 3 times. In the past month, the players who have visited have been of this level. Heh. Alright, that's your bet, replied the girl at the front desk, amused. Just as she finished speaking, a broadcast in the cybercave announced, congratulations to Machine No. 15. How? Already? They've only been playing for about 15 minutes. How did they win so quickly? The girl at the front desk was amazed. Zi Shui, puzzled, glanced in Chu Heng's direction, got up and took a peek, only to find Chu Heng had already finished a game. Wow. Old Chu, you got 25 kills. You're amazing, exclaimed Liu Wang, astonished. Of course, Chu Bro is amazing. His opponents surrender after just 15 minutes. Ha, laughed Fatty. The young waiter was stunned, glancing at Chu Heng's game record. Gold level matchmaking game, 25 kills with VN. Wow. Being able to achieve 25 kills in a single game at this level, 0 deaths, was simply extraordinary. Could the young man before him be a professional player? He was a veteran gamer, also at the gold level, which was considered average in this region. There were newcomers as well as experienced players. Recently, there had been many boosting accounts, making the gold level a mix of skilled and unskilled players. Achieving this many kills at this level was definitely not easy. As he was watching, someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Zishui, are you spectating again?" The one tapping him was an emaciated middle-aged man nicknamed Lao Gu. "Oh, Gu bro. Just watching in my spare time," Zishui answered. "Machine no. 15 just got 25 kills with VN in the gold tier." He gestured with his eyes. "Oh, a high-level player visited today." Lao Gu looked at Chu Heng and then at the game screen of his upcoming match. After entering the game, he saw Chu Heng choosing Yasuo and pairing him with Janna to go bot lane, which made him chuckle. "Ha. Interesting. Is this even a viable strategy?" Lao Gu and his friends couldn't help but be intrigued. Yasuo and Janna seemed like an incompatible duo with no synergy in their skills on the surface, a peculiar bot lane combination. Usually, if things went south, it would result in a surrender after 15 minutes, and this bot lane combo would become friendly fodder for the opponents. Curious, he wanted to see how this unlikely pairing would play out at the gold level. Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing ambushed from the bushes as soon as they got in the game. The opposing bot lane combo appeared, a strong version of Caitlyn and Lux. This duo had superior range in the lane and could easily establish lane dominance through skill pressure, which normal lane duos would struggle against. Lao Gu suddenly understood Chu Heng's strategy. Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing emerged from the bushes and caught Caitlyn and Lux off guard. Chu Heng's Yasuo used his EE at level 1, swiftly approaching Caitlyn for a series of attacks. With Janna's Ignite skill as support, they managed to bring down Caitlyn's health significantly. Caitlyn was forced to retreat under tower. From then on, Chu Heng's Yasuo firmly established lane dominance. Impressive. A true master. Lao Gu marveled. Being a Diamond 1 level player, just by observing his decision-making and mechanics, it was clear that the player behind Machine No. 15 was exceptional, a true expert. Other onlookers were just as astonished by Chu Heng's gameplay. His micro is amazing. His awareness is outstanding. I never thought Caitlyn could be handled like that. He pressures Caitlyn's health in one wave. Now Yasuo controls the lane. Not long after, Chu Heng's Yasuo reached level to be for the opponents, charging in with E, executing a Q whirlwind on Caitlyn, followed by a Q. EAQ combo flawlessly eliminating Caitlyn in a single wave. Yasuo secured a lane kill against Caitlyn at level 2. This indicated that the bot lane had been obliterated. His extraordinary moves left everyone stunned. Damn. Why does it seem like his skills have a faster cooldown? Is he using hacks? Someone exclaimed. Lao Gu shook his head and explained, "It's not that it's faster, but your attention is focused on his basic attacks and other skills, making you think his Q cooldown is faster. All I can say is, this player is incredibly skilled with this champion. He might be the Yasuo King in Diamond 1. Lao Gu confirmed. As they continued to watch the game, Yasuo single-handedly killed Caitlyn twice more, leaving her devastated. Starting with 3 kills, Yasuo skyrocketed. After asserting lane dominance, Yasuo started roaming and, post-level 6, emerged from the bot lane to the mid lane, using Wine Wall skillfully to block Syndra's Scatter the Weak, followed by a Gale Force and ultimate combo, swiftly killing Syndra. Holy cow, old Chu is incredible. Liu-Wan exclaimed in surprise from the mid lane matchup. It's just okay. It's my first time playing this champion, so I'm not too familiar yet. Chu Heng chuckled. Lao Gu, Zishui, what? This is his first time playing it. Could that be true? How could he be so skilled with Yasuo on his first attempt? Unbelievable. Absolutely impossible. Neither of them believed it, and as Chu Heng's Yasuo took flight and started racking up kills, they knew they were in for another slaughter in this game. Lao Gu sighed with a pat to his forehead. With a Yasuo like this, I'm afraid this game will be another massacre. Hasagif. A whirlwind swept through the tower. Yasuo instantly reduced the hero's health by half. Then a child was killed by one knife after another, each strike critical. Tentakill. Before John could even reach the opposite side, their base was destroyed, not even giving them a chance to surrender. Oh my god, Chu is amazing. Another triple, exclaimed Liu-Wan. The chubby one chuckled. Heh. Hanging out with Chu feels like playing against bots. Ha ha. Four Eyes pushed up his glasses, looking at Chu Heng with admiration. Chu is always a god. Chu Heng smiled then calmly said, "Come on. Next game. I'll continue to switch heroes. Just play Yasuo for a happy game." With his amazing gaming talent, Chu Heng felt he could quickly master any hero he played, feeling as though he had already perfected the hero without any sense of unfamiliarity. Chu is a master no matter who he plays, a genius. Praised Liu-Wang with a thumbs up. The group quickly started the next game, but those behind them were stunned in their tracks. Lao Guo couldn't help but marvel. A game of 3, treating high-ranked players like beginners. This is awesome. The young man in front of them was definitely not simple. Could he really be a professional player? From a training camp, Zi Shui, is he a regular customer here? Lao Guo curiously asked. Zi Shui smiled wryly, shaking his head. No, they seem unfamiliar. I'm seeing them for the first time too. After pondering for a moment, Lao Guo remarked, then he's likely a professional player. The skill difference is quite significant. Only the player on Machine 15 seems to be at a king rank. But the skill level of this player on Machine 15 is probably a king in Zone 1. What's the ID of his main account? After analyzing for a while, Lao Guo concluded that he hadn't seen such a skilled king before. Zi Shui agreed. Looks like he's a dragon who has crossed the river. With 6 wins in 2 games, maybe we should call the boss to send a car later. He might take over the shop. Lao Guo chuckled. That's great. If you promote it, having a Zone 1 king here playing games will surely attract a lot of attention. As the two continued talking, their gazes remained fixed on Chu Heng's screen, watching him play. For hours passed, from morning to noon. The team remained undefeated for now. Wang Bingbing ordered a luxurious takeout for everyone, and they chatted about the game while eating. The atmosphere was lively, but those who had been watching behind the scenes for the last 4 hours were in shock. 4 hours, 10 games, all wins. Too awesome. Every game was a complete domination. Starting with a lane advantage, breaking down the opponent's lanes one by one, extending the advantage. Within 20 minutes, the economy would lead by over 8,000. The young man on Machine 15 was ahead with 2 major items. Not only in equipment, but also in awareness and skill, he completely dominated the opponents. Lao Guo, watching Chu Heng's figure, couldn't help but shiver. What the hell is this monster? In terms of operations, he probably doesn't lose to the king of Afiikada's demon. Guo, who is he? Do you recognize the king with that ID? Someone next to him asked. Lao Guo sadly smiled. I just ranked up to Diamond 1, played dozens of games with the kings, but probably haven't encountered these experts. However, those at the top of Zone 1's rankings are famous figures, but I've never heard of this person. Someone guessed, could he be a genius unknown to the public? As they speculated. On the other side, Chu Heng finished his meal and continued starting another game. This time, Wang Bingbing wanted to duo rank with Chu Heng, while Liu-Wang and others respectfully formed their own teams. In the gold rank game, there was almost no waiting. Quickly matching up with players. Entering the hero selection interface, Lao Guo suddenly saw a very familiar ID on the opposite side. Oh my god, isn't that Master Piao's Smurf? Meanwhile, in the #1 gaming room on YY Live Broadcast. In the Master Piao's daily bombing live broadcast room with tens of millions of viewers and millions watching at the same time. Zizhuan, are you there? Are you there? Yes, yes, I'm Zhao Mei. Please respond. A chubby man in the live broadcast was shouting pervy things. The barrage in the live chat instantly exploded. Sao Ju, I'm here. I'm here. The goddamn Zhao Mei. A 200-gen Zhao Mei is irresistible. Sao Ju is up to mischief again. Another voice came from the live broadcast. Zizhuan. Chow, don't scare my little sister. Master Piao. Hehe, I won't tease you. The golden game bombing today. Remember not to steal my thunder. Let the brother take you flying. Zizhuan. Okay. Okay. I'll see how you fly with this body size. Zizhuan. Hehe. Ban or not ban Lee Sin this game? Master Piao lighting a cigarette, scoffed. Banning Lee Sin in a gold game. Am I scared? Let it be. Just let him through. Shortly after, the bans on both sides ended, only banning some version op heroes. Lee Sin, a versatile choice, was left open. Master Piao, taking a drag of his cigarette, was thinking that most Lee Sin players in gold are subpar. Perhaps no one would choose him. Suddenly, the first player on the other side selected Lee Sin, one named King Hengmo. Master Piao's eyes widened, shouting, "Damn it! Who has the guts to choose Lee Sin against my swine face? Daring to pick Lee Sin in front of me, seeking death. Ha ha." Another blind guy across the street, Chaos Pig's nemesis. Not afraid of getting crushed by Golden Blind Guy, right? Ha ha. In the live broadcast room, there were millions of viewers with countless joyous bullet comments flying. Mr. Piao saw the bullet comments and retorted, "Who's scared of Golden Blind Guy? Bring it on." He was still very confident in his ability to play against Golden Blind Guy. Even if he encountered a professional player at this level, he wasn't worried. With his coordination with Zizhuan, he believed that his awareness and skills were enough to crush the competition at this rank. He glanced at the ID of Constant Demon King on the first floor and couldn't help but chuckle. Is someone daring to call themselves a Demon King? Zizhuan, let's dominate this match. Time to fry some fish, Mr. Piao said with a smile. No problem, Zizhuan replied. As Mr. Piao wiped his eyes, he realized that he hadn't mistaken the ID. It was indeed Mr. Piao's Golden Smurf account. But looking at Chu Hen and Wang Bingbing laughing and chatting, it seemed they hadn't realized that they were up against Mr. Piao, a professional player. Oh my god. Experts against experts. This is going to be interesting. Heng, what should I pick? When it was Wang Bingbing's turn to choose the support role, she asked Chu Hen. Chu Heng smiled and said, "Choose whatever you want, even Lux is fine. Let's make some strong plays." Heh. Okay, then I'll choose Lux, Wang Bingbing replied and selected Lux. Soon, both teams finalized their lineups. On the top lane, there was Crocodile, Chu Hen's Lee Sin in the jungle, Yao Ji in the mid lane, and Winter Ice with Wang Bingbing's Lux in the bot lane. While the opposing team consisted of Ornn on the top lane, Mr. Piao's Praying Mantis in the jungle, Zizhuan's Clockwork in the mid lane, and Easy with Sona in the bot lane. As they entered the game, Zizhuan suddenly said, "I think the opposing team's bot lane's Easy seems like a small substitute player, playing quite well." He recognized their own AD player, whose ID was Camel Rider, and the previous ID, Donkey Rider, was a more active substitute player. Heh. We are the true pros. Mr. Piao chuckled. After all, both of them were king players in the same region. Teaming up in a golden level match against substitutes on the other side wouldn't pose much of a threat. The bullet comments in the live broadcast room listened to their conversation and flooded the screen. Oh my god. Two king players and a substitute on one side, against a regular team on the other. This match is definitely going to be in Chaos Pig's favor. The opposing team seems to be in a tough spot. Ha ha. Chaos Pig's Mantis vs Blind Guy. This'll be fun to watch. Almost all viewers thought this match was destined to be a one-sided slaughter. After selecting their champions, Mr. Piao said, "Let's go. Level 1 all in. Level 1 all in. Ambush them." Zizhuan, it's your turn. Mr. Piao signaled the opposing teams gathering near the red buff area. He speculated that Lee Sin likely would start at red buff, which was the mainstream power farming strategy. Their level 1 team had Sona and Ornn, making them favorable against Yao Ji on the opposing side. Moreover, by taking the opponents by surprise, they could gain an upper hand in the early game. This was the awareness of professional players, different from casual gamers. As long as they gained an advantage in the jungle early on, the match would be smooth sailing. Along with Zizhuan's cooperation in the mid lane, they could confidently invade the blind guy's jungle without hesitation. Okay, let's gather. Zizhuan also signaled. As they invaded the red buff area, they noticed Lux standing guard. Seeing the enemy team ambushing, she immediately cleverly retreated. When Mr. Piao led the team to the red buff, they found no one there. Chaos, it looks like the level 1 all-in won't work, but I can still take the red buff without any loss. Mr. Piao chuckled confidently while smoking. You handle it yourself. I'll head back, Zizhuan said with a smile, as he needed to catch up with the minions in the mid lane. With the top lane also moving away, the bot lane duo waited for the red buff to spawn, helped with a few attacks, and then left. The outcome was already determined. The red buff was inevitably taken by Mr. Piao. He hummed a tune as he took the buff, sustaining some damage. But it didn't matter because Smite could heal him. After taking the red buff, he would head back to take his own blue buff, which would help him reach level 2. By then, he would be one level ahead of Lee Sin with a jungle monster group. Suddenly, he glanced at the bot lane and noticed something strange. Why was the enemy bot lane with only Winter Ice? Where did the support go? The support seemed to have disappeared for a while now. Suddenly, a sound of flash was heard. Lux had flashed into the bush without Mr. Piao noticing, landing a skill shot on him and igniting him. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Mr. Piao was shocked, realizing he was in trouble. Instead of retreating, he fought back against Lux, landing a series of attacks followed by Ignite and quickly bringing Lux down to half health. Seeing that Lux showed no intention of retreating, Mr. Piao felt confident inside. Haha, truly a golden player. Lacking situational awareness. If you don't run now, you're dead. He refreshed his passive in the bush, preparing to engage once again. Suddenly, another flash was heard. Lux had unexpectedly dashed into the bush, using her Q ability to stun him and then ignite him. Oh my god, I'm done for. Mr. Piao was taken aback, realizing his dire situation. Despite trying to dodge Lux's attacks, she managed to land her abilities on him, ultimately securing the first blood. Mr. Piao was dumbfounded. The bullet comments in the live broadcast room exploded. Haha, Chaos Pig got wrecked. The hardworking have a strong work ethic, but they also get destroyed easily. Haha, this blind guy is so impressive. Oh my god. It seems like blind guy and Lux are duo queuing together. This blind guy really knows his stuff. Haha. The show's effect is exploding. Mr. Piao was shocked. He lost the red buff and gave the first blood to the blind guy on the other side. I'm screwed. The game started off terribly. This blind guy is insane. Hiding for so long. Mr. Piao muttered in frustration. On the other side, in the internet cafe, Wang Bingbing exclaimed, Heng Hen, you're amazing. How did you know they would invade the red buff area? Chu Heng smiled and said, if they were successful in invading, they would have a great advantage in the early game. Anyone smart knows they should invade. Moreover, their level 1 team is stronger. If we fought them at level 1, we wouldn't have an advantage. By retreating, they could have also easily taken the red buff. So, no matter how this plays out, it seems to be advantageous for them. Wang Bingbing squinted and smiled. That's why you asked me to place a ward at the red buff area at the start, then hit at the brush in the back. Heng Hen, you're amazing. Hehe. Chu Heng grinned. That's also thanks to you for decisively using Flash. You did well. Now the opposing praying mantis is in trouble. Sweetheart, don't go to the bot lane. Follow me until level 6. I'll get you some kills. Hehe. Wang Bingbing looked slightly surprised. Huh, me? A support staying in the jungle with you? Chu Heng flashed a mysterious smile. Yes, just stick with me. Sure. Okay. Heng Hen, I'll follow you. Wang Bingbing nodded, unconditionally trusting Chu Heng. The people behind them were dumbfounded. What kind of tactical strategy is this? Is the support teaming up with the jungler in the jungle? What about the bot lane? What happened to that? Abandoned? They were stunned, having never seen this type of gameplay before. They had heard of bottom lane roaming to support other lanes, but never heard of supporting the jungler in the jungle. The old bones were puzzled, and sure enough, the bottom lane turned out as expected. Due to lack of support, Frost only relied on skills to make up for the lack of creeps, and was pressurized down to the tower with no temper. As soon as they came out of the tower, they were at risk of being hit with a double strike. Frost crazily pinned greetings to seek their support. Chu Heng was clearing the blue buff in the jungle, then pinned an attack signal towards the bottom lane, indicating his next target for a pickoff. Frost tactfully did not signal back, instead obediently waited under the tower for them to come. Chu Heng reached level 3 and headed towards the bottom lane. Baby, bring the scanner from online. Line up the bushes, Chu Heng said with a smile. Got it, Wang Bingbing replied. The two of them acted together, arrived at the bottom lane. Wang Bingbing scanned and lined up the bushes, while Chu Heng went down the dragon pit. On the other side, the duo in the bottom lane had already reached level 3, almost level 4, whereas their Frost was level 2, almost reaching level 3, and Wang Bingbing was also still at level 2. With a level advantage, and Easy and Sona having formidable harassment abilities, both ultimates ready, and being particularly agile heroes, the two of them were not flustered and continued to push the minion waves into the tower. Suddenly, a light pointed forward and Sona's Q stunned Easy, forcing him to use his arcane shift to reposition himself, and then counterattacked. At that moment, a figure emerged and positioned itself behind Izzy, preparing to cast Crescendo. Izzy's reaction was extremely fast, decisively using flash. If he didn't flash away from Crescendo, he would be easily hit by the Q, and the enemy would immediately follow up with the flash. The greatest strength of EZ and Sona's combination is their harassment and skirmishing abilities, but when it comes to direct confrontation, they are no match for Frost. Once EZ is engaged in close combat, he is very vulnerable. So, he didn't hesitate to flash to avoid being hit by the Q and other abilities until the cooldown was over. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. The Sona didn't actually cast Crescendo. It was a feint that tricked EZ into using his flash. After EZ had flashed, the Crescendo hit him as scheduled, followed by a second kick and a combo of skills, directly dealing heavy damage to EZ. Sona wanted to protect with her shield, but Frost and the Light of Dawn had already arrived, immobilizing her and forcing her to use flash. EZ was left without rescue, his equipment not upgraded, and was directly killed by Chu Heng. As Sona flashed to get inside the tower, she was hit by Chu Heng flashing in, followed by a Q, instantly killing the half-health Sona. Double kill. Heng, the Demon King kills the little bird lady. One of the viewers glanced at the map and seeing the blind monk appear, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, the bottom lane is doomed. That was his intuition. Before he could react, news of deaths in the bottom lane came through, as the blind monk secured a double kill. Damn it, the blind monk is on a roll. This is getting tricky. The viewer felt a bit of a headache because this blind monk didn't seem like an ordinary gold tier player. But it wasn't the time to consider that now, the praying mantis hadn't reached level 6 yet, and he was even more powerless against a blind monk with 3 kills, who was particularly fed. Until he reached level 6, he wouldn't stand a chance, so he could only focus on farming slowly, unable to support the other lanes. After updating equipment at the fountain, Chu Heng headed with Wang Bingbing towards the jungle to upgrade. With the experience of getting to kills and controlling the minion waves in the bottom lane, Chu Heng successfully reached level 6 after clearing a round of jungle monsters. The next step was to catch the praying mantis. Chu Heng signaled at the golems. Soon, the two arrived at the golems and discovered the viewer. Holy crap! You here again. The viewer also noticed the blind monk and the Light of Dawn appearing together and almost wet his pants, heading straight towards the second tower. He believed that as long as he hid under the tower, he would be safe. What the hell is this jungler doing with support wandering in the jungle? What does he want to do? The viewer silently complained. He was only level 5 at the moment, almost not reaching level 6, and facing a level 6 advantage blind monk. There was no way he could directly confront him, so he could only turtle under the tower. Humph. A real man can bend and stretch, can be flexible and tough. Wait until I reach level 6 first. Now that I'm at the tower, you won't be able to catch me, right? Ha ha. The viewer let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a crescendo hit his body. A figure flew out, kicking towards the viewer. Ha ha. This blind monk is out of his mind, daring to come into the tower to fight with me, seeking death. But in the next moment, everyone was stunned. The millions of viewers in the live stream were in awe. They saw the blind monk moments before kicking the viewer, blink, and use a big move to kick the praying mantis out of the tower's range. It was a seamless series of moves, filled with visual appeal, without any pause, all done in one go. Amazing. The millions of viewers were amazed. Turns out this blind monk in the game is a master. He must be a blind monk expert. So slick. The viewer was taken out, then faced King Bingbing's Light of Dawn. A combo of stunning blows, followed by a big move, pinned the praying mantis in place. Chu Heng approached, landed a basic attack, used Q, waiting for the praying mantis to jump away, then followed up with a second kick. Mother ****. The viewer's eyes widened, didn't resist for long, and watched as his screen turned gray. He died at the hands of the blind monk for the second time. The millions of viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Countless barrage of comments flooded the screen. Damn it, this blind monk is awesome. He's a blind monk god. Is he another king's apprentice? This blind monk is so skilled, playing like a pro. He's awesome. This Heng, the Demon King, is a blind monk master. Jia Yi and the bottom lane duo each died twice. All of the heads were taken by the blind monk, and both top and bottom lanes are in trouble. Only Zizhuan in the mid lane can still manage the lane, but he can't be too obvious about it right now, because the lack of vision on both sides of the mid lane means he doesn't know where this mysterious and eerie blind monk will appear next. The constant feeling of potential danger is really making him uncomfortable. Vision. Vision. Come on. Give me some vision. Zizhuan placed a ward in the brush in the mid lane. Damn. I've already bought items, but now I don't even have money for wards. Where am I supposed to put them for you? Zizhuan's teammate complained. Without buying equipment, even if he reaches level 6, he will still be taken down by the blind monk in the jungle. Even if he encounters him, he can only run away. The blind monk's gear is too good now. He already has a completed item and tier 2 shoes, while Zizhuan only has 2 components. How are you supposed to fight like this? No matter how skilled you are, you can't handle someone with better equipment. Also, that blind monk's skill level is not in the gold tier. It's definitely in the challenger tier. How am I supposed to fight without wards? Zizhuan also complained. He is playing as the enchantress with better skills in the mid lane than the opponent, but he can't create a greater advantage through the lane, and can only watch as his teammates keep falling. As time passed, he reached level 7 and prepared to recall back to base under the tower to buy items. Suddenly, from the brush on the right side of the tower, a glimmer of dawn appeared over the wall, pointing at him, and using Q to lock him in place. Who would have thought someone would come from here? Zizhuan's heart thumped. As expected, the blind monk arrived the next moment, landed a basic attack combined with his abilities, and then finished with a freshly charged ultimate. This full combo took away most of his health and triggered the passive of the enchantress. Zizhuan hurriedly tried to escape, but he couldn't run out of the range of the ultimate. At the moment the ultimate landed, he pressed the R key to return to the starting point. He dodged it. I'm amazing, he thought happily to himself, but before he could enjoy the moment, he was hit by a sonic wave. Damn. How did this happen? He just returned in an instant. How did the sonic wave catch him? He was struck by the blind monk's prediction. Zizhuan stared in astonishment as his computer screen turned gray. He was killed by the blind monk from the Hengmo clan. The 2 people under the tower walked away after killing him. This scene happened to be seen by his teammate who switched his screen, who gasped in shock. The blind monk with godlike predictions. Such accurate predictions. He is definitely a master of psychological manipulation. The live chat room exploded. Countless messages flew across the screen. The blind monk is so cool. He's a god blind monk. Is this guy a professional player, or what? It's amazing. Zizhuan stayed dumbfounded in the fountain for a long time before coming back to his senses, murmuring to his teammate, Xiaoju, this game, it's over. As he finished the sentence, the top lane Ornn was also killed by the blind monk. A jungler supported by an assistant directly crushed all 3 lanes. This game is really out of reach now. Zizhuan's teammate also realized this, and said helplessly, I know, there's nothing we can do. That blind monk. He's terrifying. In the next tens of minutes, Chu Heng unleashed his dominance with the equipment advantage. Relying on his superior gear, he was already at the level where he could take on 3 opponents single-handedly. At 15 minutes, he had 3.5 items, while the opponents only had 1 item, and even the bottom lane support couldn't complete a single item. In the final team fight, Chu Heng jumped in, drew a number 7, flashed into a kick, knocking Ezreal out of the crowd, kicking him into the dawn, where he was stunned. Then, he was hit by Chu Heng's sonic wave and instantly killed. With the AD carry dead, the other for lacked the main source of damage. Chu Heng went in once again, showing his power to take on 4 opponents alone, wreaking havoc among them. Tentakill. Amazing. In the end, Chu Heng finished off the remaining enemies. This scene shocked millions of viewers in the live stream room. The godlike blind monk of the Chinese server. He's so amazing. Who is this guy really? The elderly followers behind Chu Heng were also stunned. He's incredible. An elder exclaimed. The opponents in this game included 2 other challenger players. Still, they were just as thoroughly defeated by the young man wearing number 15. Defeating challengers, this shows what kind of dominance he has in the Summoner's Rift. The elder was completely befuddled. He had never seen anyone so fierce. Ha, we won again. We keep winning. Wang Bingbing exclaimed in excitement. As expected, Chu Heng once again became the MVP, dealing the highest damage in the game. Chu Heng smiled, checked the time, and said, Okay, we've been playing for a few hours already. It's time to call it a day. Yet, my back is sore from sitting for so long. Wang Bingbing stretched lazily, her impressive figure fully revealed, causing Chu Heng to be mesmerized. Oh, by the way, didn't we win that event at the internet cafe? Chu Heng should be at 20 wins now, right? Wang Bingbing suddenly asked. 24 wins. Chu Heng smiled. Yay. That's great. We won a car. Wang Bingbing exclaimed happily, her eyes narrowing into crescents. Let's go. Let's go collect our prize. Everyone got off their seats and ran to claim their car. The manager of the internet cafe was already waiting, personally handing the ownership documents and keys to Chu Heng. Congratulations, young man, the cafe manager said with a forced smile, feeling a bit of a loss. But since they had organized an event, promises had to be kept. Thank you, sir. Let me know if there are more events like this in the future. Give me a call. Chu Heng smiled. The manager. What are you talking about? Are you planning to buy a car for me again? Oh God, don't squeeze the sheep until they're bled dry. Big shot. The boss reluctantly squeezed out a smile and politely said, Yes, if there are any events, I will definitely inform you. But deep down, he muttered to himself, there won't be a next time. Well, boss is generous. Chu Heng smiled. Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing both had driver's licenses and were preparing to drive out. Before leaving, the boss specially gave Chu Heng a lifetime VIP card with a certification mark from a great god. Chu Heng didn't refuse and took the card, then left the internet cafe in his car. On the other hand, Pia rushed straight into the room. I can't figure out who he is. The most likely possibility, besides Hanwo, is no one else. With such amazing blind skills, he definitely isn't in the golden rank, he must be a king rank. Tia analyzed in the live stream room. Hanwo was widely recognized as the top jungle player in the domestic league, and the blind guy was an incredible player who could turn the tide of the game with his blind techniques. The audience in the live stream room clamored to have Pia contact Hanwo to confirm. Without much thought, Pia called Hanwo. Hey, Hanwo, that blind guy just now was you, right? You bastard. You went too hard on me. Tia joked. What? What are you talking about? Came Hanwo's voice from the other end of the phone. I didn't play any games today. I was out eating. When did I play with you? What? Then, that player with the golden rank who goes by the name Heng Demon King, that wasn't you. Tia was stunned. On the other end, Xiao Xuan was also stunned. Such an incredible blind player wasn't Hanwo. Then who could it be? Did a new genius jungle player emerge in the domestic league? Who on earth is Heng Demon King? Many viewers in the live stream room were also puzzled. They initially thought it might be Hanwo, but with Hanwo's denial, it was clear it wasn't him. This unprecedentedly incredible blind player, who could it be after all? What's up, Piao? Hanwo asked in confusion. Oh, it's nothing. I just encountered a godlike blind player today, and I thought it was you. Tia chuckled, then briefly explained what happened. Damn. So powerful. Did he crush you and Xiao Xuan? Was it a bloodbath? On the other end of the phone, Hanwo was shocked. Even he couldn't achieve such an impressive feat against a king ranks because they were also skilled players. I'll send you a video later to see if you recognize his style. We have to find him. I refuse to accept this. I want another match with him. Tiao's competitive spirit was ignited. All right, I'll look into it. Hanwo agreed. After hanging up, Pia thought for a moment and added the player as a friend in the game. He didn't know if Heng Demon King would accept, but he decided to give it a try, because he wanted another match. On the other side, after Chu Heng drove out, he asked Liu Dazhuang, how about it? Do you want to try the van? This classic van is very affordable, also from Wanwang. Heh. Okay, then let's drive and have some fun, Liu Dazhuang whispered. It turned out that Liu Dazhuang and his two friends were secretly planning to take Lu Man and Lin Xiaowei out to play, creating an opportunity for Lu Man and a fat guy. Chu Heng understood what they meant and just smiled, letting them go play. Sij had to go back to school for something, so he left first, and they didn't drive together. It just so happened that the 7 people fit comfortably in the van. Chu Heng sat in the driver's seat, Wang Bingbing in the passenger seat, and others sit in the back, all having a great time. You know, this van may be cheap, but the space is really good, Liu Dazhuang praised. Yeah, rightly called the king of cargo, the space is huge. The fat guy laughed. Chu Heng smirked. This is my first car, so let's take it out and have a good time. Great. Everyone agreed. Wang Bingbing envied. Heng, I also want a commuter car, then we can drive there and buy one. Lin Xiaowei envied. You guys are rich and carefree, planning to each own a car even before graduation. Well, they are both bosses now. They'll be our backers in the future. I want to cling to them. Liu Ding giggled. Wang Bingbing hugged Chu Heng, swore in jest. Only I can cling to Heng Heng's thighs, you go hug Radish legs, heh. After saying that, she kissed Chu Heng's cheek. Hey! This dog foo came out of nowhere. Please take care of the single-handed dog. Lin Xiaowei covered her eyes and exclaimed. The atmosphere inside the car immediately filled with laughter. Wang Bingbing cheered. Let's go. Let's buy a car. On the way to buy a car, Lao Chu, where should we go to buy a car? Curiously asked Liu Dashwang. Go to Jianyu Road. There are a lot of 4S dealerships there, with all kinds of brands. Chu Heng smiled. Ah, 4S dealerships on Jianyu Road. There are indeed many brands there, but aren't they all big brands? Seems like there are more joint venture brands there, Liu Dashwan exclaimed. Then he turned to ask Wang Bingbing, sister-in-law, have you decided on which commuter car to buy? Wang Bingbing shook her head and said, I haven't decided yet. I think, just buy the one that looks better. Liu Dashwan smirked. Women really have no clue about cars. It's all based on feelings. Fatty suggested, if you're looking at commuter cars, the Toyota series is not bad. Fuel efficient. Hey, I think the domestic Great Wall is good. Sturdy. Liu Dashwan shook his head to interrupt. Great Wall cars are not good. High fuel consumption. If you want to buy a domestic one, why not consider Watchin? Fatty argued. Yours is no good. Yours is wrong. Listening to the ongoing debate between the two, Wang Bingbing shook her head. Men, once they start talking about cars, they won't stop. Heh. But Chu Heng wouldn't be like that. Chu Heng listened to the two arguing and said, all right, you can buy whatever you want, as long as Bingbing likes and chooses it. Lin Xiaowei suddenly interjected. Bingbing, which commuter car do you think is better? Do you have some brands in mind that you've seen before? Wang Bingbing thought carefully and said, what brand of commuter car to buy? Do you think Bentley is okay? There happens to be one in my family. It's quite comfortable to sit in. It should be nice to drive too, right? With this statement, the others in the car were dumbfounded. Lin Xiaowei, Liu Dashwan, _closing parenthesis ... Fatty, commuter car. Bentley, Missy. Do you have some misconception about the term commuter car? Wang Bingbing turned to look at the group of people, scratched her head, and asked, what's wrong? Is Bentley not okay? Liu Dashwan smirked and coughed twice, saying, ahem, it's not that it's not okay, it's just too extravagant. Fatty held his head and said, sister-in-law, I underestimated your financial power. Wang Bingbing waved her hand and said, hey, there's no need to buy something too expensive. Chu Heng and I are starting a business, we need to save money. She looked serious. With only a few million left in her account, she really had to be frugal with spending. Chu Heng smiled and said, it's okay, for the car money, your husband me still had it, so feel free to choose when the time comes. Hey, great. Chu Heng loves me the most. Wang Bingbing exclaimed excitedly. On both sides of the road are 4S dealerships of various brands, and today the road is decorated in festive colors, as if some joint promotion event is taking place. It's like a mini car show. There are flagship models of various brands on both sides of the road, with car models also present, and there are quite a few people out today shopping and looking at cars. Chu Heng drove up in a van, attracting quite a few looks. Most of the people here to look at cars are driving cars that cost tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, but Chu Heng only brought a van. Under the gazes of the crowd, the van pulled up to the Bentley 4S dealership entrance and parked in a parking spot on the side of the road. Can it be? A van coming to look at Bentley. Many passers-by couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle. A bread van arrived to see the Bentley, and the peculiar behavior made passers-by smile. Ha ha. Are these esteemed car owners planning to buy a Bentley? Heh. Maybe just coming to take a look, broaden their horizons. Not bad. Take advantage of the sales event. Maybe snap some photos of the beautiful car models. Let's go. Let's go join the fun and see the Bentley. Chu Heng and his group arrived at the exhibition area, examining the 3 luxury cars displayed at the entrance. Some salespeople, seeing this, busied themselves, pretending not to notice. An older salesperson nudged a younger male salesperson next to him with his elbow. Little Zhang, you, go take a look. Zhang Heoxing looked displeased and said, why me, Suje? These people arrived in a bread van. Obviously not target customers, it's a waste of effort to entertain them. He hadn't been here long, but he could tell who the target customers were at a glance. The business tycoons in smart attire, accompanied by a beautiful secretary, were the target customers. What were these young people in front of him? And they even arrived in a bread van. How could they be target customers? Entertaining them would be a waste of time and effort, not worth it at all. Sujay gave him a stern look, then pointed to the other salespeople around him, saying, "Look, do any of the others willingly go? You're new here, who else could it be? Enough talk, go quickly. If the manager sees that no one is attending to the customers viewing the cars, we'll all get scolded. Go on. Quickly." John Heoksing's face turned a bit unsightly upon hearing this. Getting rewards for proactive actions, yet for this matter, these people all pretended not to notice. This unlucky task fell on his head in the end. Well, there was no way around it. Who asked him to be the newcomer? John Heoksing felt quite unhappy, but in the face of workplace pressure, he had to give in. He reluctantly walked over to Chu Heng and his group and asked indifferently, "Which car caught your eye?" "The prices of these 3 cars, each one is over 2 million yuan. The meaning behind this statement was, the cars are very expensive. Don't bother looking, you can't afford them, so you might as well leave now. If you can't afford such luxury cars since birth, chances are ordinary people like you won't be able to afford them in a lifetime." "Oh, just 2 million, Chu Heng replied nonchalantly. John Heoksing raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, only 2 million? This is 2 million. Can a poor guy like you afford it? Driving a Hongwang and pretending to be a big shot. Liu Dashwan and Fatty were surprised. Fatty exclaimed, "What? Over 2 million? My goodness, these cars are so expensive." Liu Dashwan said in amazement, "Indeed, it's a Bentley, so the price tag is high." Lin Xiaowei tugged at Wang Bingbing's clothes and whispered, "Bingbing, these cars are too expensive, not suitable for daily use, right? Shall we go look at others?" Wang Bingbing chuckled lightly. "I think the price is pretty reasonable. I thought it would be 7 or 8 million. Turns out it's just 2 million. Huh, just." Lin Xiaowei was taken aback, then chuckled wryly. Right, it shouldn't be expensive for you." While the two were chatting, John Heoksing was already preparing to leave. Wang Bingbing immediately called out, "Hey, wait, we're not familiar with these cars. Can you introduce them to us?" John Heoksing looked a bit impatient and said, "There are specifications listed. You can check them out yourselves." Wang Bingbing rolled her eyes and said, "Sure, we can understand the specs, but wouldn't it be better to sit inside the car and see for ourselves?" John Heoksing's forehead twitched. Were these people just looking for trouble? Clearly they couldn't afford it, yet they wanted to know so much, planning to dream about it later on. After looking at Wang Bingbing, who was so pretty, she seemed quite materialistic. Since she brought it up, if she didn't let them sit inside, it could cause trouble if a complaint were lodged. John Heoksing impatiently waved his hand and said, "All right, I'll let you guys go inside and have a look." His tone almost sounded condescending. Chu Heng furrowed his brows and asked, "What's with that tone? Is that how you serve customers?" John Heoksing glanced at Chu Heng and replied calmly, "Sir, I don't see any issue with my tone. If you're not comfortable, you can turn left onto Chuanyu Road. There's a Dongfeng dealership there." "Enough with the nonsense. Let us in to take a look." Liu Dashwan interrupted anxiously. John Heoksing gave a cold snort, opened the car door carelessly, and walked away, ignoring Chu Heng's group. Chu Heng shook his head and said, "The service attitude at this for S dealership is really lacking. Humph, just ignorant people looking down on others. They're a common sight in life. Don't mind them." Liu Dashwan patted Chu Heng on the shoulder and smiled. Lin Xiaowei sat in the driver's seat, impressed by the luxurious central console in front of her. "Wow, so luxurious. Which Bentley model is this? It would be amazing to drive around in it in your dreams." Lin Xiaowei joked. Wang Bingbing linked arms with Chu Heng, walked to the side, and said, "I think this is the Bentley Continental. The lowest price is around 2.8 million, and for other models, it'll probably cost over 3 million to buy." "Hey, Bingbing, how do you know that?" Lin Xiaowei asked, surprised. "We have one at home. My dad mentioned it. It costs over 3 million to buy." Wang Bingbing casually replied. Lin Xiaowei was taken aback. "Ow. Bingbing, how many luxury cars does your family have?" Lin Xiaowei pondered and said, "Probably over a dozen. I'm not too sure about the details. I usually don't go down to our home's underground garage." Lin Xiaowei, "What? Your family has an underground garage. Rich lady. Lin Xiaowei and her two dorm mates were all shocked by this revelation. Wang Bingbing's family's wealth was beyond imagination. Just as they were looking on, Zhang Heoxing hurriedly approached. Hey. Hold on. Don't step directly on it. Don't dirty the floor mats. Sitting in the back were Liu Dazhuan and Fatty. Liu Dazhuan was displeased upon hearing this and asked, why can others go in directly, but we can't? My shoes aren't dirty either. Zhang Heoxing, with a stern face, said, you just can't. If you want to experience sitting inside, you can. I'll bring a few shoe covers. Fatty protested. What? We have to wear shoe covers. I don't see other customers wearing them. Why just us? Do you look down on us? Chu Heng's expression actually calmed down, and he said to Zhang Heoxing, get your manager here. The manager is busy. Sir, you can directly tell me if there's anything. Zhang Heoxing adjusted his clothes and wore a proud look. At that moment, a middle-aged couple approached. They were well-dressed, wearing suits and expensive shoes, all branded. Zhang, bring me to experience the Bentley Continental here. The middle-aged man said. Zhang Heoxing quickly shifted to a friendly and enthusiastic demeanor. Flattering. Oh, Mr. Crossing has a good eye. I think the Continental model here suits your style. Elegant and posed. Come. Let me show you around. Zhang Heoxing gestured invitingly and walked to the driver's side. Addressing Lin Xiaowei and the people at the back, he said, Miss, sir, please get out for now. Lin Xiaowei felt a bit embarrassed. While the salesperson seemed quite arrogant, she didn't want to cause a scene. She was about to stand up when Chu Heng intervened. We just got in to experience the car. Why should we give way when others arrive later? Don't understand the principle of first come, first served? Is this your idea of customer service? Chu Heng fired off 3 questions forcefully, each one like a slap in the face to Zhang Heoxing. Zhang Heoxing was speechless, his face extremely unpleasant. Who the hell do you think you are? A little show-off trying to lecture me? Huh, sir, please ask your friends to get out immediately, or I'll have to call security. Are you trying to rush us out? Chu Heng looked at him calmly and questioned. Sir, do you not understand Mandarin? Then I can switch to English to communicate with you. Zhang Heoxing also looked at Chu Heng. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. Little John, can't you experience it anymore? I'm in a hurry. I still have a dinner later. The middle-aged man with the surname Crossing on the side urged. Zhang Heoxing dared not lose this potential customer. Selling luxury cars means not opening for 3 months and making a fortune when open. Buying 1 or 2 cars a year with high commissions can make a fortune. Yes. Mr. Crossing, please wait a moment. Let me talk to this gentleman. Zhang Heoxing hurriedly said. Then hurry up. Mr. Crossing looked at his watch, a little impatient. Yes, I will do it quickly. Zhang Heoxing replied, and then turned to Chu Heng. Mister, if you're not buying, please make way for others. Don't block the toilet without pooping. Oops, I mean, don't hold on to the gold without letting go. Since you're not going to buy anyway, why not let those who are intending to buy have a look first? Chu Heng stood with his hands behind his back, squinting at him, and smiling. Do you know I'm not buying? Who said I'm not buying? I'll buy this car. After speaking, Chu Heng turned to Wang Bingbing and doted. Darling, do you like this car? Yes, I like it. I've ridden this car before. It's quite comfortable, and the design is youthful and fashionable. Wang Bingbing nodded with a smile. All right, I'll buy this car for you. As long as you like it, I can buy it for you. Chu Heng's eyes were filled with love for her. Lu Man and Liu Din looked enviously. This dog food is so sweet. Zhang Heoxing was stunned. What did you say? You're buying this car? He suddenly laughed heartily, as if he had heard a particularly funny joke. His words and laughter attracted many passers-by who stopped to watch. Someone is buying a Bentley on the spot. Who's so rich? Those young people? No way. TSK. It's that guy who just drove a van. Ha. Is this young man out of his mind? I'd say there's an 80% chance he is. Heh. The passers-by gossiped, all shaking their heads at Chu Heng. Who drives a van to buy a Bentley? Those who can afford a Bentley would at least drive a Maybach or a Ferrari. Zhang Heoxing sneered. Mister, stop joking around. Can you afford this car? Let me tell you, the price of this car is 3.3 million. It's not 330. Chu Heng stood with his hands behind his back, calmly saying, Enough talking. I've bought the car, but bring your manager over first, you. John Haeoksing was about to explode. At this moment, a salesman named Soo hurried over. What's going on? Why are so many people watching? What's wrong with Zhejiang? Soo asked, turning to John Haeoksing. John Haeoksing grunted. Soo, this gentleman said he wants to buy this car, but wants to see the manager. Then go get the manager now. What are you waiting for? Soo glared at him, reprimanding. He then turned to look deeply at Chu Heng, feeling that this young man in front of him was not simple. All right, John Haeoksing reluctantly replying, and soon found the sales manager of the store. The sales manager was a middle-aged man who appeared sophisticated yet slightly severe. Hello, do you want to buy this car, sir? I'm Ni Ching, the sales manager of the Bentley store in Shenzhen. Just call me Zini. Ni Ching bowed deeply to Chu Heng, speaking very warmly and with impeccable service attitude. That's how a real salesman should be. Chu Heng smiled. Yes, I'm buying the car. But before I make the purchase, I need to file a complaint about the salesperson in your store. I think some people are not suitable for this job. Chu Heng looked at John Haeoksing as he spoke. Ni King's expression turned serious, and he sternly said, Sir, please speak. If there have been any offenses from other salespeople, I apologize to you first. He valued sales service the most and always emphasized having an excellent service attitude, regardless of who the customer was. It's him, the salesperson named John. Liu Dashwan spoke first, then recounted what had just happened. After listening, Ni Ching turned to John Haeoksing and sternly reprimanded him. How could you behave like this? One warning as a major punishment. Apologize to Mr. Chu immediately. John Haeoksing was stunned, then shouted, Manager, haven't you figured it out yet? This kid is clearly causing trouble. It's him, with a beat-up van. Can he afford a Bentley? Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Heng took out a black card, placed it on the table, and smiled. Take this card and process the payment. I've bought it in full. In the light, the black card revealed delicate golden threads. Oh my gosh, it's the Jin C black card from Daxia Bank. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, and a commotion erupted on the spot. Oh my gosh, is this for real? It's really the Jin C black card? Isn't this the type of card that requires multi-million-dollar deposits to get? How does he have it? Right, exactly. It's this kind of card. This young man seems quite impressive. Those with multi-million-dollar deposits typically have assets worth hundreds of millions, stable careers, and are considered high-net-worth individuals. The onlookers were stunned by this Jin C black card. Ni Ching had seen several such cards before and could naturally distinguish the authenticity at a glance. This young man was really bold. He just bought a luxury car in full. Yes. Mr. Chu, welcome to being an esteemed Bentley owner. Please come in. Let's discuss further inside. Ni Ching bowed respectfully. Chu Heng glanced at John Haeoksing and smiled. We can talk, but I don't want to see this person. Ni Ching waved at John Haeoksing. John Haeoksing, as of now, you are terminated. Pack up and get out. John Haeoksing was struck as if by lightning, his face turning pale in an instant. What? I've been fired. John Haeoksing stood dumbfounded in place, as the surrounding gazes shot toward him. The passers-by around him looked at him as if he were a clown. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in right now. This job was something he had worked hard to get, and being fired now felt like a bolt from the blue for him. No. Manager Ni, please give me another chance, John Haeoksing pleaded. But Ni Ching didn't even glance at him. John Haeoksing had no choice but to switch tactics and turn to Chu Heng, begging, Chu, Mr. Chu, it was my fault just now. I'm sorry, you're a big shot. Please give me another chance. Chu Heng just smiled faintly and walked away. John Haeoksing's face turned even uglier, wanting to continue following. But Ni Ching spoke up. Security, come man, take him downstairs to calm down. Two burly security guards quickly walked over and, in full view of the public, escorted him out, one on each side. The onlookers erupted in a few sneering laughs. TSK. Offended a big client. Serves him right. Looking down on people with dog's eyes. Weren't you arrogant just now? Now you look so pathetic. Ha ha. John Haeoksing listened to these remarks, feeling like he wanted to die. He was beyond embarrassed. He could only hang his head low, avoiding the gazes of the crowd as he was escorted away from the scene. On the other side, Ni Qing led Chu Heng and a group of people into the Forest store. Dentle's Forest store was luxuriously decorated, with crystal ornaments adorning the walls, exuding a sense of luxury. As they sat in the lounge area, 3 staff members immediately brought various drinks, desserts, and snacks. "Please, help yourselves. We were lacking in our hospitality earlier. Our methods for training new staff were lacking, and we will make improvements. Here, on behalf of the Forest store, I apologize to Mr. Chu again," Ni Qing said sincerely. Everyone could feel his genuine sincerity. "This is what selling looks like." Chu Heng waved his hand casually and said, "It's nothing." "Heng, can we customize some things on the car?" Wang Bingbing linked her arm with Chu Heng's and asked. Ni Qing quickly responded, "Yes, Ms. Wang, you can choose various accessories for your car. Let me show you now." Soon, he had to salespeople distribute tablets to Chu Heng and the others to view. "Wow, adding a welcome light. The silver color scheme looks nice, but it costs 120,000. Liu Dashwan and the others exclaimed in shock at the prices displayed. Dentle's customizations were so expensive. Each of these customizations could buy a small car. "I want this one. And also this black and white color combo, like a panda. So cute." Wang Bingbing pointed at the choices on the tablet. Lin Xiaowei leaned over to take a look, curious about Wang Bingbing's selections. "Wow, Ding Ding, you've customized up to 700,000 RMB already. This car will end up costing almost 4 million RMB. Lin Xiaowei was astonished. Ni Qing also looked amazed. The selections were extravagant. He had never seen such extravagant choices before. Customizations nearing 1 million RMB were truly rare. "Heng, how does that sound to you?" Wang Bingbing handed the tablet to Chu Heng for his opinion. Chu Heng rubbed her head and indulgently said, "If you like it, go ahead." With that, Chu Heng turned to Ni Qing, took out a gold card, and smiled. "Let's swipe the card. Full payment." Ni Qing was taken aback. "My goodness, directly swiping the full payment? So impressive. This young man is truly affluent." "Oh, all right, I'll go do that. Please wait, Mr. Chu," Ni Qing said happily as he stood up. Soon, the transaction was completed. After completing the paperwork for the car, Ni Qing personally handed out 2 sets of keys to Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing. "Mr. Chu, all the paperwork is done. Congratulations on becoming esteemed Dentle car owners," Ni Qing respectfully said. Chu Heng smiled and handed his key to Wang Bingbing. "Darling, this will be your ride from now on." Wang Bingbing's face was filled with happiness. She pecked Chu Heng's cheek. "Heng is so good." In North America, Chinatown, Disheng Group headquarters, in the high-level conference room, sat 14 people around a large round table. There was also an extra place occupied by a middle-aged man with blonde hair. Standing next to the blonde-haired man was a senior figure from the CIA. Max. Mackenzie scanned the room, then spoke solemnly. "Gentlemen, the Trojan Horse plan has officially been launched. Now is the time for all of you to make your contributions. If the plan succeeds, it will deal a significant blow to the great Zia economy, and each of you present here will certainly benefit." As the conversation unfolded, Mackenzie glanced at the faces of the people present, noticing some who showed indifference to his words, clearly not interested. Mackenzie clenched his fists in frustration and continued, "Gentlemen, I assure you, with the full support of the CIA, this plan will definitely succeed. The success of this endeavor will benefit each of you." Suddenly, someone tapped the table and interrupted him. "Respected Mr. Mackenzie, I have reviewed the plan you submitted. I see the potential benefits, but of course, I also see the risks. The economic size of Daxia today is no longer the same as before. Targeting their market is not an easy task. I have always believed that relative returns come with relative risks. If you are not prepared for the risks, how can I assist?" A middle-aged man with golden hair smiled. Harry Jason, one of the directors of Disheng, and also a prominent figure in Wall Street capital. "Mr. Jason, with our full operation at CIA and support from other departments, isn't that enough?" Mackenzie looked towards him. Harry Jason shook his head and said, "Not enough, unless you continue to secure loans from the Federal Reserve to increase our risk protection funds. I don't ask for much. Just 80% of the investment will do." Mackenzie widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. "How is that possible? To get their approval, I don't see this happening in a short time. It might lead to the failure of our plan." Harry Jason shrugged. "Then I have no choice. Why don't you ask Mr. Osmond? Everyone in the room turned their gaze towards the silver-haired old man sitting in the main seat. The man was dressed in a black robe, with silver hair all over his head and wrinkles on his face, showing his age. He was Adam Osmond, one of the four major financial families in North America, with several country leaders coming from his family. He was the head of the Adams family and a well-known figure in Wall Street, one of the most influential figures. Osmond half opened his eyes when he heard someone mentioning his name, and asked, "Mr. Jason is right. The risks seem a bit high, and you don't have enough chips in hand." Osmond said calmly. Mackenzie hurriedly said, "Mr. Osmond." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the high-ranking CIA official sitting beside him, Eller. Eller chuckled and said, "Respected Mr. Osmond, if the chips in the plan are not enough, I have another major chip to add. The Grim Reaper of North America." Eller mentioned this title, causing astonishment among the crowd. "What? You found the Grim Reaper of North America?" Harry Jason exclaimed in surprise. The Grim Reaper of North America is a legendary hacker. He once single-handedly took on the cybersecurity team of Bear Country, successfully breached the national defense system, shocking the world. He achieved what the country had been wanting to do for years. He is the most mysterious hacker in the West, and many companies have been hacked and blackmailed by him. Not even the CIA could trace any clues about him. Over time, he became the #1 hacker in North America, a legend, with no one able to track down his whereabouts. Osmond's originally calm expression changed as his eyes lit up. "You found the Grim Reaper of North America?" He repeated the question, evidently finding it hard to believe Eller's words. With the attention now on Eller, everyone waited for his answer. Eller smiled and said, "We haven't found him yet, but we have made contact. I have offered him a tempting condition, and he has agreed to help us, ensuring the success of our Trojan horse plan. With his assistance, our plan is foolproof. Even if that handsome guy appears again, we will not be afraid at all." To the Grim Reaper of North America, the handsome guy is insignificant. Upon hearing Eller's words, the expressions of the people relaxed slightly, with whispers starting among them. A smile curved Osmond's lips. "Mr. Eller, this is indeed a great chip. I agree to assist your plan." He evidently held great confidence in the Grim Reaper of North America, believing he could achieve unexpected results in the operation against Daxia. After Osmond's agreement, the other members of the highest board of Disheng gradually raised their hands in agreement. "I agree too. I agree. I also agree." Even Harry Jason, who had been skeptical, eventually raised his hand in agreement. From that moment onwards, all the members of the Disheng board unanimously agreed. Mackenzie's face showed joy. With the support of Wall Street Disheng, the Trojan horse plan was sure to succeed. It would strike a blow to Daxia's recent arrogance, curb their economic development, and even settle an old score. The entire North American energy system had been compromised by the handsome guy last time. Unforgivable. We must expose the information of the handsome guy through the Grim Reaper of North America and ensure he is thoroughly defeated. Otherwise, he might become as formidable and mysterious as the Grim Reaper of North America, a figure to be feared. Eller stood up, looked at everyone, clapped his hands, and said with a smile, "Ha ha. Excellent. I believe that soon. Gentlemen, you will be grateful for your wise choice." Chapter 306. Where is the handsome guy? Who is he? 3 days later, in the morning, Chu Heng was checking the briefing sent by Yan Wanrong to Hengyuan Investment Company on the computer in the dormitory. The briefing stated that Hengyuan Investment Company participated in a total of 29 investment and financing activities that month, involving small and medium-sized enterprises in industries such as infrastructure, internet, technology, and new materials. This speed truly surprised Chu Heng. It seemed that Yan Wanrong was diligently following her investment list. Chu Heng, based on the technological development of his past life, identified small companies with huge potential for future development for investment. Examples included BYD in the automotive industry, Ningguan in the battery field, and DJI in the drone sector, among others. These companies were not particularly outstanding at the moment but had the potential to become industry giants in the future. These companies would also become a part of Chu Heng's vast commercial empire. When it came to industries, none were stronger than the finance sector. The finance sector was the jewel on the crown of commerce. Chu Heng only needed to grasp financial investment to lay out for the future. While looking at the briefing, Chu Heng suddenly saw the list of target companies that had already expressed interest. Among them were Slohan and Douyin, the future dark horses of the internet. They could rival the traditional three giants in the BTA industry as the fourth giant, leading the way in the short video industry. Chu Heng's eyes lit up and he messaged Yang Wanran, "How is the progress with Slohan and Douyin?" Chu Heng asked, "Boss, they both have a strong interest. Currently, we are conducting valuation assessments on them." Yang Wanran replied, "We are preparing for the second meeting." "Okay. Let me know when the time comes." Chu Heng smiled. "Oh, boss, are you coming to attend?" Yang Wanran was somewhat surprised. A gleam passed through Chu Heng's eyes. "Yes, I want to take them down and secure absolute control." Yang Wanran was taken aback, but then understood that Chu Heng held a very positive view of the future of these two companies. "Yes, I will prepare the strategy immediately," Yang Wanran replied. Just as Chu Heng closed the chat window, Wang Bingbing called, Heng, are you free for lunch today?" Wang Bingbing asked sweetly over the phone. "Yes, I am. I have not had many classes lately because of exams." "Darling, what's up?" Chu Heng asked. "My sister Lan said she wants to treat us to lunch today." Wang Bingbing replied, "Oh, why did she suddenly invite us for lunch?" Chu Heng laughed and asked. "She is about to return to Fuxi, and she has been busy recently, so she wants to have a farewell meal with us in advance." I hate to see her leave," Wang Bingbing said with reluctance. "All right, she's considerate," Chu Heng responded. Heh. "Okay, let's go to Guanwei building then." "It's settled," Wang Bingbing smiled. After chatting for a while, they hung up the phone. On the other side, in the cybersecurity department in Shenzhen, Fun Yunlin was busy organizing documents. At that moment, Yu Zhenking walked over with an investigation report. "Fun, are you busy?" Yu Zhenking smiled, looking in a good mood. Fun Yunlin looked up at him, immediately stood up and saluted. "Captain Yu, why are you here?" Yu Zhenking handed her the investigation report. "I'm here to deliver this report to you. I just read this report. The plan you proposed last time is good. Investigating handsome guy from the perspective of the fraud victims has yielded some results," Yu Zhenking said happily. Initially, she had mentioned that investigating the list of victims might be their only way to approach the handsome guy. "Really? Let me have a look." Fun Yunlin opened the investigation report and started reading. Suddenly, she saw a somewhat familiar photo in the list of fraud victims. A slim young man with glasses named Dai Xian, a freshman in the computer science department at Shenzhen University. He fell victim to an online love scam. While looking at her expression, Yu Zhenking smiled and said, "You've noticed too, right? This person bears a resemblance to the image we have of the handsome guy. Moreover, he is the only one among the victims in Guangdong province who did not file a report. So, I just ordered further investigation into him. I wonder if he knows the handsome guy. I coincidentally have to go to Shenzhen University later. I'll figure out a way to make contact with him in advance." Fun Yunlin nodded. "Okay. I'll handle the next steps." Yu Zhenking smiled and left. Fun Yunlin sat back at her desk, deep in thought as she looked at Dai Xian's information. Where is the handsome guy? Who is he? A gut feeling told her that she was not far from finding out about the handsome guy. Chapter 307. Hands off my woman. She doesn't have much of a clue yet, but her intuition tells her that Dai Xian may have some connection with the handsome guy. Fun Yunlin rubbed her aching head. The cybersecurity department knew nothing about such a mysterious expert. It was simply neglectful. Regardless, it would be best to find the handsome guy himself, to control all potential risks, or else she wouldn't be able to explain to her superiors. After pondering for a while, Fun Yunlin looked up at the time on the computer. It's nearly noon. Now she had to go to Shenzhen University to have lunch with Bingbing and her boyfriend. Fun Yunlin got up from her office and walked to the lobby outside, where she met a police officer. "Zili, contact Lao Ma for me later. I have something to discuss with him," Fun Yunlin instructed. Lao Ma was the forum host of a hacker forum. "Okay." The young man called Zili nodded. Fun Yunlin left the cybersecurity department and took a taxi straight to Shenzhen University. Night market food street outside Shenzhen University. As the winter weather set in, the winter in Guan province was a bit cold. Many pedestrians on the street were wearing thick coats. Wang Bingbing stood at the entrance of Guanwei building, holding 2 cups of hot milk tea. She was worried that the milk tea would get cold, so she nearly pressed it against her chest to keep it warm. Just by standing at the entrance of Guanwei Building, she attracted the attention of passers-by. Anyone passing by couldn't help but sneak a few more glances at her, turning their heads back. Wang Bingbing was wearing a light gray checkered coat with warm pants underneath, making her long legs look even straighter. With her beautiful face and elegant temperament, she seemed like a celestial being descended to earth, too beautiful to look straight at. Wow, such a beautiful beauty. Don't you know, she is the first school flower of Shunshan University. Wow, no wonder, she's really beautiful. Stop daydreaming. Miss Wang already has a boyfriend. What? She has a boyfriend? Who's the lucky guy? Passers-by were talking. 2 motorcycles approached from a distance, each carrying for young men with bowl cuts and sneakers. Hey, brothers, there's a gorgeous girl up front. One of the green-haired bowl-cut guys shouted. Let's go. Let's go flirt with her. Get her WeChat. A big-headed youth laughed. The 2 motorcycles stopped in front of Wang Bingbing. The big-headed youth had a cigarette in his mouth. Hi. Beauty. Waiting for someone. The big-headed youth smoothed his bangs and struck a pose, thinking he looked attractive. Are you waiting for me? Wang Bingbing could sense the sleazy intention in his tone. She furrowed her brow, coldly asking, What do you want? The big-headed youth smiled. Beauty. Don't be nervous, we're just looking to be friends with you. How about exchanging WeChat? Wang Bingbing's face turned colder, saying, Please step aside, or I'll call the police. The big-headed youth got a little annoyed. Heemphed. Beauty, there's no need for this. What's wrong with making a friend? More friends mean more pats, right? The green-hatted youth chimed in. My elder brother is quite popular in the front sea area. If you step into that territory, my elder brother Feng Bao can cover you. The big-headed youth stepped closer, and Wang Bingbing immediately took a step back. Don't come near me. Wang Bingbing stared at him warily. Feng Bao was about to reach out. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind them. You want to give it a try? Feng Bao and the others turned around and saw a young man striding towards them. Heng Heng. Wang Bingbing exclaimed in Zhou. Seeing Chu Heng, she felt completely relieved. She let out a sigh of relief. Who the hell are you? The green-hatted youth blocked Chu Heng's path. Chu Heng had a stoic expression. As he approached, he slapped the youth across the face. Smack. The slap sent the green-hatted youth flying, spinning 720 degrees in the air, before landing heavily on the ground. Wow. Feng Bao was stunned. He didn't expect this young man to be so direct and ruthless. The surrounding bystanders were shocked by the loud slap, all looking towards Chu Heng. Chu Heng walked up to Feng Bao, towering over him by another head, his physique outmatching Feng Bao by a large margin. Feng Bao, who was still in his undeveloped youth, looked feeble in front of Chu Heng. Upon meeting Chu Heng's icy gaze, Feng Bao felt immense pressure. Nervous. What are you doing? Chu Heng gave a slight smile, then grabbed his collar and effortlessly lifted him up, suspending him in midair. Remember, my woman, don't even think about it. Don't touch, don't even think. Feng Bao shivered under Chu Heng's icy gaze. Let go of me. He tried to retain his composure, hands flailing but futile, unable to break free from Chu Heng's wrist. Chu Heng smiled faintly, saying, All right, I'll let you go. As soon as he spoke, Chu Heng gave a single throw, hurling Feng Bao like trash. The throw sent Feng Bao rolling several meters away, causing the onlookers to gasp in surprise. Such incredible strength. Feng Bao hit the ground hard, a few teeth flying out, blood oozing out. A miserable sight. Ouch. My teeth. Feng Bao touched his mouth, which was full of blood. Shocked and angered, he reached for the dagger at his back, eyes flashing with murderous intent. At that moment, a woman walked over and interrogated, You young troublemakers, causing chaos everywhere after having your fill. Do you want to have a chat at the station? Feng Yunlin pulled out the handcuffs from her waist, showing them to Feng Bao and his comrades. Upon recognizing the handcuffs, Feng Bao dared not move. He shot a fierce look at Chu Heng, gritting his teeth. Let's go. The group of youths awkwardly hopped onto their motorcycles and fled the scene. Thank you, Sister Lan. Wang Bingbing expressed her gratitude. Feng Yunlin put away the handcuffs, smiling. It's nothing, are you okay? I'm fine. Luckily Heng Heng came. Wang Bingbing sweetly smiled, walking over to Chu Heng and linking her arm with his. Chu Heng tousled her head. You waited for me outside of school? Wang Bingbing pouted, lifted her hand. I just wanted to buy you a cup of hot milk tea first. Chu Heng felt a warmth in his heart, taking the cup of warm milk tea from her hand, He found it was still hot. Silly girl. Chu Heng gently pulled her into his embrace. He vowed that in this lifetime, no one would dare bully her, no matter who it was. As the two embraced, garnering envious glances from the surrounding onlookers. A match made in heaven. Fan Yunlin may not have a partner yet, but seeing Wang Bingbing so happy put her heart at ease. Ever since she had contact with Chu Heng last time, she felt they were a perfect match. To be able to walk together amongst thousands, that was an unparalleled fate. Watching the two of them, enjoying the sweetness of their love, she also felt happy. Ahem, Bingbing, I'm hungry now. You guys can continue being lovey-dovey later. Yeah. Fan Yunlin pretended to scold. Wang Bingbing blushed, turned her head, only to realize the many onlookers around, making her cheeks even redder, resembling ripe apples. Only then did she let go of Chu Heng, and with a sweet smile, said, "All right, let's go eat first." The three of them entered Guanwei Building and dined in the specially prepared private room. Dishes kept coming, and the three chatted while eating. Fan Yunlin glanced at Chu Heng, wiped her lips, and asked, "Chu Heng, if I remember correctly, you're also a first-year student in the computer science department, right?" "Yes, what's up?" Chu Heng casually replied. "Do you know Dai Xian? He should be a classmate, right?" Fan Yunlin's eyes sparkled. Chapter 308. Is he the handsome guy? Chu Heng looked at her in surprise, realizing that he hadn't mentioned For I's real name to her before. "Yes, he is not only my classmate, but also my roommate, nicknamed For I's, whom you met last time." "What's wrong? Why suddenly mention For I's?" Chu Heng asked. Fan Yunlin laughed loudly. "It's nothing. That child Dai Xian is a relative of one of my colleagues. He mentioned it last time, and I found it quite a coincidence that you two are actually dorm mates." After saying that, Fan Yunlin lowered her head to drink soup, but was actually pondering inside. It's such a small world. Dai Xian, the victim, turns out to be Chu Heng's roommate. Did she find the right direction after all? Is Dai Xian the handsome guy? After a while, Fan Yunlin's phone rang with a message notification. She opened it to see a link sent by DRIZZLE. It was a temporary chat room link. She opened it and saw it was Old Ma. "Old Ma. What's up, Officer Feng?" "Fan Yunlin, have you been in contact with the handsome guy recently?" "Old Ma. Yes, the handsome guru occasionally guides us on the forum. He's really skilled. Everyone in the forum calls him the handsome guru, or simply Leng Shen." "Ha ha." Fan Yunlin had a thought. "So, can you contact him directly now?" "Old Ma. Yes, I do have a secret communication method with the handsome guy." "What's up, Officer Feng?" Fan Yunlin felt relieved. "Tell the handsome guy that I need to contact him to ask for some technical advice. It's very important." "Old Ma. Okay, I'll get in touch." On the other side, Ma Zhenping scratched his head. What's going on? Why suddenly contact the handsome guru? Could it really be a technical difficulty? Ma Zhenping still sent a message to the handsome guru. "Handsome guru, Officer Feng from Cybersecurity has a technical question to ask you." "Okay." Shortly after, a link was sent. Ma Zhenping immediately forwarded the link to Fan Yunlin. "Old Ma, the handsome guru just replied and sent the link." "So fast." Fan Yunlin raised her head and looked at Chu Heng. She noticed that Chu Heng was chatting with Wang Bingbing and his hands were on the table, not operating any electronic devices. In that case, Chu Heng is not the handsome guy. Is there another person who is the handsome guy? Perhaps the young man named For I's? Could he be the handsome guy? But how could someone so skilled fall for an online fraud? Fan Yunlin's head was starting to ache from thinking so much. She felt like her thoughts were trapped in a dead end. If Dai Xian is the handsome guy, why is it like this? And if he's not the handsome guy, then who is the handsome guy really? What's the connection between Dai Xian and the handsome guy? Fan Yunlin was getting a bit frustrated, grabbing her own hair, feeling conflicted. "Hey, Yun, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Wang Bingbing asked with concern. Fan Yunlin forced a smile and casually said, "It's nothing, just couldn't figure out something work-related for a moment." "Are you sure it's nothing? You don't look too good. Are you facing some challenges at work?" Wang Bingbing asked further. Fan Yunlin chuckled and said, "It's nothing challenging. I'm just trying to find someone, but I can't seem to locate him." Chu Heng asked curiously, "Who are you looking for? Do you need my help?" "Oh, Lanji, are you looking for a criminal?" Chu Heng knew she was a police officer, but didn't know her department, though it seemed like she was in the criminal investigation unit. Fan Yunlin shook her head. No, he's not a criminal, he's a hero. Okay, enough about my work. Let's eat first. Wang Bingbing covered her mouth and said, Come on, Yun. Don't stress about work too much. Things will fall into place naturally. Hey, when are you two planning to get married? Fan Yunlin asked curiously. Or should I bring the Civil Affairs Bureau here and have you get married on the spot? Blushing, Wang Bingbing said, Lanya, I haven't thought about that yet. I discussed it with Heng Hen. Maybe in about a year, after we establish our careers. Once we have stable jobs, maybe then. My dad might not be so opposed. Wang Bingbing's face showed a hint of disappointment as she mentioned her father, Wan Xiangrang. Chu Heng reassured her. Don't worry, baby, I'll handle your future father-in-law. Wang Bingbing believed that everything would turn out alright in the end. Fan Yunlin laughed. Then I'll congratulate you in advance. Your wedding will be grand and beautiful. Holding Wang Bingbing's hand tightly, Chu Heng felt determined. It had to be a highly anticipated wedding of the century. Fan Yunlin looked at Wang Bingbing's happy expression and said with emotion, Oh, how time flies. Bingbing is growing up and about to get married. She used to always be my little follower. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was a call from Yu Zhengking, answering immediately. Hello, Team Yu. Comrade Fan, come back quickly. We just received news that the Hanxi exchange was hacked. Fan Yunlin stood up in shock. What? The exchange was attacked. Chapter 309 Action begins. The goal is to short the stock market. The exchange is under attack. Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing couldn't help but look at her with surprise when they heard this. This is really rare. Because every exchange uses an internal network, and the security level is very high. Hacking into an exchange is almost as difficult as hacking Microsoft. I haven't heard of exchanges being attacked by hackers before. Fan Yunlin's expression turned serious. She responded a few times, then hung up the phone immediately. Ding ding. Chu Hen, I have something urgent to attend to, and I've almost finished my meal, so I'll leave first. Oh, I've already placed the order. You to take your time eating. I'll head back now. Fan Yunlin said, as she put on her coat. Yunlin, is everything alright? Wang Bingbing asked with concern. Fan Yunlin forced a smile and said, The exchange being hacked. How can that not be a big deal? Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's make plans to meet again another day before returning to Fukan province. Let's get together more. With that, Fan Yunlin bid farewell and left. After Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing finished their meal, they returned to their dormitory. Upon opening their phones, they saw a message from Mao Ma on the communication device. This software was developed by Chu Heng himself, with advanced AI automatic response functions, to avoid constant disruptions from Mao Ma. The message mentioned a certain official Fan. Who is that person? Chu Heng casually closed the link to the private address and contacted Wang Anfu. Brother Wan, any unusual movements in the Han market stock market? Chu Heng asked. The Han market stock market. The market is normal. No significant fluctuations. Why do you ask, Chu old friend? Wang Anfu asked in surprise. Chu Heng pondered for a moment before saying, It's nothing. Just checking the situation. Just got news that the Han Market Exchange was attacked by hackers. The situation might not have escalated yet. The purpose of the attack on the exchange is still unknown. What? The exchange was attacked. Who has the guts to do that? Wang Anfu was also taken aback upon hearing this news. We still don't know who did it. But I have a feeling this is just the beginning. The other party might continue their actions. Attacking an exchange platform might not be their real goal. They might be after a specific functionality of the platform, or leaving something behind. Chu Heng speculated. As a hacker himself, he understood from a hacker's perspective that attacking an exchange was not worth the effort. It's not feasible to extort money by hijacking the system. It's better to hijack a large enterprise's server. This kind of thankless task obviously isn't for money. There must be another purpose, such as implanting something in the system, or analyzing the internal system to identify security vulnerabilities for a direct intrusion next time. Old Chu, how should we respond? Withdraw the funds? Wang Anfu asked. No. The funds have already been camouflaged and hidden. Let's not move them. Wait for the right time. For now, let's wait and see how things develop. Chu Heng calmly said. All right, I'll follow your lead. Wang Anfu nodded. Chu Heng hung up the phone, turned on his computer, activated a server on a small island in Southeast Asia, and started hacking into the security maintenance server of the Hong Market Exchange to check the details of the network maintenance. According to the information display on the server, the exchange's internal network was infected by a virus program planted from within. The backup system is currently being activated, but isolation is being carried out, and stock market trading has been temporarily suspended. A gleam of light flashed in Chu Heng's eyes. Interesting. On the other side, at the Diamond headquarters in North America, in a luxurious suite, a dozen people were casually drinking and chatting. The door opened, and Mackenzie walked in quickly, laughing loudly. "Respected gentlemen, the Trojan horse operation has begun. Our trap has been set for the Hong Market Exchange. Next, it's up to you." Osman lifted his glass, smiled and said, "Mr. Mackenzie, you really are diligent." On the surface, it was a compliment, but the underlying meaning was, "You're too eager." Mackenzie took it as praise and laughed. "Mr. Osman, you praise me too much. This is what I should do. The Hong Market stock market is currently in a bubble period, so it's only natural to move quickly." Osman chuckled lightly. "Since the operation has started, I happen to invite an old friend who can better assist me in the operation." "Oh, who?" Mackenzie curiously asked. Osman looked towards the direction of the balcony window and said, "Why, old friend, Mr. Soros." Mackenzie turned around and saw an old man with silver hair smiling at him, holding a glass of red wine. The old man's face was very pale, almost bloodless, resembling a dry corpse. "Mr. Soros!" Mackenzie exclaimed in surprise. Soros was a globally renowned financial crocodile. He had single-handedly brought down the Bank of the Sunset Country and penetrated several national financial systems. He swept through the Southeast Asian financial system. He had even launched attacks on the Hong Market financial market, shorting the currency and stock market. Since then, he had been either plundering or on the path of plunder. In recent years, global financial regulations had become stricter, so he had been silent for a while. However, his reputation had spread worldwide, becoming a nightmare for financial system personnel in various countries. "Mackenzie, long time no see," Soros greeted with a smile. He had always maintained contact with senior officials from M country and the CIA. The two had met once before, but at that time, Mackenzie was just a lower-level CIA agent. "Ha ha. Yes, Mr. Soros, it is a great pleasure to see you here," Mackenzie excitedly said. "With Soros's assistance, this operation was sure to be successful. I heard from Osman that you want to strike at Daxia Financial. How could I miss such a tempting opportunity?" Soros said calmly. In the previous attack on the Hong Market financial market, he felt that he hadn't won. It was more of a draw. Unfortunately, the speculative funds that followed him to short the Hong Market exchange rate had failed, but he had made a good profit from shorting the stock market after it plummeted by 60%. Overall, he had made money, but not achieving the goal of breaking the Hong Market financial market had left him with regrets. So when he heard about the Trojan horse plan from Osman, he immediately agreed to join. This time, they would definitely break their financial market. As a financial gateway for Daxia, closely linked to finance in both places, once the Hong market was penetrated, it would deal a heavy blow to Daxia's economy. By then, the Daxia stock market would also plummet, affecting various industries. Daxia's financial crisis would erupt. This was truly wonderful. Soros, like a wicked wolf, had already smelled the scent of meat. "Was it you who caused the trouble at the Hong Market Exchange?" Soros smiled. Mackenzie was surprised that his message had spread so quickly. "Yes, respected Mr. Soros, we planted a seed at the exchange, and at a critical moment, it will help us greatly. At that time, we only need to control it for an hour." Silently, without the security personnel noticing, Mackenzie informed. Soros showed an intrigued expression upon hearing this. "That's good. The ultimate goal of the Trojan horse plan is to strike at Daxia's economic development. Once the Hong Market's financial market is broken, it's like cutting off one of Daxia's arms. If we can trigger a financial crisis in Daxia, that would be even better. I am very interested in this." Osman burst into laughter. "Ha ha. My dear old friend, with this move, we are talking about billions, or even trillions, of dollars. Of course, you're interested." Soros smiled. "An old friend knows me well." Then he turned to Mackenzie. "When will we start the short-selling operation?" Mackenzie bowed and replied, 3 days later. on the first trading day of the Hong market. We will short the exchange rate and the stock market simultaneously. 3 days later, in the morning, at the Xuanxi Trading Center, Trader Zhengmi was sitting in his office cubicle sipping coffee. Zheng, so relaxed. A middle-aged man's head popped out from the next cubicle. Zhengmi raised his coffee cup and smiled. The first coffee in the morning can awaken a beautiful day. Don't you know? The middle-aged man scratched his head and chuckled. I'm used to having pineapple buns and milk tea for breakfast. Not much of a coffee drinker. You enjoy your drink slowly. As he was about to retract his head and begin work, Zhengmi took a sip of his coffee and asked, has the system been restored? Yes. It was fixed in 48 hours. Luckily it was over the weekend, otherwise, it would have been a big issue. The middle-aged man sighed. Why would those hackers target our exchange? We are not a bank. The middle-aged man shook his head, in confusion. Zhengmi chuckled. Who knows? It's not our concern. Let's focus on the market. The market is about to open. Let's get to work. Half an hour later, the exchange rang the bell on time. Starting a new week, the first trading day, with the opening of trading, billions of transactions were happening every second, especially at the opening moment. Hey Zhao, do you think the market will open high or low today? Zhengmi finished his coffee and asked. Probably low. Zhao, the middle-aged man next to him, stopped mid-sentence and was stunned. He stared at the computer screen, in disbelief. Oh my god. What? What's going on? He stammered. What's happening? Zhengmi asked curiously. Zheng quickly checked the market index. Zhao trembled. Only then did Zhengmi open the back-end software to see today's market trend. Suddenly, a long and thick green candlestick appeared. The index surged straight up. Wow, today's opening is too high. Zhengmi was dumbfounded. This was a rare occurrence of such a high opening, with the Hang Seng index reaching 18,000 points, a 3-point increase on opening. A large amount of capital flowed in, pushing up the index with most stock prices rising. Wow, what's happening today? Is there some major good news? How come I didn't know? Do you know, Zhao? Zhengmi asked in surprise. I don't know either. There wasn't any major good news over the weekend. Zhao scratched his head, equally puzzled. Just as the two were bewildered, while many stocks were rising, countless other stocks began to short sell. A large amount of money for short selling flooded the market. At the same time, the Xuanxi stock market surged by 5 points, stirring up the masses. Reporters and TV stations began reporting. Hang Seng index soars. The stock market may usher in the era of 20,000 points. Stock market surges. Numerous investors dive in. Recent market liquidity is increasing. It's time to make money in the stock market. Don't miss out. Possibly influenced by external good news, the Xuanxi stock market surges. Market liquidity is on the rise. The first day of gains ended, but it continued to attract more investments from the Xuanxi stock investors, pushing the market higher. On the second day, stocks continued to surge, and many stocks hit the limit up. The day was even more sensational. With the promotion by the news media, more investors poured in. It seemed like everyone believed a new round of surges was about to begin. Missing this opportunity would mean missing out on a rare good time. The era of making money has arrived. Meanwhile, on the campus playground of Shensha University, Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing were walking hand in hand. Just then, Chu Heng's phone rang, a text message from Wang Anfu. Brother Chu, check out the Xuanxi stock market. It's been crazy these past 2 days. Chu Heng immediately checked the Hang Seng index on his phone and furrowed his brows. The recent surge seemed a bit strange. Could someone be deliberately manipulating the market, creating a false illusion to stimulate the market bubble? That was a possibility. Chu Heng quickly replied to the message. Liquidate all assets allocated to the Xuanxi market. All of them. Soon, Wang Anfu replied. Today, I think there might still be more gains tomorrow and the day after. That's small money. The big money is yet to come. Chu Heng smiled slightly. Fishing. Until the end. It was hard to tell who the fish really was. All right, I'll liquidate immediately. Wang Anfu agreed. Putting down his phone, Chu Heng sensed a storm was brewing. Someone was manipulating the market, short-selling stocks, creating a false sense of prosperity. This could significantly inflate the bubble in the Xuanxi market, endangering the DRIZZLE economy. What's wrong, Heng Hen? Wang Bingbing asked as Chu Heng stopped in his tracks, looking thoughtful. Chu Heng smiled calmly. It's nothing. Just thinking about something. What is it? Is it important? Chu Heng nodded. Yes, oh. You go ahead with your work. Let's have lunch together in the afternoon, Wang Bingbing understandingly said. Knowing that Chu Heng might be busy, she bid him goodbye first. Chu Heng tousled her head and said, "It's not my turn to be busy yet, let's wait and see, or else it will be wasted effort." Okay then. Let's go have cute bunny milk tea. Let's go. Wang Bingbing took Chu Heng's hand and walked out of the campus. On the other side, in the suite at the Diamond headquarters. We've started. Mr. Soros, what's next for us to do? Mackenzie asked with a smile. For this part of the plan, he was eager to hear Soros's suggestions. After all, the legendary financial tycoon, the true master of financial operations, continued to push it up. Short the stocks, especially the heavyweight stocks. I've mobilized $100 billion into the Shanxi market. Soros smiled. $100 billion was just a casual amount he could operate with, and many willingly handed over their money to him for management. Great! Mackenzie exclaimed. With $100 billion amassed, they would surely continue to drive the Shanxi stock market higher. Mackenzie looked towards another direction, where Osmond was present. Mr. Osmond, it's time for you to assist now, Mackenzie said sternly. Osmond smiled. I'm providing $30 billion in the name of the Dyson Group. Let the revelry begin. Chapter 311. The appearance of the handsome. A small amount of funds are manipulating the stock market, while the short-selling funds continue to wait in ambush. The propaganda and public opinion continue to increase, attracting more retail investors, institutional funds entering the market. Mr. Allaire, everything is ready. Mackenzie reported to Allaire at the Disheng headquarters. In the video, Allaire nodded and said, "Today is a trading day and also the last trading day. We can start taking action. I have informed the North American Grim Reaper to be prepared." Yes, Mr. Allaire, Mackenzie exclaimed. The video was cut off. Mackenzie arrived in the luxury suite. Inside the suite, there were two 100-inch large screens showing the stock market of Hong City and the exchange rate of Hong City. In front of the large screen, there were more than 30 people watching different screens and indices, conducting buying and selling operations. Mr. Soros, Mr. Osmond, our CIA is fully prepared in this aspect. It's up to you next, Mackenzie said seriously. Soros nodded and said, "Let's get started. There is half an hour before the market opens. Great for the last trading day of the week. It's perfect. By the time they figure it out next Monday, it will be too late." Osmond agreed. Old friend, let's start with the exchange rate market. Good. Let's start with the exchange rate so we can sell the Hong Kong dollar. Soros smiled, exuding confidence. Although this opening move was similar to more than 20 years ago, this time he had more tools and stronger means to use than before. This time, he would definitely be able to crush the economic system of Hong City. Start selling the Hong Kong dollar. Soros gave the command. The sound of keyboard typing filled the room, and more than 30 people began operating. On the other side, the Exchange Rate Management Agency of Hong City. In the office, people were leisurely drinking coffee and chatting together. It was the last working day of the week, and everyone was planning where to go for the weekend, full of laughter. Suddenly, a young man ran over in a panic, shouting, "Something's wrong. It seems like our system has been hacked." Really? Quick, take a look. Everyone returned to their computers, noticing a strange email that appeared on everyone's desktops. The Hong Kong dollar is being sold. Immediately suspend further lending of Hong Kong dollars to foreign capital by banks, otherwise the consequences will be severe. From a person named the Handsome. Everyone was taken aback by this anonymous email, not knowing how to react at first. Should they believe a hacker's words? Who was this hacker named the Handsome? Report to the higher-ups immediately, Jack Luo said decisively. They didn't dare to make decisions on their own, so they had to rely on the higher-ups for guidance. Soon, a report appeared on the computer of Zhang Yihan, the head of the cybersecurity department of Hong City. The Handsome has appeared, Zhang Yihan exclaimed in shock after reading the report. The last time the Handsome hacked into the energy system of country and paralyzed all energy, shocking the world. It had been many days since that incident, and the people in North America still hadn't found a way to track down the Handsome, rendering them powerless against him. He was a true hacker genius. After reading the report, Zhang Yihan knew that things were serious. Immediately call for a video conference. Quickly. Jang Ihong slammed on the table and called out to his young assistant in the office. Yes. The young assistant replied, but as soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the office started flickering. Suddenly, the entire building plunged into darkness. What's going on? Why is there a power outage? Quick, activate the emergency backup power. But even the fastest activation will take 2 hours. What do we do about the meeting? There was a commotion outside the office. Jang Ihong instantly felt that something was amiss. This building had not experienced a power outage for a long time. Why did it happen now of all times? There must be something fishy going on inside. Quick, activate the satellite emergency communication to contact the mainland. Jang Ihong gritted his teeth. In a city closest to Han City, it was Shenzhen City. With close relations between the two cities, the two cybersecurity departments often contacted each other. Jang Ihong forwarded a copy of the report to the cybersecurity department in Shenzhen. At 8:50 a.m., in the exchange rate market, 10 minutes before the stock market opened, Shenzhen's cybersecurity team held an emergency meeting. Just now, there was news from Han City that the handsome has appeared, and he has issued a warning to the exchange rate management agency. It's this email, Yu Zhenking said seriously. His tone suddenly turned serious as he continued. However, we've just received news that the cybersecurity agency in Han City has been hacked, and it's affecting the exchange rate management agency. Everyone in the room felt a chill at the mention of this, sensing that something was very wrong. Following the handsome's warning, actions had been taken from the top, but those private bankers for their own benefit have already lent out a large amount of Hong Kong dollars. If the cybersecurity in Han City is unable to act now, it's highly likely that other hackers will target the institutions. Yu Zhenking informed everyone of the seriousness of the situation. Team Yu, could this be the work of those attackers to attack the Han City exchange a few days ago? If it is, then it seems that someone has targeted Han City. We must take the initiative. Fan Yunlin stood up and said passionately. Yu Zhenking nodded. Immediately implement a third contingency plan and assist our colleagues in Han City. Start tracking the source of the foreign attacks. Block the attack source IP. Everyone stood up in unison. Yes. Yu Zhenking looked at Fan Yunlin and instructed, Comrade Feng, contact the handsome. Since he issued a warning, he must know something. Yes. Fan Yunlin replied promptly. As soon as the meeting ended, Fan Yunlin returned to his computer, opened the Han City stock market page. As the stock market opened, it immediately surged. On the internet, on television, various media were hyping up the stock market as the time to make money had arrived. Not only the citizens of Han City, but many speculators from the mainland also joined this frenzy to continue driving up the stock market. It was as if there were a lot of people ready to take over for the institutions. Fan Yunlin furrowed his brows, realizing that the entire population had fallen into madness, like a raging flood, drowning out any voices of reason, rendering them useless. Everyone believed that a bull market was about to begin, and missing out meant missing the opportunity to make money. Human nature was inherently greedy. Fan Yunlin closed the stock market page, intending to contact the handsome through the previous link, only to find that the link was no longer working. What to do now? Just then, Lao Ma sent a message. Lao Ma, Commander Fan, I received a message from the handsome. He wants us to prepare a large amount of foreign exchange reserves immediately, preparing for a tough battle. If we lose, Daxia could lose tens of billions of dollars. But if we win, we can take a big bite out of the other side. Fan Yunlin was stunned after reading the message and asked, a large amount of foreign exchange? How much? The handsome said at least 500 billion US dollars. What? 500 billion. Fan Yunlin stood up, shocked. Chapter 312. The astute hunter often appears as prey. Fan Yunlin was shocked to see this number. This is equivalent to a quarter of Daxia's foreign exchange reserves. In order to use such a huge foreign exchange reserve, only those at the top can make the decision. Fan Yunlin gritted her teeth and replied, why is there so much? Does Jingzi know something? Lao Ma, Jingzi said that someone is preparing to attack the Han market stock market and the Hong Kong dollar. The force behind it is not small and we need to quickly set up countermeasures. Today is the perfect time point. We need to be prepared today. The other party will definitely react over the weekend, but they will be in a difficult situation by then. What? Someone is attacking the Hong Kong dollar. Fan Yunlin was shocked. This is a big deal. Without much thought, she immediately replied, I will prepare a report and submit it. For some reason, she completely trusted what Jingzi said. The current situation is too strange. The stock market is rising abnormally, and the peripheral atmosphere is very strange. It seems like a storm is brewing. The stock exchange, the currency management institution, and the Hong Market Network security have all encountered problems one after another. There is definitely something fishy going on. Perhaps it is really as Jingzi said. Someone, or some force, is planning to attack the Hong Kong dollar. No, we must report this immediately, Fan Yunlin said in a deep voice. In the dormitory, Chu Heng was playing landlord. Old Chu, what are you doing? Come play with us. For Eyes and Fatty are too tricky. Damn, I've lost 8 rounds already. Damn it. Liu Dashwan stuck his head out. Fatty took off his headphones and exclaimed, Yeah, Chu Zhe, let's call for backup. Chu Heng smiled. No, I have something to do today. No more games. I'll play a bit of landlord. You guys play on. Liu Dashwan ran over, looked at Chu Heng's computer screen, half playing landlord, the other half showing the Hong Market stock market. Damn, old Chu, you know how to trade stocks too. Liu Dashwan was surprised. Understand a bit, just playing around. Chu Heng smiled. Once you enter the stock market, it's as deep as the sea. Old Chu, you have to be careful. Don't end up getting played. Liu Dashwan cautioned. Chu Heng grinned. I only play trick on others. Hey, you talk big. Okay, I won't talk anymore. You trade first, we'll continue playing. Liu Dashwan patted Chu Heng's shoulder and went back to his computer to continue playing. Chu Heng shook his head, wondering why no one believed the truth he spoke. Asterisk ding ding ding. Asterisk Lao Ma sent a message. Lao Ma. Jingzi, I have relayed your words as stated. Chu Heng looked at it and replied with 3 words. Understood. Lao Ma. What should we do now? Are we just going to watch them attack the Hong Kong dollar? Jingzi. The skillful hunter often appears as prey. If they want to attack the Hong Kong dollar, then let's cut off their dismantling first. However, if they want to short the stock market, don't they want stocks? Then we'll lend them as many stocks as possible. On the other side of the computer, Ma Zhenping saw Chu Heng's words and was dumbfounded. Damn, is Jingzi mad? Lend chips to the other party. Lao Ma. What if it crashes? That would be a huge loss. They'll be making tons of money. Jingzi. Crashing means losing. Don't worry. It won't crash. Lao Ma. Why is Jingzi so confident? Has he already made preparations? Lao Ma. Should I relay the message to them? Jingzi. Yes. Chu Heng closed the chat conversation and continued playing landlord. Soon, he won the game as the landlord. Being the landlord is much more fun than being a peasant. Chu Heng smiled. Hackers, financial crocodiles, and to peasants trying to stir up trouble in Dazia's territory. Let them have a taste of their own medicine. Chu Heng closed the game screen and opened a chat box. Get out of the Dazia network. This is a final warning. From Jingzi. As he typed this sentence, the currency management institution was seized by a mysterious virus internally and unable to operate. The system maintenance personnel were struggling to find a solution. How about it? Can the virus be cleared? Jack Luo asked urgently. Hurry, the currency market is already open. The maintenance personnel wiped the sweat from their foreheads and said, Don't rush me, I'm trying to figure it out. However, this virus is too powerful. Unless we change the server hardware, we won't be able to clean it up. What? Change the server hardware? How are we supposed to function then? Jack Luo shook his head. Is there no other way? The maintenance personnel smiled bitterly. If trying a few more procedures doesn't work, we will have to change the server. As soon as he said that, the system screen suddenly lit up and was restored. Hey, it seems to be responding. The maintenance personnel were overjoyed. At this moment, the institution's computer system suddenly fully recovered, and the server was restored to normal. However, these words appeared on every computer desktop. Get out of the Daozia network. This is a final warning. From Jingzi. Everyone was stunned to see these words on the screen. Jingzi. Jingzi again. Who exactly is he? Who is he talking to with this message? The people looked at each other in confusion. Meanwhile, in an office within the institution, a middle-aged man with snow-white hair saw the message on the computer screen and broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately took out his phone, opened a hidden program, and found a message. Jingzi has appeared. I have been warned by him. At a fried chicken restaurant in Kansas, North America, a middle-aged African man with glasses and black skin was sitting at a booth typing on a computer. He was wearing the uniform of the fried chicken restaurant, with the name tag on it reading Manager Claude. "Hey, Claude, are you playing games again?" An old man with blonde hair walked over and greeted him with a smile. Claude pushed his glasses and smiled. "Yes, Mr. Hall. What would you like today? How about trying the new extra spicy dish? The taste is good. You will definitely be very satisfied." "Fine. You know I like spicy food. Then let's go for that extra spicy fried chicken and one extra spicy double beef burger." The old man laughed. "You have a good eye, sir. I'll place your order right away." Claude smiled genuinely. Just as he was about to switch screens on the computer to place the order, a message popped up from a program. "Jingzi has appeared. I have been warned by him." Claude saw this message, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Jingzi, you have finally shown up." Chapter 313. Implementing the Handsome Plan. The rumored hacking prodigy, Handsome, successfully hacking into the energy system, causing a local energy paralysis that shocked the world. Finally, the time has come. Claude smiled slightly, closed the page, and continued to place orders. "The order has been placed. Please wait. I have something to attend to. Let's talk later." Claude stood up. The blonde old man chuckled. "Sure, you go ahead." Claude nodded slightly in farewell before leaving, heading back to the specialized workspace behind the kitchen. He typed a line on the computer. "Let's start the plan. I want to see how capable Handsome really is." Soon, he received a reply. "Yes, Mr. Reaper." Claude then sent a message to the Disheng headquarters. Handsome has appeared. Disheng headquarters, in a luxurious suite. Mackenzie received the message and said, in a low voice, "Gentlemen, Handsome has appeared. He is hindering our plans." Shoros calmly smiled. "The situation has already formed. What use can one handsome guy be? He can only watch helplessly and not be able to stop anything." "Ha ha." Osman chuckled. "Right, now that I realize, it's already too late. Continue to increase selling pressure. Let the stock market start plummeting." The operators in the room began to act according to the orders. On the other side, in Feng Yumlin's office, they already know. After reading our report, they have started following Handsome's plan. Yu Zhenking smiled. Feng Yumlin sighed. "Without Handsome's warning, we might not have been able to react in time. Now, everything is ready, just waiting for them to fall into our trap." Yu Zhenking grinned. "They set a trap for us, and we'll set a trap for them. A trap within a trap. A lot of overseas funds have flowed in. This pig is fat enough." Feng Yumlin picked up a teacup, suddenly laughed. "That's a sneaky move from Handsome. The timing he mentioned is probably this. If the opponent noticed us one day earlier, we would have reacted, and these funds wouldn't have fallen into the trap." Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking sound echoed. "Come in," Feng Yumlin called out. A young man entered. "Team Yu. Team Fun, we just received news that many sellers are dumping Hayoshi currency in the market. In the stock market, top company stocks are also being sold off, and the index is beginning to fall." Feng Yumlin smiled. "It seems they have started. If we don't trigger their liquidation this time, we lose. Let's go. It's showtime." They all gathered in the hall, where the big screen displayed the stock market trends, starting to decline, after rising sharply. Various news updates appeared on the secondary screen. For a moment, various online media and a small number of finance big versus began to amplify the fear, warning that the index would drop by more than 30 points and encouraging retail investors to actively sell stocks, causing panic. At the same time, negative news about various top companies or rumors appeared, such as false reports of shareholders selling stocks. One trick after another, their tactics are truly professional. Yu Zhenking sneered. "All their plans have been exposed by Handsome. This was all foreseeable. Let's cooperate with other colleagues. Time to implement Handsome's plan." Feng Yumlin's eyes sparkled. They all returned to their positions, starting various rumor-dispelling activities and temporarily affecting overseas network transmissions, delaying the dissemination of information to the other side. At the same time, at the Hayoshi Exchange Rate Management Institution, a group of men in suits burst in and took away a middle-aged man with snowy white hair. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man panicked. "Ha ha. What are we doing?" "Of course, inviting you for tea. Take him away." The men in suits took him away. The middle-aged man's face turned pale, knowing he was in big trouble. At the Hayoshi Bank headquarters, a group of men in black suits appeared in the CEO's office. CEO Che, you have lent a large amount of currency to overseas funds recently, right? A middle-aged man in a black suit asked coldly. Yes. CEO Chen nervously responded, knowing what he was doing. He knew lending out so much currency would have consequences. Haha. Stop now, not just stopping the lending, but increasing the borrowing interest rate, raising their costs. You should know what to do, right? If not, we can discuss it at the office. The middle-aged man in the black suit said coldly, his gaze sharp. CEO Key's face turned pale with fear, not daring to object. He immediately nodded. Yes, I'll act right away. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Fan Yunlin was still monitoring the markets. The two markets reopened, but this time the currency exchange rate stabilized, not continuing to fall. As much as people sold, there were others buying, stabilizing the exchange rate. And a significant portion of the selling accounts were subject to controlled trading. This caused the exchange rate market to crash. However, this was extremely beneficial for Hayoshi, but for those holding the currency, it was a disaster. The money was borrowed with high interest. The interest rates had already increased, so holding it for just one day meant bleeding money. If the Hayoshi currency didn't fall, they couldn't trigger a market crash, leading to panic. Fan Yunlin saw the stock market recover at the opening, smiling. Their currency is down, and the stock market is next. This wave is going to burst the bubble. Inside the Disheng headquarters, Shoros, Osmond, and a group of financial bigwigs were drinking and chatting merrily. Ha. DRIZZLE Financial will be severely hit this time. Double strike, TSK. All thanks to Mr. Soros's prowess. They all raised their glasses to Shoros. Shoros remained calm, as if everything was under control. According to the situation, there was already a trend of a sharp decline. Just waiting to make a killing. This time, they were going to make a fortune. Suddenly, someone rushed in hastily. Report. Trading in the exchange rate market has been suspended. Report. The stocks we shorted are still rising. Something seems off. A young trader wiped his sweat and shouted. Shoros was startled by the news. Others were also confused. What? How could this happen? Chapter 314. Market crash. Forced liquidation. Handsome bullshit. Suddenly overnight, many bulls who bought common stocks have emerged. They are continuing to boost the stock prices. The young trader quickly reported. Soros's face darkened, as his long and short positions were facing off. It seems that the people at Daxia have finally caught on. It's only been a few days. How did they react so quickly? Although surprised at Daxia's quick response, Shoros, an old hand, quickly calmed down. Execute the backup plan. Start spreading negative news about the head stocks. We'll throw it out faster. With the huge retail funds, let's see how much they can handle. A stock market collapse and stampede must happen today. As long as market confidence collapses once, it's enough. Upon hearing this, the young trader immediately saluted. Yes, I'll inform them right away. After the young trader left, the atmosphere in the suite became tense, with the previous Joe now gone. How did Daxia catch on so quickly? Osmond, expressionless, scanned the group, and asked. The others looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. At that moment, Mackenzie suddenly stood up and said, in a deep voice, "It's Handsome." He took out his phone and showed it to everyone. Just got the news, Handsome has appeared. The Reaper's people received a warning from Handsome. Everyone looked puzzled and surprised. Handsome appeared. He found the Reaper's people. My God. No wonder. Surely Handsome has noticed our secret actions. Osmond, his face darkened, asked in a low voice, "Is it Handsome, the hacker who infiltrated the energy system?" Mackenzie nodded. Yes, it's him. We've been trying to track him down during this time, but no clues. Headquarters just received a message from the Reaper. Handsome has appeared. Remembering the heavy losses in Handsome's hands last time, Mackenzie felt his anger rise. That Handsome, not easy to deal with. Osmond remained calm, saying, Mackenzie, I've said it before. Even if Handsome comes, there's no need to worry. With the North American Reaper around, he can't stir up any trouble. Besides, he's just a hacker. Can he handle short-selling the Han market? Can he compete with financial giants like you all? The others nodded in agreement, finding his words reasonable. Despite how skilled a hacker might be, Individual power has its limits, and he can't stop a financial stampede from happening. Mackenzie continued. Osmond, Shoros, it's up to you next. Shoros nodded. Regardless of whether Handsome has noticed, if they've already caught on, then let's have a head-on clash. Keep selling. Meanwhile, in the Bo's dormitory, Chu Heng made a cup of tea and sat in front of the computer to watch the changes in the Han market. CI passed by, glanced at the screen, and suddenly stopped. Brother Chu, is this Hong Kong stocks? Seems like it's going to pull back, right? CI asked, puzzled. A pullback is impossible, at least not within this month. Now is the time to earn as much as you buy. Chu Heng smiled. CI shook his head in disbelief. Brother Chu, you're kidding. There's no market that doesn't fall, right? Let alone not falling for a month. Is it going to rise to the sky? Chu Heng took a sip of tea. If it doesn't rise up, how can we trigger the short positions? We need a surge. CI, still doubtful, shrug and left. Chu Heng took out his phone and sent a message to Lao Ma and Feng Yunlin through a hidden communication link. Right now, before closing, it must rise. Soon. Feng Yunlin reply. I understand. I'll send a report up. Thank you, Handsome. Chu Heng saw this text, smiled lightly, and then called Wang Anfu. Mr. Wang, the momentum is on our side now. The bearish side of the Hong market won't hold up for long. Transfer the money now, all remaining funds from the fund company. Put it all in. This wave is bound to rise. Wang Anfu agree. Okay, Chu, I'll go arrange it immediately. After hanging up the phone, Chu Heng called Yang Wanran. Mobilize the funds of Heng Yuan Group, set up leverage financing at the bank. Take out at least 30 billion funds from me. Yang Wanran was surprised by the request but didn't ask much, knowing something big was about to happen. All right, I'll figure it out immediately. But I'll need 3 days. Chu Heng smiled. No problem. Go ahead. After that, Chu Heng watched as the market started to climb. With a rise of 1%, the short positions began to explode. Chu Heng chuckled lightly. Let's have some fun next. Don't underestimate Daxia's determination. At 4 p.m., with only an hour left before the market closed. Report. Some of our positions have exploded. Report. We've been forced to liquidate. Losses in the billions of dollars. The funds have exploded. The young trader urgently shouted. Damn it. Why isn't the public opinion effective? Soros's face darkened. At that moment, one of Mackenzie's subordinates rushed in. Mr. Mackenzie, bad news. Our social media influencers in the Han market are being investigated. Mackenzie's eyes widened in surprise. What's going on? There's news coming in. It's Handsome. Handsome reported them. The young subordinate wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mackenzie's face turned livid. Damn it. It's Handsome again. Chapter 315. The shock of Death God. The Handsome man is too terrifying. For a moment, everyone is stunned in place. It feels like everything is under the control of that handsome man. Where is Death God? Let him deal with the handsome man. Someone shouted. Yes, we must find and eliminate the handsome man. At the very least, we can't let him disrupt our plans anymore. Others nodded in agreement. Mackenzie's face darkened. I'll notify headquarters immediately. Inside the fried chicken restaurant, Claude received an email from Eller in his office. Try your best to find the handsome man. Don't let him hinder our plans. After reading the email, Claude smiled lightly. In the end, it will still depend on me, right? Haha, a group of pitiful little bugs. I will definitely find that handsome man. After all, I am Death God. Claude's hands quickly tapped on the keyboard. He had to stop the inflow of funds from the buyers before the market closing, causing a major drop in the stock market. The handsome man would definitely show up then. Come out, handsome man. Let's confront each other face to face. He activated the communicator and sent orders to his subordinates. Snipe the public network. Activate the trading center virus. Yes. Hundreds of people responded on the communicator. It was 3:40 p.m. With only about 30 minutes left till the market closed. The stock market would be closed randomly between 4:08 p.m. and 4:10 p.m. Feng Yunlin stared intently at the market, knowing that if there was a big rise before closing, everything would be settled. When the market reopened on Monday, it would be the time for them to suffer a big loss. By stabilizing the market sentiment, all their plans would be in vain. It was all thanks to the handsome man. If it weren't for the warning and plans of the handsome man, she would have suffered heavy losses. Fun Yunlin was lost in thought when Yu Zhenking rushed in anxiously, his face showing urgency. Something's happened. Fun Yunlin saw his expression and quickly stood up, asking, "What's wrong, Captain Yu?" The public network suddenly came under attack, and the trading center servers are having issues again. Several major buyers are unable to trade in reality, Yu Zhenking said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Fun Yunlin turned to look at the market, and on the real-time data displayed, the market was plunging. It dropped by 1 point in just a minute. And judging from the situation, it was likely to be more than just a simple drop. At the last moment, the other side began to fight back. "We must go and stop the attack quickly," Fun Yunlin said urgently. On the other side, Chu Hen was drinking tea in his dorm when he also saw the market movement. He smiled slightly, knowing that the rats were coming out. "It was perfect to catch all of you at once." Chu Heng put down his teacup and quickly tapped on the keyboard. Various virus programs were sent from his computer to the city's public network via meet machines. Seeing the attacks coming from different virtual IP addresses, Chu Heng smiled. They dare to play such tricks. The virus programs disguise themselves as virtual servers, making it difficult for them to differentiate the attacks. Once the attack sources appeared, they could be traced back. "It's dropping. Ha. It's dropping significantly." Mackenzie laughed excitedly. "Death God is indeed powerful." Others nodded in agreement. Mackenzie smirked. "I, as Death God, will wait for the good news of Death God's victory over the handsome man." Inside the fried chicken shop, Claude sipped on his cola, leisurely watching the programs running automatically. He had written all the operations into the program, allowing them to run automatically, hundreds of times more efficiently than humans. Suddenly, messages started to come through on the communicator, reporting to Mr. Death God. "My computer has been hijacked. I've been exposed." Report. "I've been exposed too." "Oh no. The handsome man has appeared. I've been exposed." At that moment, all the Death God organization hackers scattered around the world were being reported, with their personal information disclosed on the network. Claude was dumbfounded. What was this situation? Suddenly, a video pop-up appeared on his computer screen. In the video, everything was pitch black, with a sentence in English displayed. "He who violates Daxio, no matter how far, shall be executed." A handsome man. Claude's heart shook violently. The handsome man had found him. Damn it! A chilling sensation swept through his entire body. How terrifying was the handsome man to possess such terrifying technology? He tried to regain control of the computer, but there was no response. He had to bring out the backup computer and check the situation immediately. As soon as he logged onto the homepage, his own photo and personal information appeared prominently on Facebook. Photos, the address of the fried chicken shop, phone number, criminal records, and more. Damn it! The handsome man had entered the FB server, modified their homepage, and exposed his information to dozens of people worldwide. Claude was stunned, completely bewildered. It was over. This was utterly over. His identity would definitely be brought to light, and he was sure to end up in prison. Claude's face turned deathly pale, sitting slumped in front of the computer, watching the stock market surge sharply. At that moment, he felt utterly defeated, with his phone incessantly ringing. He watched as the market rose by 3 points at the close. At the same time, the sound of police cars could be heard outside. Chapter 316 didn't earn much, just over 100 billion by the time the stock market closed. The news of the Grim Reaper's capture was simultaneously transmitted back to the Diamond headquarters. Inside the suite, the atmosphere was extremely tense, with everyone wearing grim expressions. Mackenzie sat slumped on the sofa, his face pale. "It's over. Finished. He muttered to himself. "Damn it, Mackenzie. Do you know how much we'll lose this time? At least $1 trillion. You must be responsible for covering the losses." Someone angrily rebuked Mackenzie. Grinding his teeth, Mackenzie said, "I'll report to Mr. Ale immediately." He dialed a video call and soon Ale's figure appeared on the screen. Ale's expression was equally grim and dark. "Mr. Ale, what do we do now?" Mackenzie asked in a low voice. "What do we do? The higher-ups already know," Ale said. "The Trojan Horse project has failed." Ale continued darkly. And what about the money from those gentlemen?" Mackenzie cautiously asked. "We don't have the budget for that right now. Let's talk about it later." After Ale finished speaking, he hung up the phone. It was quiet on the scene. Everyone here wasn't stupid, and upon hearing Aile's words, they knew he was trying to dodge the responsibility. This was over $1 trillion. Not 1,000. Enough to match the GDP of a small country. This was not a trivial amount. Did they really just want to shirk their responsibilities like this? Where was the promised protection for losses? Damn it. The crowd turned to Mackenzie one after another, their eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. Half an hour later, latest news from NAS News, a middle-aged man fell to his death from the 58th floor and died on the spot. The sun set, the sky shimmering with golden light. Fan Yunlin was in the office, watching the relevant news reports. The global media was now covering the stock market events, with the short-sighted institutions ending up completely defeated in the end. A complete victory for Daxia. Another major piece of news was the exposure and disclosure of the Grim Reaper organization by Handsome Man, who single-handedly defeated the entire organization in a cyber war, ranking first on the global hacker list. The coincidence of these two events on the same day sparked discussions worldwide among the media. Surprisingly, there wasn't much coverage of this matter within Daxia, as if someone was deliberately controlling the spread of public opinion, providing cover for the Handsome Man. Fan Yunlin released the mouse, breathing a sigh of relief. The defensive counterattack had finally won. She looked out the window at the setting sun and murmured, "Who are you really, handsome?" At this time, at the dorm, Chu Heng was having a meal with the three buddies. Seeing that Chu Heng had never left the dorm, Liu-Wan brought the food back from the cafeteria for him. 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetarian dish, cost 15 yuan. Although the food was simple, Chu Heng enjoyed it immensely, feeling particularly good. Seeing Chu Heng so happy, Liu-Wan curiously asked, "Old Chu, you're smiling while eating. What's the good news? Why are you so happy?" Fatty leaned over excitedly and asked, "Could it be that your sister-in-law is pregnant?" Chu Heng chuckled, "Heh, nothing much, just made some money." With that, Chu Heng took out his phone and saw the numbers on the stock market, making him even happier. This time, supporting the stock market with his own funds, the value of his stock holdings had already exceeded 20 billion. This didn't even include the profits from Henyuan Group and the fund company. It was definitely a large sum of money. After absorbing the funds from the shorting institutions next week, there would be at least billions of profits. Hey, just a little money. How much did you earn? Won a few thousand? Liu-Wan curiously asked. I bet 5,000. I bet you two are underestimating Brother Chu. The small amount in Brother Chu's eyes is worth at least 10,000. Fatty said confidently. Liu-Wan shook his head, not believing. I don't trust you. How much did you earn today, Chu? Chu Heng casually replied. Not much, just over 100 billion. Oh, just 100. The three buddies waved their hands and continued eating. Suddenly, all three of them raised their heads simultaneously and stared at Chu Heng. What? How much? They exclaimed in unison. Just over 100 billion. What's wrong? Chu Heng continued eating his food. Ha ha. Old Chu, you're really good at joking. Liu-Wan laughed heartily, patting Chu Heng's shoulder. Heh. Brother Chu, you're too good at bragging. Fatty chuckled. For eyes at it, I often have dreams like this, starting at least in the trillions, that I wake up and it's gone. Brother Chu, try not to take a nap at noon. Chu Heng just smiled helplessly. Why didn't anyone believe the truth nowadays? Suddenly, his phone received a call. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Yan Wanran. Answering the call, he heard Yan Wanran's laughter. Ha ha, the boss has good news for you. Oh, what good news? Chu Heng asked with a smile. The first good news is that we made a huge profit today. According to the plan, next week's market trend will continue to rise, and the shorts won't be able to withstand it. Estimated profits in the hundreds of billions. This time we're definitely making a killing. Chu Heng nodded. This was within his expectations, and he felt calm inside. So what's the second good news? Yang Wanran hesitated suddenly. It seemed like the boss wasn't too excited about making money. Oh, the second good news is, the amusement park you wanted is now completed. Construction is completed. That's great. Chu Heng heard this and felt delighted. When Wang Bingbing casually mentioned wanting her own amusement park, he remembered it and had Yang Wanran buy land and start construction early on. The amusement park is named Mengshaodu Amusement Park, specifically built for Wang Bingbing. I have been closely monitoring the progress of the construction. As long as there is money, the speed will be fast naturally, Yang Wanran said with a smile. All right, next you get all the amusement facilities installed. plus some good supporting facilities, custom made to the best standards, Chu Heng instructed. Okay boss, you can rest assured, Yang Wanran replied with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Chu Heng was in a very happy mood, lying on the bed humming a tune. At this moment, Liu Wang approached. Boss Chu, with winter vacation approaching, where are you planning to go for fun? Chu Heng thought for a moment. I plan to go to the countryside with Bingbing for a while, stay for some time, and then go back to my hometown for Chinese New Year. Since the system rewarded him with a countryside estate that he had not visited yet, Chu Heng wanted to take Wang Bingbing to experience the leisurely country life on the farm. You have a house in the countryside. That's awesome. Liu Wang was surprised. But then he quickly changed the subject and asked Chu Heng, can I bring Lanlin to join us? Why? Didn't you both agree to go on a trip together? Chu Heng asked in confusion. Liu Wang dryly laughed and patted his pocket. I do want to. It's just that my wallet refuses to cooperate. Expenses have been a bit high recently. My wallet can't handle it anymore. If I squeeze it further, I won't even have money for food. Chu Heng understood the reason, nodded knowingly, and said, okay, no problem. We'll all go together, the more the merrier. Hearing their conversation, Tangzi immediately raised his hand. I'll go too. The rural theme is trending now. I want to live stream from the countryside. Who knows, I might rise to fame there. Ha ha. Alright, go ahead. Sij, are you coming? Chu Heng turned to ask Sij. Sij pushed his glasses, sighed, and shook his head. I'm not going. I have a blind date arranged at home. Are you kidding me? Sij, you're just a freshman, and you're already going on blind dates. Tangzi asked in shock. Sij shrugged helplessly. My parents want me to get married by the time I'm 24, almost graduate and settle down, let them have grandchildren. So that's how it is. Be careful. Now most of the girls you meet for blind dates are not easy to deal with. Tangzi warned. I understand. I will be careful. I'm not interested in dating now. I just want to focus on studying. Sij said seriously. Chu Heng nodded. All right, I believe you. Tangzi scratched his nose. I believe too. Sij. The next morning, Chu Heng was getting ready in the bathroom when Tangzi barged in. Bro Chu, the people from Yaya platform are bothering us again. They've even come to our dorm building this morning. Should I ask you to meet them? Tangzi scratched his head. No. I'm busy, Chu Heng replied vaguely while brushing his teeth. Tangzi asked curiously. Bro Chu, where are you off to today? Aren't you supposed to be revising in the dorm? Chu Heng smiled. I do have some important matters to take care of today. No time to deal with these people. And, Tangzi, am I the kind of person who needs to revise? Ow. I guess not. Tangzi was taken aback. After finishing his morning routine, Chu Heng grabbed the keys to his van and went out, ready to drive to Hangyuan Investment Group. He had some work to do at Hangyuan Investment today to finalize specific investment strategies. Chu Heng held the keys in his hand. Previously he used to take taxis everywhere, but now that he had a car, there was no need to take a taxi anymore, which was quite enjoyable. On the other side, at the Bo's dormitory building, Yang Gaoshi and a bald middle-aged man were standing outside the door. I say, General Yang, is it necessary for us to come in person, just to sign a promising newcomer? It's a bit demeaning. The impatient bald middle-aged man said. Yang Gaoshi glanced at him. The man was named Lian Jian, a relative of Chairman Lian Ho, assigned to the operations department as vice president. Although his position wasn't high, no one in the company dared to underestimate him because of his relationship with the chairman. General Lian, this newcomer is extremely promising. If we can sign him, it will be a great boost for our Yaya platform. Yang Gaoshi spoke frankly, knowing the stakes. Lian Jian laughed dismissively. How talented could a potential newcomer be? Just good at singing. There were plenty of singers in the world. They were not trying to poach the top anchor from a rival platform. Was it necessary to go to such lengths? What a waste of time. Lian Jian took out a cigarette, lit it, and said, General Lian, you have more time. I have some other matters to attend to later, so I won't stay here and chat with you anymore. I mainly feel that it's unnecessary. The kid already rejected us last time. Why should we go back pressing for a deal when he has a lukewarm attitude? Besides, with our status, do we need to personally ask him to sign the contract? It's giving him too much face. Chapter 318 Young people, give you face and hold back. Understand? Yang Gaoshi listened to his complaints and couldn't help shaking his head secretly. This guy really cares about his reputation. Relying on his relationship with the chairman to show off in the company, everyone is flattering him, really considering himself a big shot. Yang Gaoshi really wanted to refute him, but the words choked in her throat. In the end, she suppressed her anger and patiently said, "As long as it benefits the company, we can do it ourselves. Liang, you should take on more responsibilities. Everything is for the company." Liang Jian directly rebuked, "General Yang, what you said is right, but not entirely correct. The vision is not broad enough. Recruiting potential anchors is beneficial to the company, but there's no need for us to personally invite them. We need to consider our own status. For such small matters that require personal involvement, can we handle them? What are the subordinates for? Are we just paying them for nothing? The big picture. General Yang, you need to raise your vision a bit higher. In the future, leave these things to subordinates to handle." Yang Gaoshi did not expect him to start talking about vision with her. She couldn't help but find it amusing. She has managed the Yaya platform for the past few years, and the company has become a top 3 player in the industry. You, an appointed vice president who spends all day boasting in the office, on what basis do you discuss vision with me? It's ridiculous. How could Liang Dong bring such a relative over? Liang Jian saw Yang Gaoshi smiling and thought she was agreeing with him, so he continued, "Later, when you meet that young man, don't rush to show your desire for a high salary to sign him. This may make him ask for even more. Things can get out of hand in negotiations. First look at mine." Yang Gaoshi suddenly reminded him, regarding the signing conditions for Chu Han, Director Liang has personally approved. Liang Jian waved his hand carelessly, saying, "Oh, my uncle may have said that, but we can save some money for the company. He has offered a 10 million annual salary, a treatment only available to top anchors. He is just a college student, a newcomer. Why should he earn so much? Just because he trended once, because he sings well, but in the end, he doesn't have a solid fan base. He won't bring in much traffic to our platform. I think 1 million, at most 2 million, is enough. This already exceeds the salary of most new anchor talents. I estimate, a college student hearing that they could make 1 or 2 million should be grateful to us." Listening to Liang Jian's high opinion, Yang Gaoshi got a headache. "All right, Liang, let's stop here. I will handle this matter in my own way. If you have something later, you should go back first. I will inform Director Liang." Yang Gaoshi said helplessly, asking him to leave first, not to mess things up. "Oh, I'll get this matter done first. If I can secure it, my uncle will surely be happy." "Ha ha," Liang Jian said. He had seen it all, and he believed that signing a potential anchor was a simple matter. He was thinking this when he suddenly noticed a young man walking out of the dormitory building. He took a closer look, and it turned out to be Chu Han, the potential anchor they were looking for today. "Hey, here comes the person," he said, straightening his clothes. The two quickly approached Chu Han as he came out. Yang Gaoshi took the lead, slightly bowing, and said, "Chu Han, Mr. Chu, right?" "Hello." Chu Han, seeing the two suddenly appearing in front of him, looked at them curiously and asked, "Who are you?" Yang Gaoshi quickly smiled and said, "Hello, we are from the Yaya platform. I am the head of the anchor department, Yang Gaoshi. Nice to meet you, Mr. Chu." Yang Gaoshi's attitude was very kind and friendly. Her smiling face made people feel warm. Chu Heng smiled slightly and shook her hand. He also knew why she was here. "Hello." Yang Gaoshi looked at the young man in front of him, dressed in a casual jacket and jeans, looking like a college student. He had a tall and handsome figure, his eyes shining like stars, giving people a good impression at first sight. Especially his carefree and refined temperament made him approachable. Perfect anchor talent. Her eyes lit up when she saw Chu Heng in person, as if she had found a treasure. She had personally interviewed many anchors and signed many of them. She knew well what kind of person could attract viewers, but compared to those she had signed before, the young man in front of her felt like the most perfect live broadcasting talent. "I'm sure Mr. Chu already knows why we're here. Can we have some time to talk about it? How about we go to Guanwei restaurant nearby, chat over a meal? My treat." Yang Gaoshi invited sincerely. Chu Heng declined, saying, "No need. I have something to do later." Yang Gaoshi was surprised by Chu Heng's straightforward rejection, which caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. At this moment, Liang Jian took over the conversation and said, "If you don't want to eat, That's fine. We also have things to do later. Yan. I think Chu is a straightforward person, so let's just be clear and straight to the point. With that, Liang Jian looked Chu Hen in the eyes, adding some pressure. To date, we represent Yaya platform and would like to invite you to join our platform as a sign anchor. I've seen your videos. Your singing is quite good, showing some potential. If you come to our platform to live broadcast with good cultivation, you might even compete for the top anchor position. Making a few million a year won't be a problem. General Yang sees great potential in you. That's why we came to invite you today. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Liang Jian, the Deputy Director of Operations at Yaya Platform. General Yang and I came to invite you together. Ha ha. Chu, this is a first. When Liang Jian addressed Chu Hen as little brother right away, it seemed friendly, but it also diminished his status a bit. The subtle meaning behind his words was, while you seem promising, it's best to develop further under Yaya Platform's guidance to have a better future. Also, the fact that the high-level executives came to invite a newcomer was a first-hand already a lot of face given. Most new anchor talents wouldn't receive such treatment. Yan Gaoshi couldn't help but smirk. Can this guy talk? He must be afraid of ruining things. Chu Heng just smiled faintly. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in being an anchor. Liang Jian raised his eyebrows and said, do you think it's not enough? The highest is 2 million annual salary, and that's only because General Yang sees so much potential in you. A fixed price of 2 million annually. Chu Heng couldn't help but chuckle. He made more than 2 million in the stock market in one day, so why would he need 2 million in annual salary from them? Forget about 2 million. Even a 10 million salary wouldn't interest him. No, you can keep that money for yourselves. Chu Heng smiled. No problem. I'll be leaving. I have things to do. As he said that, Chu Heng was about to leave. Liang Jian's face darkened as he blocked Chu Heng's path. What do you mean by this? Young man, you need to respect us and understand the situation. Got it? We are one of the top platforms in the industry. If you don't sign with us, where else do you think you can go? I suggest you don't have such thoughts. The threat in his words was evident. Chu Heng narrowed his eyes and asked him, are you threatening me? Liang Jian sneered. Hey, you interpret it however you like. Chapter 319. Sign in to God-tier car skills. The threat in Liang Jian's words was no longer hidden, and anyone could tell. The atmosphere between the two sides suddenly plummeted. Chu Heng just chuckled. Ridiculous, he said, not even looking back as he walked away, ignoring Liang Jian's shouts behind him. Chu Heng didn't even bother to acknowledge him, not putting him in his eyes at all. Stop right there. What do you mean by this? You'll regret it. Liang Jian shouted angrily from behind. But Chu Heng had already walked far away, his figure disappearing around the corner of the road. Liang Jian spat, cursing, really thinks highly of himself. Yan ... You see him? He turned to look at Yang Gaoshi, only to see her face completely darkened. She had been about to interrupt, but she didn't expect Liang Jian to be so confrontational, making the situation so awkward. She felt like she had messed up. Liang Director, about what just happened? I will report it to Director Liang. Yang Gaoshi suppressed her anger and said calmly. Liang Jian couldn't detect the anger in her voice. He nodded, saying, yes, talk to my uncle about it later. The young people nowadays are too arrogant. What arrogance? It's sheer talent, overconfidence. This is called having a high opinion of oneself. It's truly unacceptable. Even if someone like him signs on to our platform, it's definitely going to be a problem. Yang Gaoshi's forehead was full of black lines, thinking to herself, aren't you the one being overly confident? With your aggressive attitude just now, who can talk to you nicely? You're just making things worse. Hehe. Liang Director, you sure have an interesting way of talking. Yang Gaoshi said coldly, leaving with these words, leaving Liang Jian standing there scratching his head in confusion. Why did Yan suddenly get so angry? Chu Heng arrived at the school parking lot, got into his van and headed straight to Hengyuan Group. Halfway there, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Sign-in mission about to be released. Ding. Sign-in mission. Host, please proceed to the peak of Big Dragon Mountain for sign-in. Chu Heng felt a surge of joy. Another sign-in mission from the system. Big Dragon Mountain was an outskirt mountain area in the south suburbs of Shenzhen, very remote, with a reservoir on the other side of the mountain. Except for fishermen, there were hardly any people there. Without hesitation, Chu Heng changed direction and headed to Big Dragon Mountain. The distance wasn't too far, and after driving for minutes, he arrived at Big Dragon Mountain. The road up the mountain was a bit complicated, with only a 2-lane road in opposite directions, with mountains on one side and cliffs on the other. After half an hour's drive, Chu Heng finally reached the peak. There was a parking lot and a camping ground at the summit. Just as Chu Heng parked, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding. System detects host at sign-in location. Will you sign in? Chu Heng didn't hesitate. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained God-tier car skills. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained +10 physique. Chu Heng was overjoyed to receive another God-tier skill. Checking his personal attributes. Host. Chu Heng physique, 112 points. Normal person 10. The higher the physique, the better the physical fitness. Charisma, 80 points. Normal person 10. The higher charisma value, the more personal charm. Skills, God-tier car skills, God-tier gaming talent, God-tier design talent, God-tier medical skills, golden eyes, God-tier hacking skills, God-tier dancing skills, God-tier musical talent, God-tier cooking skills, God-tier climbing skills. Cash, 27.38 billion yuan 99. Seeing his physique had reached 112 points, Chu Heng was very satisfied. 10 times the physique of an average person. It was not just addition, but a qualitative change. He was much stronger than the king of soldiers, with no problem taking on a group of them. After completing the sign-in mission, Chu Heng didn't linger, driving his van down the mountain. Now, gripping the steering wheel, he felt like the whole car had become an extension of his body. His car skills were now hundreds of times better. Chu Heng smiled slightly, stepped on the gas, and the van elegantly drifted through the corner with remarkable speed and angle. The feeling was exhilarating. On the mountain, a GTR sports car was speeding along, with 2 young men inside. The driver, a young man with golden hair, was skillfully shifting gears with confidence. Zihao, I didn't expect you to be familiar with mountain roads too. I thought you were only focused on racetracks. The slightly older man beside him smiled. Zihao shook his golden hair confidently, saying, Mountain roads are just like that. I have quite a few mountain roads under my belt. It can be said that no one has been able to overtake me so far. Ha ha, that's impressive. You must participate in the Autumn Bright Mountain competition then. Ha ha. The older man laughed. No problem, no big deal, Zihao replied confidently. But as soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, a dark shadow flashed from the left. A car overtook them on the left. Both men instinctively looked over. They were both stunned, because the car overtaking them was a van. The van performed a drift at an incredible speed and angle, drawing a beautiful arc with its tail lights in the air. Then, it disappeared from their view in a blink. The 2 men in the car were dumbfounded. Damn. Chapter 320. Seizing the dark horse of the future. Inside the car, the 2 people were stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Su Hao stepped on the brakes at the bend and stopped by the side while turning on the hazard lights. Zheng Jie. Just now. Just now. What we passed by. Was it a ghost car? Su Hao turned his head around and asked with difficulty, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Le Zheng opened his mouth in surprise and said, I didn't see it clearly. It seemed like a van flew by. Was it really a van? Su Hao nodded in confusion and said, I caught a glimpse. I saw the back of the car. It seemed like Hongguan. Could it be something dirty? Le Zheng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and regained his composure, saying, No, it's not. Where would something dirty come from in broad daylight? The one that just passed by was indeed a van. Look at the tire marks on the road. Le Zheng pointed at the marks left by the drift on the ground. Su Hao looked over and, indeed, saw such a mark. And from the mark, it matched the route taken by the van that had just drifted past. My goodness. This driving skill. Unimaginable. Su Hao judged the angle of entry at the corner from the mark. If it were an ordinary person, they would have flown off the cliff long ago. But this van smoothly entered and exited the corner, always staying in the inner lane without crossing the other lane. This kind of skill is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Who was it that just passed by? On the other side, Chu Heng had driven the van down the mountain, without stopping, heading straight for Hang Yuan Group. As soon as he entered the company, Yan Wanran was already waiting with her team at the entrance. Boss, hello. Yang Wanran smiled. Boss, Hello. The high-level executives all bowed and greeted in unison. Chu Heng smiled at the others and then said to Yang Wanrong, "Let's go. We'll talk as we walk." Yang Wanrong nodded and followed Chu Heng towards the direction of the chairman's office. "Boss, the two companies you mentioned last time, Slowhand and Dodo Music, have nearly finalized the negotiations. Now, we are waiting for you to make the final decision. I have already arranged for the responsible persons of the two companies, and they are waiting in the lounge." Yang Wanrong whispered. Chu Heng's eyes lit up, nodding, "Good. Let them come see me. The two future internet giants set to rival Bat must be in our hands." "Yes," Yang Wanrong responded. In the lounge, two middle-aged men sat together, the atmosphere a bit awkward, because the two were in a commercial competition, developing products of similar nature, and they were both in the early stages, having attracted some investors, but not many believed in their short video model. Fortunately, in the end, ManhwaRecap Group was willing to engage and invest, and they had reached a critical moment in the negotiations. "Heh, I didn't expect President Xu to also approach ManhwaRecap Group. What a coincidence." One of the middle-aged men with short hair smiled. He was the founder of Dodo Music, Lu Hao. "It's indeed quite a coincidence, but in the end, only one of us should be able to secure investment from ManhwaRecap, right?" Yukun's expression was strange. Both had similar short haircuts, so ManhwaRecap would probably only invest in one. "Heh, true. I worrying that President Yu's trip might be in vain." Lu Hao was not one to back down, smiling. "Who says it might be in vain, Lu President? Don't be so confident." Yukun snorted. The two were at odds, neither willing to yield, and the atmosphere became even more tense. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps broke the awkward tension. "Gentlemen, you may now see our boss." Yang Wanrong smiled at the two. The two quickly got up, putting on a warm smile at the same time. "Yes. Thank you for the support, Director Yang." Lu Hao bowed. "Please lead the way, Director Yang." Yukun hurriedly interjected, "Follow me." Yang Wanrong led the two towards the chairman's office. After entering the room, the two were stunned by the spacious view in front of them. It was a more than 200 square meter reception room, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window on one side, overlooking the entire cityscape of Shenzhen. It gave the feeling of seeing all the mountains from a distance. Truly a large and prestigious office, belonging to ManhwaRecap Group in the business world of Shenzhen. The two looked around in awe, following Yang Wanrong to a nearly 10-meter-long oversized office desk. "Boss, the two responsible persons are here." Yang Wanrong bowed towards the direction of the desk. The two looked towards the boss's chair behind the desk. The billionaire boss of ManhwaRecap Group. Who could it be? Both of them felt a tinge of curiosity rising in their hearts. Suddenly, the boss's chair turned around, presenting a handsome young man in casual attire before them. Both of them were almost dumbfounded. "Damn, the boss of ManhwaRecap Group. Is this young man in front of us? So young. He looks like a college student. Unbelievable." The two were completely stunned. Chu Heng glanced at the two and smiled. "Please, have a seat." Hearing Chu Heng's magnetic voice, the two finally regained their senses, quickly introducing themselves and taking a seat. "Let's cut to the chase. We are all smart people, so let's speak frankly. How much investment are you planning to secure?" Chu Heng asked directly. Director Chu, how about 2 billion? Is that ... acceptable? It's for the angel round investment, and I can let go of 30% of the equity. Lu Hao hesitated for a moment and took the lead to speak. Yukun quickly added, "Director Chu, I only need 1.5 billion. I'll give you 3% in equity." The two were nervously watching Chu Heng, both wondering if they had asked for too much. They had finally reached this point, and neither of them wanted to give up. After a brief moment of silence in the office, the tension escalated. Both of them were sweating in their palms. Chu Heng tapped on the desk with his fingers, the sound echoing in their hearts. After a while, Chu Heng calmly said, "I'll give each of you 10 billion in funding, but I want absolute controlling stake." "What 10 billion? Absolute controlling stake?" The two almost exclaimed at the same time, looking at Chu Heng in disbelief. Both of them were now facing a complicated decision. 10 billion was a huge sum for a startup company, but with absolute control, they would lose control of the company. Yet, this was a rare opportunity for the company. After weighing the options, Yukun gritted his teeth and said, "Director Chu, I agree." He believed that the value of the equity lay in growing the company, otherwise, the equity would be worthless. If they couldn't secure the investment, They might not survive the next 2 years. Seeing you couldn't agree, Lu Hao, not wanting to be left behind by his competitor, quickly nodded and said, I'll follow Director Chu's terms. A mysterious smile tugged at the corners of Chu Heng's mouth. The two future black horse giants, with a market value of billions, set to dominate the internet landscape, were now secured. After Chu Heng and the other to discuss some details, the remaining matters were left to Yan Wanrong to draft the documents and carry out. At noon, it started to drizzle, and Yang Wanrong had Guan Weilu deliver lunch to the office, where she ate with Chu Heng. Boss, do you have time this afternoon? I might need you to accompany me for a company survey later on, Yang Wanrong asked while eating. Chu Heng paused with his chopsticks, smiled, and said, I'm free. The school exams are almost over, and the winter break is coming up, so I have more free time. Which company are we surveying? Yang Wanrong asked casually. We're going to a platform company, the enterprise you specifically instructed last time, designated as a potential future player. Chu Heng couldn't help but smile. Yi platform is indeed a large live broadcast platform, and a billion-dollar company in the future. Alright, no problem. I'll drive over later, and we can meet there. Chu Heng nodded. Huh, you're driving yourself? Boss, did you buy a car? Yang Wanrong asked in surprise. No, it's a reward from an activity, gifted by someone else. Chu Heng smiled. Yang Wanrong scratched her head, wondering what kind of luxury car the boss had received as a prize. Okay, let's head over after lunch. I've already informed your platform in advance, Yang Wanrong replied. On the other side, at the chairman's office of your platform company, Lian Ho listened to Yang Gaoshi's report, and his face darkened completely. This is unreasonable. Lian Ho slammed the table in anger. I told him to learn more from you, and look at what he's done today. He barely achieved success, but failure follows. He then pressed a button on the table and told his secretary, Go, call Liang Jian here. Yang Gaoshi sighed and smiled helplessly. Liang boss, it seems this situation is hopeless. He has offended everyone. We missed out on a future top anchor. Liang Ho comforted. Gaoshi, this is not your fault. Think about how to handle the aftermath. No pressure, just do your best. Plans are in the hands of man, outcomes are in the hands of heaven. Today is because of Liang Jian's mistake, making things difficult for you. Yang Gaoshi nodded. I understand, Liang boss. I will figure something out. I can see that Chu Heng has great potential, both in appearance and demeanor. His plasticity is very strong. I trust my judgment. He will definitely shine in the future. Liang Ho smiled and said, In that case, we should strive even harder. The top anchor is the influence of our platform. The competition in this industry is fierce, with each platform trying hard to poach talent. Our platform has lost more than a dozen anchors from the central region in succession. The situation is not optimistic. Yang Gaoshi expressed solemnly. Liang boss, rest assured, I will enhance our efforts in the anchor aspect. By the way, you might have to postpone these matters for a few days, as there is one very important thing I need you to handle now. This matter involves the survival and development of our company in the future. Liang Ho said with a serious expression. What is it? Liang boss, please instruct. Yang Gaoshi was taken aback by his serious tone and asked anxiously. Liang Ho tapped the table and said, I mentioned it to you before. Our company is currently in talks with Hengyuan Group for financing, and we have now entered the third stage of research. This afternoon, people from Hengyuan Group will come for a 4-day research visit. The success of this research is crucial to the company's development for the next 3 years. It might even be a decision that determines our future fate. Yang Gaoshi was surprised and asked, Liang boss, is the influence of Hengyuan Group that significant? Liang Ho gave a bitter smile and said, You don't know. During this time, Hengyuan Group has invested in dozens of industries and companies successively. These companies, after receiving support from Hengyuan Group, have experienced a sudden surge in performance. Rumors say that people from Hengyuan Group have personally directed the company's operations. Moreover, there are rumors in the industry that several of our competitors are currently in talks with Hengyuan Group. If the competitors were to receive financing from Hengyuan Group, it would not be good news for us. It would directly threaten our current position, because Hengyuan Group is truly an influential company with immeasurable strength. Yang Gaoshi was deeply shaken by this information. He had no idea that Hengyuan Group's development was so rapid. He also realized the seriousness of the situation and said earnestly, "Leon boss, rest assured, I will fully cooperate with their research work in the next few days." As they were talking, the door was pushed open, and Leon Jian hurried in. "Uncle, you called for me?" Leon Jian respectfully approached Leon Ho. Leon Ho glared at him and scolded, "You really causing trouble without achieving anything. Gaoshi already told me about Chu Hen's situation. Look at what you've done. You have no ability but a temper. You haven't changed at all." Leon Jian was scolded without restraint, and he couldn't say a word, keeping his head down. When Leon Ho had finished scolding him, he weakly said, "Just think it over while you go out. Your work is on hold now. Reflect on it properly. If you have no results from reflection, don't come back to me." Leon Jian nodded repeatedly and then left the room. Yang Gaoshi also bid farewell and left. The two ran into each other at the door. Leon Jian glanced at Yang Gaoshi and said coldly, "Yan General, so you really are a tattletale." Upon hearing this, Yang Gaoshi's expression also turned cold. "Yes, it was me. But Leon General, you should think about how to salvage the situation." With that, Yang Gaoshi walked away without even looking at him. "TSK. Annoying woman." Leon Jian spat out in frustration. "A young lad who had just entered college. Can't I handle him? If he's a bit stubborn and not easily swayed, I'll find a way." Leon Jian strode away with his hands behind his back, unable to work now and filled with frustration, intending to relax at a bathhouse. He arrived at the first floor of the building and noticed a group of people holding a banner and flower baskets, seemingly welcoming someone. Paying no attention, he planned to get his car and suddenly saw some commotion at the parking lot in front of the building. 3 security guards had stopped a van, and standing next to the vehicle was Chu Heng, whom he saw that morning. His eyes widened in surprise. Why is this kid here? Could it be that he has changed his mind? Has he realized something? Leon Jian snorted disdainfully. Mouth says no, but body is still very honest. How? In the end, didn't you obediently come to sign the contract with us? It seems this kid won't know his mistakes without a good beating. Leon Jian walked over with hands behind his back and shouted, "What are you all doing?" A security guard turned around and saw Leon Jian, quickly saying, "Mr. Leon, this young man tried to enter without an appointment and we stopped him." Leon Jian glanced at Chu Hen, noticing the van he arrived in, his expression turning even more scornful. "Hey, it's you. Ha, I thought you had a stubborn temper. Why are you running over again at this time? Do you want me to give you another chance?" Chu Heng remained calm, saying, "I'm here to attend a research conference." Leon Jian chuckled. "Ha ha, you still have some face, ha? You come here, still making excuses. If you want to sign now, it's a 1 million annual salary. If the performance assessment doesn't pass, it will be deducted according to the rules," Leon Jian arrogantly said, looking like he had Chu Heng under his control. Chu Heng smiled. "As I said, I won't sign with the platform." Leon Jian's face darkened. "You really have no shame. Since you are not here to sign with the platform, outsiders like you can't come in. Get out. Security, kick this kid out." 3 security guards surrounded Chu Hen. "Young man, please leave immediately, or else we will have to throw you out." Leon Jian coldly said, "Young man, you don't know how to cherish an opportunity. If you come again next time, I'm afraid the conditions of a 1 million annual salary won't be available. If he exposes some dirt on him, no other platform would want him. This industry circle is small. As long as he creates some dirt, this kid who wants to do live streaming can only cooperate with the platform. Hey, just a college student, I can't even control him. Please leave." A security guard stepped forward, threatening. Suddenly, footsteps approached. "Stop. Don't chase him away." Several security guards turned around to see Yang Gaoshi leading a group of executives out. "Mr. Yan, what does this mean?" Leon Jian's face turned gloomy. "I want to chase him away, but Yang Gaoshi won't allow it. Isn't this like slapping me in the face?" "Mr. Leon, using extreme pressure tactics no longer works now. I advise you to stay out of this," Yang Gaoshi coldly warned him. This was a warning. Leon Jian's face grew even darker. "Mr. Yan, do you have to go against me for the sake of an outsider? Hey, you really have the guts." When Leon Jian said this, The other executives all looked at each other, pretending not to hear. On one side is the actual power boss, on the other is Leon's relative relationship. Can't offend either side. Mr. Leon, we can discuss this another day. Now I'm busy. I need to greet the distinguished guests from ManhwaRecap Group, who are coming for a research visit. Yang Gaoshi then said to the 3 security guards, please let Mr. Chu stay for now. We will talk later. You can go back to your tasks. The 3 security guards lowered their heads and stepped aside. Yang Gaoshi then apologized to Chu Heng. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry for the rudeness of our people. Chu Heng waved it off with a smile. It's no big deal. Yang Gaoshi sighed in relief, then kindly asked, Mr. Chu, were you coming here for? I came to participate in the research. Chu Heng replied calmly. Ah. Yang Gaoshi was surprised. Liang Jian sneered. Nonsense. At that moment, a convoy of Audi A8 cars approached from a distance. The people from ManhwaRecap Group are here. Quick, let's welcome them. Yang Gaoshi's train of thought was interrupted by the convoy, so without much thought, he instructed everyone to prepare for the welcome. All the executives lined up on both sides. Yang Gaoshi welcomed Yang Wanrong with a smile. Welcome, Mr. Yang, to our research visit. Yang Wanrong just nodded and smiled slightly, then went straight to Chu Heng's side, bowing. Boss. Hello, boss. Other members of the ManhwaRecap Group also bowed and greeted Chu Heng. Suddenly, everyone at the platform was dumbfounded. All eyes turned to Chu Heng. He's the boss of ManhwaRecap Group. Yang Gaoshi was stunned. She looked at Chu Heng in amazement, her mouth gaping in shock. This young man, the potential newcomer she had been wanting to sign, is actually the boss of ManhwaRecap Group. Oh my god. Liang Jian was also completely dumbfounded. What? He's the boss of ManhwaRecap. He was shocked and incredulous. He's not. He's just a college student, right? How could he be the boss of ManhwaRecap Group? This can't be true. Suddenly, he remembered what he had said to Chu Heng earlier, and his face turned pale. He's doomed. Welcome, Mr. Yan. Apologies for the delay. Liang Ho, accompanied by his secretary, hurried over. Mr. Liang, this is our boss from ManhwaRecap, Chu Heng. Yang Wanrong smiled. Liang Ho was initially surprised to see Chu Heng. He didn't expect the boss of ManhwaRecap to be so young. Hello, Mr. Chu. Liang Ho quickly reached out his hand in a courteous manner. Chu Heng didn't shake hands, just calmly looking at Liang Jian. Can I go in now? As Chu Heng spoke, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold, and everyone stared at the two of them. Liang Jian's face turned purple, stammering and unable to speak. Liang Ho, upon seeing this, felt a sense of dread. Oh no. Liang Jian must have caused trouble. Liang Ho, what's going on? Liang Ho glared at him angrily. Yang Gaoshi whispered a few words in his ear, explaining the situation. Liang Ho was suddenly furious and slapped Liang Jian across the face. The slap was resounding. Liang Jian fell to the ground, blood streaming from his nose, his cheeks swollen, appearing quite miserable. Liang Jian, you're fired. Get out of here. You're useless. Liang Ho scolded. ManhwaRecap Group was important to them now. If this guy messes up, it's over. Damn it, of all people to offend, he had to offend the boss of ManhwaRecap Group. Liang, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Liang Jian desperately grabbed onto Liang Hu's trousers, pleading. He didn't want to lose this job. He had worked so hard to get it. The other platform executives looked at him with mocking eyes. He now seemed like a clown. Having been in charge for so long in the company, he had finally tripped up. Liang Ho kicked him away, saying, "Get lost. Take him away." The 3 security guards immediately took the defeated-looking Liang Jian away. After they left, Liang Ho respectfully bowed to Chu Heng and said, "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Chu. Please forgive us." Chu Heng smiled, waved his hand, and said, "It's nothing. We do what needs to be done." Liang Ho was impressed by Chu Heng's business acumen and composure at such a young age. This young man was extraordinary. "Yes, Boss Chu. Please." Liang Ho gestured with his hand to invite everyone in. Chu Heng nodded and took large strides to walk ahead. Yang Wanrong followed behind and stopped in her tracks as she brushed past Liang Ho. Director Liang's work is impeccable and authentic. Yang Wanrong smiled and quickly caught up with Chu Heng's steps. Liang Ho chuckled and wiped the sweat off his forehead. If he didn't work so hard to maintain Liang Jian, today's events would have been in vain. Accompanied by Lian Ho, Liu Gaoshi, and others, Chu Heng and his team completed the research on the Yaya platform. The two parties began discussing business matters in the meeting room regarding the details of future financing. Hosted entirely by Yang Wanran, before the final decision was made, she turned to Chu Heng and asked, "Boss, what do you think of this matter?" Now, all eyes were on Chu Heng, especially Lian Ho and Yang Gaoshi. Although they appeared calm, there was still some tension in their hearts. They didn't know if Chu Heng would agree to this financing, as it was crucial for the future of the Yaya platform. Chu Heng tapped the table, smiled, and said, "Feasible, but I have two conditions." Lian Ho quickly asked, "Boss Chu, please go ahead." First, Yang Gaoshi can serve as the CEO of the Yaya platform. As soon as Chu Heng said this, the senior executives of the Yaya platform were all surprised, and many of them looked admiringly at Yang Gaoshi. "CEO, that's a big promotion." Yang Gaoshi was a bit stunned and looked at Lian Ho. Lian Ho nodded and said, "No problem. Boss Chu has excellent insight, and Yang's leadership is outstanding. She can take on this role." Yang Gaoshi stood up and thanked Chu Heng. "Thank you for your recognition, Boss Chu." Unexpectedly, the potential new anchor she had been looking for turned out to be Hen Yuan's boss. Now, she had been promoted because of him. Such is life, full of unexpected turns. "Do well," Chu Heng encouraged. "Yes." Yang Gaoshi responded eagerly. "Boss Chu, what about the second condition?" Lian Ho asked. Chu Heng continued, "The second condition is that the Yaya platform must develop quickly and require various towns. Therefore, the human resources director of the group will be assigned by Hen Yuan Group." Lian Ho was surprised. Human resources management rights by Hen Yuan Group. This was indeed an important position of power, but he trusted Hen Yuan Group's capabilities. With Hen Yuan Group's support, the Yaya platform could develop rapidly. "Okay, I'll follow your lead." Lian Ho nodded in agreement. After a brief chat, the meeting adjourned. Lian Ho hurried to Chu Heng and bowed. "Boss Chu, you've worked hard today. It's almost dinner time now. Let me treat everyone to a meal." Chu Heng waved his hand and directly refused. "No, I have other matters to attend to. You all can go ahead and eat." With that, Chu Heng left first, leaving Lian Ho looking puzzled. This. Lian Ho opened his mouth in confusion and looked at Yang Wanran. Yang Wanran giggled, then said, "Director Lian, our boss indeed has other matters to attend to. He's rushing back to have dinner with his girlfriend." "Oh, I see, haha. Boss Chu is truly a great guy," Lian Ho realized. On the side, hearing this, Yang Gaoshi suddenly felt a sense of inexplicable loss. She hadn't realized that Boss Chu already had a girlfriend. Well, such an outstanding man would surely have a girlfriend. She envied his girlfriend. To have such a handsome and talented boyfriend, at such a young age, running a unicorn company worth billions. The more she envied, the more she felt lost. In the end, she could only smile bitterly to herself. Yang Gaoshi, don't think too much. Focus on your work. Don't let Boss Chu down. Chu Heng returned to school and had dinner at the canteen with Wang Bingbing. "Heng, it's almost winter vacation. Where should we go for fun? How about traveling?" Wang Bingbing asked as she ate. Chu Heng paused with his chopsticks and laughed. "I have a small mountain villa in the outskirts of Shenzhen. Let's go to the countryside for a while." Excited, Wang Bingbing said, "Great. I love going to the countryside. When I was little, I used to visit my grandfather's home in the countryside often. It's so much fun there. You can catch fish in the river, bake chicken, and even plant vegetables." Heng, when should we go?" Wang Bingbing was thrilled to hear about going to the countryside and was filled with anticipation. "Seeing how excited you are, we'll leave after the break." Chu Heng pinched her cheek. Wang Bingbing exclaimed, "Yay, that's great. I'll go home and pack my things. My grandpa used to give me lovely things." Chu Heng laughed. "All right, let's eat first. After dinner, I'll take you home." After dinner, Chu Heng drove Wang Bingbing back to her villa. When they arrived, they saw Wang Xiangran and Liu Ningxian watering plants at the entrance. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Wang Bingbing got out of the car and called out. Wang Xiangran saw Chu Heng driving a van and furrowed his brows. What did that mean? Was he trying to play poor in front of him? He wasn't going to give them any money. Remembering the incident at the bathhouse, Wang Xiangran was filled with anger seeing Chu Heng. ignoring Chu Heng. With a stern face, he didn't say a word to him. Chu Heng didn't mind and chatted with Liu Ningxiang, leaving Wang Xiangran standing there awkwardly. Wang Xiangran didn't want to interact with Chu Heng. He looked stern and didn't say a word to him. Chu Heng didn't care one bit and discussed food with his future mother-in-law. Soon after, Wang Bingbing came out with a large suitcase. "All right, I've packed everything. Heng, look, I brought the fishing net bag I used as a child. My grandpa made it for me." Wang Bingbing showed Chu Heng her old fishing net bag. Chu Heng looked at it and nodded. "It looks sturdy, but it seems like we're missing a few fishing rods. We'll buy them sometime." Suddenly remembering something, Wang Bingbing said, "Oh, fishing rods, I think my dad has some, and they're really nice." Wang Xiangran's heart skipped a beat. Those fishing rods were his precious collections, costing tens of thousands each, and they were all masterpieces. He rarely used them himself. His daughter, she wouldn't want to take them for Chu Heng to use, would she? He slapped his forehead. This isn't good. "Dad, can I use the fishing rods?" Wang Xiangran realized the predicament. Those fishing rods were worth a fortune, especially if his daughter intended to give them to Chu Heng. He turned his head. His eyes widened as he saw Wang Xiangran's pleading eyes. Wang Bingbing looked at him with big watery eyes and said, "Dad, can I use them?" Wang Xiangran slapped his forehead. This girl really has no idea. "All right, I'll go organize my things." Wang Bingbing waved her hand and ran into the house. Chu Heng waited at the door, chatting casually with Liu Ningxiang. Wang Xiangran didn't want to deal with Chu Heng and stood to the side, feeling completely ignored. Wang Xiangran walked tensively to the two. After a while, Wang Bingbing came out with a large suitcase. "All right, I've packed everything. Heng, look, I brought the fishing net bag I used as a child. My grandpa made it for me." Wang Bingbing showed Chu Heng her old fishing net bag. Chu Heng looked at it and nodded. "It looks sturdy, but it seems like we're missing a few fishing rods. We'll buy them sometime." Suddenly remembering something, Wang Bingbing said, "Oh, fishing rods, I think my dad has some, and they're really nice." Wang Xiangran's heart skipped a beat. Those fishing rods were his precious collections, costing tens of thousands each, and they were all masterpieces. He rarely used them himself. His daughter, she wouldn't want to take them for Chu Heng to use, would she? He slapped his forehead. This isn't good. "Dad, can I use the fishing rods?" Wang Xiangran realized the predicament. Those fishing rods were worth a fortune, especially if his daughter intended to give them to Chu Heng. He turned his head. His eyes widened as he saw Wang Xiangran's pleading eyes. Wang Bingbing looked at him with big watery eyes and said, "Dad, can I use them?" Wang Xiangran slapped his forehead. This girl really has no idea. Daddy. Wang Bingbing walked over and grabbed Wang Xiangran's hand, shaking it gently as she cooed. Wang Xiangran hesitated at first about whether to refuse, but upon hearing his daughter's sweet voice, he immediately softened. All right, take it, it's in the storage room." Wang Xiangran chuckled, then waved his hand. Hey, Dad, you're so good," Wang Bingbing exclaimed happily. She quickly ran into the house and soon came out with 3 fishing rods. She handed one directly to Chu Heng. "Here. Heng, now we have fishing rods," Wang Bingbing said cheerfully. Chu Heng took the fishing rod and admired it, saying, Not bad. The rod was quite heavy and felt of high-quality material, with a name engraved on it. It was clearly a top-notch item. Be careful when using it. It's a limited edition. Wang Xiangran felt a twinge in his heart as he couldn't help but remind them. "Okay, Dad, we know. We're leaving," Wang Bingbing casually replied, following Chu Heng as they got into the car and drove off. Wang Xiangran watched the departing van with a hint of reluctance on his face. Oh, his daughter. Off she goes with another man. Suddenly, he felt the melancholy of a father giving away his daughter. Liu Ningxiang noticed his expression and chuckled, saying, "Old man, the car has already driven far away. Ding is just going out to have fun. She be back. Don't worry as if she's not coming back." Wang Xiangran shrugged and said, "This girl, she's hardly at home all year round, and even during holidays, she doesn't want to stay with us. Grown up girls don't stay at home." Liu Ningxiang teased. Wang Xiangran rumbled, "If you wanted your daughter to stay with you, why didn't you just say so? Wan Xiangrong was at a loss for words. You also knew she wanted to go play with Chu Han. Alright, you're clear in your heart, you just don't want to admit it. Liu Ningxiang cut to the chase, knowing him well. Both being an old married couple, they understood each other. Humph, Chu Heng hasn't earned my approval yet, so he's not my son-in-law. Wan Xiangrong refused to accept it. Liu Ningxiang shook her head and said, "You're so stubborn." Wan Xiangrong sighed inwardly. He had raised his daughter with much effort, only to see her being taken away. Couldn't he feel heartbroken? 1 week later, on the first day of the university holiday in Shingchen City, the morning was a bit cool, but with the bright sunshine, the university's gate was crowded with traffic as many parents came to pick up their children to go home, while some students called taxis or took buses. Among the crowd, Wang Bingbing stood quietly, a yellow coat, wearing a plaid scarf, her long black and beautiful hair flowing in the wind. She could easily become the center of attention even by just standing there quietly, her stunning appearance drawing the eyes of many male classmates around. Why hasn't Chu Heng arrived yet? Lumen craned her head to look outside. Wang Bingbing also looked out and said, "He just said there's a lot of traffic on the way, a bit jammed. Let's wait a bit longer. On the first day of the holiday, there's no way the school gate isn't jammed. We're not in a hurry, we have time since it's the holiday," Lin Xiaowei said, holding her milk tea. "By the way, Bingbing, do we have enough room in the countryside we're going to? How big is the estate that Chu Heng mentioned?" Lin Xiaowei suddenly asked. Wang Bingbing scratched her head. "I haven't been there, but Chu Heng said it's big enough and capable, and he went there a few days ago to arrange some furniture. It should be fine." "Well, as long as it's livable, that's fine. I want to go fishing in the countryside," Lin Xiaowei said eagerly. Liu Din chuckled. Even in this cold weather, amidst the banter of the group, two vans approached in the flow of traffic and stopped by. "Ah, Heng is here." Wang Bingbing pointed at the car, excitedly calling out. The four of them then picked up their luggage and walked over. The first car had Chu Heng and Fatty, and the second car had Liu Dashwang and his girlfriend, Su Lan. "Darling, sorry for the wait." Chu Heng opened his arms. Wang Bingbing immediately nestled into Chu Heng's embrace, clinging tightly to him. "Hehe. It wasn't too long." Wang Bingbing smiled sweetly. The two stood there hugging each other tightly. Watching from afar, the male students felt a pang in their hearts. The campus goddess hugging a man. How come it's not me? Some of the male classmates even pounded their chests and stomped their feet, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy towards Chu Heng. "This guy is so lucky. He's getting a lot of dog food." Lin Xiaowei shook her head and teased, "Bingbing, let's get on the bus first. I need to consider my single dog status. In the room, you two enjoy however you want." Wang Bingbing blushed, playfully sticking out her tongue at her. "Hehe, sure thing, Xiaowei." The group loaded their luggage into the van driven by Liu Dashwang. "Ah, Dashwang, is this your new car?" Wang Bingbing curiously asked. Liu Dashwang scratched his head and laughed. "Sister-in-law, this is not mine. It's bought by your Chu." He said this car is easy to drive and spacious. A regular car couldn't fit luggage for 8 people. Chu Heng snapped his fingers, saying, "It's indeed a superb car, a cargo hauling miracle. A car is just a tool, as long as it's useful and practical. Luggage is packed, let's get in the cars." After loading the luggage, one by one, they got into the cars. Some students driving Audis and BMWs couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Wang Bingbing sitting in a van. "Oh my god, the campus goddess is in a van," a guy driving an Audi A6 exclaimed. "Damn, where did I lose out as someone driving a BMW 3 Series?" Another BMW guy grumbled, as the van carrying the campus goddess drove away from the school gate, disappearing into the traffic, leaving the onlookers astonished. An hour later, on the outskirts of the northern suburbs of Shenzhen, heading towards the highway exit, after passing the toll booth, Lin Xiaowei curiously asked, "Chu Heng, where exactly is your estate located?" "It's Longmen Village in Zishui Town," Chu Heng replied casually while driving. "Oh, a village in Zishui Town," Lin Xiaowei exclaimed. Zishui Town was a somewhat famous scenic spot in Shenzhen, known for its mountains, primitive forests, and a source of river water. On weekends and holidays, many people from Shenzhen would visit the area, enjoying the fresh air and beautiful scenery. It was a rare large forest conservation area near Shenzhen. "The scenery in Zishui Town is indeed nice. Can't wait," Lumen said with excitement. Being near Zishui Town, The villages around there should have a nice view. I want to go ride a small bamboo raft. Wang Bingbing, sitting in the passenger seat, exclaimed cheerfully. Seeing her excited expression, Chu Heng teased, "My dear, so you really like the countryside? Not afraid of bugs in the grass?" Wang Bingbing raised her chin, saying, "I'm not afraid at all. I've seen everything since I was a kid. Hehe. And, Heng, as long as I'm with you, I'm happy." Hearing this, Chu Heng felt as though he had just tasted honey. Yes, as long as the one you love is by your side. Anywhere is like the Maldives, and everywhere is enjoyable. Chu Heng chuckled lightly, saying, "Bingbing, I feel the same way. I'm happy as long as I have you." Looking at Chu Heng's eyes, Wang Bingbing's eyes were full of love. Sitting in the back seat, Lin Xiaowei listened to the conversation between the two, feeling a bit envious in her heart. Bingbing is so lucky. She met someone she loves and who loves her in return. Such love is something that many people can only dream of encountering. Ting, ting, ting. Suddenly her phone beeped with a QQ message. She opened the QQ app and saw a message from the flower language sender. Flower language. Today, there's a new variety of orchid, blue butterfly. Do you want to take a look? Lin Xiaowei saw that it was his message and her eyes lit up. These days, the two occasionally chat, and she knows that he likes gardening, reading, and listening to music. They have quite a few shared interests. Because of him, Lin Xiaowei also developed a liking for gardening and bought a few potted plants for her dorm. Xiaowei. Sure, I know about butterfly orchids, but I haven't seen the blue ones yet. Soon the flower language sender sent a photo, showing a light blue orchid that was vibrant and beautiful. Xiaowei, it's so beautiful. Where did you get it? I want one too. Flower language. Proudly a friend brought it back from overseas for me. It's a unique variety, probably not available in Shenzhen. Xiaowei. Disappointed. Oh, that's a shame. Flower language. If you want, I can help craft one for you. Xiaowei. Really? Can you? Thank you. Flower language. Yes, but I'm going back to my hometown on break. I'll bring it to you when the next semester starts. Xiaowei. Okay. No problem. I'll wait for you. Excited. Lin Xiaowei continued chatting, a mysterious smile on her face. Xiaowei, who are you chatting with? You're smiling so happily. Liu Din leaned over and asked. She wanted to say it's because of spring love, but swallowed the words. However, anyone could tell that this kind of smile usually only appears in the presence of the opposite sex. Lin Xiaowei quickly put down her phone, stuttering, nothing, just a friend. Friend? Just a friend? Liu Din squinted, staring at her. Behind them, Wu Man chuckled and said, I think I smell a scent of infatuation. Ahem. Don't talk nonsense, I'm still single. Lin Xiaowei coughed twice. Lu Man and Liu Din couldn't figure out anything more and dropped the topic. At this time, Wang Bingbing started playing music in the passenger seat. Although the car soundproofing wasn't the best, the audio system was decent. It was a lively love song, sung by a female vocalist with a melodious voice. Dingbing, you're listening to Gu Nianking's songs again. You never get tired of them, huh? Lin Xiaowei teased. Hehe. Yeah, she's my idol. Of course I listen to her songs. Wang Bingbing laughed. Chu Heng, who was driving, also knew that Wang Bingbing especially liked a female singer. He had often heard her play Gu Nianking's songs at home before. Darling, if you like, we can go to her concert next time. Chu Heng indulged her. Really? Great. Wang Bingbing exclaimed, but then felt a bit disappointed. She doesn't have any concert plans lately. She's already booked a lot of variety shows. I don't think she'll hold a concert next year. Chu Heng thought since the amusement park was already built, he could invite her to do an event there and make Bingbing happy. It's okay. There will be opportunities, trust me. Chu Heng smiled mysteriously. Wang Bingbing scratched her head, feeling a bit puzzled about Chu Heng's confident words. The car had been on the highway for nearly an hour, then exited onto a secondary road before reaching Zishui town. Zishui town was a small, remote town nestled in the mountains, with narrow, bumpy roads and little economic development. Along the way, they passed many inns and restaurants, mainly relying on tourism for support. Passing through Zishui town and crossing 3 mountain passes via a winding mountain road, they entered the depths of the forest and the cement road turned into a muddy one, until they finally reached Longmen village. This village had only about 100 households, scattered at the foot of the mountains. A river flowed out from the primitive forest area, meandering past the mountain folk like a green belt. The air is so fresh. Wang Bingbing opened the car window and took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. Looking into the distance, with mountains resembling ink paintings, dense forests, fog swirling between the peaks, it seemed like a fairyland. The scenery, so beautiful. She couldn't help but be immersed in the beauty before her. When she grows old, living here with Heng wouldn't be bad. With white hair, working hand in hand, surrounded by children and grandchildren, admiring the rise and fall of the clouds every day. This scene is truly beautiful. Wang Bingbing momentarily got lost in her thoughts. We're almost there. Chu Hen's voice brought her back from her reverie. Arrived. Wang Bingbing looked towards the front of the car. After a bend, they suddenly saw a lush bamboo grove. The others in the car also looked up expectantly, wondering what Chu Hen's small manor would be like. As they drove forward, they could vaguely see antique white walls and gray tiled buildings amidst the bamboo grove. Wow, such a beautiful gate! Lu Man exclaimed. Lin Xiaowei was astonished. It looks like the gate of a mansion. The car stopped, and everyone got out, finally seeing the full view of the house. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful Chinese-style courtyard! Fatso ran from the back of the car, shocked. Everyone was amazed by the sight of this small manor. The building consisted of three-story Chinese-style structures merged together, with a central courtyard, resembling an elevated quadrangle. This is a modern Chinese-style courtyard. Liu Dashwan pointed at the courtyard. Puzzle. Lao Chu, is this the small manor you were talking about? This is not small at all. It's practically a mansion. Lao Chu, you're really extravagant. Fatso whispered. I never thought that I would one day live in such a luxurious mansion. Wang Bingbing excitedly said. Wow, such a beautiful house. Heng Hen, you're amazing. She happily hugged Chu Heng and kissed his cheek. Chu Heng chuckled. This was a system reward, undoubtedly luxurious. All right, everyone. Let's bring in the luggage first. Chu Heng smiled. Yay. Long live Chu She. Fatso cheered and rushed to grab the luggage, helping Lu Man too. Chu Heng carried the luggage to open the door. As the gate was opened, a courtyard with a rocky waterfall appeared before everyone's eyes. On the right side of the courtyard was a rockery pool. On the left side was an outdoor glass house, and there was a corridor connecting the three buildings. Oh my god, this is the courtyard I dream about! Liu Dashwan exclaimed. The new Chinese-style courtyard had picturesque style, with every detail so beautiful. Fatso turned to Chu Heng seriously. Chu She, do you need lion statues to guard the gate? Do I look like a lion to you? Chapter 326. Bao Yu, do you live in a museum? Chu Heng replied seriously. It's like, very much like a fat tick. The chubby guy leaned over, grinned and said, it doesn't matter where we live. Chu Heng shook his head and laughed. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's first put away the luggage. You guys can choose your own rooms. I and Bingbing will stay in the main building. Let's go say hi first. With that, Chu Heng carried the luggage and took Wang Bingbing to the main building. The main building was the one in the middle of the courtyard. As soon as you entered, you could see many wooden furniture, carved windows, many porcelain and jade items, and traditional Chinese paintings on the wooden shelves. The entrance led to a spacious Chinese-style hall, full of ancient charm in every detail. Wow, such beautiful decoration. Heng Hen, did you design this? Wang Bingbing exclaimed in delight. Looking around. Do you like it? Chu Heng smiled. I really like this kind of Chinese house. Wang Bingbing nodded heavily. It wouldn't be bad to retire in a place like this. Chu Heng put down the luggage. I can retire anywhere as long as I'm with you. Touched by his words, Wang Bingbing sweetly smiled and hugged him coquettishly, saying, when I grow old and can't walk anymore, you have to carry me. Okay. With a single hand, Chu Heng lifted her up. The sudden action startled Wang Bingbing, her face blushing. Heng Hen, what are you doing? You scared me. My dear, after traveling for so long, you deserve a good rest. Chu Heng chuckled. The two could communicate without words, knowing each other's thoughts from their eyes. Blushing, Wang Bingbing said, Meanie. Chu Heng laughed and carried her upstairs. On the other side, the chubby guy originally wanted to share a room with Liu Dashwan, but the latter kicked him out directly. My wife is here. Why do I need to stay with you? Find your own room. Dang. The door closed promptly. HMPF, what a guy who forgets his loyalty for women. The chubby guy grumbled while leaving. He found a suite on the second floor, opened the door, and found it spacious and bright with redwood furniture and decorative porcelain items, giving the room a stylish atmosphere. "Wow, this room is really great, so luxurious," the chubby guy exclaimed, looking around the suite. It consisted of a living room, a bedroom, and even a cloakroom, very spacious and even better than a hotel's luxury suite. With a thought, he decided to start a live stream to show his online friends around. Taking out his phone, he started the live broadcast, and instantly hundreds of people joined in. "Where is the singing god? Where did the handsome singer go? Ah, why is it this chubby guy again? Boring. I'm out." Initially, there were hundreds of viewers, but most followed to see Chu Heng, causing a drop in numbers when they saw the chubby guy live streaming. Hey, guys, don't leave yet. I'm going to show you something cool today," the chubby guy called out. "Let's see what a Chinese luxury suite looks like." Holding up his phone, he took his audience on a virtual tour of the room. The interior design captured the attention of viewers in the live stream chat. "Wow, this house is amazing. So stylish. This is the room of my dreams. Wow. Is this redwood furniture real or fake? It must be fake, right? I think it's fake. It would cost tens of thousands if it were real." "Hey chubby host, is this your house?" the chubby guy chuckled. "This is a house of a buddy in the countryside." "Hey, don't mess with us. Who would have such a well-designed house in the countryside? Breeding mosquitoes. TSK. TSK. Is the redwood fake? Are the antique porcelain items fake too?" The chubby guy, seeing the disbelief in his audience, walked to the window and opened it to show a view of bamboo forests and distant mountains. "Now do you believe me? I'm really in the countryside." Proudly, the chubby guy declared. "Let's show the outdoor village life in the live stream." The barrage of comments began. "Wow, it really is in the countryside. Is this a scenic resort hotel? The scenery there is so nice. The environment looks great." Moving to the living room, the chubby guy showed the various vases and porcelain items displayed there. A debate started among viewers whether the items were authentic or fake. Sensing the tension, the chubby guy suggested, "Let's have an expert appraise it together to resolve the argument." The group appraisal was with a team named Tia Appraisal on the Yaya platform, well known for their expertise. The chubby guy initiated the live appraisal and promptly received a response. "Hello, what do you want to appraise?" A middle-aged man with a gaunt figure, long hair, and glasses appeared on the screen. "Hello, teacher. I want to appraise this dish," the chubby guy explained. The man choked and corrected, "My surname is Niu, not Liu." "Oh, hello, Mr. Niu." The chubby guy adjusted. "My name is Niu, not you. It's Niu." The man emphasized. "Isn't it Mr. Liu?" The chubby guy was puzzled. The man sighed and said, Fine. Call me whatever makes you happy. Let's get down to business. Show me the dish properly," Niu instructed. The chubby guy lowered his phone and focused on the ceramic plate, asking, "This plate, Mr. Niu, is it real or fake?" Seeing the plate, Niu's expression changed and he exclaimed, "Buddy, where did you get this thing from? This thing. Where did you dig it from? You've really hit the jackpot. This is worth a fortune." Shocked by his words, the chubby guy asked, "Wow, Mr. Niu, are you serious?" Niu affirmed, "It's a real Ming Dynasty official kill piece, very rare to find on the market. Such a well-preserved piece is even rarer. Most of the ones circulating recently are found by digging in the ground. I'm telling you, buddy, to acquire something like this, your friend must be a big shot. If the origin is not legitimate, it must be reported quickly." Startled, the chubby guy stammered, He can't be. My friend is just a university student." The live chat exploded with comments upon hearing about the authenticity of the Ming Dynasty official kill porcelain piece. "Wow, to acquire this, amazing. Hey chubby, who's your friend? Is he the heir of Yida Group? Even with money, not everyone can get the real deal." Feeling somewhat panicked, the chubby guy turned to Chu Heng. "Were all the items displayed genuine?" Mr. Niu, look at these two," the chubby guy requested. Niu was drinking tea to calm down when he saw the chat. Spluttering his tea, he exclaimed, "Buddy, do you live in a museum? In the Ming Dynasty, there is lotus green porcelain, Song Dynasty white kill, and Han white jade snuff ball." Mr. Niu recited the names of antique items one by one, causing his eyes to widen in amazement. "They are all genuine. It's rare to see so many antique collections like this." Just the items on this shelf alone are worth tens of millions. Mr. Yao, what's going on? Are these all genuine? The chubby guy asked in astonishment. More real than real gold. I wouldn't make a mistake, Mr. Niu said with difficulty, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The netizens in the live stream room were all excited. Wow, whose collection is this from? A big collector. Chubby host, where are you? In a rich person's house. This is amazing. The barrage of comments in the live stream flooded in, attracting thousands of new viewers instantly. Scratching his head, the chubby guy couldn't calm down in his heart. He never expected that all the antiques displayed in Chu Heng's suite were real. It's really amazing. Friend, where did you get these collectibles from? I think 2 of these items seem to have been auctioned at the fragrance market and were bought by a mysterious beer from the northeast. How did they end up with you? Do you know any of the buyers? Mr. Niu asked suspiciously. He recognized the origins of 2 of the items, but couldn't figure out why they ended up here. I don't know the specific origins. This is my buddy's place. The chubby guy shook his head. Later, I'll ask my buddy and find out. He also wanted to know how Chu Heng got so many antiques. It's so unbelievable. Could there be more items in other rooms? The chubby guy left with his phone to check other suites and found many similar antique collections in each room. He watched as Mr. Niu appraised them, only to discover that they were all genuine. Such a rich collection even dazzled Mr. Niu. Big boss, your buddy is the real deal. All the antique collections in each room are genuine. Only a big boss can collect this much. Mr. Niu exclaimed. The entire live stream room was abuzz. Chubby host, please reveal the boss's location. Chubby, is your buddy the richest man in the province? Wow, your buddy is really amazing. However, the chubby guy was puzzled. He knew Chu Heng was wealthy, but he never imagined he was this extravagantly wealthy. The world of the rich is truly unbelievable. He turned off the video and went to find Chu Heng. Arriving at the main building, the chubby guy rang the doorbell. Before long, Chu Heng came to the door wearing a bathrobe, his face flushed. Chubby, what's up? Do you need something? The chubby guy grabbed Chu Heng's shoulder and asked in amazement, Chu brother, tell me honestly, are all the antiques displayed in this mansion real? Chu Heng yawned casually and replying, of course they are real. Why would I lie? Wow, Chu brother, you are so extravagant. These antiques are worth tens of millions at least. You're so generous. The chubby guy's voice trembled with excitement. Chu Heng smiled slightly and said, I don't have the inclination to collect antiques. These antiques were all gifts from others. The chubby guy let go of him, looking skeptical. Gifts from others? How is that possible? I don't believe it. Chu brother, you're teasing me again. Chu Heng shook his head and smiled. The items were indeed gifts from someone, not just anyone, but the owner of the Fingleng Bat House, Fun Lang. A few days ago, over dinner, Chu Heng mentioned renovating his house and wanting some antiques, to which Fun Lang immediately offered to help. Later, Fun Lang sent numerous antiques, all of which Chu Heng confirmed were genuine. It must have been a considerable expense, but Chu Heng wanted to pay for them. Fun Lang insisted otherwise, claiming that compared to a life-saving grace, these items were insignificant. I'm not lying, why would I? Chu Heng laughed, saying. Just then, Chu Heng's phone rang. He picked it up and chuckled. See? Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. He answered the call, and Fun Lang's hearty laughter came through the phone. Ha ha, Chu brother, are you at the mansion? I've arrived. I'm at the entrance. This time, I've brought you another batch of goodies. Upon hearing that Fun Lang was bringing more gifts, Chu Heng couldn't help but laugh and said, Fun brother, you're here again. My rooms are already filled with antiques. Fun Lang chuckled and said, Hey, don't worry. I've brought the shelves too. Everything fits, and I've brought them all. You wouldn't make me take them back, would you? Chu Heng shook his head, smiling. Come in. I'm home. All right. Fun Lang replied. Chu Heng then hung up the phone. Who was that just now, Chu brother? The chubby guy asked curiously. The owner of the Fingleng Bat House. All the antiques in this house were gifts from him. Oh, that Fung boss. Wow. He's so extravagant. The chubby guy had been to the bathhouse with Chu Heng before and had met Fun Lang, who seemed like an ordinary northeastern old man. But the idea of him being so generous, with gifts worth millions of dollars, was unexpected. On the other side, outside the mansion gate, Fun Lang stepped down from a Porsche SUV, followed immediately by 2 capable subordinates, Ziliu. Behind the SUV were two box trucks, with a group of burly northeastern men in black uniforms unloading cargo. "Master, are we really delivering this much?" While unloading the antiques, Ziliu smirked. It cost the Fun family a significant amount of money, and many connections were utilized to gather them. Fun Lang turned back and glared at him. "What do you understand? What are these items? Being able to improve our relationship with Chu brother. These items are all worth it." Silenced by the glare, Ziliu refrained from saying more, but Ziliu whispered, "Master has a plan." Fun Lang chuckled upon hearing this. Chu brother's medical skills are superb. In the future, Feng's family may need his help in various ways. Those guys have cunning and treacherous methods. With Chu brother around, I feel a bit more at ease. Ziliu nodded in agreement and said seriously, "Master, you're right, and I see Mr. Chu, he's quite extraordinary. Walking steadily, looks like a martial arts practitioner." A gleam flashed in Fun Lang's eyes. "My buddy Chu is quite the hidden talent, isn't he? Bonding with him more will certainly have benefits and no harm. Who knows? Maybe he can even help the Fun family." His tone turned thoughtful, revealing a hint of realization. Master values Mr. Chu a lot. No wonder Master is willing to use some special connections to help Mr. Chu collect so many antiques, and he even spared no effort to deliver them. "Master, I've been short-sighted." Ziliu admitted his mistake. Fun Lang, hands behind his back, looked towards the mansion gate and murmured, "A clever man like Chu brother should understand my intentions." "Master, the antiques have all been unloaded." Ziliu bowed. Bring them in," Fun Lang said calmly, taking steps towards the door as others followed suit. As he reached the door, it opened just in time, with Chu Heng standing there. "Ha ha, Chu, my friend." Fun Lang laughed heartily, greeting him with a bow. Chu Heng glanced deeply at Fun Lang, smiling. "Fun brother is here, please come in." "Hello, Boss Fun," the fat man behind exclaimed joyfully. Fun Lang chuckled, waving to the people behind him, "Bring everything in." With that, Fun Lang and Chu Heng walked side by side back to the main building's entrance hall. A group of people in black uniforms placed large wooden boxes on the ground, opening the lids. Fun Lang gestured. "Chu, come and take a look at this batch of antiques, see if they meet your taste. With your discerning eye, you'll definitely be able to judge the quality." Chu Heng approached the wooden box on the left, which contained 3 pieces of blue and white porcelain. His eyes flashed with a hint of gold, using his golden eye technique to discern the details of the 3 ceramics, Ming Dynasty carved blue porcelain, and even items from the imperial court. Chu Heng's eyes sparkled. Such rare antique blue porcelain was extremely uncommon, causing a sensation whenever it appeared for auction. "Ha ha, Fun brother is truly generous." Fun Lang was somewhat surprised, giving a thumbs up. "Impressive, Fun brother, with such a keen eye. Excellent, indeed." These 3 blue porcelains were all imperial items, and such quality antiques number no more than 10 in the whole country. "Chu, take a look at this one too." Fun Lang gestured towards the right. Chu Heng walked over and lifted the covering on the box. The moment the covering was removed, the fat man exclaimed, "Wow, Tang tricolored glazed pottery." The box contained 3 pieces of Tang tricolored glazed pottery. Sankai horse, Sankai attendant, Sankai palace lamp. These items were not allowed for trade and could only be collected privately, not to be sold overseas. Genuine top-notch antiques. Chu Heng glanced at them, then turned to Fun Lang, saying, "Excellent, all authentic." Fun brother must have put in a lot of effort, right? Fun Lang chuckled. "It took some effort, but as long as Chu likes them, it's worth it." Chu Heng looked at him, sensing some underlying meaning. "Fun brother, with such a generous gift, I'm truly honored. Is there more than just gifts today?" Fun Lang sighed, and then poured himself a cup of tea before saying, "Chu, let's talk privately for a bit." "Sure, come with me, Fun brother." Chu Heng gestured towards a side hall. The 2 of them sat down at the tea table in the side hall. Chu Heng poured tea for both of them and said bluntly, "Fun brother, we're friends, so just say what's on your mind. Let's be straightforward." Fun Lang took a sip of tea and smiled. "You see through everything, Chu." Chu Heng teased. After such a grand gift, it would be strange if there was nothing else. Fun Lang pondered for a moment, then poured himself some tea and said, "Chu, I won't hide anything from you. I do have a favor to ask, would you help me?" "Of course, I'll say it upfront. If you find it difficult, just forget I mentioned it." "I owe my life to you," Chu. So it's really nothing to ask for help again. Chu Heng chuckled. We're like brothers. Fun brother. If I can help, I will. Having spent this time with Fun Lang, Chu Heng felt that this straightforward old man was trustworthy and honorable, someone worth befriending. And with the relationship involving Liu Qiejun, it added more weight to this friendship. Fun Lang was touched by Chu Heng's words, and he stood up, offering a respectful bow. Chu, your words warm my heart. It's a great fortune to have a little brother like you. Chu Heng reached out his hand, urging Fun Lang to sit back down and continue talking. Fun Lang felt more at ease as he picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then asked, "This matter is quite complicated. Let me ask you something first. What do you think is the most powerful martial art in the world today?" Without hesitation, Chu Heng replied, "It's undoubtedly Chinese martial arts." Fun Lang smiled then nodded. Indeed, Chinese martial arts are vast and profound, with a long history. People say that all martial arts originate from Shaolin, but it's not entirely true. There were many martial arts schools even as far back as the Xia and Shang dynasties, but they are often unknown due to missing historical records. Additionally, many martial arts had disappeared over time. Rumors say that ancient martial arts are magical, allowing practitioners to cross a river with a reed and live longer. However, as time passed, most ancient martial arts have diminished in their depth and are mostly about external training. Many lineages have been lost. However, our Fun family in the northeast is fortunate to still have preserved part of the lineage. Fun Lang's face beamed with pride as he continued, "Ever since our ancestors settled here, the main family and its branches together have nearly 10,000 members. Every child in the Fun family learns martial arts from a young age, focusing on the Fun family's unique style. Once mastered, their arms become as strong as dragons, with boundless strength. This is the foundation of the Fun family." Fun Lang continued, his eyes shining brightly. Chu Heng listened attentively, feeling a sense of realization. It was likely that Fun Lang's previous injury was related to this. Such internal injuries were indeed mysterious, and if not for himself, Fun Lang might not have survived for long. Fun Lang poured himself another cup of tea and downed it in one go, letting out a sigh. However, it's precisely because our Fun family still has this martial arts lineage that we've attracted unwanted attention. My previous injury was caused by those scoundrels. Fun Lang's teacup shattered as it hit the ground, his expression darkening instantly. "Who are they?" Chu Heng asked, raising his gaze. Fun Lang shook his head. "I've been investigating for decades, but I haven't found any leads on who they are. But I know that they are after the true Fun family inheritance in my possession. Moreover, I know that there are some traitors within the Fun family who have already aligned themselves with them." Chu Heng felt even more enlightened. No wonder. Perhaps the prescription Fun Lang used before had been tampered with. He had never expected there were so many secrets within the Fun family. These people are treacherous, attacking the Fun family's descendants from time to time using a peculiar poison. Some of the younger generation have already fallen victim to their schemes. More of the Fun family's descendants may suffer in the future. They aim to force me to hand over the inheritance with these tactics. Fun Lang looked at Chu Heng, clasping his hands earnestly. "Chu, I was hoping that you could find a way to neutralize this peculiar poison." At these words, a sudden system notification rang in Chu Heng's mind. Ding. The system is about to issue a gold signing mission. Ding. Gold signing mission. Assist the Fun family in detoxifying. Time limit, 100 days. Ding. Completion of the mission will award gold signing rewards. Hearing the consecutive system notifications, Chu Heng was taken aback. Wow, a gold signing mission. Golden mission. Golden reward. Chu Heng is ecstatic in his heart. This mission looks very tempting. It's rare to have a golden mission. It must be accomplished. Fun Lang saw Chu Heng remain silent and thought this might be a bit difficult for him, so he helplessly smiled and said, "If Chijij feels." Before Fun Lang could finish his sentence, Chu Heng suddenly interrupted, saying, "Fun Lauch, I have no problem. I've agreed to this. Our friendship speaks for itself." Fun Lang, huh? He did not expect Chu Heng to agree so readily. It was a bit unexpected. "What's wrong? Fun Lauch, when should we depart? How about tomorrow?" Chu Heng waved his hand eagerly. "Ow. Fun Lang. Underscore. Why does it feel like Chijij just won a big prize and can't wait to claim it? It's really strange. Ahem. Well, Chijij, whenever you have time, we'll go. Whether successful or not, I'm grateful for your help." If there's anything in the future, my Fun family will be at Chijiji's disposal. No questions asked. Fun Lang stood up and solemnly bowed to Chu Heng. Chu Heng smiled and said, "Enough, Fun Louch, don't go through this formality. Sit down and have some tea." Fun Lang breathed a sigh of relief, chuckled and said, "All right, let's have tea instead of wine. I'll toast you a cup." The two clinked cups, chatted for a while, and then Fun Lang bid farewell and left. In the evening, everyone gathered in the courtyard for a barbecue. Wang Bingbing grilled a skewer of chicken wings and handed it to Chu Heng. "Heng, taste my cooking." "Okay." Chu Heng accepted the grilled chicken wing and said, "Darling, I might need to make a trip to the northeastern He province tomorrow to handle some matters at Fun Lao's house." "Ah, you're going tomorrow? I want to go too." Wang Bingbing grabbed Chu Heng's arm and coquettishly said. Chu Heng playfully pinched her nose and said, "You clingy little thing. Why do you want to follow me wherever I go?" "HMPH, I don't care. I just want to be with you. Wherever you go, I'll go." Wang Bingbing pouted. "I just want to stay by your side." Chu Heng felt warm in his heart, and he rubbed her head, saying, all right, I'll take you with me. I heard it's snowing over there. I'll take you to see the snow together." "Heh. Great tilde Heng, you're so good." Wang Bingbing kissed him on the cheek, leaving a greasy mark. "Wow, daring to leave an oil mark on me. I'll get you for that." Chu Heng immediately tickled her, making Wang Bingbing squirm with laughter. The two shared sweet moments, while Fatty and Lin Xiaowei, the single individuals in the group, shook their heads. After having fun, Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing sat in a glass room in the courtyard, admiring the starry sky. "It's getting a bit cold at night." Wang Bingbing leaned her head on Chu Heng's shoulder and shivered. The wintering Guan province is like 4 seasons in a day, with temperatures around 20 degrees during the day, dropping to around 10 degrees at night, with a large temperature difference. Chu Heng took off his jacket and gently draped it over her, indulgently saying, "Don't catch a cold." Wang Bingbing felt full of happiness and continued to rest her head on his shoulder. The two quietly stayed together, watching the night sky. After a while, Wang Bingbing suddenly asked, Heng, how many children do you plan to have in the future?" Chu Heng gently stroked her hair and smiled, saying, "1 boy and 1 girl are enough." "Ah, Auntie mentioned wanting more children last time." Wang Bingbing looked up in surprise, her cheeks blushing. Chu Heng chuckled and affectionately said, "Silly girl, my mom was just joking around. Did she take you for a sow? Pregnancy is tough. I don't want you to suffer too much." Wang Bingbing felt sweet hearing this, as if she had had honey. "Have you thought of names for the children?" Wang Bingbing asked with a smile. Chu Heng squinted and said, "You're already thinking about names, when we're not even married yet? Looks like I have to work harder." With that, Chu Heng picked her up. They are outside." Tilda Wang Bingbing blushed. "Heh. Let's go back to the room." Saying that, Chu Heng hoisted her onto his shoulders and carried her away. Early the next morning, Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing boarded a plane to the northeastern He province. Chu Heng didn't go straight to Feng's house, but promised Wang Bingbing to go to the snowy plains first, as she wanted to see the majestic snow scene. While waiting for a car at the door, Wang Bingbing spotted a cafe in the distance. Heng, I want to drink hot coffee." "All right, you wait here. I'll go get it for you," Chu Heng indulgently said, then went to buy her coffee. Wang Bingbing stayed in place, watching the large snowflakes fall from the sky, happily reaching out to catch them. She looked like a snow fairy, serene and beautiful. Passengers coming out of the airport were drawn to her beauty. So beautiful, jet black, beautiful hair, snow white skin like jade. Every feature looks like it's carved from jade. Among the crowd, a young man in a black windbreaker also noticed her and stared at her in a daze. "Ding Jay, that girl is so beautiful." A slender young man beside the young man in a black windbreaker teased, "Yeah, I've never seen such a beautiful woman. She's stunning." The young man in the black windbreaker smiled, oozing confidence. "Heh, Bing Jay, with your qualities, is there any woman you can't win over?" The slender young man goaded. The young man in the black windbreaker adjusted his clothes and confidently walked towards Wang Bingbing. "Are you waiting for a car, miss?" The young man in the black windbreaker had a faint smile on his face as he struck up a conversation. Wang Bingbing turned her head, looked at him cautiously, and said, "Yes, waiting for a car. Is there something?" The young man in the black windbreaker gave a gentlemanly bow and pointed to a nearby Maybach sedan. "My car is right there. Why not let me give you a ride?" It's an honor to invite such a beautiful lady. The slender young man eagerly took out the car keys and pressed them. The Maybach sedan immediately lit up, shining brightly among the cars along the road, attracting envious looks from passers-by. The young man in the black windbreaker had a confident smile on his face as he stared at Wang Bingbing steadily. He believed that few women would refuse a gentleman with capital. No need, Wang Bingbing said coldly, resuming her aloof campus belle demeanor, and took 2 steps back, increasing the distance between them. The young man in the black windbreaker was not bothered and patiently said, "Miss, do not be nervous. We Northerners are hospitable, and seeing you alone in the cold wind is not right. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Feng Bin. Just came back from doing business in the south, preparing to go back to my hometown for the new year. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. No need to be so nervous." Wang Bingbing shook her head and firmly refused. "I came with my boyfriend. We have arranged for a car. You don't need to bother." When Feng Bin heard the words boyfriend, his smile froze, then quickly faded. When Feng Bin heard that Wang Bingbing already had a boyfriend, his expression turned ugly. It was as if he had found a fly in a delicious dish. Uncomfortable. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before, but he was regretful that this woman had already been taken by another man. However, he was not willing to give up just yet. This time, he was truly smitten with a woman. He had never felt such a strong impulse before. He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "It's okay, I can give you a ride along the way. Meeting each other must be fate." At this moment, a hint of vindictiveness flashed in his eyes. He was always patient when it came to things he wanted. "No need." Wang Bingbing coldly refused once again. At this moment, a thin young man behind Feng Bin stepped forward and said, in a cold tone, "Beauty, are you not giving face to our brother Bin? Away from home, more friends, more paths. Besides, our brother Bin is Feng Bin, in the Black Province area. Many people have to consider our brother Bin's face." There was an underlying threat in his words. Wang Bingbing suddenly became nervous. Not in Shen City, in a strange environment, encountering these people made her feel a bit anxious. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder. She turned back and a look of joy appeared on her face. Heng. Chu Heng held a cup of coffee in one hand and gently comforted Wang Bingbing with the other, signaling her not to be afraid, that he was there for her. "What do you guys want?" Chu Heng stared at Feng Bin and the others, speaking calmly. Feng Bin squinted at him, evaluating Chu Heng. He was handsome, but dressed plainly, without a car, and didn't seem to have much capability. How could such a man possess beauty like her? It was unbearable for Feng Bin to think about it. "Hey, who are you?" Feng Bin sneered, although he knew in his heart, he just wanted to show Chu Heng a bit of authority. "I am her boyfriend. Is there a problem?" Chu Heng lightly laughed, holding Wang Bingbing close, declaring his position. Feng Bin stared at him closely, and said coldly, "Oh, so you're this beauty's boyfriend. It seems the beauty's taste is questionable. By the way, we haven't been introduced. I am Feng Bin." With that, Feng Bin proudly lifted his chin. In the Black Province area, everyone knew not to mess with those surnamed Feng. The consequences were serious, so he was trying to leverage his power. However, Chu Heng just casually responded, "I don't know you. Never heard of you. Sweetie, do you know him?" Wang Bingbing held back a smile, shaking her head. Feng Bin's expression became even uglier. Wasn't he being looked down upon? "Kid, in the Black Province, don't be so impulsive. It's better to keep a low profile. Be careful not to invite trouble." Feng Bin adjusted his clothes, issuing a warning. Facing the threat, Chu Heng just smiled, took a step forward, and stood in front of him. "I don't have time to deal with you. Just remember one thing. Don't touch my woman." The last sentence was full of coldness. Feng Bin couldn't help but shiver in his heart, unable to meet Chu Heng's sharp gaze. At that moment, Chu Heng's car arrived. He chuckled, turned around with Wang Bingbing, and left. Feng Bin finally looked up at the direction in which Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing had left, his eyes filled with malice. "Kid, you want to play with me? Ha, then let me play with you. Let you know who the king is in the Black Province. DRIZZLE, what should we do? Do you want me, your brother, to gather a few people?" The thin young man spoke, revealing a fierce smile. Feng Bin snorted, "Have a few brothers watch over first. Find an opportunity to crush him." The thin weak young man responded, "Got it. DRIZZLE, I understand. I'll inform Baobao later." Inside the car, Wang Bingbing held Chu Heng's arm tightly, feeling a bit jittery. Heng, I was so nervous just now. It's the first time we came to this place, not familiar with the surroundings, better be careful. Chu Heng patted her head, reassuring. Don't worry. With me here, no one can bully you. Wang Bingbing felt a sense of security, smiling and nodding. At that moment, Chu Heng's phone rang. He looked at it and saw that it was a call from Fun Lang, then answer. Ha. Heng bro, you've arrived in Ha City. Fun Lang's cheerful voice came from the phone. Bro, I just got here. Chu Heng smiled. You're here and you didn't let me welcome you. Planning to have fun. Should I arrange some tour guides for you? Fun Lang asked. No need. I want to spend some quality time with Bingbing. Do you want to be a third wheel? We'll manage on our own. Alright, then I won't disturb your private time. When will you come to my place? I'll send someone to pick you up. Fun Lang said, enthusiastically. Let's make it tomorrow. I'll let you know. Okay. Enjoy your time with your loved one. Call me if you need anything. Fun Lang said. After chatting for a while, they hung up the call. Wang Bingbing widened her eyes and asked, was that Mr. Feng? Yes. Tomorrow I have to go to his place for something. Chu Heng replied. Great. I've never been to Mr. Feng's place. It's only right to pay a visit when we're here. Wang Bingbing said happily. The car sped through the snow, and after about an hour, they arrived at the snowfield scenic area. There were many people at the entrance of the scenic area, all lining up to buy tickets. Chu Heng also bought 2 tickets, led Wang Bingbing inside, and reserved a tour bus to the center of the snowfield scenic area. Along the way, the two of them enjoyed the scenery of the north, a world of ice and snow. The vast expanse of snowfield, pure and flawless, desolate and vast, made people feel the grandeur of the world and the insignificance of humanity. In the central area, there was an ice and snow paradise, where many visitors were building snowmen, having snowball fights, and there was a special activity, throwing hot water. Visitors held a thermos, went to an open space, and sprinkled the water. The high-temperature hot water met the extremely cold air, instantly congealing into ice crystals, turning into beautiful ice curtains. Wang Bingbing watched with fascination, pointing at it. So beautiful. Looks like so much fun. Heng, let's go try it. Sure. You go ahead. I'll take photos for you. Chu Heng indulged her. Yay. Let's go. Wang Bingbing excitedly pulled Chu Heng over. Chu Heng paid, got a pot of hot water, and received guidance on how to sprinkle it. Wang Bingbing was already eager, took the hot water, and ran to an open space. Hen, I'm ready. Wang Bingbing shouted with a smile. Chu Heng, holding the rented camera, squatted down, ready to capture her moment. Okay, sweetheart, go ahead. Chu Heng smiled. Wang Bingbing took a deep breath, jumped up, and threw the hot water with all her might. The hot water met the cold air and turned into ice crystals, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. This arc appeared wholly under the sunlight. At the same time, this art-shaped ice curtain became a backdrop, highlighting her perfect figure, like a delicately carved jade. It was a beautiful and artistic scene full of aesthetic appeal. Chu Heng saw this through the lens, accurately pressing the shutter to capture this utterly beautiful moment. Wow, so beautiful. Wang Bingbing collapsed to the ground, watching the ice curtain fall over her head, as carefree as a child. There was a warm smile on Chu Heng's lips, and in his eyes. At that moment, the whole world had only Wang Bingbing in it, because she was the woman he would protect and cherish for a lifetime. Heng, let me see how the photos turned out. Wang Bingbing happily trotted over to Chu Heng. Chu Heng showed her the photo taken with the camera. Wow, ha, the photo turned out really well. Wang Bingbing exclaimed in admiration, then planted a kiss on Chu Heng's face, happily embracing him. The two stood hugged quietly, attracting envious glances from onlookers. Look at this couple, so loving. A chubby man envied. Yeah. Look at how well her boyfriend takes photos. Then look at what you've taken. His girlfriend next to him grabbed his ear. Ouch. It hurts. Darling, let go. The chubby man pleaded repeatedly. Meanwhile, in the distance, 2 men were sneakily taking photos of Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing with a camera. These photos were then sent to another place. Keep an eye on them. I'll report back to Binjay. Another young man said. Over on the other side, in a hotel suite, Fun Bin sat at a table and saw the photos that had been sent back, his expression turning very grim. Seeing Wang Bingbing and Chu Heng embracing each other made him feel uncomfortable. Binjay. Bao is here. A thin young man opened the door. Let him in. Fun Bin said coldly. After a moment, A burly man nearly 2 meters tall walked in. Ha ha. Bin, what can I do for you? Just tell me. Fun Bao boasted with a big grin. Fun Bin glanced at him and said coldly, Bao Bao, I want you to take care of someone for me. Fun Bao, a distant relative of the Fun family, had trained in martial arts since childhood and later made his way into Fun Bin's company, specializing in handling underworld affairs. The Fun family had a strong presence in the black market and could cover half the sky in Haijiao, relying on the Fun family's power. Along with Fun Bao's ruthless actions, he had made quite a name for himself. Some people even called him Fun Yama. Fun Bao was already used to such tasks. Who is it? Fun Bin turned to the computer, pointing at Chu Heng in the photo. This kid. Hey. No problem. Fun Bao looked at the photo and gave a sinister smile. In the afternoon, after both Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing were tired from playing, they found a farmhouse restaurant nearby to experience northeastern cuisine. Guided by the waiter, the two of them entered a private room that was designed to look like a northeastern farmhouse, with a large con bed. While it was freezing outside, inside the room felt warm like spring with a temperature of around 2 degrees Celsius. This is the northeastern con bed. So warm. Wang Bingbing sat on the con bed, feeling curious. Near the con bed, there was something like a stove with a big pot inside. Is this a pot? Are we going to cook here? Wang Bingbing curiously examined the large iron pot. Chu Heng smiled and explained, yes, it's a pot, but we won't be using it to fry. It's used to cook northeastern pot chicken. You can stick pot stickers on the edge of the pot, which is quite unique. Chu Heng had tried it once in Shenzhen, but the pot there was half the size of the one in front of them. Soon, the waiters started serving the dishes. A whole chicken was chopped into pieces, stir-fried on the spot, then various seasonings and secret sauces were added, followed by water and side dishes, stewed for a while, and finally served with corn pot stickers attached to the edge of the pot. After a short while, the room was filled with steam and a distinctive aroma that made one's mouth water. It smells so good. Wang Bingbing took a bowl and eagerly waited to uncover the pot. It's not ready yet. Let's have some appetizers first. Chu Heng smiled. There were 2 appetizers. One was a trio of fresh ingredients, and the other was pot-wrapped pork. Both classic northeastern dishes served in plates bigger than a face. Northeastern cuisine was famous for its large portions, and it lived up to its reputation. After waiting for half an hour, the waiter finally came to unveil the pot. A rich aroma instantly filled the room, with the distinctive aroma of chicken mixed with cornmeal. Wang Bingbing swallowed her saliva and immediately picked up a piece of chicken, blew on it, then put it in her mouth, yelping as she was scalded, looking somewhat embarrassed, somewhat cute. Ha ha, silly girl, eat slowly, Chu Heng teased. As the two were enjoying their meal, suddenly someone pushed open the door, and a group of people barged in. Brother, it's him, the one who slept with me last time. It's him. A heavily made-up woman pointed at Chu Heng, shouting shrilly. The 8 burly northeastern men who came in were all staring fiercely at Chu Heng, their gaze malicious. A bald man walked forward, looking fierce. Kid, you're the one who slept with my wife, right? Seeing the newcomers, Chu Heng knew that this meal might not end peacefully. These people were looking for trouble. Wang Bingbing was a bit frightened, holding onto his clothes tightly. Chu Heng gently patted her hand, calming her down, then got off the con bed. He glanced at the group in front of him, then looked at the heavily made-up woman. She was not well-dressed and not attractive. How could she have the audacity to claim to be an actress? Chu Heng chuckled. Who are you people and what do you want? The leader, the bald man, took out a cigarette, lit it, blew a smoke ring, and walked up to Chu Heng. Kid, why am I after you? Don't you have a clue? Daring to sleep with my wife, you're quite bold. Have you ever bothered to find out who I am? Chow. The bald man cursed. Chu Heng remained calm, smiled and said, Oh, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. With someone like her, I can't even stomach it. Just looking at her makes me nauseous. Chow. What did you say? The bald man glared harshly at Chu Heng. Kid, so you think it's funny? I don't think you'll be able to walk out of here today. As he spoke, the bald man picked up a plate from the stove and aimed it at Chu Heng's head. Chu Heng's eyes flashed a cold light. Smack. He smashed the plate with his fist. Without stopping, he punched the bald man in the temple. Dang. The powerful blow sent the 1.9-meter-tall northeastern man flying, crashing heavily into the wall. He fainted on the spot. The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned by Chu Heng's punch. The remaining 7 henchmen showed signs of fear, knocking a person down with one punch. This strength was too terrifying. For a moment, they dared not move. The heavily made-up woman retreated in fear, not daring to get close to Chu Heng. Chu Heng wiped his hands with a tissue, cleaned off the vegetable juice, smiled and said, "Don't hide like rats in the dark, afraid to face people." As he finished speaking, applause rang out from outside the door. Hey, didn't expect you to have this kind of skill, kid." A burly man towering at 2 meters tall appeared at the door. The henchmen all moved to the sides, making way. "Brother Bao Bao." Fun Bao walked up to Chu Heng, the two of them providing a sharp contrast in height and physique. The former was robust, towering over Chu Heng by head, exuding a ferocious aura. Fun Bao looked down at Chu Heng and said coldly, "Kid, I'll give you a chance to spare your life. Kneel down." Fun Bao Bao said this with great momentum. In the eyes of other henchmen, he looked just like a living king of hell. All of these henchmen couldn't help but worship him. Wang Bingbing was a bit afraid. She pulled Chu Heng's clothes, not wanting him to get involved in the danger. "Darling, it's okay." Chu Heng turned back and smiled casually. In his eyes, Fun Bao Bao was just a little bigger in size. In terms of strength, he could easily defeat him with one hand. Heh, still pretending? I'll let you pretend later. Pretend to your heart's content. Fun Bao Bao gave the order, and the remaining 7 people behind him, relying on his power, rushed towards Chu Heng. Chu Heng's lips carried a faint cold smile, took a step forward, swept out, sending the henchmen flying, smashing into the door, causing it to shatter into 4 pieces, showing the immense strength. The remaining ones also rushed towards Chu Heng almost simultaneously. Chu Heng smoothly pulled and used the 2 as human shields, redirecting all punches and kicks towards their own people. "Ouch! Don't hit me!" One person cried out in pain. "Oops! I hit the wrong person. I'll help you get revenge." The henchman who made the mistake hurriedly said, but Chu Heng didn't give them a chance. He broke the arms of the 2 with a twist, disabling them on the spot. The last 3 were also successively kicked and sent flying by Chu Heng, like shells hitting Fun Bao Bao. The latter waved his hand and sent the incoming bodies flying. "Kid, not bad. Looks like you're quite skilled." Fun Bao Bao's eyes ignited with fierce fighting spirit. He cracked his neck, flexed his wrist, making a chilling sound. "Kid, messing with me, you're out of luck." Fun Bao Bao took on an attacking posture. This was the starting stance of Fang's boxing. Fun Bao Bao shouted loudly, throwing a straight punch, fast as lightning, with a whistling punch wind. This punch was fast and fierce, unstoppable to ordinary people. Fun Bao Bao's eyes flashed with malicious intent. He aimed to disable Chu Heng with a single punch, but he suddenly saw the calm smile on Chu Heng's face, feeling slightly puzzled. Smack, only to see Chu Heng extend his palm, meeting it with Fun Bao Bao's fist, creating a huge nose. Fun Bao Bao only felt an immense force coming from his fist, arm, impacting his body. He was shaken back 3 steps by this tremendous force before completely neutralizing it. What kind of strength was this? He looked up in astonishment at Chu Heng, who stood there undisturbed. "Kid, you've got some strength." Fun Bao Bao's face darkened instantly, gaining a touch of seriousness. This kid in front of him seemed not simple. He suppressed the disdain in his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Kid, whose family are you from?" "He's from the He family, the Zhao family." Chu Heng smiled slightly. "I'm from your mom's family." Whack! Fun Bao Bao's face turned uglier, cursing in anger. "Kid, no matter whose family you are from, you won't get away in Har City. Har City is our Fun family's territory. I rule the dragons, and tigers bow down to me." Fun Bao Bao warned. "Fun family?" Chu Heng suddenly revealed an odd expression on his face. Was this burly man a relative of old Fun? What a coincidence! Thinking that Chu Heng was scared, Fun Bao Bao smirked. "Heh, not scared, right? That's right, I am a member of the Fun family." Fun Bao Bao, offending the Fun family will get you nowhere in Har City. Chu Heng chuckled, saying, "Is that so? I'd like to see if you have what it takes." "You're dead." Fun Bao Bao roared in anger, stepping forward with fists raining down on Chu Heng. Chu Heng laughed lightly. "Let's play." No matter how Fun Bao Bao attacked, Chu Heng easily blocked it with his hands, completely overpowering him in strength. Fun Bao Bao unleashed the Fun family's hammer fist, swift as a coursing wind, yet he couldn't break through Chu Heng's impenetrable defense. The more they fought, the more shocked Fun Bao Bao became. The kid in front of him had incredibly fast reflexes. He could easily block his punches. The two exchanged hundreds of punches in less than a minute. Fun Bao Bao ran out of breath, reluctantly taking a step back, panting heavily. There was a hint of fear in his eyes as he realized this kid might be stronger than him. It seemed like he had hit a wall this time. The henchmen, who were slightly sober behind him, were completely dumbfounded. Not even the king of hell could match up to the young man in front of them. Chuang clapped his hands, smiling, tired already. Your physique looks good, but not very useful. Damn it. Fun Bao Bao gritted his teeth, pulling out a dagger from his waist. Let's see how you'll block this. Fun Bao Bao stabbed towards Chuang's chest. Chuang sneered, clenched his fist, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. Fun Bao Bao's vision blurred, realizing Chuang had vanished, and suddenly felt a sharp pain descending from above. A massive force came down from above, slamming him flat on the ground. In an instant, Fun Bao Bao felt his head spinning, his mind foggy. Suddenly, he felt both his arms and wrists snapping. Losing sensation, the excruciating pain made him instantly alert, but he found he couldn't control his arms anymore. He sweated profusely, struggling to raise his head, seeing Chuang play with his dagger. This dagger is nice, quite sharp. It should have no trouble cutting bones, Chuang said with a smile. His smile sent shivers down Fun Bao Bao's spine, his back cold with fear. He had no doubt that Chuang could really do it. Bro, don't do this. I'm a Fun family member. Let's talk nicely. Fun Bao Bao begged. Chuang calmly asked, who sent you to cause trouble? Fun Bao Bao, staring at the dagger in front of him, dared not move. Brother, it was Fun Bingbing who sent me. He asked me to find an excuse to take you down. Fun Bao Bao trembled. Hearing that name, Chuang remembered the black-clothed youth at the airport was also from the Fun family. Taking out a phone from his pocket, he placed it in front of him. Give him a call. Tell him to come over. I'll be waiting here for him. Fun Bao Bao, why are you staring blankly? Make the call, Chuang urged. Fun Bao Bao. Oh. Chuang tapped him on the head. Are you gonna make the call or not? Fun Bao Bao was almost in tears. Big brother, it's not that I don't want to call, but my hands. Oh, I forgot, Chuang said. Fun Bao Bao. Fun Bao Bao wanted to cry but had no tears. Big brother, my two arms were broken by you. You're too bullying. Big brother, how about you con man fight? Fun Bao Bao asked cautiously, not daring to provoke this demon king now. Chu Heng smiled slightly, put down his phone, and grabbed his arm. Fun Bao Bao suddenly had a bad feeling. Big brother, what are you trying to do? Before he could finish his sentence, he heard two cracking sounds. He felt a sharp pain spreading throughout his right arm. Oh my god. This kind of sharp pain tore through his heart and lungs, and caught him completely off guard. Fun Bao Bao thought his arm was completely useless, not just broken but shattered. He took a sharp breath, suddenly feeling his arm having sensation. It could move. He extended his right arm and realized it had fully recovered. It's actually healed. It seems like it's been reattached. You fight for yourself. If no one comes, you guys don't need to go back either. Chu Heng threw down his phone and sat on the bed. Wang Bingbing hugged Chu Heng's arm tightly, worriedly asking, Heng, are you okay? Not injured, right? Don't worry, baby, I'm okay. It's them who are in trouble. Chu Heng smiled. Wang Bingbing turned her head to look at the people lying on the ground, filled with fear as they looked at Chu Heng, feeling slightly reassured. The situation finally calmed down. However, the ground was a mess, and it seemed like the dinner couldn't be eaten anymore. What a waste of the pot roasted chicken. Wang Bingbing lamented as she looked at the debris that fell into the pot, wasting a delicious pot roasted chicken, feeling a bit regretful. Chu Heng comforted her. It's okay. Let the boss make another one. What about these people? Wang Bingbing pointed at the people on the ground. Let them clean up on the side. Someone else will come later. Chu Heng's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Wang Bingbing scratched her head, not understanding the meaning behind Chu Heng's words, but feeling very reassured with him there. Okay, let's have another pot, Wang Bingbing suggested. Chu Heng nodded, and then said to Fun Bao Bao on the ground, it's comfortable lying there. Get up and have them clean up. Fun Bao Bao had been trying to make a call, but couldn't get through to Feng Bin's number. After hearing Chu Heng's words, he quickly propped himself up with his right hand and got up from the ground. Yes, big brother, I'll have them clean up. Fun Bao Bao turned around and kicked a few times at his groaning little brother on the ground, scolding, hurry up. Get to work. Apart from the two little brothers who had passed out, the rest endured the pain and got up to clean up the debris at the scene. A middle-aged boss nervously walked in and asked, "See customers, are you looking for me?" Chu Heng pointed to the damaged tables, chairs, and wooden doors on the ground. "Boss, look at how much damage there is here. Have them compensate. Whatever amount is owed, they pay." The middle-aged boss was stunned by his words, also noticing Feng Baobao's fierce appearance. These people didn't seem easy to provoke. File a compensation claim against them? Would that even be putting their lives on the line? No. It's okay. No need to pay. The middle-aged boss quickly shook his hands. Chu Heng gestured to Feng Baobao to come over. Feng Baobao approached Chu Heng cautiously and asked, "Big brother, any orders?" Chu Heng raised his hand and gave him a slap. "Breaking things doesn't require payment. Do you have an attitude of admitting mistakes and compensating? Don't you know how to laugh?" Feng Baobao said, holding his face. T_T, "Big brother, this is how I naturally look. It's not my fault." Feng Baobao forced an awkward smile, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I'll compensate. Feng Baobao quickly went to find the boss, trying to appear more friendly to make himself look kinder. "Boss, however you want the compensation, just say the amount." His smile looked somewhat insidious, and the boss was so scared that he stuttered. 500, no. 300, how about 100? Why so slow? I'll give you 10,000. Tonight's expenses are all on me. Feng Baobao hastily said, not wanting to be reprimanded by Chu Heng again. It was embarrassing, and most importantly, it hurt his pride. So the boss was reluctantly forced to accept the 10,000 yuan. "Hurry. Make a new pot of pot-roasted chicken quickly." Feng Baobao urged, then returned to Chu Heng, asking in a low voice, "Big brother, are you satisfied?" Chu Heng nodded in satisfaction. This Feng Baobao was pretty good at handling things, a decent lackey. "You keep making phone calls. If Feng Bin doesn't show up, you guys won't be able to leave either," Chu Heng said calmly. "Oh, got it. I'll continue to call." Feng Baobao nodded repeatedly. Wang Bingbing leaned over and asked quietly, "Heng, who are these people?" "They're from Feng Laoji's side," Chu Heng replied. Feng Laoji's family?" Wang Bingbing covered her mouth in surprise. "Yet, I've already informed Feng Laoji. Let him handle his family's matters." Chu Heng smiled. Wang Bingbing chuckled. Didn't expect them to be from Feng Laoji's family. It's like stirring up a big mess. Ha, baby, let's mind our own business. We'll have to deal with them eventually," Chu Heng said. On the other side, Feng Baobao finally got through the call. "Baobao, what's up?" Feng Bin's voice came from the phone, with a woman's laughter in the background. "Bin Xiao, it's bad news. This time, it seems like we've met our match. My brothers are all injured, and I've had one arm ruined. All of us are trapped here," Feng Baobao said with a pained expression. "He asked me to notify you to come over, otherwise we can't leave." Feng Baobao's face showed fear. He knew Chu Heng's strength was unimaginable. On the other end of the phone, Feng Bin's face darkened. After a moment of thought, he said, "You guys wait, I'm coming over now. I want to see how strong he is." After hanging up the phone, Feng Bin dialed another number. "Li Shu, I have a favor to ask you." Feng Baobao came back to Chu Heng and reported, "Big brother," Bin Xiao said, "he'll come over later." "Oh, then go get more firewood," Chu Heng said casually while enjoying his snack. Feng Bin was coming, and he wasn't worried at all. Feng Bin was one of the main members of the Feng family. His status and identity were not something the peripheral members like them could compare with. "Why are you still standing there?" Chu Heng cast a glance at him. "Out." "Yes, I'll go get it." Feng Baobao brought a bundle of firewood from the corner of the room, then squatted down to add firewood to the stove. After adding the firewood, he obediently stood on the side with the other guys, not daring to move erratically. Once the fire was roaring, the pot-roasted chicken in the pot emitted steam and fragrance. Gurgle, gurgle. Everyone present felt their stomachs growling, unable to resist the mouth-watering aroma emanating from the pot-roasted chicken. "Are you hungry?" Chu Heng swept his gaze over them and smiled. Feng Baobao swallowed nervously and honestly replied, a little bit." "Very good. Then continue being hungry," Chu Heng said, as he put a piece of chicken into his mouth. Feng Baobao, "Why did you even ask us then, devil?" Feng Baobao and the other henchmen could only smell the delicious aroma. drooling with growling stomachs. Half an hour later, a fleet of cars arrived at the storefront. A group of men in black suits descended from the cars one after another, exuding a powerful aura. In the lead car, Funbin and a middle-aged man with a sturdy build got out together. "Uncle Lee, it's up to you later." Funbin looked towards the storefront and said, in a deep voice, "Young Master Bin, rest assured, in Ha City, no one dares to go against the Feng family." "Uncle Lee," Fun Lee calmly replied. Funbin nodded and led the group inside. Upon reaching the private room's entrance, Funbin saw two lines of people inside, all looking crestfallen. "Fun Bao Bao," Funbin called out as he entered. "Young Master." Fun Bao Bao quickly responded, walking out and seeing Funbin outside. Funbin's expression darkened even more when he saw Fun Bao Bao, looking like he had just lost a battle. How dare he mess with the Feng family's people? This kid is doomed. Funbin and his men barged into the private room, only to see Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing sitting casually by the heated brick bed, seemingly unconcerned with their intrusion. The atmosphere in the room froze, with Funbin assessing Chu Heng and finding it hard to believe that Chu Heng was a member of a reputable family. He looked like an ordinary college student, but he had defeated Fun Bao Bao, which was unexpected. "Kid, you have guts, daring to detain my people." Funbin broke the silence and said coldly. Chu Heng put down his chopsticks, lifted his head, and smiled. "I have always been like this. Do you have a problem?" Anger surged in Funbin's heart. "Do you know who you are facing? In Ha City. This is the Fun family's territory. No matter who you are, in Ha City, keep a low profile." Chu Heng smiled strangely. "The Fun family, I know, but so what? This matter is not over today." Funbin's face darkened. Hey, what do you want to do?" Chu Heng pointed to the heavily made-up woman, "Slandering me with someone like her. Do you look down on someone? Without an apology, without an explanation? Do you want to take people away?" Funbin suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Kid, do you think you can keep our people with just you?" "Fun Bao Bao, let's go." Fun Bao Bao was about to leave. "Did he let you leave?" Chu Heng played with a chopstick in his hand and said calmly. Fun Bao Bao swallowed a gulp of saliva, and the leg he had just raised came back down. "Kid, how dare you?" someone suddenly shouted. A figure headed straight towards Chu Heng, throwing a punch at his face. Chu Heng narrowed his eyes and thrust his chopstick upwards. Smack! The fist suddenly stopped, right in front of Chu Heng, not taking another step forward, because Chu Heng's chopstick was pressing against the man's vital organs. One step further, and the man's heart would have been pierced by the chopstick. Fun Li's eyes flashed with shock, not expecting Chu Heng's quick reaction. He dodged to the side, about to launch another attack. "Stop!" A loud shout suddenly came from outside the room. Fun Li heard the voice, his expression changed, and his body froze in place. Others immediately turned to look. An elderly man in tang suit strode into the room. "Ah, Grandpa, why are you here?" Funbin's face changed, hastily going forward to greet him. He was secretly puzzled. Why did Grandpa show up? "Greetings, Grandpa." All the Fun family members bowed. Fun Li also turned around, respectfully greeting him. The visitor was Fun Lang. Fun Lang walked up to Funbin, raised his hand, and immediately slapped him. Smack! The slap was heavy, knocking Funbin down, his head hitting the floor hard. "Bastard!" Fun Lang scolded, his face stern. Funbin, slapped for no reason, felt a fiery pain on his face. He covered his swollen cheek, not daring to get angry, and looked at Fun Lang with a bewildered and aggrieved expression. Grandpa, where did I go wrong? I was upholding the Fun family's reputation." He was extremely puzzled, not understanding why Fun Lang suddenly appeared, and why he slapped him out of nowhere. "Do you still have face? The Fun family's reputation has been tarnished by you." Fun Lang gave him another kick. This kick made Funbin start coughing up blood. After dealing with Funbin, Fun Lang gave Fun Bao Bao and Fun Li each a slap. "Outlaw!" Fun Lang spat out. The men who were slapped dared not speak up, all kneeling on the ground in silence. The other henchmen inside the room were even more breathless. The old man in front of them was the head of the Fun family, Fun Lang. In the Fun family, everyone had to address him as Grandpa. He was the patriarch of the family. Funbin was also kneeling on the ground, but he sneaked a peek at Fun Lang, a hint of defiance in his eyes. Amid the gazes of everyone, Fun Lang approached Chu Heng, bowing deeply and apologizing. "Brother Chu, I'm really sorry." As these words were spoken, all the Fun family members present were dumbfounded. Completely stunned, everyone began to doubt their hearing. The head of the Fun family was bowing and apologizing to a young man. Oh my god. What was happening? Fun Bin. Sigma. He was completely dumbfounded. Brother Chu. Grandpa called this young man Brother Chu. This was insane. How did Grandpa even know this kid? And Grandpa personally bowing and apologizing to him. He had never seen Grandpa treat anyone with such respect, let alone bow to someone. Fun Bao Bao and Fun Li were also dumbfounded, looking at each other. However, both of them felt a pang of unease and sensed that things were not good. Brother Chu, it's all because I failed to discipline properly. Fun Lang blamed himself. Chu Heng smiled and said, all right, Brother Feng, no need to blame yourself. Since you're here, let's sit down together and discuss slowly. Fun Lang seemed to relax when he saw that Chu Heng wasn't too bothered by the incident. He also knew that Chu Heng was giving him face. All right, Brother Chu, since we're all here, let's have a few drinks together. Fun Lang nodded. Good. Grandpa is good. Wang Bingbing stood up and greeted. Ah, Grandpa, how have you been lately? Fun Lang walked over, amicably, and asked, Oh, Bingbing dear, is your grandfather doing well? Yes. Yes. Grandpa is doing well. He gets to eat meat and drink every day. Wang Bingbing replied with a smile. Fun Lang cordially said, that's good. Did I scare you just now? You can rest assured. Your Grandpa Fun is here. I'll take care of this for you. Fun Bin, upon hearing this, felt a sudden pang in his heart. Oh no. It seems this girl has some kind of relationship with the elderly man. Fun Bin's heart began to feel more and more uneasy. All of this exceeded his expectations. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary young man could actually be on brotherly terms with the elderly man? This is bad. He looked up at Chu Heng, only to see Chu Heng and Fun Lang deep in conversation, their relationship not shallow. Chu, my friend, I understand the situation. I will make sure to give you an explanation for this. After Fun Lang finished speaking, he turned and glared at Fun Bin. Fun Bin, come here. Fun Bin knelt down, crawled over, and crawled honestly to Fun Lang and Chu Heng. Sir. Fun Lang kicked him again, directly on the face. This kick made Fun Bin eat mud. Fun Bin, Chu, my friend, is my lifesaver, an esteemed guest of the Fun family. How dare you be so disrespectful and causing trouble? It seems like you have nothing better to do. Guards, administer family law. Fun Lang waved his hand resolutely. Two men in martial attire advanced, one pressing Fun Bin down on the ground, the other drawing out a whip. Sir, how many lashes of family law? The man holding the whip asked with a bow. Fun Lang turned his head to look at Chu Heng, who remained calm, and said sternly, 30 lashes. Ah. Fun Bin's face turned pale instantly. He was shocked to find out that Fun Lang intended to punish him with 30 lashes. That could lead to death right on the spot. Yes. The strong man holding the whip responded. Then, in front of everyone, he began to whip Fun Bin's body. Sir, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Fun Bin cried out in extreme pain, desperately begging for mercy, fearing he would be beaten to death on the spot. But Fun Lang remained emotionless, seemingly unmoved by his pleas. As the people behind him watched, Fun Bin was whipped until his flesh was torn and blooded after just 10 lashes. He was nearly in shock from the pain. Pause for a moment, Fun Lang said, raising his hand. The man wielding the whip stopped, and Fun Bin on the ground caught his breath. Fun Bin, do you acknowledge your mistake? Fun Lang shouted loudly. Sir, I acknowledge my mistake. Fun Bin weakly replied. Come here, apologize to Chu, my friend. Fun Lang thundered. Trembling, Fun Bin got up and, with tears in his eyes, knelt before Chu Heng. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. Fun Bin almost gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Chu Heng took a bite of chicken and casually said, What did you say? I didn't catch that. Fun Bin froze, his anger burning inside. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. But now, no matter how angry he felt, he had to speak louder. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Now, everyone could hear him. Some of the henchmen even looked uneasy, even fearful. They never expected Fun Lang to allow a family member to be humiliated to this extent for an outsider. The scene fell silent for a moment, and everyone looked to Chu Heng to see his reaction. Chu Heng smiled and said, Speak louder, I can't hear you. Fun Bin was enraged and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Fun Bin shouted with all his strength. He now felt nothing but endless shame after being humiliated so harshly by Chu Han. Just as Chu Han was about to speak up, Fun Lang took the lead and declared, "Continue the flogging." Everyone was surprised by Fun Lang's decision. They had thought he might reduce the punishment or end it there, but Fun Lang chose to continue the punishment, showing a ruthless and cold sigh. Fun Lang glanced at Feng Bin, who was unable to stop begging for mercy, his eyes filled with cold determination. The two men wielding the whip resumed pressing Feng Bin to the ground, and the other began striking him. Smack, smack, smack. Each strike landed on Feng Bin's body, breaking the wounds on his back. After just over 10 lashes, Feng Bin was left voiceless, nearing unconsciousness. Stop. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the door. The man with the whip was pushed aside by a single slap. A tall man with long hair appeared at lightning speed before everyone. He was older, with white hair, but his stature was strong and powerful. Dinah. His voice trembling, the man knelt to check Feng Bin's injuries. Dad, help me. Feng Bin was barely conscious, but seemed to recognize his father and cried out. It was the 9th son of the Feng family, the youngest of the current generation. What are you doing, 9th brother? The family discipline has not been carried out. Fun Lang stood up, narrowed his eyes, and spoke coldly. Big brother, are you planning to beat your nephew to death? No matter how big his mistake, does it warrant this? Fun 9th brother refused to back down and challenge Fun Lang. There are national laws, family rules. If he dares to have improper thoughts toward Fun family's honored guest, he must be punished. Moreover, do you know who Mr. Chu's wife is? She is Liu La's granddaughter. Fun Lang shouted sternly. Fun 9th brother was taken aback, looking at Chu Heng and then at Wang Bingbing. What? She is Liu La's granddaughter. Fun 9th brother was shocked. Fun Lang snorted. Fun Bin has caused a grave mistake. You don't need to protect him anymore. Carry out the family law completely. Life and death are in the hands of fate. Fun 9th brother's face was extremely unpleasant, his expression changing constantly. Suddenly, he tore off his own clothes, revealing his muscular build, shouting, if a father fails to teach, then it's the father's fault. I will take the rest of the punishment for Bina. Big brother, this is also a family rule. A close relative can take the punishment in one's place. Fun Lang remained silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. Chu Heng stroked his chin, thinking that the Fun family was indeed full of intrigue. Big brother, let me take the punishment. Fun 9th brother knelt on the ground, demanding once more. The scene fell silent. All eyes were on Fun Lang. In normal circumstances, when one's own brother and even son were begging and willing to take the punishment, it was time to stop, wasn't it? These were close relatives, after all. But in Chu Hen's view, Fun Lang faced a difficult choice: to release the person in public, damaging his authority, or continue the punishment, portraying a heartless and ruthless image to the Fun family. Fun 9th brother seemed to gain an advantage, regardless of whether the punishment was carried out or not. The atmosphere was tense, and Fun Lang stared at Fun 9th brother, seemingly pondering something. Chu Heng smiled and remarked, Fun's second brother manages his family strictly, very admirable. Hearing this, Fun Lang's eyes widened, and he slammed the table. 9th brother, then you shall take your son's punishment. Fun 9th brother's mouth dropped open in shock. Wow, he was really going through with it. Fun Laoju was dumbfounded. He never expected Fun Lang to be serious. He opened his mouth, but found himself momentarily speechless. Words spoken are like water poured out, and in front of so many members of the Fun family, he couldn't back down. All right. I am willing to take the punishment on behalf of my younger brother, Fun Laoju said through gritted teeth, his face dark. After speaking, he shot a fierce glance at Chu Heng. If it wasn't for this kid speaking that sentence just now, Fun Lang probably wouldn't have made this decision. Fun Lang, with a stoic expression, said, continue with the corporal punishment. The burly man holding the whip hesitated for a moment, but ultimately obeyed Fun Lang's command and administered the corporal punishment to Fun Laoju. Crack, 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 the whip struck Fun Laoju's body, soon leaving his back covered in blooded whip marks. However, Fun Laoju, despite his age, had a more robust body than his son Fun Bin's and could endure the punishment. Fun Laoju gritted his teeth, refusing to let out a cry, nearly biting through his teeth. The Fun family members standing behind him dared not speak, seeing the look of awe in Fun Lang's eyes. Soon, the remaining strikes were completed. Fun Laoju's back was stained with blood. He stood up, bowed to Fun Lang, and said, Elder brother, Today it was Binner who made a mistake. I will discipline him severely when I return home. I will take Binner back now, Fun Laoju said, bowing his head in respect, but his eyes flashed with a fierce light. Today's humiliation will be avenged in the future. Fun Lang, you wait. And that Dan Chuheng, go back. Fun Lang waved his hand dismissively. Elder brother, farewell. Fun Laoju helped Fun Bin out from the ground, left the private room, and exited the establishment. A luxurious Bentley was waiting outside the entrance. An elderly person hurried over. Master 9. What's going on? The old man, seeing the wounds on Fun Laoju and Fun Bin, exclaimed in shock. Let's talk about it when we get home. First, take Binner to the Fun Family Hospital. Fun Laoju's face darkened. Got it. The old man took Fun Bin, assisting him into the car. Fun Laoju also got in, glancing in the direction of the establishment, clenching his fists. Inside the private room, Fun Lang called Fun Baobao and Fun Li to him. Although you two are not the masterminds, you are accomplices. Tomorrow, go back to the Fun family to receive the punishment. Fun Lang's tone was stern. The two kneeling on the ground trembled and cowed out, saying, Yes, sir. Also, send a message down. Tomorrow Chu's brother will visit the Fun family as a guest. Notify all generations of the Fun family to be present. Fun Lang commanded. Yes. The two reply, but turmoil stirred in their hearts. Gathering 3 generations of the family was no simple matter. The Fun family only gathered 3 generations for significant events. Mobilizing so many people for a young man was unprecedented. Who exactly was this young man? Chu Heng appeared even more mysterious and inscrutable in their eyes. After dispersing these individuals, King Bingbing finished eating and went to the other side of the room to enjoy the snowfall through the window. It was only Chu Heng and Fun Lang left in the room drinking. Chu brother, thank you for what just happened. Fun Lang smiled wryly, expressing gratitude to Chu Heng. Chu Heng understood that he was thanking him for the hint he provided when he was hesitating. No need for thanks. Sometimes, it's better to make them fear you than to be kind to them. Chu Heng smiled. This principle is similar to managing a company. A leader's role is to assign tasks and check subordinates' work results. When subordinates make mistakes, they must follow the rules. Indulgence can gain a reputation for kindness, but they will continue to break the rules. It's not worth it. Respect is more effective than kindness, Chu Heng continued. Fun Lang's expression changed upon hearing this. He nodded in agreement. Chu brother, you see things clearer than I do at my age. Chu Heng chuckled. It's not that you can't see clearly, but he is your brother and you are his nephew. With so many people present, it's hard to make a decision. However, Fun brother, do you seem to have some issues with that father and son? Fun Lang suddenly smiled. It seems nothing can escape Chu brother's eyes. To be honest, after conducting a covert investigation, I found that the person providing me with the medicine was planted by Fun Bin. Chu Heng suddenly realized. So it was Fun Bin. No wonder Fun Lang immediately ordered 30 lashes, intending to beat him until he was disabled. This was also a great excuse to prevent Fun Bin's associates from catching on. Have you uncovered any other clues, Fun brother? Chu Heng asked in a low voice. Fun Lang nodded, leaning in closer to Chu Heng. Nothing particularly distinctive, but I found a unique symbol from the planted individual. I just don't understand what this symbol represents. As he spoke, Fun Lang dipped his chopsticks in a bit of alcohol and drew a strange star symbol on the table, an arrow piercing through the middle of the pattern. Do you recognize this, Chu brother? Chu Heng shook his head. He had never seen this symbol before. Fun Lang continued. I know that there is a group targeting the Fun family in secret, and their influence has infiltrated into the family. Apart from Fun Bin, there are no other leads. I had murderous intent just now, wanting to get rid of Fun Bin, to see who else is plotting, and to gauge the reaction of that group of people. But, unexpectedly, Fun Laoju suddenly appeared. Chu Heng smiled. Just relax, Fun brother. I believe they will reveal their true colors. At night, in Harbin, in Fun Family Hospital's VIP care ward, Fun Bin gradually woke up and opened his eyes to see his father, Fun Laoju, sitting beside his bed. Dad, Dad. Fun Bin started crying upon seeing Fun Laoju, tears and snot streaming down his face. He felt extremely angry and wronged. Dinner. You're okay. Now. You're okay. I'm here. Fun Laoju stood up to comfort him, also bandaged up himself. Dad, that old guy was too brutal. He wanted to kill me. Fun Bin cried out. Fun Laoju's face darkened. He indeed should not have been so heavy-handed for the sake of an outsider. I see he's truly becoming more confused. Fun Bing grabbed his father's arm and said through gritted teeth, "Dad, we can't let that old guy continue to control the Fun family." Fun Laoju patted his hand, soothingly saying, "Rest assured, I believe soon we can dispose of him." "Huh, Dad, does that old guy's old illness flare up?" Fun Bin stopped crying, eagerly asked. Fun Laoju shook his head. "No, for some reason, he stopped taking his medicine during this period, and his health improved, his spirits restored. Our previous plan may no longer work." Fun Bin suddenly realized something, and asked excitedly, "It must be that kid. The old guy mentioned that the kid once saved his life. Could it be that the kid cured the old guy's illness?" He felt increasingly that Chu Heng was mysterious, unbeatable even against Fun Li, with an unknown background. Fun Laoju stroked his chin, squinting his eyes, and said, "That's a possibility. Nevertheless, even if he has the ability, the old guy must die." Fun Bin exclaimed, "Dad, do you have a plan?" Fun Laoju sneered, "The master of the Star Peak Tower will take action personally. This time, they aim to secure the Fun family legacy." At night, heavy snow was falling, and Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing arrived at the Fun family's old mansion. A Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the old mansion. Two servants came forward to open the car door. What a huge mansion! After Wang Bingbing got out of the car, she looked up at the grand entrance of the Fun family's old mansion. It was a double rivet gate, tall and 4 meters wide, adorned with 2 large red lanterns hanging at the entrance, accompanied by 2 large stone lions, majestic and imposing. "This is our Fun family's old mansion, which has been passed down for over 300 years. Our Fun family ancestors' landing point." After moving to Harbin, Fun Lang proudly explained, "Fun brother really has a grand family and business." Chu Heng admired as he looked around. Fun Lang waved his hand modestly. "Times have changed. The world is different now. No matter how grand a family is, it can't compare to a word from Bingbing's grandfather." Wang Bingbing stuck out her tongue. "Oh, stop it. Grandpa is retired. Fun Grandpa is just kidding. Ha ha. Enough talk. It's late. Please come in, old Chu." Fun Lang gestured. Guided by Fun Lang, Chu Heng entered the ancient mansion, a 3-entry courtyard house. The front courtyard housed the family servants and guards, the middle courtyard vacant unless there were large events. Only the main family of the Fun family was eligible to live there. The rear courtyard was the living quarters for Fun Lang's family. During the conversation, it was revealed that Fun Lang only had 2 sons and currently only 2 grandsons, relatively few descendants. In the rear courtyard, 2 middle-aged men greeted them, one sitting in a wheelchair, the other corpulent. "Dad, you're back." The corpulent middle-aged man greeted respectfully. "Yes. Come. This is the person I often mention to you, old Chu." Chu Heng. Fun Lang introduced. "Mr. Chu." They both bowed in respect to Chu Heng. The man in the wheelchair solemnly expressed his gratitude. "The grace of saving my life is unforgettable." After speaking, he coughed violently, his face pale. "Old Chu, this is my youngest son, Fun Feng. He fell off a horse when he was young, leaving him half paralyzed." Fun Lang sighed. He had always wanted to cure his son, but Fun Feng's bones were broken, nerves damaged, limbs necrotic. He had searched the top hospitals in the country, but couldn't find a cure. All renowned doctors had determined Fun Feng's lifelong disability. Seeing his father's grief, Fun Feng smiled bitterly. "Dad, it's okay, I'm used to it." He had accepted his fate, to live as a cripple, worthless. "Don't despair, there is still a chance to stand up," Chu Heng said with a smile. "What?" Fun Lang and Fun Fun exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Chu Heng incredulously. Chu, old friend, what did you say?" "There's a chance for a cure." Fun Lang grabbed Chu Heng's shoulder excitedly. Hearing Chu Heng's words reignited hope in him from the depths of despair. With only 2 sons, one obese and foolish, the other half paralyzed and disabled, neither suitable to inherit the family head position,